in a luxurious grand hall filled with countless nobles in attendance. A little boy was also placed up on a table. Right in front of him were 4 different weapons. Today was an incredibly special day for the kid, because whichever weapon he chose next would decide the future path he would walk. And under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone around, the little boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. However, what no one could have possibly expected was that the moment the boy drew near, all 4 weapons simultaneously erupted with blinding beams of light, causing his parents to look at each other in utter confusion. But very quickly, everyone got their answer, because this proved that the boy standing before them was a genius, a true super genius capable of walking any path he desired. And the boy himself understood this perfectly well, because he carried memories from his previous life. And to explain that, we have to go back a bit earlier. Somewhere on a certain battlefield, a stream of thoughts echoed out. I once thought that someone like me, with my talent already awakened and in full bloom, stepping onto the battlefield could start a brand new life. And in that new life, I could build a family. The one thing I had desperately craved for so long, but I was wrong. At that moment, amid the desolate scenery, an admiring voice rang out, "Damn, that's one tough bastard. It's been a long time since anyone forced me to swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you that famous Rick, the one whose talent blossomed on the battlefield?" At this point, following the man's gaze, standing right in front of him was a young warrior, but right now his left arm had been severed clean off, while he himself was gasping for breath from blood loss and utter exhaustion. Hearing the words from the man across from him, Rick thought silently to himself, "He knows who I am. I never thought I'd actually feel happy about that." Thinking this, Rick struggled to prop himself up on his sword, lifted his face to observe his opponent, and greeted him with a weak laugh. "Haha, what an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thurman." This young warrior belonged to the Drenic Empire, Rick. While in front of him, Duke Thurman's eyes flashed with slight surprise upon hearing the boy knew his name, and he asked back, "Haha, so you know my name, huh?" "Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 Hexagon Knights of the Altan Empire. Just one day on this battlefield is more than enough for me to feel the full weight of the Black Wave. This uncle came from the Althian Empire, Duke Boost Thurman." Turning back to the uncle, hearing Rick say that, the man genuinely felt a touch of admiration for this young warrior. "So even knowing who I am, you still chose to face me head-on. It's truly a shame to end a talent like yours so early. Tell me, do you want to surrender?" He offered Rick one last chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Rick merely glanced sideways and shook his head. It was already crystal clear. "I was born on the battlefield, so I will also die here." With that said, Rick lifted the sword embedded in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air itself to tremble violently. The fierce gust of wind blew everything around them far away, clearing out an empty open space in their vicinity. Turning back to Thurman, looking at Rick's face right now, he spoke quietly, "Even though I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would have become a truly formidable opponent if you'd had a few more years to grow. However, since that's what you want, I hope in your next life you can let go of those regrets." As he spoke, he began enveloping his own sword in a layer of aura, and charged straight at the young warrior. Just like that, after a few sword swings, the outcome of the battle was decided. "My mother was a young widow, a war refugee. She left me behind in this chaotic world while I was still very small, then drew her final breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan child. Back then, Rick lived a wandering life across battlefields, a solitary existence focused solely on survival. He would do anything just to stay alive. At 14 years old, Rick was sent to his first real battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart surged, elevating his movements and senses to levels he could never have compared to before. At that time, a superior told Rick, "Commander Rick, I plan to recommend you for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the 5 Hexagon Knights of the Empire is no longer impossible." Hearing his superior say that, Rick couldn't help but break into a smile. After breaking through 3 mana cores to become a 4-core with 4 mana cores, finally he had received the opportunity he had waited so long for. "After this battle, I can finally find peace in this exhausting life. At last, everything I wanted is almost within reach." Until that man appeared. With just one swing of his sword, Thurman easily shattered Rick's blade, and then his sword pierced straight through the young man's chest. "What a shame, I wanted to reach even higher. I wanted a family," he thought silently in his heart. Right before his body was blasted backward like a cannonball. And just like that, Rick's dream was pitifully crushed. I thought that was the end, but after his vision turned completely black, suddenly Rick heard a gentle, loving voice. "Oh, our little Dane is awake already. Haha, what a good boy, not crying at all. Why are these eyes so clear and beautiful? This child is truly a gift from God." A beautiful woman with golden hair gently touched the tiny hand in front of her while speaking in a voice full of affection. Meanwhile, the man beside her wore a similar expression. Haha, the boy really is a great gift from God, he said with a laugh. And only at this moment did Rick dazedly realize his current state. What the heck, a baby? What are they talking about? As he thought, his face showed extreme bewilderment while his little hands flailed wildly. As if sensing his fear, the man smiled warmly, reached out both arms, lifted him up in front of his face and spoke, Rick, you must become an outstanding merchant and follow in my footsteps. Your father here. The man's name was Arkin Sagria. However, the moment she heard those words, Lady Lily Sagria immediately snatched little Dane from his arms and scolded. What are you saying, dear? Dane will become an outstanding assassin. Seeing his wife say that, Arkin's face turned awkward. Honey, come on, how could we let our youngest become an assassin? That's terrifying. If he's a man, he should wield a spear. Wielding a spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art. As he spoke, a dreamy look appeared on Arkin's face. However, Lady Lily immediately shot down the idea. I already said being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows and assassinate targets without ever being noticed. That's way cooler, she shouted. To sum it up, yeah, just when I thought it was truly over, I was reincarnated. Not only that, but reincarnated in the Althian Empire, my enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And lately my new parents have been arguing passionately about my future. They must want me to follow in their footsteps even more because I was born late. Dane thought silently to himself. Turning back to the young couple, after a long argument with no conclusion, Arkin finally said, all right then, let's do this. We'll teach him both. Of course Dane will definitely become an assassin. Lady Lily said with a smile. Dane, become a merchant, okay? Merchant is the best, Uncle Arkin coaxed. The boy will become an assassin, Lady Lily reminded him again. And while they were still bickering, the coachman in front turned back to remind them, my lord, we've arrived. Hearing that, Arkin jolted slightly, not realizing time had passed so quickly. What, we're here already? Now then, Lily, take my hand. Oh dear, what if people in the city see us? The lady said shyly. Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that? All right, careful now, careful. As he spoke, he proactively reached out to help his wife down, making Dane in Lady Lily's arms eat a full serving of dog food right to the face. This is painful to watch, he thought silently. Then after scanning the surroundings once, Dane's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Oh wow, looks like Dane is really happy to be home. Huh. Look how thrilled the kid is. Yeah, if this is my home, then it'll be even easier for my talents to spread their wings. He smiled inwardly, thinking about this brand new beginning. Time flew by quickly, and 2 months later, little Dane had started babbling a few words, which made Lady Lily overjoyed as she exclaimed, oh my goodness, my Dane is already babbling. And as if responding to her words, the protagonist's mouth kept firing off sounds like a jumping shrimp nonstop. But truthfully for him, this experience felt somewhat novel. Turns out I'm babbling like this. What a brand new sensation indeed. Because during all those years wandering the battlefields, he had very rarely come into contact with children. The few kids he did encounter were all injured, bandaged up and crying because they had nowhere to go. Many of them cried for their parents before slowly starving to death and disappearing. Compared to that place, the Sagar's household was wealthy and fortunate. He wouldn't starve here, the protagonist thought happily, realizing he had been reincarnated into easy mode instead of that hellish difficulty. And right at that moment, his old man, Count Sagars, burst through the door laughing heartily. Haha, Dane, look at this. This is a spear. How about it, Dane? Long and beautiful, right? The uncle boasted excitedly. It seemed he wanted to plant the idea of becoming a spearman in Dane's head from the moment he was tiny, and facing this action, Dane could only flash a rice grain-like smile. This man is my father, the kingdom's strongest level 6 spearman, Arkin Sagar. He looks so gentle on the outside, but he's a heroic warrior known as the Blue Tempest. Speaking of Lady Lily, seeing her husband barge and waving a weapon to show off to their newborn son like that, she got annoyed, snatched the spear away, and questioned him. Really now, how could you bring something so sharp into our son's room? In response, Arkin's attitude immediately wilted. I just wanted to show Dane. I already told you not to do that. If you keep it up, I'll start teaching him basic stealth techniques from infancy too, Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in a cold sweat. Lady Lily was once the kingdom's greatest assassin. Turning back to Arkin, even though he was a bit afraid of his wife, the uncle still puffed up and argued. Come on, who doesn't do this nowadays? Even prestigious magic families place a staff right next to their kids from birth. How is a spear worse than a staff? A spear that sharp, Lady Lily shouted, forcing their son witnessing the scene to sigh like an old man. What a truly harmonious family. At this point, Dane also became aware of his own situation. The reason both of them cared so much about his future was that his 2 older sisters had both chosen paths completely unrelated to spearmanship or assassination. Time passed quickly again, and now Dane was being visited by his 2 big sisters. "Look here, Dane, if you do this then Tata," her cheeks puffed up. As she spoke, the girl in the red dress did something that made both of Dane's cheeks balloon out. Even after finishing, the big sister kept squealing in delight. "Look at Dane, so cute. Oh my gosh. My cheeks," Dane screamed internally and clenched both fists in frustration but couldn't do anything about it. Looking at his red-dressed big sister, Dane quickly recalled her identity, Arabella Saugers. Because of her magical talent, Arabella had followed the path of magic from childhood. At age 12, she was already a level 3 mage, and since the highest mage realm was level 9, she was considered a genius for surpassing the beginner stage at that age. Thinking this, little Arabella also poked her little brother's cheek and coaxed, "Dane, do you want to learn magic with Big Sis later? Studying alone every day gets so boring. Hey, stop poking already," Dane shouted internally. Meanwhile, the other sister also chimed in, "Summoning magic is good too." Hearing that voice, Dane turned to observe his blue-dressed sister and thought, Claire Saugers. Claire was a talented summoner. She had known summoning since age 7 and now could control 2 summons at the same time. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it seems more like jealousy over having a little brother. She's also less shy around me than before. At this moment, following Dane's gaze, Claire timidly reached out with her index finger and lightly touched the tip of his nose, then quickly pulled her hand back. After that, Claire turned to Arabella with a puzzled look. "Why is it so soft?" Right, hee, Arabella chimed in agreement. Next, Claire turned back to playfully tease her little brother again and said, "Dane, if you have summoning talent too, it would be so fun. Later, Big Sis will teach you." The big sister smiled as she spoke, and facing these suggestions, Dane could only give a half-smile internally. Haha. Everyone wants to teach me their own talents. My father is a level 6 spearman. My mother is a former assassin who once tried to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, while my second sister is also a genius summoner. The Saugers Count family truly is a perfect noble household. It's exactly the ideal family I had always imagined. So in this life, is revenge even meaningful anymore? Even though my death was miserable, that place was a battlefield. Saying I'll get revenge on those who defeated me sounds ridiculous now, Dane thought wearily to himself. It seemed at this point he had decided to put all thoughts of vengeance behind him. Returning to the story, very quickly he was jolted awake by the arguing voices up ahead. Spearmanship. He has to choose the spear, Arkin shouted. Stealth and assassination techniques are more useful, Lady Lily reminded. Meanwhile, both sisters Arabella and Claire also voiced their opinions. No, in this era magic is the trend. Summoning is good too. Seeing them debate his future like this, Dane, sitting quietly on the side, couldn't help but break into a soft smile. I've always wanted a home. How fortunate that I was born here. Thinking this, the argument started getting louder. Making his head ache, what a truly harmonious family, right? Dane asked himself. Speaking more about the Saugers family, the Saugers clan has a very special ritual called the selection ceremony. When children in the family turn 1 year old, many objects are laid out on a table in front of them. Everyone predicts the child's future based on which item they choose. And today was the day Dane turned 1. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, right? Someone said, and the person beside them exclaimed in surprise, "The young master is already 1. Time flies so fast. The young ladies have become a summoner and a mage, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose," everyone said curiously. "We'll know after the ritual. Come on, let's head inside," some uncle said with a laugh. Next, inside the grand hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would pick. At this time, the little general was placed sitting on the table, and in front of him were 4 objects representing 4 different paths from left to right. A spear, a golden disc, a small pouch, and a short dagger. Looking at these items, the distinguished guests around them whispered among themselves, "Oh, this time the young ladies brought their own items too. Oh my, so cute, they've grown so much already." Turning to Lily's side, right now she whispered softly to Dane, "Dane, just choose whatever you like, okay?" Hearing his mother say that, the protagonist's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Sigh, what should I do? Surely everyone is hopping, I pick their item. On this side, Count Arkin looked at his son and flashed a smile like victory was already in hand. Little Dane will definitely be drawn to the Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail, it's a spear custom made from rare Durkin ore. When mana is infused into it, it becomes as heavy and sharp as the wielder's own mana. A mystical spear technique. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Choose your father's spear, Dane. Meanwhile, Lady Lily on this side had already clasped her hands in prayer. The boy is too handsome to be an assassin, but Dane will still choose the dagger anyway. The dagger Lady placed on the table is called Black Horn, made from Ethrin ore. It gathers all elements in the world and can contain and combine with many types of poison. On this side, big sister Arabella stared intently at her little brother and gave a confident smile. HMPH, Dane will definitely become a great mage. Later the boy will come study at the academy with me. The item the little girl placed on the table is a spatial pouch, an item only mages or those with magical talent can use. Little brother, hurry and choose Big Sis's pouch, Arabella shouted internally, while on this side Big Sister Claire was a bit shy. If Dane has summoning talent, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's Big Sis's dream, little brother, Claire whispered to herself. The item this girl placed in front of Lily is a summoning seal, the seal of a summoner. Summoners use this seal and receive familiars according to their talent. They can call upon their summons with. Turning back to Dane, with his own spirit he could of course see and feel the expectant gazes his family directed at him. And the more he looked, the more pressure he felt until cold sweat broke out. Oh no, why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking this, the old soul sighed deeply under the pressure. What a hassle, but it can't be avoided. Which one should I pick? That's right, look at everyone's expressions and choose accordingly. Just as he thought this, he slowly moved forward, deciding to entrust his future to other people's faces. And seeing him start to move, the crowd got excited too. Oh, the boy is choosing now. That's right, Dane, choose what you want, okay. If possible, pick something long and sturdy, Arkin shouted. But immediately Lady Lily cut in. No, something short and sharp is prettier, sweetie. That pouch is what Big Sis likes best. You remember Big Sis showed it to you, right? Come summon with Big Sis. Various coaxing voices rang out, making our god's brain hurt. He hadn't even chosen yet, and the pressure was already overwhelming. Next, as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason all 4 suddenly erupted with brilliant, radiant light, making his face go blank for a few seconds. Huh, what's happening? Wait. Behind them, the young couple also had no idea what was going on. What's this? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either. Arkin shook his head. On this side, the surrounding guests seeing the scene grew even more excited. Everyone look, all 4 items are reacting. Oh my gosh, how is that possible? It seems the young master is an all-round genius, someone exclaimed. While Dane on this side beamed with joy. Haha, on the battlefield I was already very talented, but this life is on a whole different level. Turning back to Big Sister Arabella, facing this situation she could only turn to ask her father. Father, what do we do? This has never happened before, right? I can hardly believe it myself, Arkin replied. Next, the young couple also looked at each other and came to an agreement. Then let's teach the boy all 4 together. Hearing this, the 2 big sisters dazedly turned to look at their parents. Huh, all of us. Up front, Dane also burst into extremely cheerful laughter. Time passed quickly again. 6 years later, at some training ground, the continuous sounds of weapons clashing rang out. And currently Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, looking at his son blocking his attacks. Arkin said with satisfaction, Well done, Dane. You've completely mastered the techniques I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane quickly replied. Seeing this, the uncle ruffled his hair and laughed heartily. Good, good, that's my son all right. At the same moment from afar, a man dressed like a butler approached carrying a spear and announced, My lord, I've brought it. All right, perfect timing, Arkin exclaimed as if remembering something, while Dane had no idea what was going on. Father, this is, he asked. That's right, this is your birthday gift. I was originally going to give it to you at the birthday banquet, but I wanted to give it early before your mother. Here, take it. I prepared this for 2 years. It's a spear crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Happy early birthday, Dane. As he spoke, he handed the protagonist the and broke into an extremely joyful smile. Seeing he had a new weapon, the protagonist casually tossed aside the spear in his hand and eagerly examined his birthday gift. Thank you, father, I'll use it well, he promised. And only after looking closely at the spear in his hand did he realize just how amazing it was, truly incredible. The black shaft combined with the silver spearhead looked stunning. And it's so light too, Dane marveled internally, while Arkin asked about his feeling. So, do you like it? Yes, I love it, Dane smiled and said. That's good. I had them make it according to your build, so get used to using it. Hearing his father say that, Dane on this side grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth and kept swinging the spear around. And while he was still reveling in joy, Arkin suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember what makes a spear different from a sword? Hearing the question, the old soul temporarily stopped his movements, thought for a bit, and answered, Let's see. The spear's length lets us keep opponents from getting close, and its small contact area increases attack efficiency. Hearing the answer, Arkin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. But when you reach a certain level, it becomes harder than using a sword. This is the fundamental issue with a spear. To attack the opponent, you must maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths. Even the sword, considered the perfect weapon, has weaknesses in some situations. Yes, I remember now, the boy nodded and said. Then since you now have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting. As he spoke, Arkin began spinning his spear like a propeller, creating a spreading wave of wind pressure around them. So this is the mana of a level 6 spearman. Just releasing mana is already this overwhelming. Dane thought silently. Next, in the boy's eyes, Arkin suddenly closed both eyes, turned his body and stepped 1 foot forward. Then both hands gripped the spear tightly and thrust it forward with full force. And at the spear tip, the air twisted into a vortex, leaving the protagonist gaping in shock. Amazing, just thrusting the spear forward did that. Turning to Arkin, at this moment he retracted the spear and explained, "The reason space warped here is because I released mana from my body and thrust at the same time. This is the technique that optimizes core characteristics, concentrating mana at one point." Hearing his father say that, Dane continued, "Yes, I've also heard from my sisters that I can surpass my physical limits. When the number of mana cores increases, those limits expand as well." Speaking of which, Dane also recalled that in his previous life, he had once possessed 4 cores. On the opposite side, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Uncle Arkin boasted proudly, "That's right, you catch on quick. Your father here has 6 mana cores." 6, Dane exclaimed in shock, but he affirmed to himself, "If I hadn't died back then, I would have surely reached this level too." Turning back to Arkin, at this moment he patted Dane's shoulder and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Use your new spear and see." Hearing that, Dane immediately replied, "Yes, father." Relax your mind, forget everything you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward. Following his father's advice, he responded right away, "Yes, sir. In my previous life, after realizing my swordsmanship talent, I lost all interest in spears. I only kept one as a backup. All right, time to go all out." As he thought this, he tightly closed both eyes to concentrate his spirit. Looking at the boy's posture, Arkin thought with satisfaction, quite a solid stance. "It took me 7 years to master this technique, but with Dane's talent, I wonder if the kid." Just as that thought crossed his mind, Uncle Arkin's eyes suddenly widened, because through his gaze, the moment Dane thrust the spear forward, cracks like shattering glass appeared in the space itself. "Dane, how did you do that?" "Haha, I'm seriously impressed," the uncle laughed. And Dane on this side didn't hide anything. He explained his thoughts openly. "When I thrust the spear, I concentrated mana at one point and channeled it into the tip. When the force reached the spearhead, I cut off the flow." Hearing his son say this, the uncle grew even more astonished. "Wait, you channeled mana into the spear and then severed the flow? Dane, have you already formed a mana core?" "Yes, while reading the book on creating mana cores I gave it a try, and luckily I succeeded." He bullshitted smoothly, truthfully, with knowledge from his previous life. Forming a mana core wasn't that difficult for him. In fact, he had already created one while breathing in mana. Speaking of Arkin, at this moment he still believed his son had somehow managed it by reading a book and forming a core. "Truly our family has produced a genius. From when he was little I sensed it, but now I'm completely certain. Dane, one day you will become an outstanding warrior." Later on, father will be even more surprised. Dane chuckled inwardly, while on this side the uncle felt a bit of worry. Will my son truly become a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage? Time flew by quickly. Now it was Dane Saugers' 7th birthday banquet, the youngest son of the Saugers family, and the celebration was in full swing. Inside the banquet hall, filled with distinguished guests from various noble families. And at this moment, the man who had once sent Dane to sell salt in his previous life was also present. "Haha, Arkin, long time no see." Hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Arkin turned back with a bright smile and said, "Duke Bout, how have you been lately?" "Oh, come on, no need to be so formal. Just talk normally." The uncle waved his hand. "Bout Thurman, head of the greatest family in the Althian Empire, leader of the Thurman clan." Turning to Arkin's side, at this moment the uncle quickly approached Bout and whispered, "Lots of eyes on us right now. I'll act normal later." "Haha, do whatever you want." Bout laughed lightly, then turned and asked, "Where, that kid anyway?" Hearing this, Arkin turned and called his young heir. "Dane, come here and greet Duke Bout's son." Duke Bout, of all people. I never expected to meet him here again. Dane marveled inwardly as he recalled the face of the man who had defeated him in his previous life. Next, when he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, "So this is the kid Dane, the son you always brag about, huh?" In response, Dane calmly greeted him. "My name is Dane Saugers, sir." Though outwardly polite, deep inside the little rascal felt a surge of irritation. "I can't hold back my anger when facing him." "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thurman," Dane said, while slightly bowing in a very courteous manner. Looking at the boy's actions, Uncle Bout burst into hearty laughter. "Your son is really well-mannered. Looks like the kid never gives you any headaches. So he's learning spearmanship like you, huh?" "That's right," Arkin admitted. At the same moment, a little girl approached the group and politely greeted them. "Greetings, Count Saugers. My name is Layla Thurman. It's an honor to meet you." This red-haired girl was Layla Thurman, the youngest daughter of Duke Thurman. Putting that aside, after calling the two children over to greet everyone, the two fathers quickly shooed them away. Then, as if remembering something, Uncle Arkin turned and asked, "How is your wife doing these days?" In response, Bout's face turned somewhat melancholic as he replied, I've tried everything, but there's still no progress. You've been through a lot, but I'm sure she'll get better, Arkin offered comfort. But Uncle Bout knew those words were just consolation, and he reminded him right away, if I suddenly disappear, please forgive me, because at that time I'll have used magic to rush back to the capital as quickly as possible. And where's that boy Dane now? As he spoke, the uncle scanned around a bit while generously praising the protagonist. That kid's pretty sharp. I wanted to talk to him a little more. Yeah, I don't know either. I can't see Layla anywhere either, Arkin replied. And right at that moment, when Duke Bout looked out the window, he suddenly noticed that at some point, the two children had slipped out to the garden together, and he smiled. Looks like both kids are already bored of the banquet. Speaking of little Layla, while walking in the garden with Dane, she suddenly broke into a smile and shared frankly, actually, I don't really like following father everywhere either, but now I'm glad I came along with him. After saying that, the girl stared intently at Dane and thought a bit. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. On the opposite side, Dane heard her words and smiled back. That's great. Our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a laugh. But that answer from him seemed to stir up some unpleasant memories for Layla. It seems that way, but at Thurman there's always something going on. Everyday nobles come to see father, and sometimes even members of the royal family show up. Every time that happens, I have to go greet them. I hate it so much. I prefer wearing simple clothes and practicing swordsmanship, Layla said dejectedly. It seemed all the constant noble greetings were wearing down a child's spirit, though Dane didn't pay much attention to that. What he noticed was Layla's interest. Oh ho, so she uses a sword too, the boy exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Turning back to Layla, as if feeling a bit strange about herself, she turned and asked, what about you then? I like both places. It's not as hectic as the capital. But every day I look forward to spear training. Dane shared his thoughts, making little Layla slightly surprised. Spear. She blurted out instinctively, but after remembering Dane's family background, she quickly understood. Ah, right, I forgot about Count Sagers's nickname, the Blue Tempest. I've heard father tell stories about how skilled he is. At this point, Layla paused for a beat, then turned to ask Dane, so you want to join the academy too? In response to the question, Dane just shook his head lightly. No, I don't train with the spear for that reason. Then why? Isn't training to get into the academy the natural thing? It's really hard to get accepted, Layla hurriedly said. And at this point, Dane scratched his cheek a bit awkwardly and answered, well, I want to train so that when I do get in, I can do even better. Turning back to Layla, that answer truly left the girl stunned for a few seconds. Huh. But what if you fail? Then I'll just try again. Dane shrugged and said, and if I still fail, I'll take it as that path not suiting me. He scratched his head and replied. His carefree attitude made Layla worry on his behalf. I don't believe it. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Not really, Dane mumbled. Upon hearing this, Layla felt a twinge of envy toward Dane. So jealous, my family sees failure as shameful. But anyway, forget what I just said, okay? The girl waved her hand. Speaking of Dane, seeing the girl in front of him act like a little old soul made him feel the pressure too. Sigh, I didn't know people worry about things like that. Thinking this, Dane let out a long breath then asked, why are you like that? You seem really talented. Hearing those words from Dane, for some reason Layla's eyes lit up with joy and she hurriedly asked back, really? Then can you watch my swordsmanship and tell me how it is? Huh, your swordsmanship? Dane asked curiously. Yes, Layla smiled and said, looking at the girl's expectant expression. Even though he was a bit reluctant, Dane still agreed. All right then, but just for a little bit. On this side, seeing Dane agree, Layla could no longer contain her excitement and immediately turned to ask, awesome, so where's your training ground? Follow me, it should be fine for a bit, the boy asked himself. Time passed quickly, shifting to the training yard, where he usually sparred with his father. At this moment, with a sword in hand, Layla began demonstrating her swordsmanship for him to see. Each powerful thrust and strike was displayed before Dane. Even a genius like him, since childhood after witnessing it, had to nod in acknowledgement. Wow, her attacks flow very smoothly into defense, and her timing is spot on too. But after a while, the rhythm became a bit chaotic. Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully with a slightly puzzled look. Meanwhile, Layla on this side, right after finishing the demonstration and without even taking a breath, hurriedly turned to ask Dane, how was it? Pretty good, right? Eye-catching. Really? Layla asked delightedly. Looking at her expectant expression, Dane felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, maybe I should tell her. Thinking this, Dane spoke up to remind her. Yes, but starting from the third stance, it seems you're half a step too much. From what I remember, the other stances are fine, but because you're often half a step ahead, the following strikes veer off a bit. The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes in front grew. In the end, the girl completely froze in place at Dane's words. Did I come off too blunt? Dane wondered to himself and awkwardly said, sorry if I upset you. It's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that, turning to Layla. As if Dane's critiques had wounded her pride, she resolved to open this boy's eyes. All right, so that's how it is. I haven't shown everything yet. Thinking this, Layla gripped her sword tightly and continued swinging once more, until her foot tripped on a step. Then she lost balance and lunged forward to hug Dane tightly. Thank you so much, Dane. Dane at this moment was a bit flustered. Hey, what are you? Before he could finish, Layla said, you really have sharp eyes. You spotted my mistake that I've had for so long, thank you. I'll definitely remember it. As she spoke, the girl took the chance to rub her cheek against Dane, making the little general extremely embarrassed. You're suffocating me, and put that sword away, will you? As he spoke, Dane hurriedly pushed the girl away. Oof, sorry. Layla exclaimed before looking back at Dane, with eyes full of delight. Suddenly, she hugged me again, the little general muttered while straightening his clothes. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, searching voices rang out. Young Master Dane, where are you? Miss Layla. Hearing the calls, Layla snapped back and turned. Looks like they're looking for us. Should we head back? Dane replied. And after seeing them come out, the servants breathed sighs of relief. Oh, there they are. Where did you two go? We've been searching forever. Shifting to the main banquet hall, at this moment the most important part of the banquet was about to begin, when Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, Happy 7th birthday, my son, congratulations on obtaining your first monocore. Happy birthday, Dane. Thank you, mother and father, he replied softly. And after opening the gift from Lady Lily, he was slightly astonished. This is a brooch with the family crest, the thing your sisters always show off to you. Beside her, Lady Lily smiled and said, Keep it safe, Dane. This brooch will be proof of your honor and status. As soon as the words ended, the surrounding guests nodded and congratulated him. Happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest has finally been recognized as a true saga. You will become a talented person, just like the Count. Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but break into a smile. This is the first time I've been praised by so many people, he thought happily. However, right at that moment, suddenly, the entire grand hall began shaking violently, as if an earthquake was occurring. What's happening? Damn it, intruders, everyone said in panic. Meanwhile, Dane, seeing the situation turn chaotic, hurriedly turned to observe his father. But as if he had already anticipated this, he said helplessly, Calm down, no need to panic. It's starting again. I thought today we'd finally have some peace. Can you guess who it is, Dane? Lady Lily said with amusement. And as if something suddenly clicked, the little general's eyes widened in shock. No way, he shouted internally and very quick. Up on the ceiling of the grand hall, a blinding source of radiant light slowly began to appear, causing the nobles below to panic and hurriedly back away. What is that? Someone yelled. And following everyone's gaze, from within that beam of light, a red figure leaped out from inside. Check the time, big sis isn't late, right? Big sister Arabella said with a laugh. And seeing her appearance, the surrounding guests' eyes widened in astonishment. That's young Miss Arabella, and it seems like. Did the young miss just use instant teleportation magic? Wow, I heard you need at least level 5 to open even a small portal. Our young miss is truly a genius. Waves of admiration rang out. Poor Dane, he doesn't like flashy spectacles like this. She's still as loud and showy as ever, the old soul thought with a headache. But it wasn't over yet. Very quickly from outside, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed, and after looking out the window, the girls' faces paled. There's a monster in the sky up there. Oh my God, that's a wyvern. This time it's young Miss Claire. Someone exclaimed in recognition of the familiar figure. And following their gazes, Big Sister Claire was riding a wyvern as she approached. Looks like I'm a bit late, Claire muttered to herself, and quickly landed before entering the grand hall. Watching her retreating figure, everyone turned to whisper among themselves again. I heard she's a genius summoner, but taming a wyvern is a bit shocking. Isn't she only 16? Ignoring the gossip, Arabella saw Claire enter and turned to greet her. You're here. Yes, Claire replied. Next, both of them turned to look at Dane. Dane, happy birthday, little brother. Big sis wishes you a fun birthday, Dane. Me too, as they spoke. Both girls took out gifts and handed them to the protagonist, and facing this sudden appearance from both, Dane felt a bit awkward. Thank you both for coming all the way here to celebrate my birthday like this. Of course we had to come. Now open the gifts. I'm sure you'll love them, Arabella said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin, seeing his two daughters present, was so moved that tears welled up. They only sent me a letter for my birthday, yet they prepared gifts for their little brother, he said in a mock pouty voice, making his wife beside him chuckle. Turning back to Dane, after opening Arabella's gift, he discovered inside was a ring. However, the moment he looked at it, Dane noticed something strange. Sis, isn't this a spatial pouch? Dane said while turning to look at Arabella with puzzled eyes, because its appearance was a bit unusual, and facing her little brother's question, Arabella proudly declared, Exactly, I designed it myself. It's spatial magic applied at the highest level. but my professor actually made it. Thank you so much, sis. I know how incredibly difficult it is to engrave spatial magic onto an item. But what's even harder is designing a vessel that can withstand that magical engraving. The more he thought, the more Dane felt his monstrous big sister was almost too talented. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arabella quickly grabbed the ring and proactively offered, "Give me your hand. Let Big Sis put it on for you. Just so you know, I've already embedded your genetic code into it, so no one but you can use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item," Arabella added. Speaking of Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she curiously came over to examine it and marveled. Wow, judging by the gentle mana waves, this is top-grade magic stone inside, right? On this side, Arabella seized the moment to explain its functions. If you channel a bit of mana into the ring, it creates a subspace, so you won't have to bother opening and closing a pouch anymore. Hearing this, no matter how dense he was, Dane understood just how terrifyingly valuable this item was, something so precious. "Thank you so much, sis," Dane stammered while looking at the ring on his hand. "It's an item only the wealthy can use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or high mages. I never thought I'd get to use something like this," Dane marveled. However, the amazement wasn't over yet. The moment Dane began channeling mana into the ring to test it, space on his hand immediately rippled as if a subspace was about to form. "Don't tell me. You opened the subspace even faster than me. You're truly a genius, Dane," Arabella said dazedly. "You're really amazing. Both of you probably already have cores and mana circuits too." On this side, Big Sister Claire also handed her gift to Dane and said, "Dane, open my gift too." "Ah yes, thank you," Dane quickly said. Then he reached out to open this gift, curious what it was that made his big sister so eager. Turns out inside was the egg of some monster. "Huh, why is this egg?" Dane said while picking it up to examine, but just seeing his action, Claire hurriedly warned in panic. "It's not just an ordinary egg, so be careful." Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, "Huh, then what is it?" Around them, the others also curiously turned to look at the egg, and at this point Claire whispered into Dane's ear, "It's a familiar spirit. I once tried summoning Decoron, and during one attempt this appeared. I don't know what summoned beast will hatch from it, but I know everyone in the world knows how valuable it is." Hearing this, Dane's eyes showed a hint of shock as he looked at the egg. "Yes, I've heard of it too. Familiar spirits are different from summoned beasts. They're separate entities, though they share some similarities. Once a familiar spirit is summoned, it can exist permanently in this world, unlike summoned beasts." Turning back to Claire, as if realizing her little brother had understood the gift's value, she patted his shoulder and whispered, "No one knows about it yet, Dane. It's just for you, so keep it secret until it hatches, okay?" "Yes, of course," Dane smiled and said. Meanwhile, Arabella on this side got annoyed seeing them whispering. "Hey, what are you two whispering about for so long?" Ignoring the scolding, Claire continued instructing, "Dane, even I don't know when it will hatch. So remember to channel mana into it once in the morning and once at night so it recognizes you as its master." "Yes, I'll definitely do that," Dane nodded firmly. "Haha, look at these amazing gifts. Your big sister's coming back is really great, isn't it, Dane?" Lady Lily said with a laugh. "Yes, mother, it's really wonderful," Dane replied. And at this moment, the ever-patient Uncle Arkin finally cleared his throat a few times to remind them. "All right, my princesses, I'm thrilled you came back even though you said you couldn't, but shouldn't you greet your parents too?" Hearing the reminder, Big Sister Arabella finally jolted and realized their presence. "Oh no, father, are you doing well lately? I got so focused on giving Dane his gifts that I'm sorry." "Haha, it's fine," the uncle said with a bright smile. Next, after observing both daughters once over, the uncle nodded approvingly. "Looks like you're both healthy, traveling such a long way just to see your little brother. Rest well, okay?" "Yes, father," they chorused. Meanwhile, little Layla at the back, watching the family reunion scene, her eyes seemed to carry a hint of envy. And the protagonist quickly noticed this gaze and thought, "Layla, she's leaving now, but why does she look so lonely?" Dane wondered inward. Time passed quickly. The next morning, while strolling around, Count Bout was lost in personal thoughts. She's even more outstanding than I expected. Truly worthy of the Academy's greatest mage, a precious talent. The girl is very suitable for my son, the Academy's top swordsman. If our two families can unite, it would create a force even the royal family would struggle to touch. Then no one would dare scheme against my family or descendants anymore. All right, I should bring up the engagement between the eldest children of both houses in today's conversation. Thinking this, Bout's footsteps suddenly halted. When he heard some noisy sounds coming from afar, this noise, are they training? Who practices this early in the morning? And the one training was none other than our protagonist Dane. Barely after dawn, he was already in the training yard getting familiar with his new weapon. Each swing of his spear produced tearing wind sound, echoing through the room. And following the sounds, Uncle Bout also found his way here and was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. Oh, it's the youngest son of the Sagar's family. Haha, what a surprise. His movements and focus don't resemble a 7-year-old at all. Even his simple thrusts are at a level of mastery that seasoned soldiers who have fought countless battles could still learn. It's really unbelievable. I heard rumors about him showing astonishing talent when he was just one. I thought they were just hot air, but it turns out to be true. The astonishment grew even greater when the Duke observed Dane's footwork. Wait, that stance and those steps also resemble a swordsman very closely. Don't tell me he's already learned swordsmanship at such a young age. The uncle thought in shock inwardly. Turning back to Dane, after a round of practice, he sheathed his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better show your face instead of hiding like that. Hearing this, the uncle hiding to the side felt a jolt. Damn, I've been discovered. But more importantly, that movement pattern is incredibly familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. The uncle frowned thoughtfully, but quickly pushed the thought aside and stepped into the training room. Sorry, Dane. I didn't mean to spy on you. Seeing the familiar face, Dane hurriedly ran over to greet. Oh, it's you, Duke. Just from his eyes, you can tell he's no ordinary child, Bout thought to himself. After thinking it over, Uncle Bout hurriedly continued speaking. I got so caught up watching the impressive training session of the Sagar's family's new talents this morning that I completely forgot about you. Forgive me, okay? You forgive me for that, Dane shrugged and said as if it was no big deal. But to be honest, Bout had only said that last line out of politeness anyway. Who would have thought Dane would actually respond like that? Ho ho, this kid's got some guts. The old man let out a hearty laugh. And now he finally had time to observe Dane more closely, even though he'd just noticed it now. How is this kid not trembling at all after training for such a long time like that? Back when I was his age, I didn't even have a mana core yet. Bout wondered silently in his heart. Then he pointed at the spear tip in Dane's hand and asked, That thrusting strike of yours was excellent. You must have inherited Arkan's talent for sure. But the spear you're holding right now, yes, someone already told me that my father painstakingly prepared this spear just for me. I'm really grateful that you recognized it, Dane replied with a smile, looking like he was showing off a little. And this way of behaving made Duke Bout rate the boy even higher. That's the best kind of answer. Even my own son, when he was alive, had outstanding skills and manners, but not quite to this level. Maybe I should consider an arranged marriage with this son. Thinking this far, the uncle had already started wanting to pair his daughter with Dane. And to carry out his own plan, the uncle began casually bringing it up. Actually, my Layla is also training in swordsmanship. You two are the same age, so you could become good friends when you both join the academy. Yes, sir. I'm sure I'll get along great with her, Dane replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforward personality, young man. Anyway, it seems I've disturbed your training quite a bit already. So I'll be going then, Bout said while turning around as if to leave, but right at that moment. Suddenly the uncle remembered something and turned back to remind him, Oh, and Dane, I'm curious about one thing. Up until now, have you ever practiced swordsmanship at all? Turning toward Dane, hearing the uncle's question, the boy suddenly jolted inside. Oh crap, looks like my habit slipped out without me realizing it. Surprisingly, he noticed it with just one look. Dane quietly muttered to himself in his heart. And very quickly, he changed his expression and answered, No sir, I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually practiced swordsmanship. The boy tried to brush it off with an excuse. But with everything he'd seen earlier, Bout still felt something wasn't quite right. Strange, I swear I sensed something like pure battlefield spirit in him earlier, the old man said while staring intently at Dane's dumb-looking face, then shaking his head. Haha, what am I even thinking? No way that's possible. He's just a kid after all. After thinking it over, His Grace the Duke decided to toss his doubts aside, straightened his clothes, oh dear. I only meant to take a light stroll, but I've been out here way too long. Well then, time to say goodbye. See you later, okay? Yes, sir. Safe travels back. Dane bowed his head in farewell. Back to Bout, before leaving, he didn't forget to invite the main character. All right, if you ever get the chance to visit the capital, remember to come find me. I have to return the hospitality I've received here at this Earl's castle. Because I really like you a lot, definitely, sir, the young general affirmed, watching the burly uncle's back as he walked away. Dane also smiled secretly in his heart. How interesting, I wonder if he'll remember me. The guy who defeated me in my previous life. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If I prepare step by step from now on, I'm sure I can do it. About Thermion, this life I'm definitely going to defeat you. The boy told himself like that. Time passed quickly after Bout left. Dane continued throwing himself into training, especially now that he'd made up his mind to defeat Bout. And it wasn't until the butler Herman came to remind him that he finally paused. Young master, it's time to head back now. Hearing the reminder, Dane startled and turned to say, Herman, you've been waiting for me this whole time. My duty is to quietly fulfill all your requests, sir. Herman said calmly while handing Dane the towel in his hand. Ah, thanks bro, Dane replied, and with the fact that he could get this close without me noticing, Dane thought maybe Herman should go study assassination or stealth. Seems like he has talent in that area. Thinking that but still thinking it, Dane reached out to take the towel, wiped the sweat off his face, then asked, "So how's everything? Everyone's pretty busy, right?" "Yes, it seems everyone is very occupied preparing for the next banquet. And it looks like the other nobles have already been on their way here for a while. In the end, more than 30 noble families arriving on the exact day is really difficult," Herman answered. "Yeah, that's right. How about my sisters?" Dane asked next. "They opened an instant teleportation gate together and went to the academy already, sir. They said there was no other choice because midterm exams are coming up soon. Yeah, that's a shame, but oh well. Let's head back then." "Yes, young master," Herman nodded and said. At the same time, Dane thought to himself, "When I have time, I should check out those gifts my sisters gave me earlier." Just like that, time flew by quickly. After a while of attending banquets and welcoming nobles from various other families, Dane had to sneak out to the garden for a bit to unwind. Being a noble life is so exhausting. My schedule is even more packed than usual because it's my birthday too. At least I can find some relief resting in the garden like this, he said while looking around and quietly admiring the garden. The gardeners who take care of this place are really skilled. I feel unusually peaceful just looking at these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature, flowers contain the most mana among them. Since I have time, maybe I should analyze the mana in these flowers. As soon as he thought that, Dane sat down in front of a cluster of flowers and slowly closed his eyes to sense it. I've trained as much as possible already. Even magic and summoning magic haven't made any significant progress. I still don't know for sure which one to focus on. Having too much talent can sometimes be such a hassle. The lucky young man quietly complained about his own gifts. Before a gentle gust of wind burst from his palm, blowing away all the surrounding petals. The mana in the flowers, such a small flower, yet it contains such a large and fierce flow of mana. If a person can sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own mana, then it will stay quietly in their body and turn into a magic layer. This body's mana absorption is seriously terrifying. I can see things that others can only sense with their sixth sense, haha. Right now, just by sensing a little, the mana around him was actively pouring into his body like a whale sucking in water. Feeling every surging energy flow inside him, Dane's eyes lit up with excitement. Here it is. Before this, I could only vaguely sense mana, but now I'm getting clearer and clearer with. Switching scenes to another corner of the garden. At this moment, two boys were talking to each other. "I'm so bored. We just got here and Dad is already busy chatting with the other nobles. Dad sidelined us. Let's show our faces to everyone, then go back to our room to rest like last time," the brown-haired boy said while using the stick in his hand to smash all the surrounding flowers, making his younger brother a bit worried. "Can we really do that, bro?" In response to this, the older brother showed no concern at all, even getting annoyed and snapping. "You act like it's our birthday or something. Who cares? You think the young master of the Sagar's family would give a damn about stuff like this? Damn it, I think we're lost again. Why build such a huge garden anyway?" Saying this, they also spotted Dane's figure ahead. "Hey bro, there's someone over there," the younger brother pointed out. "Huh, is that kid lost like us too?" The older brother shouted before he put on his arrogant face. "Hey you, that outfit, are you a servant? Whatever, anyone works. Lead us to the exit," he said arrogantly, making Dane turn around, and right when he saw both of them trampling on the flower beds, Dane rushed over and yelled, "Get out of there right now. Don't you see what you're stepping on under your feet?" Seeing Dane's attitude suddenly turn angry, the older brother said in confusion, "What the hell? Why is this guy suddenly yelling at us just because we stepped on some grass?" Not answering the question, Dane turned to question back. "Why, instead of walking on the path you guys walk all over the flowers like that, you've ruined them already. Ha, small guy but big mouth, huh? Do you know who I am?" The stupid older brother started pulling out his status to intimidate Dane. While he had no idea he was arguing with the young master of this very family, and of course with his own status, Dane wasn't scared of anyone. "Yeah, I know. You're the rude jerk wrecking the flower beds," Dane frowned and said. And with his arrogant personality, how could the idiot across from him hold back his anger? Immediately, he charged forward, grabbing Dane's collar tightly and shouted, "What did you say, rude jerk? Who do you think you're talking to, huh? You servant, I'm the son of Count Tyron, an honored guest in this castle." On the other side, hearing this, Dane immediately recognized the Tyron guy's identity, Count Tyron. "That guy was the noble who got captured after I defeated him on the battlefield. He was a noble who made people extremely uncomfortable, like father, like son." Thinking this far, he also understood why this brown-haired guy could act so cocky, unaware of Dane's thoughts. The brown-haired Tyron kid was still aggressively threatening. Even in the southern countryside, you must know the Tyrant House. It's famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace, so watch your mouth," hearing him say that. Dane also knew talking to this guy was pointless, thinking this while looking at him with eyes full of contempt, making this young master tyrant even more furious. "You crazy or what? A lowly servant like you dares to look at me with those eyes." After saying that, he raised his fist high wanting to hit Dane. But before he could even act, the main character was faster by one step, using his head to smash straight into young Master Tyrant's nose, causing him to stagger and fall backward. Beside him, the red-haired younger brother saw it and panicked, running over. Bro, are you okay?" Back to young Master Tyrant. At this moment, he suddenly felt something wet in his mouth, lightly reaching up to touch. He realized his nosebleed was gushing nonstop. This crazy bastard. What the hell, my nose is bleeding. "I'll kill you, you damn bastard," he roared like a mad dog. Meanwhile, Dane, hearing this, just smirked. "You wanna kill me? If you're so tough, then try it." Hearing Dane's provocation, the hot blood in Tyrant started boiling. "You've lost your mind, huh? Fine then, let's fight to the end." Beside him, the younger brother, seeing this, anxiously said, "Bro, take care of your nose first. You just stand there quiet." The older brother shouted, then immediately charged at Dane to teach him a lesson. But with this guy's first punch, the young master easily stepped back one step to dodge. "This sneaky little brat," Tyrant growled. Back to Dane, looking at this guy's crude fighting style. He immediately guessed he wasn't a warrior type. Looking at his footwork, "I'm sure he's not someone who specializes in weapons. Then he must be a mage or a summoner," Dane thought silently in his heart, while the brown-haired guy was desperately punching and kicking, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Dane's clothes. "This kid is too fast. I can't catch him," Tyrant said while panting like a buffalo from exhaustion. Back to Dane's side. While fighting, he even had free time to think randomly. "The magic flow I'm seeing right now. If I can control that magic with my will, wouldn't I be able to turn it into physical form? If I can control that magic with my will, wouldn't I be able to turn it into physical form?" Making him test it right away. And then, just as he thought, streams of mana began gathering into Dane's palm at dizzying speed. And right after that, a loud explosion rang out when our main character released the energy forward, blasting Tyrant's body backward like a torn sack, making him cough painfully. The strike strong enough to leave a huge crack even in the concrete floor. Looking at the scene, Dane felt a bit worried. Oh no, the flower garden is completely wrecked now. Back to Tyrant after taking such a painful hit from Dane. He still had enough strength to struggle up. And at this point he realized Dane wasn't ordinary. "Damn it, you can use magic. Who the hell are you exactly?" he yelled, and seeing his big brother about to explode, the calmer younger brother desperately tried to persuade, "Bro, stop. If this keeps going, something bad will happen." In response to his brother's words, this older brother not only didn't listen, but his blood was boiling so much his head was practically steaming. "Get out of the way. I'll deal with that bastard." Saying this, his reason was completely clouded by rage, and he muttered some spell chant, "Heed my call, blah blah." As the sound rang out, Tyrant's whole body erupted with black mana spreading around, and with that line, Dane immediately realized he was a summoner. And just as he guessed, right after that, behind Tyrant's back a vortex of energy suddenly appeared. And from inside the vortex, a wolf's head poked out and jumped straight outside. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyrant opened his mouth and laughed arrogantly. "Haha, how about that? This is Genpu that I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of daring to mess with Digron Tyrant Genpu. Tear that guy to pieces." Back to Dane, seeing Digron summon such an ordinary wolf. He immediately lost all interest. Just an ordinary wolf. Can't compare to Sister Arabella at all, since she can summon even dragon. Back to Digron, at this moment he also ordered his summoned beast, that's right, bite his throat to pieces. Hearing the command, the wolf immediately pounced straight toward Dane. But for some reason, looking at the boy's face, it seemed the protagonist's halo started kicking in. Right after that, suddenly, the wolf slammed all four paws down to break itself. Then its color changed from red to blue, in the stunned eyes of the two brothers. Even after that, seeing the wolf bow its head in front of Dane, Digron could hardly believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? How is Genpu doing this? What are you doing? Hurry up and rip that bastard's throat out. Bro, it's wagging its tail. The younger brother asked. Hey you, what did you do, Genpu? Digron shouted, but it had no effect at all. Back to Dane, at this moment, he tried reaching out to pet the wolf, making it extremely happy. Good boy there. He muttered quietly. At the same time, he himself didn't understand why the wolf changed attitude so fast. How did this even happen? Thinking back now, even Sister Arabella's summoned beasts were quite friendly. But back then, I just thought it was because I share blood with her. Moreover, in a situation like this, it has nothing to do with. Maybe I have high affinity, but that also means that Jerk's affinity has hit rock bottom already. Back to Digron, at this point he still couldn't accept the fact that his summoned beast had submitted to Dane. This is ridiculous. How can a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him say that, Dane glanced over and asked, "So you wanna keep going?" "This little brat," Digron said angrily, making the younger brother beside him so scared he almost cried. "Bro, just drop it. We've lost already." "Shut up, I'll cancel the summon," Digron yelled, unaware that when a summoner has no more summons left, what else can he even do? And of course the younger brother seemed to understand this, so he kept trying to stop him. "Bro, actually I." Saying this far, the kid started hesitating, making the older brother notice, and somehow from who knows when, the crotch of his pants had spread a yellow stain. "Damn it, this is so embarrassing," Digron said with wide eyes, and over here Dane seeing that kindly reminded both of them, "Hey listen, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building." In response to Dane's kindness, Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, at the same time not forgetting to promise him, "You wait right there, I'll be back soon, let's go dinar." Just like that, the two of them started running off, leaving Dane not knowing what to say. Hey, at least take your summoned beast back first," he shouted in his heart. Time flew by quickly until late afternoon. By now Dane had already experimented with the summoning technique as well. Honestly, it was pretty simple. Just like how Sister Claire taught me, establish a faint connection first with that jerk in Gen. After carefully using magic to override it, Genpu ended up linking with me, thinking about how I have no real connection to summoning magic at all. Just because I have high affinity, I can summon them. At the same time, the voice of some mature man suddenly rang out from behind Dane. "Is that the kid who bullied my son?" "Yes, that's the bastard right there," Digron said while pointing at Dane, and Dane, seeing this guy run back to call his dad, could only shake his head. "Haha, that idiot's making a big deal out of it again. Not only did he bully me and Dinar, but he also severed the connection between me and Genpu," Digron accused loud. And at this point, the fat pig bastard also stepped toward Dane and arrogantly declared, "My name is Mogard Tyron. I am the head of the Count Tyron family, one of the great noble houses. You're the kid who messed up my son's face and stole his summoned beast, right?" he demanded. And Dane just admitted it straight up. Yes, that's exactly what happened. As he spoke, he glanced at the fat guy and thought, he looks even fatter than when I captured him as a prisoner. Peaceful times really do wonders, huh? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the stinking pig pointed at him and said, "As a guest, if possible I was going to let it slide, but this isn't something I can just ignore. Why are you alone in a place like this? Hurry up and reveal your identity." Hearing him say that, Dane decided to satisfy him and reveal it. Dane Saugers, the youngest son of Arkan Saugers, lord of the southern lands and head of the Count Saugers family, the boy introduced in a cold voice, making the faces of this father-son duo break out in cold sweat. What, this kid is Dane? But very quickly, this Mogard guy came up with an idea in his head. "The youngest son of the Saugers family, huh? Looks like the tables have turned. I was once captured as a prisoner by that Arkan guy, so I gained nothing from that whole war. I'll turn this situation around to make the Count take responsibility and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel." Thinking this far, he started smiling and talking pleasantly. So you're the host of this birthday party, Dane, right?" "Yes," Dane replied calmly without a hint of word. And with this attitude of his, suddenly a surge of anger rose in Mogard's heart. "This arrogant little brat. I didn't come all the way to this remote southern land just to celebrate your birthday." He gritted his teeth inwardly. Then he turned to pat his son's shoulder and continued, "So what are you going to do about this? You injured my son, a guest you invited here, and you even took his summoned beast. This is a crime." "That's right, today is the end of your life," Digron chimed in. "I'll talk to Count Saugers and demand he take responsibility. Let's go." He ordered back to Dane. Of course he wasn't just going to accept it like that. "I understand, but before that I demand an apology." Hearing Dane's demand, the faces of this father-son pair turned purple like pig livers. "What, an apology? That's ridiculous, this damn kid." Not waiting for them to finish, Dane raised his voice loudly. "That's right. Yes, I did punch your son's nose and injure him, but it was because I was threatened, so I was only defending myself, and I didn't steal the summoned beast. Genpu followed me voluntarily." Up ahead, the little punk Digron, hearing that, shouted, "What? Genpu would never do that. Dad, this kid's lying." Unlike his son, this stinking fat guy had heard some information from somewhere and had different thoughts. "Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. Right, I get it now. Probably that girl taught him how to sever the link." He stroked his chin, thinking for a bit, then continued, "Even if what you say is true, it's still regrettable that the summoned beast was taken, but you're demanding an apology." "Yes, that's exactly it," Dane replied calmly. Meanwhile, the little punk Digron was still barking nonstop. "HMPH, who does this kid think he is acting like that? So arrogant, interrupting while adults are talking. Talking to this kid is giving me a headache." Mogard thought silently and lowered his voice a bit. "Fine then, I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Saugers has to say about this. Turning toward Dane, looking at the guy's face, a thought suddenly popped into the boy's mind. Seems like he's really looking forward to this. And right when the situation reached this point, as if hearing the commotion, Arkin and Bout both came over. You're looking for me. Arkin spoke up, making the group startled. Count Saugers, even Duke Thermion is here too. Time passed quickly until the sun had completely set. At this moment, Digron was presenting the story in the way he saw fit. My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I wanted to ask your son to show us the way blah blah blah. On this side, Dane, seeing his father calmly listening to the guy's story, admired him inwardly, as expected of dad. He cares a lot about his family, but he's not the type to play favorites. Even in conflicts with outsiders, he can distinguish right from wrong. Back to Digron, at this point he reached the climax. Suddenly, he punched me in the nose and kept mocking me with that weird technique. So I only summoned my beast to scare him, and he stole my summoned beast right away. He even tried to attack me, the little punk said while putting on an extremely pitiful face, as if he was the total victim here, while his father, the stinking fat pig Mogard, smirked hearing his son lie so convincingly. Only Dane clearly saw through their faces and sighed inwardly. He can lie with such a straight face. I really look forward to his future. Back to Mogard, after waiting for his son to finish, he spoke up, Count Ark. I only meant to warn the kid, but stealing someone else's summoned beast is wrong. I can't just let this slide. In response, Arkin calmly said, we can't just listen to one side. I want to hear Dane's side of the story, then evaluate the whole situation and make a judgment, right? If you're worried about my decision, then I'll ask Duke Thermion to give his opinion. As he spoke, Arkin pointed toward Thermion beside him, and Thermion nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. If you need me, then handle it that way. On this side, seeing Thermion get involved, the faces of Mogard father and son paled a bit. Damn it, Thermion intervening will only make things more complicated. I have a bad feeling about this, he worried inwardly meanwhile. Arkin also turned to ask Dane. Dane, explain. Hearing the question, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how everything happened should be enough. Thinking this far, he honestly recounted everything, although there were some differences from what really happened, but some things that Mogard's son said are true. However, the flower garden we worked hard to cultivate, he trampled on it arbitrarily. The one who got angry and grabbed someone's collar was him. Lies, since when? The little punk Digron shouted upon hearing Dane say these words. Meanwhile, Arkin's face was bulging with veins. However, he still tried to stay calm and said, continue Dane. Hearing his father say that, Dane continued speaking. Also, I clearly heard when he summoned Genpu. He ordered it to kill me. And I didn't steal the summoned beast at all. His summoned beast came to me and sensed my kindness. I never stole his summoned beast, Dane declared firmly. And at this point, Mogard, seeing the story completely different, couldn't hold back anymore and had to intervene. Ridiculous. How can someone who's not a summoner receive a summoned beast? Surely the kid used some secret skill. In response to his words, Dane explained, no, I have an innate affinity with summoned beasts. A summoned beast that doesn't feel close to its owner will recognize someone like me as master. That's hilarious, Mogard mocked. While Arkin on this side wasn't too familiar with summoning magic so couldn't verify its truth. Is that really possible? He asked again. Yes, that's correct, Dane affirmed once more. Back to Mogard for his own benefit. Although he was scared shitless already, he still stubbornly argued, haha, he doesn't want us to believe that, right? Two completely different stories if that's the case. Not waiting for him to finish, Thermion on this side as the arbitrator, after a bit of thought, also proposed a solution. We should prove it with the summoned beast. Hearing him say that, the faces of Mogard father and son stiffened. The Duke is intervening. Turning to Arkin, hearing the suggestion, the uncle patted his son's shoulder and asked Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, the boy replied confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard also turned to look at his son, as if assessing the situation. However, Digron's face was wrinkled like a monkey's ass. Damn it. What now? I can't summon Genpu anymore. The little punk sweated anxiously, while Mogard, unaware of this, seeing his son not doing anything, reminded him again. Digron, what's wrong? Hurry and summon it. Dad, the thing is I can't, the kid stammered. Why suddenly you can't summon? Something you summoned several times a day, Mogard shouted. Looking at the awkward scene of this father-son pair, Dane smirked. I severed the link, so of course he can't summon it anymore. Thinking this far, he turned to Arkin and said, Father, I'll summon it now. To do that it seems I need the mark that he possesses. Up ahead, Digron hearing that turned to question. What did you say, my mark? Unbelievable, you want my mark. What nonsense. Even using the most poisonous mark from another summoner wouldn't work. In response, Uncle Saugers said with a serious face, based on what you said, even if the boy uses your mark it won't work. So what's the harm in trying, right? Wouldn't it prove what you said? Damn it, since he's not wrong I can't refute it, Digron thought in panic. while Mogard had no choice but to turn to his son. Show them your mark a bit, Digron. But Dad, the little punk said while his eyes started welling up. Hurry up, Mogard shouted. No choice, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal mark. Because a summoner's mark has the most poison, so no other summoner can use it. But Genpu that Digron summoned, covered by my mana, the summoning mark is just a medium. Genpu has linked with me. It will respond to my call, Dane thought silently. And then, in everyone's eyes, when Dane poured mana into Digron's summoning card, a vortex of energy appeared right away, and from inside it, a wolf emerged in front of Dane, sticking out its tongue to lick his face extremely happily. And although they had heard Dane say it earlier, seeing the scene with their own eyes, everyone still couldn't hide their astonishment. Dad, how is this possible, my Genpu? Impossible, the father-son pair stammered. Amazing, you said the boy has never learned summoning magic. Bout said in bewilderment. That's right, I don't blame anything that led to this, Arkin replied dumbfounded. Meanwhile Dane on this side petted Genpu and whispered, sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for appearing. Damn it, this has become a disaster, Mogard shouted inwardly. Back to the story, after Dane recalled the summoned beast, Arkin spoke up again. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Dane was telling the truth, right? Hearing this, Mogard could only force an awkward laugh. It seems we misunderstood about the summoned beast being stolen. My son had no intention of killing Dane, right, Digron? Yes, I only wanted to scare him a bit. I never intended to kill him. See, the boy had no such intention, Mogard said with a smile, as if wanting to end the matter. And facing these words, Dane was so angry he clenched his fists tightly. Haha, this bastard is just making it all up. Thinking this far, while Dane still didn't know what to do next, suddenly someone's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. That's not how it happened. Hearing this sound, everyone turned in unison and discovered the newcomer was the girl Layla. Back to Uncle Bout, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear here. His face became a bit awkward. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard your voice while passing by, the girl replied. Then Layla turned to greet Arkin and Mogard. Greetings to you both, Count Arkin and Count Tyron. Ah yes, the fat guy nodded, at the same time feeling a bit anxious inside. This kid is the Duke's daughter too. Ignoring his attitude, Arkin on this side immediately noticed Layla's earlier words and asked back, anyway, what do you mean? Is he lying? The uncle said while his face showed extreme anger. And at this point, Layla told what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while strolling earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face paled completely. What, that girl heard everything? He exclaimed inwardly in shock. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind recounting everything you heard for us? Arkin quickly said, ah yes, what happened was blah blah. Just like that, the girl began telling what she had seen, and thanks to that Dane was spared the effort of racking his brain to explain. I didn't expect this, but with her here everything will go smooth. Time flew by quickly. After Layla stepped up as a witness, the father-son pair had no way left to deny it, with no other choice. The stinking fat pig Mogard turned to his son and said, Digron, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize already. And only at this point did the little punk Digron finally accept reality and stammer out. I apologize, I was wrong. I want you to save that apology for my son, not for me, Arkin said coldly. Seeing that, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was just about to make him do that anyway, Digron, hurry up. Looking at the guy's demeanor, it seemed he really had no intention of doing so just about 3 seconds ago. Turning to Digron, at this moment, he gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane. Sorry, Dane, looking at his uncomfortable face. It was clear this guy wasn't sincere about regretting at all. And of course Dane could see right through it. Just bowing his head to admit fault because he had no other choice, with a third-party witness testifying, is this really an apology? I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it'll be more beneficial to act generous here rather than being stubborn. Thinking this far and weighing the pros and cons, Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology, thanks, Digron said happily. Meanwhile, the stinking fat pig Mogard also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Phew. That was a close call. On one side, Duke Bout, seeing Dane accept the apology so easily, smiled and thought, I knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused since the fault clearly lay with the other side. Putting this aside, back to Arkin. Although his son had accepted the apology, the uncle had no intention of letting it slide so easily. You two can end your argument here. After all, Dane has already accepted the apology. But personally, I have no intention of overlooking this incident. Your son intended to kill my son with a summoned beast. Count Arkin, that's not, the fat guy hurriedly tried to explain, but without waiting for him to finish, the uncle cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses from you anymore. Count Tyron, take your family and leave this castle, Arkin said coldly, making the fat old man's face change. What you mean? I've come all this way without complaining. If I get kicked out now, everything will go to waste. I have to stay in this castle no matter what. he screamed inward. And he hurriedly reached out to hold Arkin back. Count, please forgive us. I'll do whatever you ask just this once. In response, once again, Arkin brushed his hand away and said again, I don't need anything from you. I'll soon send soldiers to your room. Let's go, your grace. Hearing this, Bout just shook his head slightly and said, let's go, Layla, turning toward Dane. At this moment, the boy also looked back at Mogard scolding Digron behind them and thought inwardly, serves them right. They were the ones who started trouble first, so it's just reaping what they sowed. Anyway, I didn't expect my dad to be so scary when he's angry. Putting this aside, while walking, Uncle Bout suddenly asked, but is it really true? You took him down with a mana bullet. As he spoke, he turned to look at Dane with curious eyes. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Dane nodded in reply. And although he had witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle still couldn't help being amazed at the boy's display. Spear skills, summoning, and now even magic too, truly astonishing. Has history ever seen anyone with talent like this? Bout said while turning to look at Arkin with envious eyes, making Arkin feel proud inwardly. Indeed, that's the case. I'm truly very proud to have such an outstanding son. Talent is one thing, but the kid is really calm, huh? Usually when kids fight, they get upset and insist on winning, but Dane isn't like that. I have no doubt your son will grow into a fine man, Thermion commented calmly, and although he was thrilled inside, Arkin still had to say modestly, it's still too early to say anything. We have to wait until the boy grows up to know. Speaking of which, the uncle turned to look at Layla with grateful eyes. Today's matter was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. Without you, as a witness, things could have gone in a completely different direction. Back to Bout, hearing this, he started picking up the signal. Oh ho, he's seeing the good side of Layla, huh? If that's the case then, thinking this far. This Duke gentleman still hadn't forgotten his intention to pair Dane with Layla, so he turned and suggested, haha, the girl just simply recounted what really happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we talk about the marriage between the two of them? The uncle said cheerfully, as if this was just selling vegetables at the market. And of course this proposal made Arkin startle. Don't tell me he wants Dane to marry his daughter. So the uncle started playing the diversion card. Oh dear, the sun has set already. It's almost time for the banquet. I'll go ahead to prepare, saying that Arkin immediately turned and ran off, leaving Bout behind who hadn't even had a chance to say more about the marriage. Count Arkin. He shouted before turning to instruct his daughter Layla. Take your time going back with Dane, okay? After instructing his daughter, Bout hurriedly chased after Arkin. Your Excellency Arkin, let's stay and talk a bit. Hearing their conversation, Layla's face turned bright red like a ripe tomato on this side. Only the main character kept a straight face, as if he hadn't heard what was just said. Can't hold back anymore, huh? Anyway, why do summoned beasts ignore their summoner and obey you instead? I've seen many fights between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this, Layla said curiously. However, even Dane himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either. It just happened that way. But Layla felt Dane was lying to her, so she pouted. HMPH, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's so unfair. I helped you. What's unfair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with the swordsmanship thing? Dane reminded her. Ah yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, Layla thought to herself. Back to Dane, well, it's true she helped me a lot this time. The boy sighed inwardly and continued. Then let's call it even this time, and in the future we can keep helping each other. On the other side, hearing this, for some reason Layla's mood suddenly became extremely cheerful. That's a great idea. I want to use it right away. That's rushing a bit. Wonder what she wants to ask. Dane wondered inwardly and asked, so what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla replied, while this request also made the main character a bit surprised. Why do you want to learn? Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to become really good and make my mom happy. You see, my mom loves me a lot. She'll definitely be very happy if I become really skilled quickly. Layla said happily. Back to Dane. Just hearing Layla say that, he felt a bit puzzled. She's still young. Why is she in such a hurry? Right, I've heard the adults talk about this. Countess Thermion is seriously ill. Thinking about the girl's situation in front of him, Dane pondered a bit and agreed. All right, if that's the case then I can't refuse you. Really, really? Then let's start tomorrow, okay? I'll stay here until then, or do you want to start tonight? The girl said excitedly. All right, whatever works. Mana bullets aren't hard once you understand the magic flow, Dane explained. I'm so excited, Dane. Now it's your turn. What's your request? Hearing this, Dane's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, let's see, what I wanted. The next sentence was hidden by the author, switching scenes to inside the main banquet hall. The messy incident between Mogard's son and Dane had already reached the ears of the honored guests at this banquet. I heard Count Tyron was kicked out of the castle. What did he do to end up like that? Someone asked curiously. And someone nearby who was well informed immediately answered for everyone. I heard it was because the eldest son of Tyron caused some trouble. Yeah, I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and got taught a lesson, someone added. and everyone who heard could only click their tongues, tusk tusk. They came all this way and still caused trouble like that. Really embarrassing. Also, have you all heard? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is also an outstanding summoner. Yeah, if that's the case, then the Saugers family will become a prestigious summoner house, huh? Someone said admiringly. Not just that. It seems he knows how to use magic too. Oh my, is that really true? Voices of admiration started ringing out. And at the same time, our main character was receiving some bearded uncle. So your young Master Dane, the one in the rumors, huh? I'm Baron Open. Do you know anything about my open territory? In front of him, Dane bowed in greeting after hearing. I know a little. I heard that place is famous for grilled salmon and sapphire stone. Seeing Dane knew about his territory, the Uncle Open burst into hearty laughter. Haha, what a bright young man. That's right. The salmon and sapphire stones of the Open family are the best on this continent. I heard you have a lot of talent in various fields. That doesn't seem like a lie, huh? Anyway, I've brought my daughter here. I'll introduce her in a bit. Here, Sylvia, come say hello. The uncle said while gently pushing his daughter forward. What, so sudden? Dane complained inwardly. Unaware of the boy's thoughts, the girl Sylvia stepped up in front of him and politely said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Ah yes, I'm Dane, the naive young general replied. And seeming to notice Dane's rather gentle appearance, right after that Sylvia suddenly moved close to him and put on an extremely sly face. Hey, you're the future heir of the Saugers family, right? That, I don't know about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb, I heard you have a lot of talent in various fields, huh? Please take care of me, okay? Anyway, in the future it's possible we could become family. Saying that, the bold girl tightly grabbed Dane's hand, making the boy startled and step back a bit. Yes, pleased to meet you. Why are kids these days so straightforward? Dane wondered inwardly. At the same time, Layla's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Dane, you're here, huh? Saying this, the girl only then noticed Sylvia was intimately holding Dane's hand. She immediately glared at the main character and questioned, Who's this girl? Ah yeah, Dane stammered, unable to speak properly. So Sylvia proactively introduced herself. Pleased to meet you, milady. I'm the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia Open. Turning to Layla like her favorite toy had been snatched away, the girl gave Sylvia no face at all. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you, the girl said cheerfully on the surface, but her expression had zero joy. Then, watching the two of them smiling with narrowed eyes while observing each other, Dane felt a chill run down his spine. Oh dear. This familiar killing intent. Girls are really scary. The boy trembled thinking about the scene of two older sisters fighting each other. Putting this issue aside, after the polite greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, Sorry, I'll borrow Dane for a bit. We have an appointment, right, Dane? The girl said while glaring at him, emphasizing the word appointment, making Dane, even if there was no appointment, he wouldn't dare say no. Ah yeah, you're right, sorry Sylvia. We'll talk later. Sylvia also realized Layla was staking her claim, but in her current position, the girl could only force a smile. Ah yeah, too bad, huh? The two of them left, leaving Sylvia behind. HMPH. What she meant was that he's a bad guy or something. How dare she snatch him away? Layla thought while glancing at Sylvia with eyes full of vigilance. Meanwhile, the main character, seeing this face, unconsciously swallowed hard. The beloved daughter of the Duke, the one who holds power over tens of thousands right after the Emperor. Compared to the young lady from the Eastern Baron's house, these two don't get along much, huh? Dane thought inward. Then after walking outside, Tyron softly asked him, How do you two know each other? Is she the one engaged to you? The rather blunt question made Dane startle and wave his hands. Engaged? No, it's not like that. We just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked happily again. Of course it's real, Dane replied, at the same time puzzled why this girl's expression suddenly became brighter. Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to some old ruin area. Looking at the wide open space in front, Dane introduced, Look, we're here. This is the secret place only my sister and I know about. Seeing that, Layla's eyes widened. Wow, who would have thought there was a place like this? That's right, no one will disturb us here, Dane confidently affirmed again. And the deeper they went, seeing the giant vines and plants covering everything around, Layla's spirit became even more excited. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't know a place like this existed. No one will know what we do here. Back to Dane, now that they'd arrived, he got to the main point. That's right, this is a very suitable place for training. But have you ever sensed mana before? Hearing the question, the girl Layla pondered for a few seconds and answered, A little, not enough to form a mana core, but I've tried absorbing mana by breathing it in. On the other side, the main character, hearing this, started frowning. So you haven't reached the burst stage yet. Saying this, he felt a bit puzzled. I self-taught this on the battlefield. I thought the Duke's house would teach her, thinking that. Since the young general had agreed to guide Layla, Dane started instructing the girl. Let's start with the simple stuff first. First, you need to sense the mana you absorb into your body. Sense it inside my body, Layla asked curiously again. And Dane nodded, affirming once more. That's right. If you want to release mana from your body, you need to learn to control the mana inside first. The important thing is to imagine. Close your eyes and imagine mana circulating inside. Picture mana spinning in your body like blood circulating in your veins, Dane explained calmly. However, on Layla's side, after hearing her face was covered in sweat. All right, I'll do as you say. The girl gritted her teeth and said, and this expression immediately made the main character guess, I can clearly see she doesn't understand, thinking this far. Dane encouraged her. This will be the foundation for you to use mana. It's a very basic step. I know you can do it. Then, following what Dane had explained, Layla tightly closed her eyes and concentrated to sense the mana inside her body. But after a while, the girl opened her eyes and said awkwardly, Dane, it's not working. Hearing this, our main character wasn't too surprised. Even though it's basic, but this is your first try, focus and try again. Then Layla started trying once more, and while the two kids were helping each other, they didn't know that Uncle Arkin had secretly followed both of them to this place. The spot the boy thought no one would discover actually couldn't escape Arkin's eyes at all. Looking at his son guiding Layla in training ahead, Arkin's eyes showed interest. Oh ho, even though he's young, my son already knows how to teach others. You've grown up, the words had just ended. Suddenly Uncle Bout's voice rang out from behind, making Arkin jump. What are you doing here? Oh my God, it's your grace, the uncle softly exclaimed upon realizing the newcomer was Bout. And as if sharing the same thought, Bout laughed and said, haha, no need to be so surprised. Is there a secret couple dadding at night? What do you mean couple, and how did you get here anyway? Arkin asked, puzzled. And facing this question, Bout put on a smug face. Did I intrude? Anyway, you're sneaking around too carelessly. Your wife is a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you didn't learn anything from her. I tried my best, Arkin complained. When he realized his sneaky actions had been discovered by Bout, who tailed him, back to Bout. At this moment, he gave his friend some advice. If the master of the mansion goes around peeking at others' business, they'll gossip about you, old friend. Hearing this, Arkin startled and exclaimed, peeking, I was just following my son. Oh, you're the same, huh? I'm following my daughter, the uncle said with a laugh, making Arkin on the other side only able to sigh. I have no right to say this, but you're really a hopeless father. Putting this aside, since both were like birds of a feather, after that they happily watched the pair ahead. You just noticed now. Let me see, then following their gaze. At this moment, Dane started raising his hand in front of him, at the same time channeling mana into his spatial ring. Immediately a green circle of light appeared before him. Seeing that, Layla's eyes lit up and she asked, you have a spatial bag like this? Ah yeah, my sister made it herself and gave it to me as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Hearing him say that, the girl's face went blank. Oh my, so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they went to the academy. Saying this, Layla also noticed Dane pulling a mirror out of his spatial ring and asked curiously again, but why use a mirror? I bought it because I need it, Dane answered. What, really? Layla asked again, and seeming to see the curiosity on Layla's face, Dane explained quickly. Visualizing something in your head is easier if you look in a mirror instead of just using imagination. Is that true? Layla said dazedly, hearing this knowledge for the first time. Yeah, stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body. Dane nodded and said. Hearing that, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward. All right, let me try. Saying that, Layla looked at herself in the mirror and started closing her eyes to sense the energy inside her body. Looking at the girl's serious demeanor, Dane nodded approvingly. She's being quite serious. Back to the two dads hiding far away. Even if they're dumb, both realized one thing. Layla seems to like your son, Bout said. That obvious, huh? Arkin asked again, of course. The girl isn't usually that open. And this statement made Count Arkin a bit surprised. Has something happened? The girl's a bright child. Hearing the question, as if recalling something, Bout's face suddenly became a bit somber. She just looks that way on the outside. I'm not sure about the inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother has been bedridden, so she can't be with the girl like before. That made it hard for her to open up to others. Is that how it is? Arkin's eyes looked puzzled at his close friend. But you understand her situation so well. Why do you act so coldly toward your own daughter? In response to this question, Duke Bout's face showed a thoughtful expression. Do you realize? I do it for a reason. When I raised my sons, I paid a lot of attention to them, and when they grew up, they got spoiled. Hearing him say this, Arkin hurriedly reminded, Hey, don't lump Layla in with that. The girl will get hurt. No wonder she asked Dane for help, Arkin complained. You're still as nagging as ever, huh? Bout grumbled. What, when was I like that? Arkin startled and said. Putting this aside, next Bout looked at Arkin with expectant eyes. So, will you send your son to the capital? If so, do you think letting the boy stay at the Duke's mansion would be okay? Turning to Arkin, hearing the question, the uncle looked at his son ahead. At this moment, with Dane's guidance, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it, I succeeded, right. The girl said happily, "Yeah, you did great." Dane nodded in praise. Seeing the two kids like that, Arkin unconsciously smiled and said, "I've let Dane decide for himself like Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I'll definitely do as you say. Oh, it'd be great if you stopped by too," Bout suggested happily. "What, you want to argue with me all day?" Arkin exclaimed. "You're sharper than before, huh, Tusk." Bout clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through, and while the two were bickering, they didn't know that. Their conversation had also fallen into the eyes of Lady Lily behind them, who knows since when she had followed both to this place. "I was wondering where those two went, but why are they acting so embarrassing?" she said with a smile. "Truly, the love for children has a strange influence on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything." Time flew by quickly. After guiding Layla to sense the mana inside her body, the two of them quickly left the old ruin area. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. "Thanks, Dane. You're really a genius. I've heard a lot of people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that great at all." Layla exclaimed in awe after witnessing what a true genius looked like. Meanwhile, Dane, hearing her say that, turned to encourage her. "This is just the beginning. You're definitely going to get even stronger." As he spoke, the boy turned left and right as if looking for someone whom those two have quietly left already. It seemed Dane had noticed he was being followed by the two dads. Back to Layla, who was unaware of this. After hearing Dane finish, she glanced over and asked, "Are you going to the academy too?" "That's where all the Empire's geniuses gather," Layla said with eyes full of anticipation. But Dane seemed not to notice this, so he just shrugged casually and said, "Well, I don't know yet. Do I really need to go? I can train on my own to get stronger." Hearing this, as if she couldn't hold back any more, Layla turned to knock some sense into Dane. "You idiot, studying isn't everything. It's the place to build noble connection. You have to go if you want to form relationships from a young age," Layla shouted. Back to Dane, seeing his friend lecturing like a little old man, he could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. "Haha, for a 7-year-old girl, she's pretty knowledgeable about how the world works, huh?" Thinking this far, although he knew Layla meant well for him, Dane's answer still didn't change. "I know. But right now I'm not interested in attending the academy. There's a mountain of books in the library I haven't read yet, and I still have a lot to learn from my parents." On this side, Layla, hearing that, still didn't give up persuading. "That's true, but don't you want to play with other kids? I heard both your older sisters joined the academy already." "She's really persistent, huh?" Dane thought silently and nodded in agreement. "I'll consider it later if I want to go. Then make sure to tell me if you decide to go, okay?" Layla hurriedly reminded. "Yeah, all right," Dane replied. On this side, as if wanting to lure the main character, Layla started making promises. "When you come to the capital, make sure to visit my house and watch me practice too. Promise, okay?" "Definitely. I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital," the young general affirmed in a firm voice. Back to Layla, as if remembering something, she turned and asked, "Oh right, Dane, when are you going to tell me what your request is?" "I'll tell you when I come to the capital," Dane smiled. "What?" Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time flew by quickly. The series of birthday banquets for Dane finally came to an end, and at this moment, Duke Bout's carriage also left the Sagar's family estate. "We're leaving now," they said. And watching the carriage depart, Dane also paid attention to the small, beautifully patterned box in his hand and recalled the earlier memory. This was the gift Duke Bout gave him before leaving. "What is this, sir?" Dane asked. "It's a birthday gift for you. Hope you like it," Bout said with a smile. And just by looking at the pattern on top, Dane could already guess this was something extremely expensive. Back to Bout at this moment, the uncle explained more specifically. "The symbol of our Thermion house is vengeance, the sword and the blacksmith. The history of the Thermion family began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family obtained the best forge in the Empire. No, it has to be called the best forge on this entire continent. All the weapons created by the Thermion family have led the Empire. Everything was made in that forge," Bout said proudly, and without needing much introduction. With the knowledge from his previous life, Dane himself was also very clear about this. "Yeah, I know. That place has all kinds of ores and all kinds of weapons and mysterious artifacts forged on the continent. This symbol is used to identify people of honor and skill," Dane thought silently. And just as he predicted, Bout also explained the purpose of this item. "If you go to the forge and show them this symbol, they will make you a weapon according to your wishes." Behind them, Arkin and Lily, hearing this, couldn't hold back their astonishment. "Oh my, such a precious gift. Isn't that something even the royal family desires?" Arkin exclaimed as his face gradually broke out in cold sweat, realizing how valuable this gift was. However, to Bout, it didn't seem that precious. Before leaving, he also gave Dane a head pat and reminded, "Grow up well and help your father, okay?" "Thank you for the gift, Your Grace," Dane quickly said. Up ahead, the girl Layla also smiled and waved goodbye to him. Back to the present, looking at his son's contemplative expression, Lady Lily sat down beside him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Are you feeling sad about parting with the girl, Dane?" Hearing his mother say that, Dane's voice turned a bit melancholic as he shared, "Yes, Mom, very sad. She's my first friend. When we get to the capital, you'll see her again. Become more handsome and shock her then," Lady Lily said excitedly. Back to Dane hearing this, he started pulling himself together. "But I can't stay here forever. I'll see her again when I visit the capital. Stay healthy, Layla," Dane said silently in his heart. Back to Uncle Bout's position. While sitting in the carriage, suddenly, he had a thought in his heart. Strange. Every time I look at Dane, I remember that boy. The warrior named Rick, with the talent of a level 3 warrior at such a young age. If he were still alive, he might have become a level 6 knight of the Drenix Empire by now. "Dane, I want to see you grow up soon," the uncle said with a voice full of anticipation. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, back at the Saugers family estate. At this moment, Dane finally had time to check the 2 gifts from his older sisters Arabella and Claire. Looking at the demon beast egg in front of him, Dane muttered, "I've been feeding it mana every morning and evening, but it's still too early for it to hatch." A familiar, mysterious egg. Even if you're not a summoner, if you feed mana to the contract egg that has marked you as its master first when it hatches, they can permanently control the summon that normally can only be used temporarily. Thinking this far, Dane started stroking his chin thoughtfully. "My mana quality clearly needs to match. There might still be many complicated conditions that haven't been met yet. I heard some eggs never hatch because the hatching conditions are never fulfilled. Hope this egg isn't one of those." Thinking this far, the young general gently reached out with both hands to hold the egg and channeled his energy, and even when bored he tried changing the intensity of power. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. "Even if I change the mana flow and strength, there's still no reaction." Thinking this far, Dane also realized he had been a bit too hasty. So very quickly he calmed himself down, put the egg away, and let out a breath. Phew, wanting success in one go was too greedy of me. He blamed himself a bit. At the same time, Herman's voice rang out from outside the door. "Young master, are you done yet?" "Oh, it's Herman, huh? I'll be right there," Dane replied while hurriedly heading toward the door. But right at that moment, suddenly, the egg behind him emitted a faint light and moved slightly, making the main character's footsteps stop. Then he quickly turned back to check. "I think I just heard something," he said while staring at the egg. At the same time, Butler Herman, as if hearing the noise, hurriedly ran inside. "Young master, what was that sound I just heard?" "Wait a bit, let me check the egg first." As he spoke, he started widening his eyes to inspect, but afterward his face was full of disappointment. "Nothing different at all. Did I imagine it? Haha, false alarm." Looking at the boy's disappointed expression, Herman guessed something and asked, "Did the egg react?" "No, probably just my imagination. Let's go." Dane waved his hand and said. Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to the training ground. Today, instead of practicing spear techniques, the main character was practicing with a sword. And after he finished training, Herman, standing to the side, clapped in praise. "Excellent, young master. When did you start practicing swordsmanship?" "I just wanted to swing it for a bit," Dane explained calmly. "Truly a genius. You have talent with the sword too," Herman continued praising. Back to Dane looking at his own reflection on the sword blade. Suddenly, a bit of joy rose in his heart. Learning to use a new weapon is really fun. I haven't held a sword for so long because Dad was watching too closely. Luckily, my skills haven't rusted. Back to Herman at this moment. He also brought out a tray of cookies and said, "Have a snack first, then we continue." "Okay, sure, thanks bro," Dane happily accepted. "Training here is nice, huh?" he said while cheerfully eating the pile of cookies. In another development, his father, Count Arkin, was also having his own thoughts. "Phew, every year is like this, it's exhausting, but we've gained a lot from the final bank. I can confirm that many nobles are now focusing their attention on the South. Most of them want to build good relations with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its good climate, holds many things the nobility desires. Their interest is probably too obvious already. But those interests still can't compare to the attention Dane is receiving. The conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son was beyond my expectations, but the boy calmly explained the situation clearly in front of the adults. He even confidently displayed his talent. The boy is too mature. Sometimes I wish he could act a bit more childlike, fitting his age. Probably just my wishful thinking. Thinking this far, Arkin also noticed the clock beside him and muttered, "It's almost time. Long tail, today let the boy try swinging." Thinking is doing. Not long after Arkin brought this spear to the training ground to find Dane. And here he also discovered Dane was practicing with the sword in hand. Swordsmanship, huh, but why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Arkin wondered inwardly. But very quickly, he guessed a conclusion himself. Right, that old duke must have said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing swordsmanship after spending so much time on spear training? But it seems the boy has quite some experience with the sword, huh? The power the boy is showing. is something even some people who have trained swordsmanship their whole life couldn't imitate. When did the boy learn this? However, one thing is certain, the boy also has talent in swordsmanship, Arkin thought inwardly. Then after observing Arkin practicing sword for a while, he spoke up to interrupt Dane. I've been watching you for a while, but when did you learn swordsmanship? Hearing this, Dane also stopped his movements. At the same time, a bit worried, got exposed. Maybe it's better to tell Dad the truth. Thinking done, Dane spoke up. I really didn't learn it. Huh, is that so? So it's really talent then. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe a child could have talent in all those fields. Speaking this far as if making a decision for himself, Arkin also suggested, Dane, are you curious about this world? What do you mean, Dad? Dane asked curiously. Yes, the world outside these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talent. If you keep staying here, it might be too much of a waste for you. The uncle shared his thoughts, frankly making the main character on the other side go quiet for a bit. It seems he realized he couldn't keep me here forever. Thinking done, Dane continued. I'm not sure, but I'm a bit curious. Back to the uncle. Hearing Dane's answer, he smiled lightly and continued. That's good then, now we'll need to prepare for you to step out into the outside world, really. Dane said curiously, of course, even though a bit reluctant. I have to follow my son's wishes. And today I brought you something a bit special. As he spoke, he firmly planted his own spear into the ground. Do you recognize it? This is the long tail that reacted to you on your first birthday. Arkin added, making Dane vaguely recall this weapon. Right, I remember. It reacted to me. Here, try holding it, Arkin said while handing the spear to Dane. And right when touching the long-tail spear, the main character immediately felt an explosive surge of power pouring through his body. Amazing, there's so much power here, Dane exclaimed inwardly, while Uncle Arkin on this side also smiled, stroking his chin, thinking. It reacted even more intensely than when the boy was little. Now no one can say it's because of me anymore. I need to know. I will make his talent with this spear shine the brightest on this continent. Thinking this far, Arkin's heart surged with passion as he stepped forward to pat his son's shoulder. I'm thinking of at least helping you master this spear before you go, so get ready, okay? One day this spear will be yours. Before that day become strong enough to hold it with pride. Of course, Dad, instead of the long tail, I'll work hard to follow your teachings with pride, Father. Dane affirmed, making Arkin burst into laughter at this answer. Haha, as expected from my son. All right then, let's get started. Time flew by quickly. After a tiring training session with his father, Dane returned to his room in a daze, lying back looking at the ceiling, lost in thought. The outside world. I've always been curious about it. Even back in those days, rolling on the battlefield in my previous life. As a Rick, all I knew was war. Cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, and heading to the battlefield. The only ways to escape were the war ending or dying on the battlefield. Only those two ways. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talents will be used. How will the world receive me? Or what can I do in this world? But I have the chance to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to Dad's words, my thinking has changed. All right, time to step outside, Dane unconsciously said out loud. And this statement was also heard by Lady Lily, who had just arrived. So you've made your decision already, my son. She spoke, making Dane startle a bit. Mom, when did you come in? Don't worry. So you were so deep in thought you didn't even hear Mom's knock. She smiled faintly at her son's focus. Ah, is that so? Dane said embarrassedly. Back to Lily, not minding Dane's distraction much, she also asked, Yes, I heard from your father that you've been deep in thought. So are you curious about the world outside our territory? Hearing this question, the main character's expression changed, and he slightly bowed his head, saying, Yes, Dad said it would be a waste of my talent if I stay here forever. And after thinking for a while, I'm also curious about the outside world. I'm sorry, Mom, the boy said in a voice as if he had done something wrong. And facing this expression, Lady Lily gently sat down, stroking him, and comforted. No need to apologize, Dane, but your two sisters aren't here anymore. And if you leave too, then, Dane stammered. I'm fine, your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you don't want to go the outside world, we'll still call to you. If you could stay with your mother longer, that would be wonderful. But the world won't let you do that. So go and do what you want to do, Dane. On this side, faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally became more resolute with his own thoughts. But he also didn't forget to affirm, Yes, Mom, even if I leave this home, I'll still come back to visit very often and tell you everything I see in the world. Thank you, my son, so it seems I also need to prepare to send you out into the outside world, just like your father, she said calmly. What do you mean prepare? Dane asked curiously again. I was planning to slowly teach you scouting and go from there. but it looks like you'll have to learn how to set and avoid traps too, Lady Lily said with a smile. It seemed she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Only Dane felt like his carefree days were gradually coming to an end. Oh dear, I'm going to have to learn special lessons from Mom too, huh? And also skills for disposing of bodies. All right, you'll need to learn human body structure too, Lily added. Oh my God, I'll be exhausted before I even step out into the world. Dane complained silently in his heart. Anyway, Mom will teach you a lot of things, Lady Lily concluded. Yes, Mom, I'll do my best, Dane said confidently while thinking to himself. The special lessons from my parents are taught with so much love. That's right. If I want to step out into the outside world, I have to prepare really well. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, Sagar's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place has become a key region for the Althian Empire, so they wouldn't be exhausted during the entire war. And thanks to Count Sagar's governance, this land has always been peaceful. And after the war ended, the remaining rebel remnants were also captured. Finally, the era of endless peace seemed to have returned. On some street inside the territory, two girls in their 20s were walking side by side chatting as they went. Have you heard the rumor? They say young Master Dane stopped by several shops, really. The one beside her asked. It's true, he came and bought something. Seems like the shop owner's daughter even fainted that day. Oh my God, so the rumor is real. I heard he's getting more and more handsome every day. I wish I could see his face once. Seems like he still doesn't have a sweetheart, right? The girl in the purple dress said while starting to fantasize, making her friend beside her startle. What, are you crazy? Wake up, he's only 14 years old. Her friend shouted upon seeing the one next to her starting to drool. Looks like a new Lalakan hunter is about to be born. And to retort this, the young hunter also showed off what she had gossiped. From what I heard, he doesn't look 14 at all. They say he's already as tall as the Count. Wow, must be because Countess is tall too. Superior genes for sure. Definitely anyone looking at him would think he's 20 already. Platinum hair, blue eyes too. My heart would stop beating when I see him. As she spoke, the purple-haired girl's eyes started shining like car headlights, while the brown-shirted friend, hearing so much, also showed a bit of anticipation on her face. Next time he comes out, I definitely have to go see. Wonder when he'll go out again. Seems like he often goes to that shop. All right, speaking of which, this was told to me by the forest ranger, the brown-shirted girl added. Really? Then meeting the forest ranger first would make it easier to get there. Huh, you're really going to do it? The brown-shirted one exclaimed. Switching scenes to the outskirts of the territory, inside some pine forest. This is the place filled with ancient magic called the Doomsday Forest. Here Dane was carrying out the escape mission his mother assigned him. At this moment, he was wearing a green cloak and carefully moving through the forest holding his spear. Lightly taking out a piece of cloth, he waved it in front of himself to check the wind direction, then said, "Wind from the south. I've seen cherry spiders here before, so I have to go west." Saying that, he put the cloth away and thought, 3 more hours. I have to get out before sunset. Thinking done, Dane started moving faster, leaping between branches. One of the most important things for an assassin is not to let the enemy catch you. Within a certain time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps his mother set up and escape this dangerous forest. Back to the story. At this moment, Dane had just landed in a clearing, inhaling the surrounding air and mana, then holding it for a moment before exhaling. After concealing himself and blending into the scenery, hidden traps placed in unexpected positions started appearing, like now. Thin, almost transparent threads everywhere. Seems like if I touch them, the traps activate immediately. This is the basic, but also most dangerous mechanism. Luckily, this type is quite easy to disable. Thinking that, Dane started rolling up his sleeves, wanting to deal with these traps right away. However, these were traps set by Lady Lily, so how could he solve them so easily? Right at this moment, strange noises started ringing above Dane's head, making him pay attention. And only when he looked up did Dane realize who knows since when, above the trees in front of him, there was a group of creatures that looked like giant squirrels staring at him with greedy eyes. Then one in the group let out a cry and charged straight at Dane. It screamed like a signal, triggering the alarm for the rest of the pack to rush at him to get a taste of his blood. Looking at the ferocious pack of monsters, Dane unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Oh crap, it's a pack of Russelts. Didn't expect them to appear here. They were charging at terrifying speed. Have to deal with them quickly. Thinking that, Dane reached for the spear beside him to counter. However, right after that, his movement suddenly stopped. Wait. If I move now and touch the traps, it'll be even more dangerous. No choice, have to get out of here temporarily. Thinking this far, Dane no longer wanted to fight the pack of monsters, and immediately grabbed his spear and ran away at full speed, while the squirrels behind chased him relentlessly. And during the movement, these stupid monsters also collided with countless thin threads in the air, causing the traps Lady Lily had set up beforehand to activate immediately. At this moment, right when the thread snapped, countless sharp stakes shot out from both sides of the forest with tearing wind sounds, and before the squirrels could react, their bodies were riddled like beehives. Looking at their miserable state, Dane paused for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Haha, they triggered the traps. I dealt with them without spending any effort, Dane said silently. Before he noticed, there was still one lucky squirrel that survived the rain of stakes and was desperately charging to attack. However, although a bit surprised that this squirrel was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's attack. It's too fast, the main character complained silently in his heart. Meanwhile, the squirrel, seeing its attack fail, immediately used all four legs to claw the ground hard to stop itself, at the same time opening its mouth to spit out some reddish-brown mist. And although not knowing what it was, the main character still raised his guard. Whatever it's spitting out must be very dangerous, Dane reminded himself. Then he spun the spear in his palm like a fan, blowing all the orange mist away around him. However, being held up here by such a petty monster also made him a bit annoyed. Damn it, can't waste time. Thinking this far, Dane's whole body surged with impatience, because if he lingered here, he would fail the mission his mother assigned. No choice, Dane started actively charging to send this monster to the afterlife, while the squirrel itself also wanted to rush at Dane to get a taste of his blood. Just like that, both sides charged straight at each other. And after a few tearing wind sounds, the Pokemon's body was sliced in half by the main character using his spear. Even as if annoyed at being blocked by this monster afterward, he swung the spear backward once more, directly chopping its head in two as well. Time flew by quickly until late afternoon. At this moment, Dane finally escaped the forest and was lying on the ground panting like a dead dog, huff huff, about to puke. But at least I safely escaped the forest, Dane said tiredly. However, just as if heaven wouldn't give him time to rest, right after that, strange metallic sounds started ringing, making the young general, even though exhausted to death, still have to sit up to prepare for any situation. What else now, damn it? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? Dane gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, and quickly gripped his weapon tight. However, the one who just arrived was Lady Lily. Well done, Dane, total times 3. 30, you're even faster than Mom. Seeing her appear, Dane was a bit surprised and asked back. Mom was watching the whole time. Of course, how could Mom let you go alone? Even though Mom knows your talent better than anyone, but as a mother, it's different. You did great, Mom couldn't find any mistakes. Are you hurt anywhere? She said while gently patting Dane's head. I'm fine, Mom, he replied. Really? At this rate, you'll get recruited as an assassin, Lady Lily exclaimed, making Dane only able to give a wry smile. Then Lily also took out a dagger from her sleeve, the one used in Dane's first birthday selection ceremony, and said, Here, take it. Seems like now it suits you more than Mom. Looking at this dagger, the main character's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked back, This is Mom's dagger, Black Fang, right? Can I really take it? Dane asked again. And Lady Lily nodded, saying, Of course. Anyway, Mom doesn't use it anymore. Black Fang is made from the mysterious ethereal ore, a type of ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you want, you can even store all kinds of poisons in the world, Lily introduced. And without her needing to say much, Dane himself already knew the dagger's effects by heart. I even know it can absorb toxins and use them, he muttered in his head, and quickly took the dagger. Thank you, Mom. I'll take good care of it, he said hurriedly. And seeing him accept the gift, which was herself, Lady Lily also felt happy. Thank you, Dane. Shall we go back now? This is probably everything Mom taught me, huh? Dane said silent. However, right when they were about to head back, suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from inside the forest, making the surrounding birds panic and fly up into the sky. And mother and son Lily, hearing this sound, both froze. Mom, did you hear that? Dane frowned and asked. Yes, seems like someone is in the forest. Hurry, Dane. Yes, Mom, he quickly said. Then after that, both of them hurriedly ran toward where the sound came from. Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to the auxiliary tower of the Sagar's family. Inside some room, an old man with silver beard and hair suddenly woke up with a face full of terror, as if he had just had a nightmare. Then a few seconds later, he calmed down a bit and looked around, asking, Where am I? I remember I was eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing the old man's voice from outside, Dane also brought a cup of tea inside. You're awake. The detoxification process is still ongoing. Please don't move yet. Seeing Dane step into the room, the old man was a bit puzzled about his identity and asked, Detoxification, you saved me. That's right, you ate red cap mushrooms. Luckily, we discovered it in time, Dane said calmly. However, just hearing the name red cap mushroom, the old man's face paled. So it was red cap mushrooms after all. In response, Dane also handed him a cup and added, It's poisonous. If we came a bit later, you would have become a corpse. Here, drink some water. Thank you, young man. the old man said while reaching out to take the cup of water, and immediately downed it in one go. And looking at the old man's appearance, Dane started to have some guesses in his heart. The belt has the emblem of the Nixian magic tower. He's not an ordinary person. If not for Black Fang, I wouldn't have been able to save this old man either. Back to the old man after drinking the water, he also turned to ask, "Thank you, so where am I?" "You're in the auxiliary tower of the Sagers family," Dane shrugged and said. And because the Sagers family is very famous, the old man also guessed where he was, but precisely because he guessed he felt a headache. So not only did I get lost in the south, but I also ate poisonous mushrooms and ended up here of all places. Unaware of the old man's thoughts, seeing his complexion improve a bit, Dane also said, "Please rest. I already told father. He'll come see you soon." "Huh, your father, so you are?" the old man asked again, and Dane nodded, admitting, "That's right. I'm the youngest son of Count Sagers, Dane Sager." Hearing this, the old man also recalled something and stroked his beard, saying, "Haha, so that's it, you're Arabella's younger brother, the genius all the magic towers are keeping an eye on. But how did you discover me?" he asked curiously. On the other side, Dane had no issue hiding this. "Actually, I was training with Mom in the forest." "What, in that crazy forest?" the old man shouted in shock before recalling his own painful memories in that forest. "Even in level 8 mage like me got lost. The mana flow reversed during spell chanting, and my whole body collapsed." Thinking this far, the old man's expression showed disbelief. "Really? That whole forest carries ancient energy and has traps everywhere." "That's right, that forest is our family's property. It's an extremely dangerous place for outsiders. And besides the energy flow, there is different from modern mage energy. Mages better not come here. You also fell into critical condition from eating poisonous mushrooms too," Dane explained calmly, helping the old man understand everything. "So that's how it is. Turns out I almost died there," the old man exclaimed, before realizing a very serious issue. "Wait, so that means this kid is strong enough to train even inside that forest?" Thinking this far, he unconsciously asked, "You also prepared the antidote?" "Yeah, that's right," Dane admitted. And this made the old man even more astonished because Dane looked too young. He seemed only in his early teens, yet could prepare such a precise antidote, requiring vast knowledge and exact compounding skill. "Haha, how can there be a family like this in the world? Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son also." If it were still wartime, the Sagers family might have become the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. After thinking it over, the old man laughed and said, "Haha, I've talked your ear off, haven't I?" "That's true, sir," Dane nodded in reply. And this off-script answer also made the old man fall silent. "Look at this kid. He's got some guts, huh?" the old man thought to himself before staying quiet for a few seconds, then continuing, "Let's see, how should I repay those debts? But first let me introduce myself properly. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nishan Magic Tower. Whatever you want, just say the word, because I have everything in this world except the things I don't have," Sidrain said arrogantly. He's probably talking about subspace. A lot of mages can live without a house by storing everything in subspace. Dane thought silently and spoke up to confirm. "Ah, is that really the case, sir?" Dane said calmly, and his nonchalant demeanor once again made old man Sidrain freeze up. "Huh, what is this? I said I'm the master of a magic tower." Normal people hearing that would be surprised or show some respect, but this kid is still calm as ever. Thinking this far, as if afraid Dane didn't understand the value of what he just said, the old man waved his arms around to explain. "You'll never get an opportunity like this again in your life. No need to be humble. Whatever you want, just tell me." Hearing this, Dane started frowning slightly, as if thinking about the reward. And this expression made the old man smile triumphantly. However, Dane's next words completely shut him down. "I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later." Hearing this answer, even someone who's lived long enough to be knocking on death's door couldn't hold back his anger. "Huh, not interested at all, huh? What kind of kid is this?" After finishing up here, Dane also quickly excused himself. "Well then, please rest well, sir," Dane said while swiftly leaving the room, leaving behind old man Sidrain still dazed and not understanding what just happened. "Haha, he's the first person to treat me like that." The old man laughed foolishly before making an important decision for himself. "I was planning to stay 1 or 2 days then leave, but forget it. I need to stay longer to investigate this interesting kid more thoroughly." Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to the training ground. At this moment, after finishing practice, and while resting, Dane also told Herman beside him about the story of picking up Sidrain in the forest. And upon learning the old man's identity, Herman couldn't hold back his astonishment. "The master of a magic tower, sir. He must be extremely outstanding in the field of magic," he exclaimed. "Definitely, from what I heard, he's a level 8 mage." Dane nodded and said, "Level 8. So higher than young lady Arabella then?" Herman asked again. "Yeah, that's right, if that's true," Dane replied. And hearing this, Herman's voice gradually became excited. Young master, that means a very powerful person is in your debt. The magic towers function like independent territories on this continent, they're like nations. He exclaimed while Dane himself also found his own luck hard to believe. Who would have thought he'd turn out to be such a big shot? Back to Herman after congratulating his young master, the guy started wondering. But I wonder what the master of a magic tower was wandering around in the forest for. Up ahead, Dane continued practicing sword while speaking his thoughts. That place isn't an ordinary forest. Mages view it as a forbidden forest. They call it the Doomsday Forest. Hearing the name without needing much explanation, the butler already understood how terrifying it was and clicked his tongue. If it's the Doomsday Forest, even mages face challenges there. But he still survived, luckily thanks to you, young master. Not answering the question, the main character looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, then turned and said, Herman, give me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Hearing Dane complain, Herman, startled, turned back to observe the swords on the rack, then said, So that's it, all those swords are damaged ones from the war that the Count brought back. No wonder. I'll go prepare a long sword, so tomorrow you can practice with. Seeing he wouldn't get a new sword right away, Dane had to accept. Thanks, bro, then I'll finish today's practice with this sword. Saying that, he suddenly remembered the gift Count Bout gave him many years ago. Come to think of it, I also have that thing, the emblem Count Thermion gave. It's already been 7 years since that day. If I get the chance to go to the capital, I'll definitely visit him. Then after finishing today's training on the way back to his room, Dane also ran into his father. Arkin, looks like you trained very diligently today, huh? Yes, father, I thought you had business outside. Why are you back so early? Dane said, surprised. Things wrapped up faster than I expected, and I had a reason to hurry home. Arkin said with a smile, and right away Dane guessed why his father returned so hastily. Is it because of the master of the magic tower, sir? Dane asked with a smile, and the uncle also admitted and exclaimed, That's right, who knows, maybe he can help Arabella, perhaps he'll be a good mentor. Back to Dane. Hearing his father say this, he started associating some unpleasant images, like, I thought Dad thinks the magic tower master can help Sister Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her personality, seeing how decisively she punched that senior. Dane worried silently in his heart, unaware of this count. Arkin also patted his son's shoulder and praised, Anyway, you've saved another life again, you're amazing, Dane. I just did what I had to do, sir. The boy said modestly, Not everyone can do something like that. What you did is truly wonderful. Arkin reminded then, while father and son walked together. Dane also remembered something and turned to ask, This time my two sisters couldn't come again, huh, father? Hearing the question, Count Arkin said regretfully, About that, wanting to see your daughter's faces is so hard, huh? Arabella just finished her extended semester and is choosing a magic tower to join, and I heard Claire received an invitation to attend a date as a professor's assistant from her professor. Seeing both older sisters having their own achievements, Dane was happy for them. Both of them are really impressive. Dane nodded and said, My sisters are truly impressive, but I'm also looking forward to you. I wonder how the world will treat a multi-talented child like. The uncle said curiously, I don't know either. Dane shrugged, replying, making the uncle burst into laughter. Just thinking about how you surprised Bout already makes me laugh, Arkin said cheerfully. Back to Dane. Hearing Arkin mention Bout, Dane also felt some anticipation in his heart. Duke Bout Thermion. I want to cross swords with him again someday. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I got from her was a year ago. Well, I'll know when I get to the capital. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, at this moment, old man Sidrain was also yelling loudly, What, I still haven't fully recovered. I'm about to go crazy staying in this room too long. Seeing the old man complaining so much, a doctor-like person also got tired and had to accept. Then please don't go too far, sir. And for now you're not allowed to use magic. What, not allowed? Sidrain shouted. Because for a mage like him, not being able to use magic is like a fish without water on the other side. The doctor, fearing the old man didn't understand the seriousness, had to remind again, Yes, your mana flow hasn't purified yet, and we still haven't neutralized all the poison in your body, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, although he really wanted to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn, so had to accept. Guess it has to be that way. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. Consider it a change of pace. But staying here longer, I can't take it anymore. Let's go outside. As he spoke, the old man excitedly stood up, wanting to explore around like a child, making the doctor, beside him, only able to sigh at this behavior. Sir, you don't even know the way around. Ignoring this, the old man slammed the door shut, making the doctor suddenly feel a bit worried in his heart. If Sir causes any trouble, I think I'll be the one getting punished, he said to himself. Switching scenes to some corner of the territory, several maid girls also gathered, gossiping. Only two sides to Mage's genius on the left and Madman on the right. Listen, he's already gone up and down every floor of the house dozens of times, and now he's staring at flowers in the back garden for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest among mages, right? If so, what does it matter? He's definitely crazy then. Young Lady Arabella needs to live a normal life, but various gossiping sounds started ringing out, and just as they said, for some reason old man Sidrain was sitting admiring the meticulously cared for rose flowers in front of him. I'm really curious who created this garden. I never expected these flowers to contain such extraordinary magic. The old man wondered. At the same time, Dane also approached and greeted. I came to check on you, but didn't see you, so you're here, huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Sidrain also turned to reply, haha, did you think I ran off somewhere? He explained, yes, that's what I hoped for, Dane said with a smile back to Sidrain. Glancing at the peaceful scenery around, the old man's soul seemed to feel healed. This area is really a good place for someone to rest and recover. Now, I understand why nobles come to the south during vacation season. Yes, this place is wonderful. I feel a bit regretful having to leave so soon. Dane nodded in agreement, and this information also made old man Sidrain a bit curious and asked, what, you're leaving soon, where are you going? In response, Dane also shared frankly, not too far, I'm planning to go to the capital. Yeah, the capital, huh, so you're probably heading to the academy, right? And your sisters are also in the academy, correct? Yes, they'll have an easy life there, Dane said with a smile, while on this side old man Sidrain also started observing Dane with curious eyes. His sisters are very famous for their exceptional talents, so I'm wondering how talented this boy is. Should I test him? Thinking this far, curiosity started taking over the old man's mind, making him unable to hold back and start using his sensing ability, enveloping Dane's body, and immediately discovering an terrifying amount of energy contained inside the boy's body, making him break out in cold sweat. Good heavens, what is this dense mana? The boy's mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If people consider geniuses in his age group as streams, then this boy is a raging waterfall. Such a massive amount of mana is usually very unstable, to the point it could burst out, but how? Back to Dane, the old man's probing action. How could it escape the boy's eyes? So he also spoke up to remind, isn't it a bit impolite to probe someone's magic without their permission? Dane said, displeased, making the old man on this side only able to scratch his head awkwardly. You noticed how pretty skilled. Sorry, I was thought. Done. The old man started screaming in his mind. No way, I can't believe something this absurd. Is it really possible for someone to possess mana as dense as this boy? He said while turning to look at Dane with eyes like looking at an alien, making the main character also puzzled. What did he see to be so shocked? Back to old man Sidrain, after focusing to observe Dane a bit more, the old man was shocked again. Wait, why can't I see any magic layer? With that density, there should be a magic layer visible. Thinking this far, the old man started having a terrifying guess. No way does the kid have 2 mana core. To verify his guess, Herman immediately turned to ask Dane, how did you create your mana core? Looking at the old man's crazy dog, about to bite expression, Dane also puzzled and asked back, is there a problem? Of course there is, with such insane mana amount, and you still want to hold a spear. And possessing a type of magic that only needs a core without a magic layer, you want to abandon the greatest talent ever. The old man shouted. Seems like he couldn't ignore such monstrous magic talent without studying magic on this side. Dane, hearing that, also shrugged and said, so can I just use both? Back to the old man, hearing Dane's answer, Sidrain's teeth gritted loudly, while his face wrinkled as he scratched his head in frustration. Damn, it's so frustrating. Where should I even start explaining? Then, to knock some sense into the kid, Sidrain had to take a deep breath and slowly explain, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are strong because they possess both mana core and magic layer at the same time. However, they interfere with each other, and when they clash, problems arise. Nature's law is like that. Mana compressed in the core is transmitted to the magic layer, so the magic layer can't withstand the collision and explodes. The old man said with a voice full of seriousness, making Dane, although not experienced yet, also start sweating him. I've researched quite a lot myself, but this is really impossible. How? The boy asked himself. Back to Sidrain at this moment. The old man was so angry, he didn't even want to look at Dane's face anymore. Such wasted talent, truly wasted. On this side, as if not seeing Herman's irritated attitude, Herman also asked, can't use magic without a magic layer? The old man pondered a bit, then said, it's not impossible, but without the refinement of a magic layer, how can you use spells that require pure magic? Besides, it's not like no one has thought like you before. However, most people I know ended up failing. Hearing there's still a chance, Dane immediately patted his chest and said, then let me try. I've never tried it before, but it seems feasible. What is this crazy kid saying? Herman gritted his teeth, thinking at Dane's word. If I rearrange the magic, Dane muttered while waving his hand in the air, and with each movement, he left behind a blue energy trail containing countless strange ancient runes. Then he clenched his fist tightly, and right away, suddenly a fierce flame burst into the air. And in some miraculous way, it seemed not to affect the main character seeing the fire appear. The main character's face unconsciously showed a light smile. Oh, it worked. But it's only a basic level 1 spell. On the other side, Sidrin's eyes were almost popping out at the unbelievable scene before him. How is this possible? This child has no magic layer at all. How can he use magic? Thinking this far, the old man couldn't hold back and shouted in disbelief, "Unbelievable. You should only be able to use magic through refining a magic layer, yet you still." The more he spoke, the more confused Sidrin became. Back to Dane at this moment. The boy also waved his hand, creating some kind of barrier. At the same time speaking his guess, "My sister, Arabella, said my affinity with magic is very high. Perhaps that's the reason." Hearing this, Sidrain still felt incredulous in his heart. Ha, even so. This is what common people say when describing unimitatable talents, the so-called innate talent. Sidrain said silently in his heart. For the first time he felt what it's like as an ordinary person looking at true geniuses, unaware of the old man's thoughts. Even Dane himself was a bit surprised when I tried just once, and it succeeded. It really works, so I can use magic without a magic layer. Now I understand. The young general nodded and said, meanwhile Sidrain's face on the other side was so dazed he could barely stand. Innate mana affinity, and mana purer and denser than anyone in the world. Does such a person really exist? Thinking this far, in old man Sidrain's heart an extreme urge started rising. Do you want to become my disciple? He proposed. However, it seemed Dane still wasn't very interested in using magic. However, the old man still refused to give up and kept nagging in his ear. Let's talk for a bit. It's such a shame to waste such unbelievable talent. Do you know how to use level 2 magic? I don't know the code, so I can't, Dane said awkwardly. And this answer also made the old man laugh like he'd won the lottery. Oh ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll use level 8 magic right away. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Dane already refused him with a straight face. No thank you, I'm not interested. Seeing himself the dignified master of a magic tower, and a level 8 mage being rejected repeatedly by this little kid, the former tower master Sidrain's anger had reached its absolute limit, as his eyes turned completely white, and he gritted his teeth like a rabid dog that needed a rabies shot. Luckily, before he could lunge forward and give Dane a piece, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out, "Haha, I didn't expect you'd get so close with my son like this, Dad." Dane greeted when he saw his father approaching. "So son, what were you two discussing?" Arkin asked. And at this point, Dane also said irritably, "Ah yeah, he kept insisting I become his disciple, but I already refused a disciple, huh?" Arkin said while glancing at Sidrain with a meaningful look, making the old man a bit embarrassed, and turned to persuade Arkin. Since he couldn't convince Dane, "Ah well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage, haha. Is that so?" The uncle laughed calmly because his son's talent is 10 times greater than this old man. Back to Sidrain, as if afraid Arkin still didn't believe, he also patted Dane's shoulder heavily and affirmed, "Perhaps he's even greater than you imagine. The kid can even use chain spells without any magic layer at all." Hearing this, Arkin's face changed slightly, then turned to ask his son to confirm. "No magic layer, is that true, Dane?" "Ah yes, father," the naive young man replied. "I'm quite sure you don't have any basic magic knowledge at all," Arkin said with a smile, so the kid's talent becomes even more impressive. Sidrain replied, and with this praise from him, Arkin also gave him the label of someone with a good eye for people. Indeed, the former master of a magic tower. You immediately saw my son's talent. It's not just simple talent. My son is a genius. The kid could even become a rare magic swordsman. The old tower master suggested cheerfully, and immediately, in Count Arkin's mind, appeared an image of Dane in knight attire raising a sword high, and saying, "Sword is better than spear." Thinking of this image, the uncle's face darkened completely. "Magic swordsman, huh?" Arkin's voice carried heavy weight. And Dane, seeing this, the alarm bells in his head rang. Oh crap, he shouldn't have said that in front of Dad. Dane shouted inwardly. However, old man Sidrain seemed not to notice Arkin's grim expression, so he still smiled and said, "That's right, a magic swordsman, finally interested, huh? If you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll take full responsibility. I'll turn the kid into the Empire's strongest magic swordsman." Saying this far, Sidrain's voice suddenly cut off when he sensed a cold gaze looking toward him. What is this? Why do I feel chills down my spine? Sidrain wondered, and very quickly he got the answer when Arkin's eyes turned white like a beast, and he roared, "It will not become a magic swordsman." Looking at this demeanor, the old man's whole body shrank back, and he weakly asked, "But why not? Magic swordsman has magic. Don't you see the kid is especially suited?" "My son Dane will not become a magic swordsman, but will become a magic spearman," the uncle shouted, making Sidrain jump back a few steps in fright. what that's the issue. Saying that he turned to look at Dane beside him with a resigned face, and could only laugh inwardly, haha, why is everyone in this house like this? Time flew by quickly at this moment. Dane was reading in his private room, and the matter of becoming Sidran's disciple still hadn't been decided. At this time, the main character was also researching a bit about magic knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple carries great significance. Mages usually nurture their successor through an action called inheritance. This tradition has existed since ancient times, and even now in modern times, when general magic education has been established. That's right, the master of a magic tower is looking not just for an ordinary disciple, but also for a successor. Considering that a great level 8 mage is hovering around him, it means his talent is something extremely astonishing. After hearing so much praise, he also felt something stirring inside his body. Saying this far, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled a memory from when he was young. Ah, I know. At this moment in Dane's mind appeared the image when Sister Arabella brought a crystal ball in front of him and requested, when you want to meet Sister, pour magic into this crystal ball. Thinking this far, the young general immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magic crystal ball, and said happily, all right, just ask Sister Arabella, and it's settled. In another development at some area that looked like a library, suddenly Sister Arabella heard her little brother's voice. Brother, hey Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane. Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand suddenly stopped, and she said happily, Dane, my little brother. Then very quickly Dane began recounting everything to his sister to ask for her opinion, and of course Arabella, after hearing, was also full of astonishment for her little brother. What, Dane, you can use level 1 magic, but you don't even have a magic circle. Yet, yeah, I don't have one, but I can still use it anyway. The boy shrugged, making her only able to laugh awkwardly. Sister knows you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good. Back to Dane earlier, he also continued. The magic circle only functions to purify and circulate mana, perhaps, because my mana is already too pure on this side. Hearing Dane's judgment, Arabella also nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable. Ah, Sister has a way to check. Dane, Sister will send you a magic stone through the transmitter in your room. Just pour a little mana into it. Okay, got it, Dane replied happily. Time also made him admire his own luck. Having such a sister, big sister, is really good to me. Mana has always made me very curious. Advice from a level 6 mage is extremely useful on the other end, as if thinking of something. Arabella also reminded, oh right, if you can already use magic, you'll get a lot of attention at the academy. I don't want that, Dane said in panic. That's unavoidable. Talent is the thing that attracts the most attention. Remember to tell Sister, if you get bullied at school, Sister will handle anyone who dares touch my little brother. Arabella said confidently, making Dane on the other end also recall something and ask back, ah, you didn't say. I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who always flirts with you, right? He's the second son of Duke. Well, right. Hearing this, Arabella also recalled that hateful face and gritted her teeth. Don't mention that bastard again, she shouted angrily, making several people passing by look at her with wary eyes. Seeing that, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, by the way, even without a magic circle over time, can your mana become even purer? Responding to the question, the main character's voice also became hesitant about that. I don't know either. Then Sister will look into it later, Arabella nodded. However, before she could chat with her little brother, a few more breaths from afar, a female student ran over to remind Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Hearing this reminder, although reluctant, Arabella still had to say, Dane, Sister has to go now. Sister will call you back later. Yes, see you later, Dane said. Okay, Sister will send the magic stone to you as soon as possible. Back to the main character. After waiting for his sister to end the connection, the young general unconsciously showed a delighted smile. I'll get to touch a new horizon. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could it be I have a dragon's heart? As he spoke, Dane placed his hand on his chest, as if to feel it. In another development at this moment, old man Sidran, who couldn't convince Dane to become his disciple, was also sighing deeply like someone on the verge of death. Oh dear, I'm going to die. I used mana to probe him. That made my condition even worse. I was planning to leave here early, but I can't go yet until the kid accepts my offer. But what should I do to make him agree? Should I give him some magic artifacts or accumulate knowledge from many generations? Sidran asked himself, but right after he shook his head hard, rejecting the idea. No, that's too much if I give it to him, and he still refuses. I'll leave empty-handed. The more he thought, the more the old man's head seemed to turn a bit grayer, and at the same time, suddenly Dane's voice rang out from outside the door. Are you in the room? It's me, Dane Saga. Seeing Dane come to find him suddenly, a ray of hope flashed in Sidran's eyes. Why is the kid here? Perhaps he agreed to my offer. Thinking this far with anticipation on his face, Sidran also said come in. Hearing that, Dane opened the door, quickly stepped inside, and said, great, you're here. I have something to talk to you about. What do you want? The old man said arrogantly, and after looking at Dane's demeanor. Suddenly he associated with Dane, coming to ask to become his disciple, then laughed as if it were so. Haha, I knew it. Somehow you want to become the disciple of a great level 8 mage like me. The old man laughed, extremely delighted, but without waiting for the old man to finish laughing, Dane already ruthlessly corrected no. Hearing this, the smile on Sidran's lips immediately disappeared, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then why did you come here? Didn't you say you had no interest in magic? It's not that I have no interest in magic. Dane shook his head. Then why don't you want to become my disciple? Could it be you already have a master? Sidran asked again. But Dane still shook his head a second time. No, I don't have a master yet. Hearing this, even if he was a clay Buddha, the old man still felt a bit annoyed deep down. Damn it, is this little brat messing with me? If not, then what the hell did you come here for? Hearing this, even if he was a clay Buddha, the old man still felt a bit annoyed deep down. Damn it, is this little brat messing with me? If not, then what the hell did you come here for? Sidran gritted his teeth and said, and of course, Dane wasn't bored enough to come chat nonsense with this old geezer. I don't know how to progress to the second layer. It's hard to get Big Sis to teach me since she's far away. After all, the best way is to learn from Sidran. He's still owing me one life. Thinking of this, Dane wanted to cash in on that life-saving favor and said, I don't just want to be an ordinary mage. On the other side, the old man kinda got the hint and said, what, so you want to become a magic merchant? Nah, I'm gonna become a mage, merchant, assassin, summoner. The kid spouted out this ridiculously convoluted job title, making Sidran's mouth drop open like a bowl. What? That job really exists. He scratched his head and said, but that's not even all of it. Oh, and swordsman too. Dane added, and for this job of his, Sidran could only shake his head. What an idiot. It's tough, too damn tough to say. You're still gonna refuse me even if you don't know this is your one and only shot. Yeah, Dane calmly replied, and with that firm tone, Sidran started to fall into a bit of thought. Damn it, the kid's too determined. The old man sighed inwardly, but in tough times, his brain seemed to kick into gear, coming up with some idea. Maybe that approach will work. Thinking this, Sidran slammed the table and yelled, you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to get into that academy, right? If I write you one, you'll get straight in. Sidran said excitedly, and faced with such tasty bait, Dane found it smelled damn good. This offer was super tempting. Fine, he sighed and said, great. So let's talk details now. Sidran shouted, can I make a condition? Dane asked, and at the kid's words, the old man grinned inwardly like he'd hit the jackpot. Heh, he's hooked. I'm gonna seize this chance and make sure he can't slip away. Thinking that, he cheerfully said, of course, go ahead. So can you teach me how level 2 magic works? Sure thing, I know every type of magic in this world inside out. Sidran thumped his chest confidently. Oh really? Then I'm counting on you. The protagonist said with a voice full of anticipation. Haha, no biggie, the old man waved it off, while thinking to himself, the kid's still young. A letter of rec or level 2 magic mechanics ain't shit to me. Thinking this, the old man wanted to show off his vast knowledge to Dane right away. So shall we start? My body's not in great shape, but whatever, no problem. Alright, let's begin, Dane nodded. Hess, he's totally fallen into my trap. Sidran chuckled inwardly, but unlike the old man's delusions, Dane wasn't that dumb. Oh yeah, I'll take this as payback for saving your ass in the forest. Hearing this, Sidran's face went blank as he asked, what? You said it yourself, you owe me your life, so I can ask for whatever I want, Dane said with a super sly grin, making the old man's eyes in front of him bulge. Hold up, what about becoming my disciple? No way in hell, Dane shook his head, hearing this. No matter how dense he was, Sidran realized he'd been totally played by Dane. Did I just get conned? Conned by a 14-year-old kid. Thinking this, the old man's brain started spinning again, making him spot something special in Dane's request. And he yelled, wait a sec, you asked for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor. In response to the accusation, Dane coolly said, I don't see it that way. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Plus, I carried your ass all the way back here, but I'm not even counting that. The protagonist confidently listed his merits, leaving the old man across from him looking like he'd lost his rice ledger. How can this kid be so damn shrewd? Man, my back's starting to ache a bit. In the end, the wisdom of age couldn't beat the fire of youth. Time flew by, cut to the training grounds. Since he'd already been roped in by Dane, they were here now practicing magic. But of course, Sidran wasn't planning to give up that easily. Let's see, no big deal. If I keep persuading him, maybe he'll change his mind later. It'd be such a waste to let a natural talent like this slip away. Thinking this, the old man started the lesson. You forming a mana core before the magic circle is no biggie. The key is using magic without a circle. The level 2 magic mechanics I'm about to explain are super complex. Countless people have given up at this step. So listen up real close next. As he spoke, Sidran smugly glanced back at Dane. Got it, Dane calmly agreed. Haha, look at those sparkling eyes. But I ain't gonna let you get what you want easy. I'll teach you some manners, the tower master yelled inwardly. Finally, the lesson officially began. Level 2 magic is a whole different beast from level 1. You gotta calculate your own mana amount, the mana density in the air, even your body's condition at the time. That's why most people quit learning it. It's that damn complicated, the old man explained. Meanwhile, Dane diligently pulled out his little notebook to jot down the key stuff. And seeing the kid so focused, Sidron felt a twinge of doubt. So, you getting what I'm saying? Bet the brat'll have to beg me to explain it simply. Imagining Dane begging, the old man smirked and said, "That's the basics, you get it." In response, Dane nodded confidently. "Yeah, I got it. I've got a ton to learn, not just magic mechanics, but a bunch of stuff I don't know yet." Across from him, Dane's words totally caught Sidron off guard, leaving the old man super confused. "What? You really get it all? Then tell me about the laws of magic operation." Back to Dane, after hearing the question, he jotted notes while casually answering. First law is coexistence. Magic can coexist with the physical world and other mana sources. Through coexistence, mages use their own magic power and surrounding magic to cast spells. Second law is conservation. If the gathered magic has enough material elements, through conservation, it can use magic via all sorts of elemental attributes, blah blah over here. Hearing Dane up to this point, Sidron froze up like a log. Unbelievable. He totally gets the essence of magic, and he's even adding his own explanation. Most people find this boring, but he doesn't seem to. How can someone like this even exist? The old man lamented inwardly. Then, since Dane nailed the question perfectly, he dove deeper into the lecture. Each level up, magic gets exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, "I'll demo it for you." Saying this, the old man paused a beat and waved his hand to the side, covering his arm in streaks of blue energy that quickly wove together into a grid symbol. Looking at it, Sidron turned to Dane and said, "For example, this is level 1 magic cast with simple law. But from level 2 on, it's different, can't even compare to level 1. Finishing, he kept demoing, creating bigger energy streams with tons of weird floating symbols around. This is how level 2 magic works. The old man said calmly, over here, watching Sidron's example magic. Dane felt the complexity was indeed on another level. They're twisting together in such a complicated way. Feels even harder than the theory. Dane frowned thought. Back to Sidron, seeing the change on Dane's face, he grinned. So, this is the magic for level 2 fire arrow. Plus, for more, you gotta cast the same spell multiple times. Bet you're shocked, huh? You've never seen level 2 mechanics before. Sidron thought smugly and continued. Looks complicated, right? Most people take at least a year after freely using level 1 before starting level 2. No matter how smart, you can only grasp a bit of the magic. The key here's the laws. If you don't get that, nothing else matters. We'll watch you for a week, then slowly teach you the technique, Sidron planned inwardly. But he was still underestimating a genius like Dane. Should I give it a try? The kid asked, snapping the old man from his thoughts. You? Well, it'll be tough, but go ahead. Sidron said casually, figuring Dane couldn't pull it off. All right then, Dane calmly replied that. He mimicked what he'd observed from Sidron, covering his body in countless gentle energy streams, and super quick. He pulled off the grid magic. This is level 1 magic, right? Dane asked. Yeah, Sidron nodded, while feeling a bit more surprised inwardly. Whoa, he can make lines with specific length and width. Impressive. So level 1's a breeze now. Seeing the old man confirm, he went ahead with level 2 magic too, and this is what you just showed me. With that, the energy around Dane suddenly shifted to match Sidron's level 2 magic exactly, and at this point, Sidron was speechless at the sight. For real, he perfectly copied level 2 mechanics. He got it just from watching me do it once. Thinking this, curiosity welled up in the old man as he asked, "How'd you do that?" When I watched, I memorized the laws and patterns. Shaping the magic in my head wasn't that hard. Dane explained lightly, and though it sounded simple, Sidron knew damn well how insane that was, beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me took time to use level 2, and this kid pulls it off without a magic layer. He thought in shock, but the shock wasn't over, cause right after, the protagonist decided to show off more by suggesting, "Then I'll try fire arrow too." Hold up, what? Sidron blurted, but Dane didn't have time to repeat, instead spreading his hands to the sides and focusing, controlling his mana streams, turning them into light beams shooting around him while. Then from those beams, 4 missiles suddenly appeared in midair, and seeing his magic succeed, Dane felt a bit pleased. Oh, looks like it worked. Back to Sidron, watching the young teen happily celebrate his successful magic. He just found it utterly unbelievable, totally illogical. If I did talent like that, I could have achieved my level 9 dream by now. Not knowing what the old man was thinking, after guiding the arrows closer to himself, Dane turned and asked, "Am I doing this right? Ah yeah, very impressive. You pick up everything I teach super fast. The old man said while coughing a few times. Meanwhile, Dane himself felt amazed. Yeah, I'm surprised I could pull it off on the first try too. Back to Sidran. At this point, he was genuinely a bit scared of Dane's terrifying talent. If the world found out about a mage without a magic layer like him, it'd cause chaos. I gotta hide this talent. All sorts of people will try to approach and bother the kid, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should figure out how to write that recommendation letter to the academy. Sidran reminded himself and continued speaking. All right, let's move on to another type of magic then. Yes, sir, Dane replied. Just like that, time flew by until evening. Now lying in bed, Dane started recalling the morning moments. The magic lesson was more fun than I thought. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, but since I can actually use magic. Thinking back to my previous life, I was forced to abandon magic entirely, in a situation where I didn't even know when I'd die. Spending time learning magic was way too luxurious for me back then. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Because up to a certain point, magic prioritizes theory over practice. It makes me look forward to this life even more. Combining the theory I learned from Sis with my innate talent, I can show explosive progress with just simple guidance. In getting personally taught by the former master of the magic tower, what magic will I learn tomorrow? Dane curiously muttered to himself. Just like that, time flew by. Half a month later, now Dane and Sidran were meeting with someone to propose something. What? You want to make magic reagents? Arkin exclaimed in shock. Yes, sir, since we don't have enough materials. I'll need to go outside the territory, Dane answered. I'm already trying reagents, huh? The uncle said in a daze. Meanwhile, Tower Master Sidran chimed in affirmatively. Don't worry about the kid. He's already learned up to level 4 magic mechanics. Back to Arkin, even though he knew his son was incredibly talented, every time he heard about his achievements, he still got floored. Isn't it normal to take a whole month just to finish level 1? Info on magic reagents isn't that easy to come by. Where did you learn that? In response, Dane flashed a bright smile. I learned it from reading magic books in the library. They really piqued my interest. Hearing him say that, old man Sidran smiled too. Haha, truly a genius. I never thought you'd get curious about magic reagents. Most people find it super boring. But for you, just picking materials is already fun, definitely. Across from them, seeing the cheerful looks on both of them, Arkin pondered a bit and agreed. All right then, this'll be a valuable experience for you. Since you're heading out, check on the territory too. Yes, father, Dane replied. After that, the three, Dane, Herman, and Sidran, left the mansion and stepped onto the streets, and the moment he appeared, it caused a stir as people recognized him. It's young Master Dane. Young Master. He's carrying snacks, those are the new products. That silver hair is fluttering so beautifully today. Greetings for the young master started ringing out everywhere, and the protagonist didn't act arrogant, instead turning to nod and smile at them. Everyone's doing well, I hope. I'll come back for snacks later. Beside him, old mage Sidran watched how the townsfolk treated the young master and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Looks like Count Saugers isn't a bad guy. Well, judging by how he treats me, that makes sense. Thinking this, he looked around at the bustling scene and commented, the south side here has a ton of delicious food. The weather's pleasant and the people are friendly, a sight you rarely see in the capital. Yeah, this place is really warm, Dane replied. So how much longer till we reach the magic tool shop? Sidran asked, but for a shut-in who stays holed up in his castle all day, this question really stumped Dane. I'm not sure, I've never been there before. What? Sidran exclaimed in surprise, while the protagonist quickly turned to his butler, Herman. Could you lead the way from here? Ah yes, young master. Herman nodded, then spurred his horse forward to lead the group. As they went, he said, this way, it's not far now. Time flew by, cut to the magic tool shop. The group had just arrived, and the moment they stepped in, the shop owner excitedly said, oh my gosh, is it really young Master Dane? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as stunning as the rumors say. Thank you for having us. How's business been lately? Dane nodded in greeting, and facing the question, the shop girl shrugged and said, same old, not many folks in the territory buy magic tools. I mostly sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. Saying this as if realizing Sidran's identity, she respectfully added, I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower, Lord Sidran here. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled back. While Dane was a bit surprised, she recognized him with just a glance. Makes sense though, not many become masters of the magic tower in the empire. Except this old god. Back to the shop owner, knowing they came for something specific, she didn't waste their time. Feel free to browse the shop. Call me if you need anything. With that, she let them browse freely. Since it's your first time here, take your time looking around. I'll chat with the owner for a bit, Sidran said. Sounds good. Herman replied. Then while the old man was chatting up the lady, the kid took the chance to scan all the different bottles and items on the wooden shelves and marveled. Wow, this place has so many interesting things. And some weird stuff too, a pretty familiar feeling, the kid wondered inwardly. Plus, when I touch the magic tools, I can sense their magical reaction. Probably because my magic sensitivity is pretty high, thinking this. Dane suddenly sensed a strange aura catching his attention. What's that? Pretty strong reaction coming from over there, what is it? As he spoke, he looked toward where he felt the aura, and seeing Dane's posture, the shop owner called out, "Young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so?" Dane muttered. Meanwhile, the old mage turned and said, "Why don't you come check out some reagent ingredients over here? Moonroot's pretty good too." Responding, the shop owner jumped in to promote her stuff. "That's a perfect choice. At least 50 types of potions use moonroot, hand-grown by me, top quality." Back to Dane, he was still bothered by that strange feeling he sensed. Really weird. He muttered before pinpointing the aura's location more clearly and immediately turning to look behind him. Turns out the whole sensation was coming from some stone. Yeah, it's that stone ringing out. The old god thought and hurriedly rushed toward the stone, making butler Herman behind him a bit puzzled. "Young master, what's up?" "Herman, I sense something from this stone." Dane explained. Seeing that, Herman looked at the stone and shook his head. "Huh. It's just a normal decoration." "I'm not sure either, but this stone's really strange." As he spoke, he reached out and firmly grasped the stone to examine it, and very quickly he got his answer. "Got it. The more magic I pour in, the stronger the reaction." Could it only react to my magic? Not knowing the stone's oddity, the shop owner was still promoting her products. "You have a great eye. Using it as a sample is perfect. Let's see, then give me that pile of moonroot and some Canwell berry." "What's this?" Dane asked while holding up the stone in his hand. Hearing the question, the shop owner turned, looked at it, and said in surprise, "Where'd you get that stone from?" "What's with the stone?" Sidrin asked curiously. "Oh no, that pile's just decorative stuff." She waved it off, and at that answer, Dane got even more confused. "Decorative? No way, what kind of decoration reacts to magic?" Back to the shop owner. For some reason, looking at the stone in Dane's hand made her face scrunch up. Just seeing that stone pisses me off." Hearing this, the old mage got interested and asked, "Why's that? Did someone scam you?" Over here, the shop owner sighed and said, "A few years back, some traveling merchants paid me with a big pack. When I opened it, inside was that rock, and the guy had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I got it appraised. But in the end, it was just a plain rock, nothing more. I didn't know what to do with it, so I put it there." That's weird. This stone is clearly not normal. Dane wondered inwardly, but instead of voicing his question to the old mage Sidrin beside him, he decided to keep it to himself for now. Back to the shop owner. Seeing Dane not picking anything, she suggested, "Young master, if you want something better, check over here. I have some really special magic artifacts." "I'll show you." With that, she quickly pulled out some scroll and introduced, "This is a business card scroll." Blah blah. Ignoring the sales pitch, Dane stayed focused on the stone in his hand. "Even though there are tons of cool things here, I only want this one," not knowing Dane's thoughts. The lady kept enthusiastically promoting, "If you put it in, it'll automatically store the info you want, and you just call out the person's name. Their card appears." Plus, before she finished, Dane interrupted, "I'll take the business card scroll and this stone." Dane taking the worthless stone too shocked the shop owner. Why would you want that useless rock?" On the other side, the tower master curiously asked, "What are you planning to do with it?" In response to both of them, Dane just smiled brightly without explaining much. Just like that, after getting what he needed, they quickly left the shop, and on the way, old man Sidrin turned and said, "Didn't expect you'd be into decorations or art, or is that stone special somehow?" Seeing the old man catch on, Dane just chuckled a bit. "Haha, you noticed, huh? Of course, why else would you buy a useless rock like?" Only then did Dane leak a little info. "Exactly, this stone is definitely not just a normal decoration, it reacts to my magic." Hearing the kid say that, Sidrin's face gradually showed interest. "Is that so?" "I'm not sure what it is, but hearing that makes me curious too. Too many people around here. Let's head back to the mansion to examine it properly." "Sounds good," Dane nodded, and the group spurred their horses to hurry back to the mansion. Time flew by till afternoon. Now the two of them were about to start examining the stone. "Do you know what it is?" Dane asked. "You're underestimating my priceless experimental tools, huh? With these, I'll figure out what it is." Even though a mage already appraised it and said it's nothing special, Dane asked back. Hearing that, the old man's eyes showed a bit of disdain. "HMPH, no matter what he said, how could it compare to my stuff? I poured all my money into these cutting-edge tools. They can analyze anything you put on them." Sidrin said while turning to look at the magic tool he'd just pulled from his subspace, and seeing him so confident, Dane's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Awesome. Let's do it right away." "All right, I'm pretty excited too. Just place the stone on here. Then channel your magic into it." As he spoke, the old tower master placed the stone fragment on the star symbol, and right after he poured magic power in, the hidden magic arrays inside the device activated, and began analyzing the item. Something really special. Finally, I can puff my chest proudly. The old man chuckled inwardly and very quickly. From inside the star symbol, countless energy streams shot out. Looking at the ancient runes in the energy flow, Dane exclaimed in shock, "It's magic code." Over here, with his knowledge, Sidron also spotted the anomaly and pointed out, "Yes, but it's not ordinary magic." Looking at the incredibly complex flows of magic swirling in midair, Dane just stood there wide-eyed in shock. This is seriously mind-blowing. This is a spell packed with laws, structures, and casting methods I've never seen before. It might even be as complex as level 6 or level 7 magic. Thinking this, things started to become a bit clearer. So the magic hidden inside the stone is what's manifesting that spell, huh? Dane muttered to himself, and the old man beside him chuckled and said, "Yeah, just like you said, your magic is the key that unlocks it. I'm saying that because it only reacts to your magic." Back to Dane, hearing the Tower Master's words, curiosity welled up inside him again. So what the heck is it exactly? What kind of magic is hidden in this stone? And why does it only respond to my magic? The more he thought, the more his brain hurt. Meanwhile, the Tower Master over here wanted to try analyzing the magic himself. Let's see, the sealed magic inside feels a bit unfamiliar to me, but since I'm the former Tower Master of the Magic Tower, I'll give it a shot. Back to Dane, seeing the old man personally step up to handle it, he turned and asked, "If this works, maybe I'll finally know why my magic is different from everyone else's." Probably something like that. Fingers crossed it succeeds. Sidron nodded and said. In a different scene, inside Arabella's personal lab. Right now she was reviewing a bunch of analysis reports she'd carefully pasted on the wall and muttering, "Sure enough, it's different. It's clearly not like ordinary magic. Special trait, there's this one special characteristic in Dane's magic that even I don't have. However, which field of magic does this fit into? The results don't say. Magic reagents, magic portals, magic techniques. If it's not one of those fields, then what the hell is it? It has to fit something for sure." The big sis pondered deeply until a sudden flash of insight hit her mind. That's right, there's a lost field of magic. Dane's magic might fit right into it. Thinking this, she hurriedly checked her pile of magic books again. Where did I put it? Here it is: alchemy, spiritual divination, necromancy, and even some primitive magic code. As she spoke, Arabella kept searching until her hand accidentally knocked a book off the shelf, and it fell to the floor. Huh, is this an ancient magic book? At the same time, she brushed off the thick layer of dust on top. It looked like no one had touched it in ages. Now that she thought about it, there was once a magic kingdom that existed a very long time ago, plus magic inherited from Asen. Since it's ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, nobody knows how to use it anymore. Thinking this, Arabella let out a self-mocking chuckle. Haha, what am I even saying? Ancient magic vanished 2,000 years ago. There's no way Dane's magic fits that. After laughing, her face turned thoughtful again. But whatever, I've got nothing to lose. Might as well give it a try. No sooner thought than done. She started channeling her magic into the typewriter-like device in front of her, and very quick, the device began spitting out a sheet of paper with the results for her. Something starting to show up. There, once the machine finished printing, Arabella quickly grabbed it to check. What is it? Alchemy, divination, or please don't let it be necromancy? As she spoke, her eyes narrowed tightly, and without knowing exactly what was written inside, but after reading just a bit, a bolt of lightning struck through her mind. No way, what the hell is this? Arabella yelled out loud. Back to Dane's group, with his own magical power, Sidron very quickly finished breaking the seal. Right then, the stone suddenly shattered into pieces, making the old man's face light up with joy. The seal's broken. There's something inside. Dane frowned and said, "Yeah, you're right. Then I'll take it out." Sidron nodded. Next, from among the stone fragments, the old man pulled out an extremely ordinary-looking bracelet. A silver bracelet, Dane asked in surprise. Meanwhile, the old man rolled his eyes, since they'd been expecting so much only to get this piece of junk. It looks like the kind of bracelet anyone could buy at the market. Man, I thought there'd be something special in this material, but nope, nothing. Here, this is it, since it only reacts to your magic. Try wearing it and see, Sidron said, while casually tossing the bracelet to Dane. Seeing that, Dane caught it and slowly slipped it onto his wrist. And just as they predicted, right after Dane put it on, the bracelet suddenly emitted a gentle blue light, making the old man's expression shift. Oh, sure enough, it's reacting now. Back to Dane. At this point, he noticed the change in the bracelet too and said, "Huh, I see some weird symbols here." Sidron said while widening his eyes to stare. "These tiny ant-sized symbols. Do you know what they are?" Dane asked curiously and very quickly. "That's right, these symbols are ancient script that nobody in this world can read." "The ancient script you're talking about?" Dane asked confused. "They're the characters used by the ancient magic kingdom Archana." The old man said calmly, and about this ancient kingdom, the protagonist had heard of it before too, Archana. I heard about it from Arabella since I was little. She said it was an era where even the smallest item was made with magic. But then one day, that era came to an end. The only things left are a few ruins and the stories passed down, plus this magic code. Back to Sidran, realizing Dane's magic is connected to a kingdom that vanished long ago, his face filled with excitement. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to tie back to the ancient magic kingdom, so that must be why I could move so easily through the forest these past few days. Dane nodded in agreement. Seems like it, since the magic in that forest originated from Archana, the old man said with a sidelong glance, and at the same time his desire to make Dane his disciple grew even stronger. Turning back to the protagonist, after looking at the bracelet and sensing it a bit, he shook his head, but I don't see anything else in this bracelet. In response, the former tower master didn't know much either, so he could only offer some advice. You can figure it out slowly, but don't tell anyone about this outside. Yes, I'll follow your advice. Dane nodded, and right after that, suddenly both of them heard a strange noise like something just cracked. What the hell is that noise? They said in unison. Don't tell me this warning sound means some monsters attacking, Sidran said worriedly, which was understandable since right now he was basically defenseless. However, at that very moment, after checking and sensing again, Sidran realized he could use his mana normally without harming his body anymore. And thanks to that, the old man regained his usual confidence. Haha, great, my body's almost fully recovered. Time to loosen up a bit. Finally, I can pay them back. Saying this, the old man's whole body itched to smash something in celebration, so he turned to Dane and said, "What are you still doing? Go grab a spear or something." "What's that? It sounds like it's coming from over there." Seeing the old man getting all riled up, Dane calmly explained, "This sound has nothing to do with monsters. This sound means my big sis is trying to contact me." As he spoke, he looked at the pendant in front of him that was continuously ringing like a phone, and this explanation totally killed the old man's vibe. "What? You should have said that from the start." "Haha, there's no way a monster would show up in this area. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to my big sis for a bit," Dane said awkwardly, then right after he connected with his sister Arabella. "Yes, sis, what's up?" On the other end, since her little brother took forever to pick up, Arabella felt a bit annoyed. "Dane, why'd you take so long to answer?" "Sorry, sis. Did you contact me for something?" Dane asked, hearing that Arabella got straight to the point. "While I was analyzing your magic code." Saying this, as if sensing something, she paused for a beat and asked, "Wait, is someone next to you?" Not answering the question, Dane seemed to guess something and asked back, "Don't tell me you've figured out my magic is ancient magic too." "What? How'd you know that?" Arabella yelled. Next, after explaining everything, Arabella finally understood. "Ah, so that's it. While you and Lord Sidran were analyzing a stone, you guessed it came from the ancient magic kingdom, and you said the stone only reacts to your magic, right?" "Yes, exactly like that." Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidran over here, hearing that Arabella also knew Dane's magic was ancient, clenched his teeth. The girl figured it out just by analyzing the kid's magic. "I knew she was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined." He sighed inwardly back to Arabella. Now that everything was clear, she asked worriedly, "Does anyone else know about this?" "No," Dane answered. "Good, Dane. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Lord Sidran, please listen too. It's best to keep this secret. If you reveal it now, you won't be able to handle the consequences." Dane. Speaking of the old man, hearing Arabella mention him, he cleared his throat a few times. "Ahem, Miss Arabella. I've heard quite a lot about you from Dane." "Oh, it's Lord Sidran. I realize I jumped straight into it without introducing myself. Don't worry too much. I'll keep this secret. Because if this leaks out now, not just Dane but the entire Sagar's family would get dragged into huge trouble." The old man affirmed, "As expected of you. You grasped the issue right away." Arabella said happily, "Is this conversation being recorded?" He asked back, "No, as soon as it ends. It'll automatically disappear." "Great. Nobody wants to leave random evidence lying around. Plus, I plan to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this further." Sidran added, "Thank you for helping us." No, Miss Arabella. I'm doing this out of a mage's sense of responsibility, so no need to thank." The old man waved it off, then as if thinking of something he turned and asked, "Ah, while we were talking I heard you're looking to join a magic tower. Have you decided which one yet?" Back to Arabella. Hearing this, she understood Sidran's intention. "Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixian Magic Tower. It doesn't specialize in the field I love." She said awkwardly, "Earlier I wondered who the kid got his decisiveness from. Turns out it's from his big sister." Sidran thought inwardly, but very quickly his focus shifted back to Dane, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him too much. "Haha, I get it. Anyway, you don't have to join our tower." In response, Arabella comforted him. "I'm sure there'll be plenty of talented people joining your tower out there. Anyway, Dane, we'll talk details later, okay?" "Sure, take care, sis." Dane nodded and quickly ended the call on the device. After seeing their conversation end, the tower master nodded approvingly and said, "Your sister has become quite impressive." Hearing that, Dane felt a bit proud, of course. She even made this thing herself. She said this compact crystal orb is the latest trend among young mages these days. Turning to Sidron, looking at the communication item in Dane's hand, he shook his head slightly. Yeah, impressive. But I don't need something like that. When you reach level 8, contacting others isn't what you want. If it's important, you just go meet them in person, right? Yeah, I get it, Dane said to satisfy the old man, while inwardly guessing that Sidron probably doesn't have any friends. Moving on very quickly, Dane told his parents about possessing ancient magic. You say ancient magic. That makes me a bit worried, Arkin said. Haha, Dad, don't worry. Dane laughed, but it's fine. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, the uncle said firmly. And beside him, Lady Lily promised. Sounds good. Mom will make sure anyone who targets you stays quiet my way. Back to Dane, seeing his parents so bloodthirsty. He started sweating bullets for anyone dumb enough to mess with him. Haha, they're full of killing intent. But with both of them protecting me, I don't have to worry at all. He thought inwardly. Next, Arkin stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, but if that's the case, it means ancient magic is hidden in our bloodline, right? Hearing his guess, Lady Lily nodded and said, that's a good question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check my side of the family. Hearing both of them say that, Dane felt a bit of anticipation inside. If both families look into it, wonder what they'll find. It's not super important, but I'm curious. Setting aside the ancient magic topic, Lady Lily's face turned thoughtful as she spoke to her son. Anyway, it seems like you've already hit more than one limit. Dane, if you keep staying here, it'll hinder your further growth. You should consider moving to the capital and living there starting now. Hearing this, Dane's face looked a bit confused. The capital, huh? He asked blankly, and Uncle Arkin nodded. Yeah, they only let you enroll in the academy once you're at least 14. And now you're old enough. Honestly, I wanted to keep you here another year or two before sending you off. But it seems there's nothing left here for you to learn. Turning to Lady Lily, as if sensing Dane's worry, she gently held the protagonist's hand and advised, Dane, if you choose that, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was a bit surprised and thought, I didn't expect them to think like that. Dane, you'll do great. Go and fulfill your talent the way you want. Arkin said with a smile, and faced with his parents' encouragement, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what Dad and Mom are saying. I'll prepare to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Arkin nodded. Great, time to level up again, the protagonist told himself. Time flew by. Now Dane told Sidron about his decision. Oh, so that's your choice, huh? The old man asked back. Yeah, but a bit sooner than I expected, Dane said with a sigh. You've made a very good choice. Staying here longer would only limit your talent. That'd be such a waste. Plus, I have this advice for you. Don't reveal too much about your talent right away. Even though the academy welcomes talents, not everyone thinks that way. The old mage said in a dead serious tone, and with 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood part of it. Yeah, Arabella told me before. She had to deal with people insulting her. Back to Sidron, well, normal kids won't keep up anyway, but the Thermion family is a different story. The old man nodded, making Dane recall little Layla. All right, come to think of it, I told her I'd visit if I came to the capital. If I don't visit, she'll be super disappointed. While I'm at it, I should think about what weapon to make with the seal Duke Thermion gave me before. He thought inwardly, not knowing the protagonist's current thoughts. The old man across from him stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, let's see, if you've got 3 months left before joining the academy, then you should set off from here in 2 months. Hearing this, Dane nodded in agreement. Seems reasonable. What about you then? Hearing the question, the old man shared his plans. I'm planning to head back to the magic tower. I think I've got some things to take care of. Thanks to you, I don't feel bored anymore. If I find any clues about ancient magic or anything related, I'll let you know. Really? If so, I'd be super grateful, Dane said quickly. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. With limited time, we gotta speed things up. Reaching level 3 is really tough. Level 2 is nothing compared to level 3. Yes, I'll study super hard. And I'm preparing a gift for you too. A gift. Sidron's voice sounded a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Dane pulled out a small wooden box from his subspace, placed it in front of the old man, and nodded. Yeah, that's right. My sister sent this to me via instant teleportation magic yesterday. It's a freshly made item. Right now, according to both their gazes, inside the box was some small stone. This is a brand new compact crystal orb that isn't even on the market yet. Arabella invented this new product herself. She dotes on me, so when I asked for one, she just gave it to me straight away. Across from him, old man Sidron looked like he'd just seen a shiny new toy, and quickly picked up the stone, his eyes lighting up. Whoa, pretty compact and cute, huh? Oh well, I don't really need this, but I'll graciously accept the gift you've prepared for me. I can record my magic into this, right? Yeah, so please use it to contact me. Even though he claimed He didn't need it, the old man looked super excited. Dane thought to himself, time to start teaching the old guy how to use modern tech. Yeah, do it like this here, haha. This thing is really simple and easy to use, he said cheerfully, making Dane start to worry a bit inwardly. Hopefully, he won't contact me all the time though. Time flew by until evening now. The protagonist suddenly got a bit thoughtful about the upcoming period. The academy, I need to seriously prepare in these remaining 2 months. My hobby is being able to use summoning magic to a certain extent. I'll set my goal to officially enroll in the summoning magic class, get the summoning mark, and have the chance to participate in the aptitude evaluation exam. Since Sister Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often once I enroll. Saying this, Dane turned to look at the egg placed in a glass case nearby and muttered, "Oh, I forgot to infuse that close friend of mine with magic." No sooner thought than done. Following habit, he started channeling his own mana into the egg. As he infused, he also thought, for 7 straight years, I've diligently infused it with magic day and night, yet it still hasn't shown any reaction at all. However, if the magic I've infused hasn't gone anywhere else, and it's absorbed all that energy, then surely it'll hatch one day, Dane thought, with eyes full of anticipation. Time flew by. Cut to Arabella's place. Right now, she was explaining the academy entrance exam to the protagonist. Yeah, one general exam, and one specialized exam on the other end. The protagonist listened, and kinda got it, but still had to ask more. Is that how it works, sis? Could you explain in more detail? Let's see, the general exam is a preliminary screening to classify candidates. It's on culture, history, and empire-related issues. With you, it'll definitely be no problem at all. Of course, the better you do, the more advantageous, since it counts toward your admission score. The next one is the specialized exam. As the name says, you'll choose a major and test on it. The content depends on the professor, but I believe you'll ace it, no sweat, plus you've got a recommendation letter too, Arabella said confidently, without a hint of worry about Dane's abilities. Oh, I get it, you've all passed it easily, right? Dane asked. Yeah, it really wasn't difficult at all. Arabella shrugged before reminding her little brother, however, once you've chosen a major, you'll have to stick with the major you picked for the specialized exam, unless you want to switch majors later. Exactly, so choose carefully at first. I still hope our youngest won't pick the magic major. On the other end, Dane, who was practicing swordplay, heard this and could only give an awkward laugh. Haha, sis, you're still not giving up, huh? All right, I'll think about it. So if after enrolling I want to change majors, the only way is to transfer, right? He asked. More usually yes, unless you graduate and want to start over from scratch. Of course, you can join classes from other majors, but typically from year 3 onward, advanced major classes won't let students from other majors in. Arabella explained slowly, and with this info, Dane pondered a bit, then said, so I'll have to pick just one major to stick with then. On the other end, as if thinking of something, Arabella quickly reminded, all right, there's this program called elective major for talents like Dane. There's something like that too. Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed, but this isn't easy at all. Not even a little, so Arabella had to warn her brother, but unless someone deliberately wants to fail, nobody really signs up. Arabella shook her head. Why's that? Dane asked curiously, because up to now, nobody has ever passed that exam. Oh, so that's how it is, the protagonist nodded understandingly, but hearing his tone, Arabella paused her steps and asked worriedly, don't tell me you're thinking of trying it out. No way in hell, sis. Oh, Lord Sidron's here. I'll contact you later. Dane denied and immediately cut the connection, and by now Arabella felt a bit regretful. Maybe I pushed him too hard, no, but magic is still better. At the same time, a female voice rang out ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming right now. Back to old man Sidron that afternoon, he brought Dane the promised recommendation letter. Here, the recommendation letter, I promised, he said while handing over his letter. On the other side, Dane quickly took it and said, you really wrote one for me, huh? In response, the old man stroked his beard and puffed up his chest. Not just the form, but the content too. I put real effort into it. I've written a few recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I've poured so much heart into one. Consider it an honor, okay? Looking at the old man's face, though a bit arrogant, you couldn't deny the effort he put in, so Dane genuinely felt grateful. Yeah, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Back to Sidron looking at Dane. Suddenly he sighed. If you wanted to become my disciple, I'd be thrilled. But even if I took you as one, I doubt you'd obediently call me master. His words hit right in the heart, making Dane's breathing pause for a beat. Haha, how'd he know? The old god thought, awkwardly. Moving on, Sidron turned and asked, so have you finished preparing for the trip? Yeah, actually, I don't have much to bring anyway, plus the academy dorm facilities are already top-notch. Most necessities are provided. Hearing that, the old man clicked his tongue and shook his head, teaching him a bit of experience. Yeah, the facilities are great, but some people are hogging them all, but you're not the type to bow to those guys. Right? Haha. Hearing him say that, it sounds like the academy is just a gathering of rotten nobles. Dane thought while giving a crooked smile, and immediately Sidron caught that expression guessing his thoughts, and reminded don't forget this place. Might be a bit harsh if you show disdain. A lot of people will instantly show their true colors and bare their fang. Over here, hearing the reminder, he quickly composed himself and thought probably not much different from a battlefield. Thinking that he nodded affirmatively, yes, I understand. Seeing that the old man added more, if you need anything just contact me. That crystal orb thing is really useful. I'll make good use of it. Back to Dane. Hearing the old man talk like they were about to part ways, he asked, but why are you talking like you're leaving soon? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sidron's eyes across from him flashed with surprise. You noticed how I'm planning to leave tomorrow? Really? Dane said regretfully. Well, I can't stay here forever, right? Your dad offered me the magic advisor position, but I'll think about it later when I've got nothing else to do. You know, I've still got a lot to finish back home. I thought I'd wrapped everything up, but turns out there are still many tasks I need to handle, the old man said, while patting Dane's shoulder, making him think of that ancient magic thing. Is he talking about ancient magic helping him? Is basically helping myself. Not bad at all. Dane thought inwardly. Anyway, thanks kid. Yeah, thanks to you too during this time. Dane nodded. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you'll become when we meet again. So I'll be off then. Don't see me out, or I'll get embarrassed. Saying that, the old mage turned and left. Yes, take care, Dane replied, while feeling a bit melancholic inside, probably because they'd bonded for so long. He felt a little sad seeing him go. Time flew by, and one day that month, Arkin and Lily were talking to each other. Lord Sidron left safely. Dane said he'd set off today, right? The uncle asked. Yeah, the kid said he's all prepared. Hearing he'll leave early puts my mind at ease, but hopefully he won't run into trouble on the road. Lady Lily said, a bit worried about her son facing the world for the first time. And at her words, Count Arkin patted his wife's shoulder to reassure. We'll use the teleport gate. Arabella prepared, so what could go wrong? Hearing that, Lady Lily's expression relaxed a bit. Yeah, I was worrying for nothing. Back to Arkin, thinking about the family's affection and members, he smiled happily. No matter what, we've raised our kids really well, while kids in other families are busy fighting each other for the family head position. We'll have to make a clear decision one day, but I won't favor anyone. At the same time, the door opened, and Dane stepped in, now fully prepared with everything he needed, so he came to bid farewell to his parents, Mom, Dad. Seeing him enter, they both nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here, ready to leave now. Did you bring the token Mom gave you along with the black horn? Lady Lily asked. Of course, Dane smiled and said. Seeing that, Lady Lily couldn't help adding more. If you really run into a tough situation, go to the place I mentioned and present that token. Yes, yes, I remember. Are those Mom's old colleagues? Dane asked curiously. Yes, they're very close friends of mine. Even though it's been a long time, I'm sure they'll help. Lady said confidently, while Count Arkin broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me our Dane is really gonna start down the assassin path there. Thinking this to prevent Dane from going there, Uncle Arkin quickly reminded, hey Dane, when you reach the capital, go see Duke Thermion. Before entering the academy, the Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. And right before parting suddenly, Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears. Dane has grown so much he's about to leave us like this. Seeing his wife like that, the uncle could only give an awkward laugh. Haha, send him off with a smile, dear, we have to. We won't be far away, she said, while gently wiping her tears. Meanwhile, Dane now felt his heart tighten a bit. Now that it's time to go, his feet suddenly felt so heavy. Then I'll be off, Dane said, while forcing a smile. Next, looking at his back from the window, Arkin's expression turned cold as he instructed someone behind him. Gilad, follow carefully, make sure Dane reaches the teleport gate safely, then report back to me. Yes, my lord, Gilad said coldly, like a machine, and turned to leave, ensuring the young master's safety. Seeing her husband's arrangement, Lady Lily sighed. It's been a while since we've seen his shadow. You know what to do, right? Keep an eye out for anything unusual during Dane's teleport. Back to Dane's position. For some reason, the teleport gate wasn't set up inside the family mansion, but in some open field. And the moment Butler Herman saw the gate, his eyes widened. Young master, seeing something like this in person is really impressive. This is. Yeah, this is the teleport gate Big Sis prepared in advance. Dane smiled and said, and looking at the gate's intricate and complex level, Dane had to clasp his hands in admiration for his sister. Yeah, now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. Beside him, Butler Herman turned and asked, if we go in, will the instant teleport activate right away? Yeah, probably, Dane smiled in response. At the same time, recalling the time when this gate was first being built, wonder how much effort she put in instant teleport. Can't be done just by rearranging codes like other spells. It also requires combining rearrangement with continuous magic energy infusion to work. However, the gate Sis installed is a perfect device, meeting all conditions for instant tele. Dane thought inwardly. Next, before parting, Herman said a bit sadly, "Then, young master, please take care." "Yeah, take care of yourself too, Herman," the old god said, while patting Herman's shoulder, seeing the young man tearing up. Then he slowly stepped onto the platform inside the gate and thought. She said, "Just channel magic energy into the gate and it'll activate." No sooner thought than done. Dane's whole body surged with magical energy and channeled it down to his feet. And right after the gate suddenly emitted a hazy light. And finally Dane's figure vanished inside the energy layer. Time flew by. Cut to the imperial capital. Not sure exactly where Dane got teleported to, but now he was on horseback at the city gate, looking at the bustling crowd. Ahead, Dane's expression showed a bit of joy. "I'm the entrance gate to the capital, Altheon." The kid smiled and said, and right then, as if recognizing Dane's identity, a knight raised his hand in greeting. "I've been waiting for you, young master Dane Sagar. I'm Luik Ismar, captain of the 1st Knight Squad of the Thermion family. Oh, so it's you." Dane replied as if it made sense, though he had no idea who this guy was. But having the captain personally come to pick him up made him feel a bit embarrassed, not knowing Dane's thoughts. Captain Luik continued, "From now on will escort." Saying this, he turned back to instruct his 2 subordinates. "Ensure the travel route's safety." "Yes, Captain," both replied in unison. "Then let's set off right away. Looking forward to your help." Dane nodded while having a slightly strange thought inside. Now that I'm really stepping in here, it feels so weird. I never thought there'd be a day I'd set foot in the center of the Thermion Empire that I once hated, and as a promising figure no less. Next, traveling on the road to the castle, Dane heard countless merchants calls, "Hurry up, cheap magic frozen parfait, only 1 silver coin." Hearing these sounds, Dane couldn't help but feel amused as he looked around at everyone and marveled inwardly, "Haha, all sorts of weird stuff. I never imagined the capital would be this live." Just as he thought that, Captain Luik turned back and reminded, "Over there is the Thermion family mansion. We've arrived." Hearing this, Dane looked ahead and couldn't help being overwhelmed by its scale. Such a grand mansion, he exclaimed involuntarily. Right now before him was a massive architectural complex. However, there wasn't much time for closer observation when suddenly the protagonist felt like someone was watching him from behind. Something really strange. "It's like someone's following me. Is it just my imagination?" Dane wondered inward. Putting that aside, following the knights very quickly, Dane reached the front gate of the main building. Standing on both sides were servants lined up very solemnly to welcome him. "Welcome, young master Dane." Sagars, hearing that, Dane turned and nodded in greeting. "Thank you for the reception." Then he praised the group. Impressive formation, proper etiquette, and manners exuding a natural strength, completely different from back in the south. Thinking that, he stepped forward to face Duke Bout, whom he hadn't seen since he was little. Standing before him, Dane didn't forget manners and knelt on one knee in greeting. Dane Sagars pays respects to Duke Thermite. In response to those words, the uncle broke into a bright smile and nodded. "Yeah, it's been way too long, Dane. How have you been lately? That trip must have been rough. Come on, head inside and get some rest." With that, the uncle quickly led the protagonist into the house, and as they walked, he took the chance to really look Dane over. Couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, even just a quick glance and I can tell you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among kids your age, no, even compared to those 1 or 2 years older than you, I doubt anyone could match up. Arkin must be really proud of you." He finished by giving Dane an appreciative pat on the shoulder. The protagonist, being polite, replied, "You're too kind, sir." Hearing that, Bout continued with some advice. "Even if you can't compare to Beek Jang, while you're preparing for the academy entrance exam, just take it easy and rest up. I'll arrange a personal servant for you too, so if you need anything at all, just say the word." Turning back to Dane, the boy thanked him for the thoughtful arrangements and casually asked about that girl Layla. "Yes, of course. By the way, how's Layla been doing late?" "Of course she's doing fine, but are you two fighting or something?" The uncle let out a chuckle, leaving Dane totally confused. What do you mean by that, sir?" Dane's voice was full of puzzlement. Bout, thinking about his daughter's recent expression, could only sigh heavily and share. "Lately, whenever your name comes up, she doesn't look too happy. Maybe part of it's the pressure from the entrance exam, but with Layla, she'll get through it no problem," he said with a laugh, growing more and more baffled himself. "So what the heck is really making Layla so annoyed?" In reply, Dane said he'd go meet Layla in person and ask her directly. Still, in his mind he had a little guess. Could it be because she's hit puberty or something? On the other side, Bout figured this was probably something better left for the young ones to talk about themselves, so he nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll talk more about this later. Just don't be too hard on her, okay? You'll figure it out soon enough. For now, head to your room and rest up. The servant will show you the way." Just like that, a servant quickly appeared and led Dane to his room. Before leaving, the servant bowed politely. "I hope you can rest comfortably, young master." Got it, thanks. Dane nodded, and he waited until the door had fully closed. Then the protagonist scanned his room and muttered to himself, so I'll be staying here for about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. This guest room feels kinda over-the-top luxurious, huh? First things first, I'll unpack my stuff, then head to the training grounds afterward. With that, he casually tossed his bag to the side, but before the protagonist could even start organizing his things, a figure with pink hair stepped out from inside the wardrobe door and spoke up. I'll take you to the training grounds. Dane, why'd you take so long to get here? I've been waiting forever. Hearing that familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around and replied cheerfully. Layla, long time no see. How have you been? Contrary to Dane's upbeat mood, for some reason Layla seemed a bit irritated, just like Uncle Bout had mentioned. I'm fine, super fine actually. But don't you have anything you want to say to me? As she spoke, she marched right up to the protagonist like she was ready to settle a score, making Dane back up a few steps in the face of her angry aura. Huh, what do you mean? Dane stammered, why didn't you write me any letters? Layla shouted, and only then did Dane finally get a clue and realize why his best friend was so pissed off. Guilt flashed in his eyes as he explained, I meant to reply, but I forgot, sorry about that. You think just saying sorry is enough? Layla kept raising her voice, making the protagonist's face twist as he tried to explain further. I came here in person, didn't I? Getting ready to leave the clan took all my energy, so I wasn't in the mood for anything. Cut me some slack this once, please. Across from him, Layla puffed out her cheeks, turned her face away, and refused to look at him anymore, letting Dane know she was seriously mad. Out of options to calm Layla down, Dane gritted his teeth and said, so what can I do to make it up to you? I'll do whatever you say. Hearing that, Layla finally glanced over at him and asked, for real? Back to Dane, he silently reminded himself, first, I gotta get out of this mess, but what does she even want me to do? Dane thought to himself and asked out loud, yeah, so what should I do for you? Hearing that, Layla immediately perked up and suggested to Dane, all right, how about a light sparring match? A match? Dane's tone sounded a bit puzzled. Yeah, fight me, Layla happily reminded him again. And for Dane, even though he found the request a little odd, he happily agreed, sure, let's do it. Switching to Layla's perspective, seeing the protagonist's confident stance, she felt a bit smug and declared, you sure you won't regret this? I might look the same, but I'm way stronger than before. I'm not the same girl who was just learning to release mana from you anymore. She happily shared, making Dane inwardly surprised. Looking at that confident demeanor, it seemed like she'd grown a ton over the past 7 years. Thinking that as if remembering something, Dane asked, oh yeah, in your last letter you mentioned winning some competition. Across from him, Layla's eyes lit up with joy when Dane brought it up. You actually remembered. I won the Danter Cup organized by the royal family. Oh right, that's the one. The tournament for boys and girls under 15 in the Empire, yeah. Dane asked again and Layla nodded in confirmation. Exactly, it's a really high-level competition. If you'd been there, we definitely would have faced off in the finals. Too bad. Hearing that, Dane seemed a little fired up and replied, that regret can get cleared up now. Back to Layla, for some reason hearing that made her a bit anxious. You sure it's okay? You still have the entrance exam to take. What if you get hurt? I'll be fine, Dane waved it off with total confidence, and seeing him respond like that, Layla had no reason left to refuse. All right, it's late today. Tomorrow morning, as soon as we wake up, let's have that match. Time flew by until the next morning, shifting to a wide-open training yard. As they'd promised earlier, Dane and Layla were both there now, ready to spar. But when it came to weapons, Dane hesitated a bit and asked, practice weapons. Hearing his question, Layla looked surprised. Wait, are you still using bladeless ones? In response, Dane shook his head slightly. No, but this is just a light spar. Then practice weapons are still fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't handle every situation. What if someone gets hurt during the fight? Dane said with completely serious eyes, making Layla sigh at how deeply he was thinking about it. Don't worry, because the Empire's best healer works for my family, Layla explained. And what if something happens that even the healer can't fix? Dane reminded her again. And at those words, the swordswoman got flustered, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that, Dane continued, if you want to wield real bladed weapons, you have to think like that. Hearing him say it, Layla complained a little right after. It's just a spar, why so serious about it? Fine, practice weapons it is then. She let out an annoyed sigh and turned to instruct the servants waiting nearby. Bring the practice weapons over here. Yes, my lady. They replied and hurried off to fetch them. Back to Dane's view, looking at Layla's current appearance, he gave a small smile. Sure enough, she'd become a proud young woman just like the rumors said. People were saying she'd soon catch up to the achievements of her two older brothers who were active as knights. Looks like Duke Thermion might end up with the family's first female head. Sure enough, back then releasing mana had become a huge driving force. Dane thought quietly to himself, Meanwhile, Layla beside him was having similar thoughts. Dane, thanks to you I was able to learn the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana core. Thinking about that, Layla glanced over and said to Dane, I've been waiting for this day for so long. If I win, you won't be sad, right? At the same time, a servant came carrying 2 practice weapons. My lady, the weapons are here. Thanks. Layla nodded in reply and casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. The moment he caught it in his hand, the protagonist gave it a few test swings to check the quality. Yeah, since it's made for practice, the weight's pretty light. Anything feel off. On a real battlefield, I could use whatever's around anyway. Dane told himself inwardly and immediately shifted into an attack stance, ready to start. Seeing that, Layla gripped her sword tightly and nodded. Let's go. Just like that, the two began staring each other down. Without rushing to attack, from Layla's side, she thought to herself, good thing I've faced spear users before. I went up against one holding a spear in the Danter Cup, and it wasn't that hard. A spear has long reach, but its destructive power drops sharply when the distance closes. If that's the case, then I'll just charge in full force. With that thought, Layla poured power into her legs and shot forward, fast as an arrow, aiming to close in on Dane and limit his reach. The instant she got near Dane, Layla thrust her sword hard straight ahead. However, before the sword tip could reach the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished, making Layla's move stop abruptly. What the heck? Where'd he disappear to all of a sudden? Layla thought in shock, right before the protagonist's spear tip pressed against her arm from the side, leaving her stunned and unable to believe it. When did you get there? She said in confusion. Beside her, Dane turned to look at her with a reproachful gaze. Good thing these are practice weapons. If they were real blades, that could have ended really bad. In response to those words, the pink-haired girl was still reeling from losing so quickly. I clearly made contact with the sword, though. Back to Dane, noticing his best friend's unwilling expression. He suggested once more, all right, let's start over then. The same trick won't work twice, so move carefully this time. Hearing his words, Layla unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword and reminded herself, it's been so long since we met, I got a little tense. No way I'm holding back this time. Thinking that, she noticed Duke Thermion, watching them both from the balcony above, and of course, Dane had noticed his presence too. He even guessed why the Duke was standing there watching. Duke Thermion came to check the final outcome. I know exactly what he's thinking. After she won the Danter Cup, Layla worked so hard that he's been really worried. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane thought quietly to himself. From Layla's perspective, having Thermion watching from the side only fueled her determination even more. Dane, get ready since Dad's watching too, I'm going all out, she said with clear resolve. In reply, Dane nodded and said, bring it on however much you want. Seeing that, Layla didn't waste any more words. She gripped her sword tightly right away and swung hard toward Dane. Her attack sent 2 wind blades, slicing straight toward the protagonist. However, Dane simply spun his spear in his hand like a fan and easily blocked. But Layla seized that opening to rush and close. How's that, Dane? Not so easy, right? As she spoke, she swung her sword straight forward again. Yet Dane's eyes held a hint of disappointment, still way too slow. Give it everything you've got. Switching to Bout's viewpoint, he was still intently focused on watching the match between the two. Up to this point, their fight remained evenly matched, and who knew how it would play out from here. But what was this uneasy feeling? The smile Dane had worn earlier was completely gone. Right now, his demeanor looked exactly like a warrior about to step onto the real battle. Back to the fight, at this point, Layla was constantly moving around, attacking Dane from every angle. But she still couldn't break through his defense no matter what. With his skills, Dane effortlessly blocked every single sword strike coming from Layla. With no other choice, the swordswoman had to keep attacking relentlessly to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly exposing a gap at his waist. Seeing this, Layla clenched her teeth hard and silently told herself, the chance is here. No hesitation, she immediately thrust her sword straight toward that spot. But what she didn't know was that all of this had already been accounted for in the protagonist's calculation. The moment her sword tip shot forward, Dane slammed his spear hard against her wrist, instantly knocking the sword out of her hand and sending it clattering to the ground. Looks like I win again this time, huh? Dane said calmly. At the same time, Uncle Bout, having seen the outcome, turned to the knight standing behind him and asked, another loss, what do you think, Luik? Think this might finally knock some of that arrogance out of Layla? Hearing the question, the young knight captain's face broke out in a few beads of sweat as he let out a sigh. So you knew about that too, sir. Bout kept his eyes fixed on his daughter without looking away. Of course I know perfectly well. She was already showing signs even before the Danter Cup started, and after winning the championship she completely let it show on the outside. I was planning to have a serious talk with her, but I figured it would be better if she realized it herself. From behind, Luik nodded in agreement and said it was an extremely wise decision. Then the uncle shifted his gaze back to the protagonist and quietly asked, "In your opinion, how many magic cores does that kid have?" Hearing this, Luik carefully observed Dane fighting below and gave his guess. "At least 3. That guess made Bout furrow his brow slightly. "I think differently. He has at least 2, and at most 3. He muttered, prompting the knight captain to stroke his chin curiously and ask back, "Why do you think that, sir?" In response, Bout looked straight ahead and explained, "Look closely. Even though his spear speed is overwhelming Layla, it's not because he's faster. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical movement." Back to the fight, even though Layla was unleashing a storm of close-range attacks, not a single strike could trouble Dane, to the point that even Layla herself couldn't believe it. "You can block everything?" She asked again, and Dane confidently replied, "I can see all of your moves clearly." Returning to Bout's position, at this moment, a hint of reminiscence flickered in his eyes, recalling the time when Layla matured the most, after the Southern Inspection Tour 7 years ago, after she met Dane, and maybe this time would be the same. From behind, the knight Herman, after observing Dane's abilities, didn't hold back his praise. Quite an interesting sight. The young lady won the Danter Cup but couldn't use her full strength. Clearly, Count Sagers trained him extremely rigorously. Hearing that, Uncle Bout almost burst out laughing. "No, you don't understand art. Even if he's strict, he's not the type to train anyone harshly. Unlike me, and Dane himself doesn't need harsh training either." "What do you mean by that, sir?" Luik asked curiously, and in response Bout gave a very simple answer. "Overwhelming talent that ordinary people don't dare to challenge. Dane is a genius. Maybe he didn't even participate because he simply wasn't interested in that tournament." "So that's how it is," Luik said in surprise, feeling a bit incredulous inside. "No way, he really has no interest in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of." Unaware of Luik's inner thoughts, Uncle Bout affirmed that no genius at that age could possibly compete with Dane. After saying that, the uncle felt a touch of hope in his heart. "Layla, I hope you'll recognize your shortcomings in this match. If you let go of that arrogance and focus more on training your sword, you could completely surpass your brother." Back to Dane and Layla's position. At this point, the battle between the two had ended, and once again victory belonged to the protagonist. In fact, Dane won so easily that he didn't even break a sweat, while on the opposite side, Layla was drenched in sweat all over her face. Facing consecutive losses, no matter how unwilling she was, Layla had to admit her defeat. "As expected of Dane, I really can't beat him at all. He's a genius, but I never imagined the gap between us would be this huge," Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist retracted his spear and suggested stopping the sparring there. "You're tired, let's call it here." "Fine, you win," Layla admitted, making Dane narrow his eyes slightly as he thought. Duke Thermion's wish has been fulfilled. Surely she's realized by now that she's not number one. Thinking this, after giving the swordswoman a proper lesson on who the true genius was, Dane turned and walked away. But right then, the swordswoman widened her eyes and shouted loudly, just how the hell did you train?" In response to the question, Dane only replied coldly with 2 words, "Hard work." But that answer still didn't satisfy Layla. She shot back, questioning him, "Who doesn't work hard?" Up ahead, Dane's footsteps paused for a beat as he muttered, "Then just work harder than that. I'm heading off now." His words made Layla's eyes freeze in stunned silence for a moment. Then she shouted again, declaring, "Next time you won't win anymore." "All right, I'll be waiting," Dane replied calmly and continued walking forward. Returning to the swordswoman's thoughts, watching the back of her departing friend, she began recalling memories from their childhood. "Dane was the only kid I ever admired, and also the one I wanted to surpass. Just by being taught and waiting, I wanted to prove I'm no longer a little girl. But why does he keep getting further and further ahead of me?" Thinking about it, Layla unconsciously clenched her fist tightly and muttered in a voice only she could hear, "Just wait, next time I'll definitely win." Time passed quickly, and soon the day of the entrance exam arrived, because talented individuals from all over the Empire were pouring in to take the entrance test. Including their families and attendants, thousands upon thousands gathered in the capital. The number of students admitted to the Imperial Academy this time was around 6,000 people. Simply paying the exam fee wasn't enough to qualify for individual application, but 2/3 of them failed to pass the first preliminary test. Currently, after the first preliminary exam ended, more than 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized exam. Switching scenes to some office inside the Imperial Academy grounds. At this moment, the Academy's professors were gathered in a meeting when a voice suddenly rang out. Over 2,000 people passed the first exam. A bit more than usual. Looks like it's going to be live. At that point, a professor in a purple robe spoke up asking everyone, "How many do you think will pass this exam?" In response, the blonde girl gave her guess, probably 200 at most. From another side, another question came up. How are the kids in this entrance exam looking? Any potential talents among them? Someone answered, hasn't the summary of the first exam finished yet? Professor Dinabo, head of the magic department, spoke up to explain. Female Professor Ingrid, head of the academics department, also complained, still compiling it here. I wonder who will get the highest score. She said curiously, however the other professors already had their own guesses in mind. The top swordsmanship candidate has to be Duke Thermion's daughter, right? Yeah, the one who won the Danter Cup. That final match was amazing. Duke Thermion raised his kids really well. Looks like the swordsmanship top spot is definitely worth looking forward to. Female Professor Del Pinso, head of the summoning department, said with a face full of anticipation. The head of the swordsmanship department, Esterand, also confirmed to her in an extremely confident tone, worth looking forward to. It's practically guaranteed. Exactly, since there's no real competition. Another person nodded in agreement, making the rest in the meeting feel envious toward Esterand, because the swordsmanship department had landed a genius. When will we ever get a talent like that? They said, and while the group was still chatting happily, Professor Dinabo's eyes turned a bit pensive. Then he took out some letter, placed it on the table, and spoke slowly. My thoughts are a little different. Looking at the letter, female Professor Ingrid asked curiously, what's that? This is a recommendation letter from Sidrain. It's sealed with the magic of the Narusian magic tower. Hearing that, Ingrid gasped in shock. That means Sidrain actually recommended someone. No matter who it is, they can't beat the Danter Cup winner. The swordsmanship department head said in confusion, but the sweat beading on his face showed even he wasn't that confident in his own words. Around them, the others started huddling together to discuss. Then Professor Dinabo explained more clearly. Sidrain, the one famous for never taking disciples, sent a recommendation for a new 14-year-old third tier. Who the heck is that person? Female Professor Del Pinso asked hurriedly. And without keeping everyone in suspense long, Dinabo said straight out, it's Dane Saugers. The name from Dinabo's mouth shocked everyone once again. The Saugers family again. That family already has two geniuses in magic and summoning, and now even the youngest son is personally recommended by Lord Sidra. Back to the group of professors, information about such an outstanding student naturally sparked their curiosity. If it's the Saugers family, then it's no small thing. Two of the continent's supreme families registering at the same time. This is definitely going to be big news. Speaking of which, swordsmanship department head Esteran suddenly remembered something and stroked his chin with interest. Wait a minute, isn't that the family famous for academics? If the recommendation comes from a mage, looks like the Saugers family is about to get famous through magic now. As for female Professor Ingrid, she couldn't help feeling regret. Sigh, I was sure he'd join the academics department. In response, Uncle Dinabo laughed loudly. If he joins my department, then he and Arabella would make a terrifyingly strong pair. He said, then flashed a smug smile and thought to himself, after all, at the Imperial Academy, magic is what really mattered. At that same moment, suddenly an assistant rushed in from outside to report the results. Sorry to interrupt the discussion. We finished compiling the first exam result. Hearing her, the whole group eagerly urged, oh, then let's quickly take a look at the numbers. With that, a blue screen displaying the results appeared before everyone. Swordsmanship department, 1,367 people. Magic, 227 people. Summoning department, 152 people. Looking at the overwhelming number of swordsmanship students, everyone in the meeting room unconsciously swallowed hard. Swordsmanship has 1,367 people. Magic only 227. Indeed, the swordsmanship department is on a completely different level. Back to swordsmanship department head Esterand. After checking the results screen again, he happily said, oh, as expected, the top name belongs to the Thermion family. Returning to Professor Dinabo, at this point he quickly checked too and narrowed his eyes. Wait, Dane Saugers, I don't see that kid's name. Hearing him, everyone exchanged wide-eyed looks. Really? What about Sidrain's recommendation letter? On the other side, Ingrid checked her own list and shook her head. My department doesn't have him either. Out of options, one man in the meeting hurriedly turned to the assistant who just rushed in. What, is there any candidate missing from the list? In response, the assistant girl nervously checked her list again and hesitantly said, well, there is one candidate who applied for the free major. And among the 2,000 exam participants, Dane Saugers achieved the highest score in the first exam. What? Dane Saugers took first place. Esterand shouted loudly. Back to Dane's position. At this moment, he was quietly reminiscing about the recent time. I've been here a month already. Time really flies. The spar with Layla feels like it just happened yesterday. And now the first exam is already over, and we're waiting for results. Good thing the test wasn't too hard. He thought happily. At the same time, swordswoman Layla ran over to ask about the results. Dane, did you get your results? What place did you get? Hearing that, Dane held out his wrist device in front of her and bragged, I got first. Of course it's you, damn it, I missed first place. Layla grumbled irritably, then turned to ask Dane, so how exactly did you study? Mostly just the questions my sister sent me, Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl felt a headache coming on. I looked at those too, but still found them hard. Especially military studies. How's a 14-year-old supposed to know anything about strategy and military management? Huh, I thought that was the easiest part. Didn't you find it interesting? Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he had the advantage of having learned it directly in his previous life. Back to Layla, seeing Dane enjoy such a brutal subject, she gave him a look like he was an alien. What? Are you even normal? Not just military studies. You're good at fine arts, music, even the history of the Drenic Empire too, she said in shock. While Dane smirked arrogantly, that's my major after all. Speaking of which, he recalled the days of his previous life. There were so many things he unconsciously picked up while rolling around on the battlefield. He thought silently. Putting that aside, Layla asked, Hey, where are you taking the second round? 3 places total, right? Dane answered. He thought to himself, let's put this aside. Layla then asked, by the way, where are you taking the second round of exams? There are 3 places in total, Dane replied. Right when he mentioned that, Layla immediately guessed what Major Dane was aiming for and was utterly shocked. 3 places. But you're seriously applying to the free major. Come on, be honest, besides academics and summoning, what else is there? She said with a sideways glance. However, Dane just smiled to himself in amusement and didn't reveal anything. I'll tell you slowly later. Why on earth would you choose the polymath major? No matter how I think about it, I just can't wrap my head around it, Layla shouted again. But Dane simply replied that he just wanted to study that major, which only made Layla's scalp tingle as she reminded him. The acceptance rate for that major is ridiculously low. In response, Dane explained his reason for picking such a tough major. I heard that if you study polymath, you can attend any class you want, and you don't even have to pick a specialized major until graduation. You can basically learn all subjects under the same specialized professors. Before Dane could finish explaining everything, Layla already knew it all too well. Who doesn't know that? You're just deliberately signing up for that major because you don't want to study with me, right? She questioned loudly. How could that be? Dane shook his head in denial. So you really think you can get through that major? What else do you think you can do besides spear techniques and summoning? Tell me, Layla growled like an angry lioness. That made Dane a bit flustered, unsure whether he should really show her his full talents or not. Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to the meeting of the 3 professors. Dinabo, Ingrid, and Dell. At this point, they were gathered together discussing the issue regarding Dane's exam. We've finally got enough people here. The polymath major requires passing 3 rounds, no way around it, so it looks like he'll have to take the exam. Spear techniques and summoning magic cores and circles are basically opposites. It's nearly impossible to pass both. What on earth is he thinking? Even though a few people managed to pass 2 rounds in the past, most couldn't make it through the final one, right? Dell said while looking away from her 2 colleagues. In response to their words, Professor Dinabo nodded. Exactly. It's best to just choose one between spear techniques or summoning. Isn't registering for just one enough? Hearing that, the 2 female professors let out a sigh. The polymath major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has ever passed it. Back then, it wasn't as hard as it is now. Hundreds of years ago, things were different from today. The academy desperately needed talents during the era of conquest, so every genius had to be utilized. If someone had talent, they got trained first. Now it's not like that anymore, so the standards keep getting higher. Applicants have to be the absolute best. Speaking of which, female Professor Ingrid couldn't help but voice her curiosity with a sigh. If that's the case, then why do we still keep this major around? Since no one applies and no one passes anyway. Why not just scrap it and be done? To explain this, Professor Dinabo shook his head slightly. It's because of its symbolism. It's a symbol reserved only for the Empire's most exceptional talent. Agreeing with that explanation, female Professor Dell nodded. Exactly, that symbolism is very important, even though the major has faded now and only the name remains. At the same time, Professor Dinabo pulled out some documents and reminded them. I looked into it, and in the past 100 years, only 2 people passed. One dropped out, and the other was a former emperor. Hearing that, Professor Ingrid's face broke out in a cold sweat as she worried for Dane. That basically means if you're not a genius, there's 0 chance of passing. In response, Professor Dell quietly nodded. If he's the youngest son of the war hero Arkansas, then I'm actually quite looking forward to it. This isn't an ordinary family. Who knows, maybe he's just an arrogant kid. Ingrid shrugged and said, if it were up to our decision, he could get in, but since we're professors with certain positions, we can't be careless. Let's just see how this plays out. Does he have enough confidence to challenge this symbol? The group muttered among themselves. Time passed quickly, switching to the second exam hall. At this point, all three professors were present to oversee Dane's test. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Saugers, applying for the polymath major at the Imperial Academy. Hearing that, Professor Dinabo nodded and asked back, do you know what applying to this major really means? Of course, I heard you have to pass all 3 rounds to be accepted, Dane said with a bow. Then, as if wanting to give him one more chance, female Professor Ingrid spoke up. You said your name is Dane, right? It's not too late yet even now. I have great respect for Count Saugers. He's the best in the Empire. I don't want to see his son get eliminated, so. Before she could finish, Dane cut in from the opposite side. Thank you for the advice, but I came here fully intending to give it my all. His voice was filled with determination, which extinguished any ideas the others had about trying to dissuade him. Right, if he were someone who could give up easily over a few words like that, he wouldn't have applied for this major in the first place. Thinking this, Professor Dinabo had no choice but to start explaining the rules. All right, if that's how it is, then there's no other way. The exam consists of 3 different rounds depending on the major you chose. If you fail any round, you're eliminated immediately. Those words were so clear even a cow could understand them, let alone Dane. I understand, he nodded. Hearing that, Professor Dinabo turned to Professor Dell and continued. Good, as we decided earlier, we'll start with the first summoning round. Upon hearing this, the purple-haired female professor calmly stood up from her seat and walked toward Dane. From the protagonist's perspective, he had heard about this professor before. Professor Del Pinso of the Summoning Department is known as the highest-ranked summoner in the Althian Empire. It's said she once set a record by maintaining 3 or more level 2 summons simultaneously. He thought to himself that in any way related to summoning. Meanwhile, Professor Del Pinso didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The summoning department's exam method is quite simple, just impress me. Hearing her words, the protagonist showed no particular surprise. As expected, this is an open-ended challenge with no specific standards or format. Thinking that, Dane spoke up with a suggestion. Then could you please summon a creature for me? A summoned creature. Del Pinso asked back, a bit unclear on Dane's intention. Yes, any kind is fine. Dane nodded again. With those words from him, the 2 other professors watching from the side nearly fell backward. What did he just say? A candidate asking a professor to perform a summoning, Ingrid said in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Professor Dinabo was sweating buckets as he guessed Dane's purpose. What's his plan here? Since there's no fixed format, I think this could be interpreted theoretically. By the way, he wants to see a summoned creature in person. Back to female Professor Del Pinso. After a few seconds of thoughtful silence. Although she didn't fully understand Dane's intention, she still nodded and agreed to his request. Fine, that's bold but interesting. I know this isn't normal at all, so I have to keep my eyes wide open to see what happens next. With that said, she began chanting the spell, and as her incantation continued, bands of glowing energy started swirling around. Finally, they gathered together and formed a spatial gate in the sky above. The moment it appeared, a powerful gust of wind blew through, knocking some of the onlookers to the ground. Ignoring that, next, from inside the spatial gate, a massive wolf head emerged. This was a summoned creature with a wolf's head but a humanoid body. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling out. This is the berserk summon Edorak. Turning to Dane, looking at the terrifying creature before him, far from being afraid, he actually felt a bit excited. That sound is really chilling. It's the most ferocious among level 4 summons. It's famous for attacking anything it sees. Since this is just the entrance exam, I didn't have high expectations. But this is actually really interesting. Thinking that, Dane broke into an excited smile. On the opposite side, Professor Delphinus looked at Dane with a face full of interest and a challenging glint. There, I've summoned whatever creature I wanted. Now what are you going to do? Around them, a few other professor assistants witnessing the scene had their eyes wide in horror for Dane. Edorak is the most vicious in level 4. Even many dual knights would struggle to defeat it. What exactly are they planning to do? Professor Ingrid said worriedly. Then, under everyone's gaze, the young boy slowly began walking toward the giant wolf, which even made Professor Delphinus startled as she tried to stop him. What are you doing? Stop right there. If you provoke Edorak then. Before she finished speaking, the giant wolf started going berserk, letting out terrifying roars to warn Dane not to come closer. However, our protagonist continued advancing calmly at a slow pace. As long as I prove it in any way, that's fine, right? He asked again. Yes, but if the way you prove it puts you in danger then, Delphinus reminded. However, before she could finish, Dane cut in and declared with absolute certainty, that won't happen. Everyone, don't worry. As he spoke, he slightly extended his hand forward. That action immediately put the giant wolf on high alert. Its mouth kept roaring threats while staring at Dane with eyes full of madness. But strangely, the longer it stared at Dane, the more its berserk frenzy began to calm down. Finally, it lowered its head in submission before Dane. "Yeah, good boy," he praised softly. The unbelievable scene left Professors Dinabo and Ingrid truly stunned. What the hell just happened? Dinabo muttered in confusion. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to stroke the massive head of Edorak. "You're bigger than Genfu, huh?" As for Professor Delphinus, the one who had summoned this monster, she understood it better than anyone else, so she found it even harder to believe. Unbelievable. "I can't believe the ferocious Edorak submitted so easily." Thinking that, she suddenly noticed a faint blue energy thread connecting to her summon. Is that the mana link with Edorak? It's faint, so it's not full submission, but it completely erased Edorak's hostility, she whispered to herself. Of course, the other two professors could also see the thread. "Haha, seeing it with my own eyes and I still can't believe it. Is that innate empathy? Amazing," both exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, Delphinus began analyzing how the protagonist had managed it. Did he approach Edorak, quickly analyze the mana thread, then create a similar one and connect it to himself? Since there's no fixed method, this might be the most suitable way to tame it. That's talent surpassing even mine, the one my master always praised before. With talent like this, the future is really worth looking forward to. Thinking that, she stepped forward and acknowledged the test result. "Dane Saugers, your abilities have been fully confirmed. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid fundamental skill. No doubt about it, you've passed the exam." Beside her, Professors D. Nabo and Ingrid also agreed. Time passed quickly until evening. At this point, Dane recounted his exam results to Layla, leaving her stunned. "It only took 30 minutes, so you're really the top scorer then." Hearing that, Dane looked at her curiously and asked back, "What's wrong? I heard you're the top in swordsmanship." "No, you're the real top scorer." Layla shook her head and said, "Come on, cheer up. They've already thrown a party to celebrate us getting in," Dane replied with a bright smile. But on Layla's side, she couldn't hold back the tears. "No appetite, you eat a lot, okay." With that, she could only sigh inwardly. Unbelievable. I never imagined the gap would be this huge. It's like an unstoppable force, a natural disaster, that kind of feeling. Thinking that, she wandered off aimlessly, and seeing her dejected figure, Dane wanted to call out a few comforting words. However, before he could, Uncle Bout stopped him. "She wants to be alone. Let her be, don't worry too much. Layla will get through this." Saying that, the uncle paused for a moment and asked the protagonist, "By the way, have you contacted your father yet? The Count will surely be very proud." Of course, he didn't need much reminding. Dane had already done it. Yes, everyone was really happy, he nodded. Hearing that, the Duke glanced around at the people in the party and continued, "If it's the free major, then it's well deserved. Everyone here is surprised. Now that the exams are over, just rest well and prepare for enrollment." In response, Dane didn't forget to thank him. "Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I've had a really good time." Then Bout remembered something and asked Dane again, "Oh right, have you thought about the entrusted item for the forge yet?" Hearing that, Dane honestly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking about a sword, but I don't have a specific plan yet. My body's still growing, so I don't know what kind of sword to make. I'll think about it more since it's a great opportunity." Hearing the explanation, Bout nodded as if he understood. "Makes sense. No need to rush, just take your time." At the same moment, a servant beside him reminded the uncle, "Duke, it's time to go up to the Duchess." Hearing that, Bout's expression changed and became hurried. "I know, I'll head there first then." With that, he quickly went to meet his wife, and watching his departing back, Dane could guess that the Duchess's illness seemed to still be ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained a bit more specifically for Dane to understand. "Luckily, the symptoms aren't getting worse, but they're not improving either. It's been like this for several years now." Turning to Dane, for a situation like this, he could only sigh inwardly. What a pity. As someone who's never seen a family member sick, that's a feeling I can't possibly understand. Should I go comfort Layla or not? He asked himself. Time flew by quickly. 2 days later in the morning at the Imperial Academy. At this point, the students who had passed the exams were gathered together for the opening ceremony. Right now, an old man stood in front of everyone and gave a speech. "I'm very pleased to meet the new students of the Imperial Academy. I am Hwold Hammett, the principal of this academy. This year, seeing these new students who overcame fierce competition and are standing here, I believe the future of the Empire will be very bright. All of you are talented prodigies of the Empire, but especially among this batch of freshmen, there are many outstanding talents. In fact, there's even a student who got into the free major, one that only 2 people have passed in the past 100 years. This student has been approved by the heads of 3 departments, academics, magic, and summoning." Hearing those words from the principal's mouth, the group of students below immediately started panicking and turning to look at each other. "Oh my God, got into the free major. No way, unbelievable. Who the heck is that talented? Back to Hwold, not wanting to keep them guessing long. Right after that, he invited the person forward as the representative of the new students. Top scorer Dane Saugers, please come forward. Hearing his name called, Dane calmly stepped forward. And after hearing his family name, the surrounding students let out waves of admiration and awe. That guy's the one who passed the free exam. What kind of blessing did the Saugers family get? At the same time, Dane's parents were also present here to witness their son participating in the opening ceremony. See Dane over there. The kid's grown up a lot, looks pretty sharp too, first place, huh? You've raised your son really well, Arkin Bout said with a bright smile in praise, making Arkin grin like he'd won the lottery and reply modestly, compared to you, it's nothing. Hearing that, Bout's face showed a bit of irritation as he complained about his own two sons. I had to raise two sons, and neither turned out worth a damn. The youngest one enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest got kicked out, and the middle one just ran away from home. Meanwhile, you've got two daughters. I'm seriously jealous here. But you still have Layla, right? Arkin replied with an awkward smile. Hearing that, Bout looked over at his daughter with a touch of regret. Wish my wife could be here to see this too. Switching scenes to Professor Delphinus's position. At this moment, she was chatting with Dane's older sister Claire. You've been close with your summoned beasts since you were little, right? Yes, Professor, Claire nodded, which only made the professor even more certain of her thoughts. Indeed, it seems the affinity was there from birth. With that said, she turned her gaze to Dane, looking at him like he was some kind of monster, a kid with no markings at all surpassing every summoner. Ignoring her for now, back to Claire, she voiced one of her own questions. Professor, if Dane's affinity level is that high, is it possible he could summon creatures beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon. That's another world, where summoned creatures that disappeared 100 years ago once connect. To her question, Professor Delphinus could only give an uncertain answer. Who knows? The creatures there choose their own mages, so yes, it's possible. Back to Principal Hwold. After looking at Dane's face, he nodded in satisfaction. So you're the rumored Dane Saugers, huh? Feel free to showcase your talents freely within the academy. With that, he handed the protagonist some kind of paper. Seeing that, Dane reached out to take the paper and affirmed, I will remember that, Principal. Now then, the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath. Someone shouted loudly. Just like that, time passed quickly and the opening ceremony came to an end. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane silently reminded himself, finally, I've entered the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is the real new beginning. Switching scenes to the academy's main lecture hall. At this point, the professor assistants reminded the new students, the academy introduction ends here. From now on, this is the real new beginning. You all can take a short break for now. Head to the refreshments in the back and relax comfortably. Hearing that, the group of students started turning to each other and chatting lively. Meanwhile, swordswoman Layla didn't forget to remind her close friend, listen, Dane, from now on a lot of people are going to target you. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you have to be careful. If anyone makes you an offer, think it over really carefully. She paused for a moment, then reminded him in the quietest voice, I've heard that place is full of weirdos who weren't properly educated at home. On this side, Dane looked at her acting like a worried young mom on her kid's first day of school and said in exasperation, I got it, I know already. Hearing his response, Layla immediately realized Dane wasn't taking her words too seriously and reminded him again, don't brush it off, listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen started rushing in with bright smiles and inviting the freshmen to join their clubs. Haha, definitely new blood here. Grab that red-haired kid, he's the talent we're looking for. They said cheerfully while recruiting the new students like multi-level marketers, making Layla sigh in resignation when she saw the scene. The upperclassmen have already started hunting freshmen during break time. Back to Dane, this actually felt a bit interesting to him. My sister told me about this. Seems like there are a lot of fun clubs. Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, very quickly the upperclassmen remembered his existence and shouted to each other, find that top-ranked Saugers kid. No way, we have to get him into our club. They said while all turning to stare intently at the protagonist, which made Layla panic. Dane, everyone's targeting you. What do we do now? First, let's get out of here. With that, the swordswoman hurriedly grabbed the protagonist's wrist tightly and dragged him away running. However, the upperclassmen weren't about to let them go that easily. Dane Saugers joined the bodybuilding club, the place that nurtures and trains the perfect physique. A burly senior said excitedly. On the other side, a blonde senior also eagerly pitched in, hey newbie, what do you think about the Map Research Club? Join now and you'll get access to a completely new map. Our astrology research club is full of outstanding talent. Over there, that's the Thermion family heir. We can't let our precious young lady escape. They chased after the two like zombies spotting fresh meat, and Layla, hearing that, was a bit creeped out by their enthusiasm. "No thanks, I'm not joining," the red-haired girl shouted loudly. Meanwhile, this chase scene felt oddly familiar to the protagonist. "I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this situation is definitely a first. Being number one really is exhausting," the kid grumbled inwardly. Time passed quickly, switching scenes to some corridor where a professor was calmly walking along, and it seemed his identity was a bit special, making the assistants chatter. "That's Kelthas Redfield, right?" someone asked. His friend beside him nodded. "Yep, I heard he resigned from leading the Imperial Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, so an exceptional figure has come here. But things might get a bit troublesome now. Another new student in the free major after decades. Lately, I've just been writing occasional papers and hitting the bare minimum. Life was so comfortable. That peaceful life is over now. Now we'll probably have to prepare proper lesson plans, right? Even I'm annoyed just thinking about it." The complaining voices started ringing out. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas also felt his head throbbing. The new student orientation is gradually wrapping up. "This is unbelievable. Why did it have to be the top scorer right now?" Thinking that, he looked toward Dane in front of him and spoke up. "You're Dane Sagar's right. You got here early." Hearing someone call him, Dane turned and bowed in greeting. "Hello, Professor. Nice to meet you. All right, come in." He continued and quickly invited Dane into his office. Then Kelthas grumbled about his rotten luck again. "I worked so hard to get this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students. Even being a mentor, I'm already sick of dealing with knights." Thinking that, he turned to Dane with interest and asked, "Why did you apply to the free major?" "Because I want to do everything I want to do," Dane replied. "Have you ever thought about switching to the special major?" Kelthas suggested. "No, sir," Dane shook his head. And to that answer, Kelthas's face twisted a little. "So then I have no choice but to guide him. Really no way out. If he hasn't taken the swordsmanship exam, that means he lacks confidence." Thinking this as if coming up with a plan, Kelthas continued. "Do you know any swordsmanship at all? I don't mean to insult you, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, you need at least a certain level of sword skill." From Dane's perspective, he immediately smelled something fishy here, suddenly talking about swordsmanship. "I don't feel like he's welcoming me at all." Dane furrowed his brow in thought, then replied, "It's not that I have no interest in swordsmanship." Hearing that, Kelthas immediately stood up from his chair and suggested, "Then good, shall we test it right now?" "Sure," Dane accepted calmly. That made Kelthas unable to hide his delight. "Perfect, got him." He thought to himself and eagerly continued, "Then let's head to my training ground now." When he said that, Kelthas already had his purpose, because he had the right to evaluate students. As long as he used the excuse of the kid's clumsy swordsmanship to fail him reasonably, he could easily get Dane expelled. Next, switching to the training room, Kelthas reminded Dane, "There are plenty of practice swords here, so pick whichever one you want." "Yes, Professor." He nodded and quickly scanned the practice swords placed nearby. However, seeing how the swords were arranged along with random junk thrown all over the floor, Dane felt deeply disappointed. Why is the training ground in a place like this? Even if there are no free major students, this is a bit too serious. "Whatever, just pick one that fits." Thinking that, Dane casually grabbed a sword. "Is that enough?" Kelthas asked again. "Yes, this one's fine," Dane affirmed confidently. Hearing that, Kelthas started explaining the rules. "If you can land even one attack on me with that sword, you'll pass. It's not hard since I'll only move within 2 steps," he said confidently. Unaware that standing before him was a super high-level swordsmanship master. "Yes, I understand," Dane replied calmly. "Good, then let's begin," Kelthas said coldly. At the same time, he thought to himself, "The kid accepted my conditions so calmly. Is it because he's confident enough?" he wondered. Next, Dane tightly gripped the sword in his hand and charged forward to launch an attack. First, he aimed his sword straight at Kelthas's waist. However, the professor easily dodged to the side, but that strike still surprised Kelthas inwardly. "Oh, too fast, huh? So that's how he got into the free major," he thought to himself, before the sword in Dane's hand began swinging and thrusting toward him like a machine. That startled the professor and forced him to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade back. After that, he swallowed nervously, almost got in big trouble. Abnormal swordsmanship. Could he be some idiot who just happens to know how to use a sword? Moreover, that kid fights like a battlefield swordsman, not the stance of someone from nobility or a knight. Kelthas furrowed his brow in thought. But before he could analyze much more, Dane charged in for another attack. The protagonist's body moved continuously, unleashing lightning-fast strikes from every direction, forcing the professor to struggle hard just to block them all. And the more they fought, the harder it got. Unbelievable. I'm level 6 and have to focus this much. Am I fighting a 14-year-old kid? He doesn't even need the handicap anymore, but this style looks so familiar, Kelthas said to himself. At that moment, he began recalling an old memory when he was on the battlefield and witnessed an enemy soldier with incredibly powerful swordsmanship. Amazing, in the Drenic Empire there are people this fierce. But that person had no medals or knightly banners. Who the hell was that? Back to reality, while Kelthas was momentarily off guard reminiscing about the past, Dane seized the opening and struck toward his side. But of course, Dane stopped his sword the instant the blade touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Looking at Dane's sword now touching his body, Kelthas inwardly cursed at himself. Damn it, why did I space out like that? Back to Dane, seeing he'd won, he broke into a satisfied smile and retracted his sword. Professor, I think I've met the requirement. Hearing him say that, though a bit unwilling, Kelthas had to grit his teeth and admit, you passed. With that said, he looked at Dane with extremely wary eyes. This kid really is a genius, a special genius. Even with the handicap, he didn't fall short against me, someone who's reached level 6. Now I understand why he wasn't interested in the swordsmanship exam. Thinking this, after realizing Dane possessed such immense sword talent, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, why with this level of skill didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department? Because I thought my family would be sad, Dane replied, and those words made Kelthas startle a little. But very quickly, remembering Dane's family background, he soon understood the reason. His father is a master of academics, his two sisters masters of magic and summoning. Could he have chosen all three to meet his family's expectations? It's not that he lacked confidence in swordsmanship. I completely guessed wrong. Back to Dane, unaware of the professor's inner thoughts, he asked next, has the professor confirmed everything? Dane's words snapped Kelthas out of his thoughts and he hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes, all right. You can go now, I'll send the notice to you soon. Yes, thank you, Professor. Dane bowed and quickly left the room. Watching the boys departing back, Kelthas could only lament his rotten luck for the second time. What a failure. The department heads who served as judges probably feel the same way. All my plans to drive him out and live comfortably have gone up in smoke. Next, Dane ran into his older sister Claire outside the school grounds, and she seemed a bit surprised that Dane had passed the test so easily. Did you really get through the exam just like that? That's weird. Professor Kelthas isn't the type to let students pass easily. That professor only shows up for regular meetings once a year, but this time, the principal specifically called him in. He really hates anything troublesome. Hearing that, Dane found it a little hard to accept and grumbled. He really does live by his own rules, huh? Yeah, that's exactly why I'm surprised. But thank goodness nothing bad happened, Dane, Claire said with a smile, which made Dane feel a little amused inside. Big Sis isn't praising me, but she's relieved I'm safe and sound. That's one of the reasons I like Big Sis number 2. At the same time, his other sister Arabella came running from afar and called out, Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were. Turns out you're with Claire. Did you pass the test? She said with a bright smile. And the moment the three siblings gathered together, everyone around immediately started buzzing. Look, the Sagar siblings are all here. I thought just Arabella and Claire were amazing already, but now the youngest is even better than his sisters. What kind of family are they anyway? The whole group silently exclaimed in awe. Next, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. While walking, the guide introduced himself. My name is Max Howe, in charge of all dormitory operations. The dorms are divided into 3 zones based on entrance scores, with the highest rank called Danter 1 after the first emperor. Student Dane, as the top scorer in the free major, you'll be in this zone. The cafeteria, training grounds, library, all top standard. Plus, there's even a lounge and a magic projection. On top of that, there are some secret facilities too. It might not happen, but depending on your scores, there could be cases where you'd have to leave this zone. Arabella and Claire were also in this zone, but they stayed until graduation. With that, he pulled out a key and continued explaining. Here, this is the access key for Student Dane. We'll give you 2 as backups, so if you lose it, just report it to me. Be careful from now on, there are a lot of eccentric students here. They're not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. All right, go check out your room. If you need anything, contact the maintenance office. After saying that, Max left right away, while Dane let out a sigh. Phew, should I go check out the room now? Thinking that, he quickly walked around to take a look and admitted, it's really high class, but why is it so quiet? Something feels really off. I can't sense any human presence at all, like they've all vanished. So, what the heck is going on here? Dane furrowed his brow and wondered to himself. Extremely curious about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and focused on spreading the energy inside his body outward. Let's try diffusing aura sensing, he thought silently. Then Dane's energy streams slowly spread out, flowing into every corner of the dormitory zone, and the images gradually appeared in the protagonist's mind. A whiff of machine oil passed by his nose, the faint clink of gears touching. This is a trap. Seeing this, Dane started to guess something and broke into a light smile. So that's it, this is the welcome ritual, huh? Dane muttered, and just as he predicted, at that moment in some spot inside the dormitory zone, a group of students was watching him through a simulation screen. When they saw Dane standing stock still without moving, the red-haired student curiously said, "Why isn't he moving anymore? Does he really have that good of an instinct?" Beside him, a blue-haired student turned and complained, "Hey Arnold, what if he figured out all the traps already?" In response, the young man Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and declared with absolute certainty, "No way in hell. My Juillard family has been the best hunters for hundreds of years, so I'm super confident in my traps." This handsome-faced student was the eldest son of Baron Juillard, Arnold Juillard, a third year in the marksmanship department. To his confident claim, one of the students in the group got a bit worried and asked if it was dangerous. And of course, Arnold wasn't dumb enough to do anything lethal. Naturally, I removed anything that could actually hurt him. It's just enough to make him look ridiculous. Back to the group, seeing no life-threatening danger, they got excited again and waited to watch Dane embarrass himself. This first welcome ritual is gonna be something to look forward to. That kid's gonna look pathetic when he gets here. Arnold's voice dripped with mockery. Then a worried voice piped up, "Is this really okay? That's the Sagar's family. So what? We've all gone through a very memorable welcome ritual, haha." "Just wait, he'll definitely faint from fear," Arnold replied casually without a hint of worry. After all, for big families, pranks like this from kids aren't serious enough to make the adults step in. Unlike Arnold's confident demeanor, a girl in the group furrowed her brow and reminded him, "But you forgot he's the top scorer in the free major, so this time it might be different. His big sisters are both geniuses. If he got into the free major, he's probably even more talented than both of them." This girl was Priscilla Neliel from the Neliel family, a fourth year in the neuroscience department. Back to Arnold's perspective. Facing Priscilla's doubt, he puffed up and shouted back, "What? You mean he won't fall for my traps?" Before Priscilla could answer, the brown-haired student beside him teased, "No, but you don't sound that confident yourself." "Don't laugh, there's no way," Arnold yelled. But even though he was shouting, deep down he was already panicking. Adjusting his glasses again, he tried to reassure himself optimistically, "No way he noticed my traps. I used concealment techniques and oiled everything so there'd be no mechanical noise." Just as he thought that, Dane started moving again. That made the whole group scramble to watch. "Hey, he's moving again. Out of the way." They shouted and shoved each other for the best view. Back to Dane, the traps in front of him were like kindergarten toys compared to the ones Lady Lily used to set for him. With just a glance he could spot them all, starting with a tripwire trap. Just a light touch and it triggered. "Then I'll use a mana bullet." No sooner thought than done. Dane gathered mana in his palm and fired a mana bullet straight at a brown bag on the ceiling. The moment it hit, the bag exploded, dumping water down like a waterfall. However, after observing the amount, Dane was a little surprised. "Less water than I expected," he muttered inward. There was still one thing Dane hadn't predicted. Right after, the floor stones suddenly opened up, and a cloud of brown smoke billowed straight out. The stench was so disgusting it almost made Dane faint on the spot. "Oh God, what is this awful smell? Such childish crap," Dane grumbled in annoyance. Back to Arnold's group. However much they'd been looking forward to Dane's humiliation earlier, now they were just as pissed off. And all that frustration got dumped on Arnold, the one who'd confidently declared his traps would work for sure. "Hey Arnold, what the hell is this? You said it was foolproof. What happened right at the start?" It's just a coincidence, Arnold stammered at a loss for words. "Coincidence my ass." Priscilla's voice was full of doubt, but Arnold nodded frantically. "Yeah, I went easy at the beginning so he spotted it. Just wait, he'll definitely fall for the next ones." The glasses-wearing guy gritted his teeth and insisted, and hearing him pour his heart out like that, the other two boys nodded, "Yeah, probably just a glitch. Let's trust Arnold one more time." Hearing that, Priscilla could only sigh inwardly. An invisible unease started creeping over her. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" she whispered. Meanwhile, after continuing down the hallway, Dane quickly spotted the second trap. And to this one he muttered in disappointment, "Sigh, the second one's clumsy too. Should I just break it outright?" Next, the traps Arnold had set started activating. From all four sides of the hallway, countless boxing gloves shot out everywhere. However, with Dane's incredibly agile movement, he dodged them all without any trouble. Even the cleverly arranged spike traps couldn't do a thing to our protagonist. In the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the young group was stunned into silence and exclaimed in shock, as expected from the Sagar's family. Behind them, Arnold's face went blank seeing all the traps he'd worked so hard on rendered completely useless against someone like the protagonist. Even the two guys in front had zero faith left in him. Dane acts like he knows exactly where everything is. Arnold put so much effort into hiding them, yet he spotted them so easily. Both sighed in admiration. But Arnold, feeling too humiliated, still refused to give up. "Damn it. It's way too early to quit. No way he'll dodge the final trap." He gritted his teeth and said, making Priscilla pause and ask, "What's the final trap?" In response, the glasses guy didn't explain clearly and just gave a cryptic smile. Hee, you'll see soon enough. Just like that, very quickly they got to witness the final trap Arnold had prepared. Right in front of the protagonist, a massive red dragon appeared. Not just that, behind it was another huge goat-headed monster, no less impressive. From Dane's perspective, seeing these huge monsters suddenly pop up in front of him, he guessed they're summoned beasts. Looks like they prepared some pretty strong ones. Dane clicked his tongue in approval before noticing something off about them. Wait, something's wrong. As he spoke, Dane furrowed his brow to observe, and quickly realized the monster's images looked glitchy and hazy, not quite real. These are just illusions, all bluff with no real power. No wonder they look suspiciously strong. A normal student would have run away screaming. But I don't need to dodge anything. Just disrupt the mana flow and they'll vanish on their own. Thinking that, Dane started gathering energy in his palm. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the students saw Dane not running and froze. What? This guy's not fleeing. He even looks pretty relaxed. Wait, what's he doing? Is he gathering mana? Someone exclaimed in shock. And those words hit Arnold like lightning. Sweat poured down his face in worry. He spotted their illusions in an instant. No way, how could that be? The more he thought, the clearer the panic showed on his face. Seeing that look, Priscilla in the back clicked her tongue and shook her head. It's all over, she whispered. Back to Dane's position. After gathering enough energy, he released it toward the monster illusions. Right after, those illusions shattered in a flash, as if they'd never existed. After finishing, Dane smirked and said, "What a joke. Let's see where the designer of this crap is hiding." Switching to Arnold's group, for some reason, they suddenly bolted out of the room with panicked faces. That's an Etherak. Run, why is that thing here? Arnold, damn it, do something, the black-haired guy shouted. However, Arnold was already scared shitless and had no strength left to fight the giant wolf chasing them. What the hell is that? Arnold yelled. Isn't this what you prepared? The red-haired guy asked frantically. Then the giant wolf suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar, making the red-haired guy scream in terror. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out nearby. So you guys were hiding here, huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to find their savior and immediately turned to beg for help. Newbie, if this is yours, can you handle it? We'll apologize, please get rid of it. Back to Dane, after feeling like he'd scared these seniors enough, he canceled the summoning of the wolf, making it vanish through the spatial gate. Only when it was completely gone did the students finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, this long-haired male student straightened his clothes and awkwardly spoke to Dane. Looks like the initiation ritual failed. Welcome, newbie. I'm Droyan Valentine, 5th year in the alchemy department, sole heir of the Marquis Valentine family. Pretty good build and handsome too, with beautiful big sisters like yours, it's understandable, right? As he spoke, he extended his hand forward. Seeing that, Dane reached out, gripped the guy's hand firmly, and replied, "Ah yes, nice to meet you." Dane said while thinking inwardly, what the hell is this guy talking about? Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Droyan continued praising him. You're pretty good at dodging traps. So you're in the free major, that's probably why the ritual failed. Arnold's really disappointed. He's the heir of the famous Hunter Julard family, the one behind all those traps. Droyan excitedly advertised, making Arnold extremely embarrassed. Damn it, why drag me into this? He yelled. So he's the one who designed those traps, Dane thought with a smile. Next, Droyan requested, hey, everyone come say hi. Ah, sure, the group replied and quickly stepped forward. Then Droyan pointed at Priscilla and introduced, this is Priscilla. She's a 4th year in the Divine Arts department. Best not to mess with her. For someone who wants to become a priest, she's really. Before Droyan could finish, Priscilla guessed what he was about to say, so she swatted the stinky fish guy aside and cut in, gentle and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Nelliel, the abandoned child of the family. Joining the Divine Arts department means I can forget about ever getting married. In response, Dane nodded. Ah, yes, looking forward to working with you, sis. After that, the two shook hands in greeting, but right after, Priscilla's eyes widened like saucers as she sensed the terrifying energy inside Dane. What is this? How is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level for someone our age? Unbelievable, no way. From behind, Droyan looked a bit confused seeing Priscilla freak out like that. Is that a big deal? He asked. Probably, the red-haired guy replied. Meanwhile, Arnold felt a bit annoyed. They're making a fuss over a little dense mana. Ignoring him, the red-haired student stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Skal Hespro, 2nd year in the martial arts department. I'm not like those muscle freaks, so don't get the wrong idea. Muscles are important, but martial arts aren't just about muscles like everyone thinks. If you're interested, just say the word. I'll teach you real martial arts, Skal promised. Next, Dane turned to observe the last person, Arnold, who was arrogantly looking away like he didn't care about introductions. That uncooperative attitude made the group complain. "Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're sulking just because your traps got wrecked." Over something so small, so petty, the group scolded, making veins pop on Arnold's forehead. With no choice, even though he was furious, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, but all he said was his name, Arnold Joulard. That was all that came out of him. Luckily, Dane didn't mind much and stayed cheerful despite his grumpy attitude. "I'm Dane Saugers, nice to meet you." He seemed pissed because all his traps got destroyed. Should I compliment them? Dane wondered inwardly, and not wanting to look at that sour face anymore, he tossed him some praise. "They were really good traps. You seem to understand mechanisms and triggers well, but the paint is too easy to spot. Why not mix silver F3 and black D6 at a 4:6 ratio instead of black F6? In this lighting, it'd be harder to notice. Other than that, these are traps anyone would fall for." Beside them, the group heard Dane giving trap improvement advice and felt dizzy from his talent. "He's teaching Arnold how to set traps. You're really something," they said. After the introductions wrapped up, the group led Dane to his room. Following them, Dane thought inwardly, "These people are pretty interesting. But it feels great having some decent friends around. Things are about to get fun." Time flew by quickly, switching scenes to some corner inside the school grounds. At this point, Dane was standing and chatting with his close friend Layla, but whatever he just said made the swordswoman suddenly yell in shock after hearing it. "What? You're taking 6 major sessions this semester." In response, Dane slowly explained, "There are only 3 majors, and each one has 2 lecture sessions, right?" Seeing that Layla still shook her head at his overly calm attitude. "Don't forget the general education courses too. How are you even gonna have time to sleep? Usually freshmen only have 4 sessions. Mining, maybe you could skip the first one." Back to Dane, after hearing that he gave Layla a slightly disdainful look. "You can really say that. That's exactly why military studies got 2 extra general sessions added." You're so heartless. I'm really scared of military studies. In the first semester exam, my score dropped a ton because of that subject." Layla whined, and Dane had to agree. "Yeah, it really is the hardest subject," Dane muttered inwardly. Next, Layla checked the time again and spoke up. "As expected of the top scorer, see you later in the swordsmanship major class. I have to head to my general lecture now." Seeing that Dane couldn't help but ask curiously, "Which general lecture is it?" "Oh, it's understanding cosmetics and skin care," Layla said with a face full of excitement, while Dane could only chuckle inwardly at her words. "Haha, typical girl stuff," thinking that he nodded and replied, "Got it, see you later then." Time passed quickly, switching to the military studies classroom. At this moment, our protagonist Dane was also present here. With his appearance naturally came curious and observant stares from everyone in the class. "That's Dane Saugers. Why is he here? Is he actually planning to attend?" "Probably. Being the Count's son, he looks kinda cold." "Ah, I think I get what you're saying." The whispers went straight into Dane's ears, making his face a bit annoyed. "I can hear everything." He grumbled inwardly, then opened his book and thought about the general military studies course. From what he'd read yesterday, there were parts he already knew, but also parts that completely contradicted reality. Makes sense. If theory and reality always matched perfectly, then no country would ever lose a war. But the reason military studies is taught is because basic theory is extremely important. Just as he thought that, from outside the door, a stern-faced middle-aged professor stepped into the classroom, instantly silencing the entire room. "Hello everyone, I'm Francisco Gabius, and I'll be teaching the military studies theory course. Just call me Professor Gabius. Once roll call is done, we'll start the lesson right away." From the protagonist's perspective, just looking at the professor's serious face already made him rate the man higher. That look, this guy's definitely got thick battlefield experience. This is gonna be worth looking forward to, Dane thought silently. After roll call finished, Professor Gabius dove straight into the lecture. His voice echoed through the quiet room. "You have to study military theory deeply to make it effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can be flexible, but commanders always have to balance victory with their troops' lives. Clearly, theory is very important. You rely on theory to understand the actual situation, and by spotting the inconsistencies in reality, you can grasp the true purpose of military theory. I'm really curious how many talented students here will become elite officers. What do you all think is the most important thing in war?" In response to the question, while everyone else was still hesitating what to say, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing that the professor's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "All right," the student who raised their hand, "go ahead and speak." Answering the question, Dane spoke with absolute certainty. "The most important principle is supply line." Hearing that Gabius's eyes lit up with approval, he nodded and continued, "Correct answer. Victory, triumph, advancement, all of these can only happen when supply lines are secured. Interesting, right at the start, and we already have someone who got it right, he said excitedly, before turning to ask Dane one more question. So do you know the three most important things in supply management? Answering the question, Dane replied, first is strict military management. Supply from the center to the front lines isn't just physical distance, the whole system is extended. If even one person has selfish ambitions, corruption easily happens. That leads to shortages in supply. When saying these words, Dane was completely drawing from his own battlefield experience. He wasn't bluffing, he truly understood the issue. Most supply problems come from dishonest people in the middle stages, even though the shipments start out safe. Exactly, next is, Gabius continued. And this time Dane answered very quickly and concisely. Standardization of supply. If you standardize the quantity and weight of supplied goods, then mass production becomes possible. This greatly helps with rapid supply delivery, allowing frontline units to maintain strategy without losses. Hearing those words from him, the students in the class exchanged wide-eyed looks and whispered, "What is he even talking about? That's not in the book at all." Not just them, even Professor Gabius couldn't hide the shock on his face. Then he gave the final question. This time it was another correct answer. Finally, Dane replied, "That's on-site production. The longer a war drags on, the less the above two can be maintained and supply quality drops. That requires battlefield soldiers to figure out ways to achieve minimal self-sufficiency. Even if the quantity and quality are low, it can still provide emergency reserves," Dane said with a light smile. "All of these are things I've personally witnessed and felt on the battlefield," he thought silently. Meanwhile, the room had fallen completely silent. With the protagonist's words, they started gaping in stunned silence, unable to say anything. Finally, Professor Gabius couldn't hold back and praised loudly. "That's an outstanding answer. What year are you in?" "First year, sir," Dane replied. That answer made Gabius's face show clear confusion. Sweat started beading on his forehead as he asked again, "What? Just a first-year student? How could a newly enrolled kid know this kind of content?" He asked more specifically about what Dane had just said. Strict military management, supply standardization, and finally on-site production for self-sufficiency. Those answers are real experiences that soldiers and officers have gone through on the battlefield. How could someone with no battlefield experience know this? On the opposite side, Dane's face turned a bit pensive. Of course, he couldn't say he'd experienced it directly, so after about 2 seconds he just bluffed. "My father often told me about these things." "Your father, so what's your name?" Gabius asked curiously. "Dane Saugers, sir," the protagonist replied with a proud face. After hearing the family name, Gabius was completely convinced. The Saugers family. "So you're the son of the Green Whirlwind. No wonder. If it's from the Saugers family, then you're the student who got into the free major after 100 years. No surprise your level is different from other first year." Thinking this now with no more doubts in his heart, he raised his voice to the whole class. "Haha, so everyone heard clearly right. Completing the military theory part will self-study is exactly what student Dane Saugers just answered. Applying theory to fit real situations, building on textbook theory. That's the ultimate goal of military studies. Let's move on to the next part." With that said, he looked at Dane with a face full of anticipation. It's been a long time since an outstanding Saugers appeared. Time passed quickly. After the class ended, Dane was panicking and bolting away. While walking, he muttered, "I almost got roped into the Imperial University." Right after class, Professor Gabius called me over and even tried to convince me to apply to the Imperial University. He seemed kinda desperate. Thinking this, Dane remembered his sister Claire's advice. If anyone tries to convince you to join the Empire's Imperial University, just refuse, reject it, and leave immediately. Big sis number 2's advice saved. But it looks like he won't give up that easily. "Well, right now my problem is I still haven't gotten used to the academy map. It's way too big. The meeting spot with Lily is at the central fountain square." Thinking that, Dane strained his eyes, looking at the map in front of him. Very quickly, he found his target. "Oh, here it is. Cutting through the mist garden is the fastest way," he muttered. The mist garden is a place where even on cloudy days visibility is limited like there's fog, making it very easy to get lost and wander around inside. It's also a vast garden shrouded in thick mist that everyone avoids. Plus, there are rumors of demons appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem like what Big Sis described. The weather's good, so I already got here quickly." The words had barely left his mouth when, like it wanted to contradict Dane, he suddenly heard a desperate scream from behind. "Help, is anyone there? Anyone, please help me." Hearing that pitiful sound, Dane immediately turned toward where it came from with curious eyes. "Huh, someone's here." The sound's coming from inside. "Mom always told me if someone is in danger, I have to help right away. There's still enough time before the next literature class, so I can get them out." Dane reminded himself inwardly and quickly headed toward where he heard the sound. Not long after that, Dane successfully rescued an anonymous male student. After being saved, the guy thanked him profusely. "Thanks, I thought I was gonna be stuck in there forever." In response, Dane just waved it off and asked, "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" The glasses-wearing guy said he felt a bit tired but was fine. Then he introduced himself. "I'm Ernest Dyland, first year in the exploration department." Hearing that, Dane looked at this dazed young man like he was an alien. "Huh, an exploration department student who got lost." His voice was full of astonishment, making Ernest's face flush with embarrassment. I got too excited and wandered off unconsciously." "How excited do you have to be to lose your way completely?" Dane sighed, setting aside Ernest's clumsiness for now. He noticed the family name and asked, "If it's Baron Dylan, then the family should be in the west. The crest is probably a ship and sailor." "Of course, that's the most famous lineage for exploration, right?" Dane asked, and the guy nodded. "Exactly. My family has explored seas and unknown lands for generations. But for you, it seems a bit difficult." Dane silently reminded himself inwardly. Then the guy awkwardly scratched his head and asked Dane back, "I'm surprised you know about my family. What's your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers." The protagonist replied with a bright smile, and just hearing the family name, Ernest's expression immediately changed as he exclaimed, "So you're that new student who got into the free major after 100 years?" Yeah, that's me." Dane scratched his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest started looking at him like he was seeing his idol. "Oh wow, so lucky. I've really wanted to meet you even just once." From Dane's perspective, Ernest's overly enthusiastic attitude made him even more flustered. Then, after calming down, Dane suddenly noticed something unusual about Ernest's appearance and furrowed his brow in thought. He said he wasn't hurt anywhere. "But what are those bruises? And there are scars too. They're very different from exploration injury scars. Could it be?" Dane guessed inwardly and seemed to have some idea. Then, to verify his guess, the protagonist asked, "Are you exploring this garden?" Hearing that, Ernest shared, "Exploring, I feel excited. Actually, for me, not just the garden. Everything new I encounter is exploration. Not just this maze-like garden, but people and objects too." With that, Ernest opened his backpack to show Dane countless items he'd collected. "Look at this." Beside him, Dane was a bit surprised and said, "All exploration gear, that's a lot." "My goal is to explore every place inside the academy," Ernest continued. Then, after a brief pause, he quietly reminded the protagonist, "The mist garden is naturally one of them. There has to be something here. Cloudy sky, but the mist is still so thick. Isn't that too unreasonable?" Back to Dane, talking about the garden made his expression change as he nodded. "Yeah, so have you figured anything out yet?" To Dane's question, Ernest could only shake his head regretfully. "Not yet, but I'm sure there's some kind of power inside this garden. But hasn't no one been able to figure it out?" Dane shrugged in reply. However, Ernest had his own thoughts on this. "Right, but what if there's a reason no one thinks to figure it out, or they've tried but still couldn't? A reason it can't be figured out?" Dane exclaimed curiously. And at this point, the glasses-wearing guy slowly shared his guesses about the garden's strange phenomenon. "Exactly. Right now we can't know. But suppose if it's power created by unidentified factors or objects, like relics from an ancient kingdom that's disappeared, or summons from beyond the horizon." Back to Dane, Ernest's words started sparking a bit of interest in him. "If it's relics from an ancient kingdom, that would be really interesting, huh?" Dane nodded. As for Ernest, seeing someone agree with him made the guy super excited. "You think so too, right? I really want to uncover the secret of that place." Speaking of Dane, he still hadn't forgotten he had to get to the lecture hall, so he temporarily paused the conversation. Right, I'm on my way to class." Hearing that, Ernest snapped out of it and quickly said to Dane, "Sorry. Let's get out of here fast." However, before they could move, the weather suddenly changed, and rain poured down like a deluge. Making Ernest's expression shift, he turned back to remind the protagonist, "This is bad. I heard if it rains, the mist gets even thicker." "What? If that's the case, it'll be really hard to get out, right?" Dane asked hurriedly. "Exactly, we'll lose our bearings." Ernest gritted his teeth and said. Sure enough, as they spoke, mist started rising nonstop around them, visibly reducing their visibility. In fact, when Ernest pulled a compass from his bag to check direction, the needle spun wildly like a wheel, without settling on any direction. As expected, the compass isn't working either. "We can't move like this," the glasses guy said bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked back, "Can't we solve it with exploration ability?" Up ahead, Ernest shook his head slightly and put the compass away. "There's another path here, but the mist is too thick to reach it. There's some unknown power affecting this place." Hearing that, Dane's face started sweating as he muttered, "Unknown power, damn, did we fall into a trap?" Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Ernest turned back and said, "My body feels heavier. What should we do now?" "I'm sorry, Dane, this is all my fault." Up ahead, seeing the four-eyed guy so worried, Dane spoke to reassure him. Don't worry, we should wait, assess the situation, then decide next step. Then for some reason our protagonist suddenly felt something very different from Ernest. This mist, it feels kind of familiar. Is this my imagination? What's going on? I don't feel weakened. On the contrary, I feel like I have strange extra strength. Could this be? Back to Gabius's perspective. At this point he was so worried he was on the verge of tears. Wiping away the tears with his hand he cried out, "This is bad. If this keeps up, Dane's going to be in serious danger." The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly a blinding light burst out right beside him, making the guy stop crying. He turned to look and realized, for some reason, an intense wave of energy was radiating from Dane's body. So powerful it pushed Gabius's own body back. "What the? The mana is insane," he shouted. As this mana spread, the mist around the protagonist started dissipating. The mist, it's clearing away from Dane. "Dane, what the heck is happening?" Gabius asked frantically. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. "Gabius, let's go. I think I know the way out now." "For real? How? How do you know?" Gabius gaped in shock. However, Dane didn't explain much. In his head, he was thinking, maybe I can uncover the secret of this place. Just like that, the two started moving quickly. Walking behind Dane, Gabius still couldn't suppress his curious nature. What's going on? This is the mysterious mist that so many mages couldn't figure out, yet Dane is walking through it like it's nothing. Plus the mist clears wherever he goes, and visibility becomes clear. "This guy really is miraculous," Gabius exclaimed in admiration. Before long, the protagonist's steps grew more hurried. He reminded Gabius, "We're almost there." "Really? You found the way," the glasses-wearing guy said excited. However, the place Dane led him to was completely different. This was the center of the mist garden. Gabius let out a stunned cry as he stared at the fountain in front of him. Back to Dane, seeing Ernest so shocked, he figured the guy knew something, so he quickly asked, "What's up? Is this thing special or something?" In response, Ernest gave an even more astonished look. "Of course. Most students who come to the mist garden are here because of this thing." Then suddenly Ernest's eyes lit up like he'd realized something, and he gasped. "Ah, you don't know the legend about this place." As for Dane, he really had no clue about any of this school stuff, so he could only shake his head. "Legend. There's a legend here." Answering that, Ernest calmly explained. "There's a legend here that if you reach this spot before the mist clears, you'll reunite with the person you desire most." Beside him, after hearing that, Dane lost interest. Another classic romance story. The protagonist sighed inwardly, then shrugged, continuing Ernest's words. "But with how difficult the path here is, how could it still work?" Hearing Dane's reminder, Ernest's eyes showed curiosity as he nodded in agreement. "You're right." Next, Dane focused his gaze, staring at the fountain, and commented, "If no one continuously supplies mana, could there be some incredibly powerful source that doesn't need replenishing?" Hearing this, Ernest's eyes slowly widened as he shouted, "If that's the case, then the whole garden could be one massive mechanism." Dane nodded in agreement and added, "If you consider how unnecessarily complex and convoluted the garden's layout is, then yeah, it could be real." "Really? If this garden is one huge mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an ancient artifact," Ernest said excitedly, his eyes now brimming with curiosity and thrill like never before. Meanwhile, our protagonist also had another guess in mind, and maybe the mist layer is connected to it too. "This feeling, definitely. It's like something inside is reacting, as if reuniting with an old friend. This is ancient magic." Dane silently analyzed in his head as he reached out to touch the fountain and slowly sense its magic. Then suddenly Ernest noticed some ancient characters engraved inside the fountain and exclaimed, "Wait, this is ancient secret language." "Ancient secret?" Dane asked curiously. The glasses guy nodded and explained, "Exactly. At first I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but now that I've touched it, I'm certain. This is the language of the long-forgotten ancient kingdom secret." After hearing that, Dane couldn't hide his surprised look as he praised, "You know even this." "Of course, I'm from the Dylan family. Learning ancient languages is essential for explorers. It'd be frustrating to reach ruins and not be able to read what's written there. Of course, I'm not fluent in every language, but I learned this one from my father when I was little. Let me try decoding it." Ernest said, his eyes shining like stars, his excitement and thrill clearly showing on his face. He even pulled out paper and pen to take notes, and without waiting for Dane's approval, he dove straight into the discovery, making Dane could only give a dumbfounded smile. Haha, his explorer instinct is really on fire. Just like that, time passed, and Ernest racked his brain to decode the ancient language engraved on the fountain. While working, he muttered, "This word means qualification. What's this word?" "Right, that's it. If I put these words together, then." "Dane, I decoded it," he shared excitedly, and Dane asked what it was. "If I put these words together, then." "Dane, I decoded it," he shared excitedly, and Dane asked what it was. Answering Dane's question, Ernest immediately showed his notebook to the protagonist and shouted, those who are qualified will prove their own power. It was a pretty cryptic sentence that Dane really didn't understand at all. Qualified, prove. Could qualified here refer to ancient magic? Somehow the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels. Dane thought silently. Meanwhile, Ernest had similar thoughts. Funny, isn't it? If qualified here means ancient power, then no one could possibly have it. To that, Dane just replied casually, "Thanks, Ernest." With that, he began concentrating the power inside his body into the bracelet he, an old man, Droyan, had obtained early. From Ernest's perspective, seeing Dane suddenly use his power like he'd gotten an idea, the explorer guy quickly asked, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" Without answering Ernest's question, Dane was still deep in thought. They say runes draw power just from their shape. If I use this bracelet, it might react. Then, just as Dane predicted, the ancient characters engraved on the bracelet started appearing. "Strange symbols are showing up on the bracelet," Ernest shouted. Then our protagonist reached forward, and the bracelet automatically detached from his wrist, flying toward the fountain and starting some kind of resonance. Next, the entire ground around them shook violently. "What's happening? It's shaking so hard." "Dane, what did you just do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground," Ernest shouted in shock, while Dane himself couldn't hold back his joy. Yes, that was definitely the right answer, he told himself inwardly. By now, even an idiot would realize what was going on. What's this? Even the mist layer is clearing, activating an ancient artifact so easily like this. The qualified person the fountain mentioned turns out to be Dane. Thinking that, Ernest stared at Dane like he wanted to figure out exactly what kind of person this friend was. However, before Ernest could think more, suddenly a massive blue crystal in front of them burst with dazzling light. Seeing this, Dane quickly reminded his friend, "Ernest, look, something's glowing in the center." Hearing that, Ernest temporarily cut off his thoughts and focused on observing. Next, both of them gaped at the scene before them. "Wow, it's beautiful, like a gem. That must be the energy source powering the fountain." Ernest voiced his thought, and Dane agreed. "Probably. It might also be the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden." "Now then, let's face this ancient power together," Dane said calmly. Next, beneath the protagonist's feet appeared a complex magic circle radiating intense aura. Dane himself reached out, feeling the energy it emitted. "This power, ancient magic, exactly the same as the power I have." Then he focused on the ancient script engraved on the crystal and guessed, "Arcana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy." "Awesome, I can understand ancient languages I couldn't read before. This really is the legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom, so I've absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed in his chest, making Dane unable to hold back as he clutched his chest. "My heart, it suddenly hurts so much. Something's happening to my heart," Dane screamed inwardly. Then, according to his senses, very quickly, a magic circle formed inside his heart. "This is a magic circle," Dane asked himself, "core and circle. Their roles are completely opposite. Having both is extremely rare. This combination is inefficient and can even damage the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle just for magic, but I never expected it to be forcibly implanted in my heart." The protagonist lamented, and the worry was clear on his face, so much that Ernest could easily notice. He turned and asked Dane, "Are you really okay? You've looked pale for a while now." Ernest's voice was full of concern. Seeing that Dane didn't want him to overthink, so he forced a strained smile and waved it off. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking too much." Hearing that, Ernest pondered for a few seconds. Then, not wanting to dig deeper, he nodded. "Right, I'm shocked too, but the power you absorbed, right? The whole mist layer and those ancient languages too. It seems everything is connected to you." From Dane's perspective, Ernest being this curious didn't surprise him much. Ernest must be full of questions right now. He witnessed everything. Best to grasp the situation first, Dane thought silently, thinking that he dumped all the responsibility on his sister. "I just followed what my big sister taught me. I don't know the details either." "Really? Then when you figure it out, let me know, okay?" Ernest said with a smile. Dane nodded, definitely. As the two left the garden, Ernest thought back on everything that happened today, then shared excitedly. "Today I feel like my blood is boiling. This is exactly an explorer's thrill. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? Then we can share all the strange phenomena and hidden spots we find." "Sounds fun," Dane replied with a bright smile. At the same time, he felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Who knows, there might be more places holding magic like this. Then Ernest suddenly remembered something and reminded Dane, "Hey Dane, didn't you say you had class soon?" Ernest's reminder made Dane jolt as he remembered the class. He gave Ernest a shoulder pat, then dashed off. "Right, Ernest, sorry, I'm heading out first." "See you later." "Yeah, see you," the glasses guy said with a smile. Watching Dane's figure gradually disappear, he thought, "He's really an interesting friend." If I keep exploring with Dane, something amazing is bound to happen. I'm so excited. Back to Dane's position. At this moment, his body was speeding forward like the wind. While moving, Dane also started sensing some differences after his body absorbed the energy from that blue crystal. Weird. Why does moving feel so much easier now? Even though the circle and core coexist, there's no discomfort at all. Normally, the circle would obstruct mana from the core, making efficiency extremely poor. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, it doesn't feel off at all. No, actually, it's the opposite. Mana flows through the circle and seems to gather back into the core. Plus, the mana in the core is even purer than before. Awesome, I should contact Big Sis, Dane told himself. Time passed quickly, switching scenes to a territory somewhere in the desert area. This is Hangston District. At this moment, our protagonist, along with countless students from the Imperial Academy, were also present here for some unclear reason. Beside Dane, his close friend, Layla shared excitedly. So this is the famous Hangston District I've heard about. Oh, I see the end. Right now in front of them was a massive gate. Looking at it, Layla let out an admiring gasp. This must be the famous magic shield. Magic shield. Dane's voice was full of curiosity. Hearing that, Layla realized Dane had no clue, so she smiled and explained. It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. This is a shield that activates once a year for talented new students. When you pass through it, the shield displays a color, depending on the quality and level of your magic. Originally, it was a device to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages went extinct, it was repurposed like this. Thinking that, Dane's face lit up with interest as he asked, "What does each color represent?" Explaining Dane's question, Layla spoke up. "Oh, it's like this. If no talent, then no color appears at all. If decent talent, it's yellow. If significant talent, it's blue. And if overwhelming talent, it's red." Layla explained very fluently, making Dane couldn't help but be amazed and turned to praise the young girl. "You really know a lot." Hearing that, Layla winked and said proudly, "I want to know everything about the Academy." Then she reminded Dane one thing. "By the way, all your sisters got red. So Dane, I'll go in first, okay?" After saying that, the swordswoman slowly stepped through the gate. And unsurprisingly, the gate displayed red, proving she was an overwhelming genius. "It's red," Layla said happily. "That's amazing," Dane nodded in acknowledgement. He, at least I'm this good." Layla raised her hand, showing off her achievement. Next, Dane couldn't hold back and wanted to test just how much talent he really had. "Then let me give it a try too." With that, he slowly walked toward the gate. Even though he hadn't stepped inside, yet Dane already had a guess in his mind. "It'll probably be red for me too. After all, I've absorbed ancient magic. It might even be stronger than normal." That's what he thought. However, the result the gate displayed was completely different. The color that appeared wasn't red, blue, or yellow. It was green. Looking at that green light, both their faces turned confused. "Huh, green, what the heck is this? There's no level that's green at all," Layla exclaimed, wide-eyed, turning to Dane. "Haha, yeah, really," the protagonist replied awkwardly. Even he himself had no idea why this happened. Time passed quickly, switching scenes to some lecture hall. At this moment, the first-year students were buzzing about the appearance of a stranger. "Did you see his badge? He's from the finance department. Why would someone who only deals with money come to the magic department?" someone asked. However, the person next to him shook his head. "How would I know? Magic department classes are always popular. Probably just here for orientation, then leaving." Right now, in front of the group of students, stood a tall blonde guy with a face full of arrogance. Seeing that, an orange-haired student stepped up to ask, "Senior Arthur, why are you here?" In response, Arthur answered straightforwardly, I just stopped by because I have something to pass on after class." But he still hasn't shown up. I mean the interdepartment student, Dane Saugers. The one speaking was Arthur Diamet, fifth-year representative of the magic department. Up ahead, the freshman, hearing this, got curious. He said he'd join this class, but I haven't seen him anywhere. Hearing that, Arthur scanned around, then nodded. "Really? Probably taking his time. When he arrives, lead him to me. After all, he's the younger brother of Senior Arabella. I need to give him some special attention." "Yes, sir," the freshman quickly replied. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, he was drawn by the noisy sounds coming from all sides. "Wow, he's so handsome. Look at those eyes, like emeralds. Being top scorer really is great, center of attention wherever he goes." The girl next to him is Layla Thermion Wright. Admiring voices started ringing out. However, for someone who hated noise like Dane, being stared at and gossiped about like this made his head hurt. Meanwhile, his close friend Layla teased happily. "Amazing, isn't it? The top student is always the center of attention no matter where he goes." On the other side, Arthur spotted Dane's figure and smirked. "Oh, finally here." With that, he stepped forward and greeted. "Nice to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly at the entrance ceremony. Truly stand out." His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned. They wondered inwardly, Who is this guy? Looks like a senior, but why acting so familiar? Thinking this, Dane couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic courtesy? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Dane's voice carried a hint of complaint. The arrogant Arthur, hearing that, immediately had veins bulging on his face from anger. His eyes bulged, teeth grinding audibly. This arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not just him, even the surrounding freshmen felt the atmosphere turn tense. Arthur looked like a bomb about to explode. They worried for Dane. He just talked to senior Arthur like that. Won't this become a big problem? Offending a senior means life in the academy is over. Back to Arthur. After a few seconds of deep breathing to try staying calm, he accused Dane. "I came here specially because you're the brother of a senior I respect. Yet you act arrogant, not knowing your place. Have you ever thought your behavior could damage your family's reputation?" Hearing that, Dane just replied mockingly, I never thought about that, but from what I see, aren't you the rude one?" Opposite him, Arthur's teeth clenched again. He said coldly, "You really can't see the situation in front of you." With that, he reminded himself, "If I let this slide, my honor will be damaged. Senior Arabella will surely understand." Thinking so, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. "Looks like you need some discipline, huh?" As soon as he finished, Arthur started gathering mana in his palm. But unfortunately, before the two could clash, a scolding voice rang out. Bam! The professor slammed his book on the desk and shouted, "What's going on over there? Any problems?" Hearing that authoritative voice, Arthur immediately backed down. He quickly explained, "Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the new student." As for Magic Department head Drivo, he knew full well things weren't as simple as Arthur claimed. However, since nothing serious had happened, yet he didn't plan to dig deeper and just said coldly, "Really? Then save the socializing for after class." Hearing that, Arthur had no reason to stay. However, before leaving, he still tossed Dane some meaningful words. "I'll let this slide this time." Watching his departing back, Layla quietly reminded Dane, "You should be careful. That guy doesn't look pleasant at all." And just as Layla thought Arthur had no intention of letting it go easily, he coldly ordered a subordinate nearby, "Take him to that place." "Huh, but that's Senior Arabella's little brother. Is that okay?" Arthur narrowed his eyes, voice icy. "I'll explain to the senior later. Just take it." Back in class, after the noisy crowd left, Professor Drivo began his lecture. "Today is orientation, so we'll keep it simple and end class. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana." With that, he placed a device that looked like a disc with a hemispherical top on the table. Opposite him, the students stared at the mana measurement device, excitedly chatting. "Wow, that's the mana measurement device. I've seen it before." Back to Professor Drivo. He didn't make the students wait long and quickly instructed. "If you place your hand on the device and channel mana like this, you can see your number of mana circles." As he spoke, he demonstrated directly placing his hand on the device and channeling his mana inside. Immediately after, several magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing the number of circles, the students couldn't hold back their amazement and shouted, "Wow, 8 circles, as expected of a professor." Ignoring the students' cheers, Drivo continued explaining. "Of course, even at the same level, the color gets deeper with higher proficiency. But there are also cases where no circles appear. It doesn't mean no talent, so don't worry." "Right, some people haven't formed circles yet, that's normal." The students chimed in agreement. Drivo nodded and continued, "That's why we can't just rely on circle checks to evaluate. Since you're in this class, you should at least know basic magic. We'll use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use basic magic, mind control technique to move the orb and show your mana control ability. Like this." As he spoke, he controlled countless orbs flying around everywhere. Seeing that, the whole class gaped in awe. "Amazing. The magic symbols are formed perfectly. He can move the orbs just with mind control technique. No need to make such a fuss," Layla grumbled. On this side, Professor Drivo continued introducing. "Even basic magic differs in power and precision depending on the user. To move the orb, you channel mana into it. With your current level 3 orbs max is already impressive." Hearing that, Swordswoman Layla glanced at Dane, then asked curiously, "Maybe Dane can control more than that?" In response, Dane just nodded slightly. At this moment, Professor Drivo glanced at Arthur, then suggested, "Arthur, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for the junior?" Hearing that, the arrogant Arthur, who was looking for a chance to show off in front of Dane, thought inwardly, "I'll make this brat understand the difference between us." Thinking so, Arthur eagerly replied, "Yes, Professor, I understand." Not just him, even Dane felt a bit interested. "Now I'll know where that arrogance comes from," Dane thought silently. Right after, Arthur quickly stepped onto the platform, channeled mana into the measurement device, and immediately 4 magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing this, the freshman couldn't hold back and screamed like crazy, as expected of Senior Arthur. He already has 4 circles, and the color is so deep. Not just the freshmen, the chicken-level crowd, even Professor Drivo nodded in satisfaction. Looks like you've improved even more. Hearing that, Arthur replied with a smug face, all thanks to your guidance, Professor. Next, Drivo turned to the whole class. Usually reaching 4 mana circles only happens after graduation, but your senior achieved it while still studying. This is true overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Who knows, maybe his advice will help you develop too. Those words from the professor made the whole class buzz. Meanwhile, Arthur seized the chance to glance at Dane with a mocking look. Too early to be surprised, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the difference between us. Thinking that, he began controlling the blue orbs, flying around the classroom at extreme speed. Seeing that scene, the freshman gaped. He's controlling the orbs perfectly. No way, how many orbs is that? But in reality, to do this, Arthur was already so exhausted his back was drenched in sweat. Still, he tried to act calm, turned to stare at Dane, then smiled provocatively. I've pushed my power to the limit. How about it, kid? Opposite him, the freshmen, seeing Arthur go all out just to show off, didn't hold back their praise. Amazing. Everyone clap. As expected from senior Arthur. Which magic tower will he go to later? Curious voices started ringing out. On this side, Professor Drivo, seeing Arthur had done well with his demonstration, let him leave. Well done. You can go now. Arthur replied with a bright smile. Yes, Professor. With that, he turned back to look at the protagonist and sneered. Hee, I really want to see your mana level now. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Professor Drivo also turned to the remaining students. Anyway, if you have no mana, nothing will happen. If you're worried, you can leave the lecture hall now. To his words, the entire group fell silent. No one answered or left. After all, to get into the Imperial Academy, who wouldn't have mana? Seeing that, the magic department head nodded and continued. No one. Good. Then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the front row. Just like that, the group of students started buzzing, waiting for their turn to test. As for Layla, like she'd seen this many times, she just sighed and explained. This is called orientation, but really it's just a way to expose everyone's abilities in front of the whole class. Beside her, Dane, hearing that, pondered for a second or two, then nodded. Yes, that's exactly what the academy is aiming for. Next, the students took turns, going to the mana measurement device to test. A few students had one magic circle, while others felt nothing at all. And for the orb control test, they did even worse. Most couldn't control it long before the orb fell. Back to the arrogant Arthur. He stood to the side, observing from start to finish, then sneered. What a mess. At the same time, the blonde girl beside him quickly reminded, Hey, it's that guy's turn now. Hearing that, Arthur finally paid attention, as it was now Dane's turn to test. Dane, I'll watch and see how far your arrogance can go, he muttered inwardly, though no one heard. And not just him, even Dane himself was curious about his current abilities. Honestly, I'm really curious too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic, there must be some change. Thinking that, without hesitation, Dane began channeling his energy into the measurement device. On this side, Professor Drivo was also very much looking forward to Dane Saugers' performance. In the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm really eager to see how many magic circles he has. Thinking that, he stared wide-eyed, focused on not missing a single moment. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The measurement device suddenly displayed a glaring red screen with the words, unmeasurable. In that moment, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. What does that mean? Is it broken? If he has no circles, then he has none. But why unmeasurable? The students said as they crowded toward Dane, trying to get a better look. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a guess in his mind. Could it be because of the ancient magic I absorbed? Speaking of Professor Drivo, compared to the other students, he was the most shocked, because he knew full well the capabilities of this measurement device. Plus, in all his time, he'd never seen this case before. This machine was 100% accurate. It could filter out anyone trying to fake their level. But now, it says unmeasurable. I've never seen this before. Thinking this, since he couldn't find a reasonable explanation, yet he could only make an excuse, probably overloaded. At least let's finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing that, Dane nodded. Yes, Professor. Up ahead, the arrogant Arthur, seeing Dane's case as machine overload, smirked mockingly. Ha, I knew it. Nothing surprising, newbie. Ignoring his taunts, Dane slowly walked toward the magic orbs. In his heart, he felt a bit regretful. So it can't be measured. Too bad. But let's try this way. Wonder if this will work properly. Thinking that, he began focusing his mind, channeling energy into the magic orbs, making them float in midair. However, what shocked everyone even more was that what he was controlling wasn't just one or two orbs, but every single magic orb placed on the table. This made the whole class gape in horror. Someone shouted in stunned disbelief. He lifted all the orbs. No way. The highest record so far was only 5 orbs. Not just the freshmen, even the upperclassmen couldn't believe their eyes. All the orbs. That guy. Is he crazy? the black-haired guy beside Arthur exclaimed in shock. As for the arrogant Arthur's face, it froze completely. How could this be? He muttered, inwardly unable to believe it. Beside him, Layla also looked at Dane with blank eyes. He did it again. Now I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more astonishing than I imagined. Seems after absorbing ancient magic, he's become even stronger. She silently guessed inwardly. From Dane's perspective, controlling these magic orbs felt a bit interesting. So, he decided to show off a little more. All right, let's make this even more impressive. With that, he began maneuvering the orbs, arranging them in a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor Drevo broke out in cold sweat. Now, what am I witnessing? He's arranging the orbs precisely, to form a star chart. Even Arabella couldn't do this. As everyone's eyes turned upward in the sky above, the images of a lion and a snake slowly materialized. Someone shouted in astonishment upon realizing it. That's a lion and a snake. That's the crest of the Sagar's family. Faced with the chaos Dane had caused, Layla could only sigh and gently chide him. It's my turn now. Calm down, Dane. Dane slowly withdrew his magic at the request of his close friend. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo didn't hold back his praise. Truly impressive, Dane Sagars. Even Sidrain, who has never taken a single disciple, is proud to call you his student. In response to the compliment, Dane simply gave a small nod. Thank you, Professor. All around, people who overheard this bombshell news stood there with their mouths agape. Wait, what? He's a disciple of the former Magic Tower Master. Now I get why he got into the advanced magic major. Back with Arthur's group, the black-haired lackey was now sweating bullets and hurriedly asked, Arthur, what do we do now? That guy, he's not normal at all. He might even be stronger than you. In reply, Arthur, whose soul was practically shaking in fear, yelled back, Shut up, I'm thinking here. With that, he clenched his fist tightly, silently cursing Dane in his mind. Damn it, the Sagars family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? At that level, we need to change the plan. This is so frustrating, but if I pick a fight and end up inferior in ability, I'll lose face big time. If I can't beat him with skill, then I'll have to subdue him another way. The arrogant Arthur silently schemed in his heart. Then, as if he'd made up his mind, Arthur spoke to his two cronies. We need to pull him into the student council. What? The student council? The other two shouted in shock, but Arthur just nodded firmly and explained his thinking. Yeah, once I have one foot in that council, controlling him will be way easier if he ends up under my wing. Hearing that, his two companions still couldn't accept the decision and tried to dissuade him. But he's only a first-year student. The brown-haired guy spoke up. The orange-haired girl quickly chimed in. Exactly. Even we don't dare dream of getting into that thing. But Arthur was dead set on dragging Dane in no matter what, so he completely ignored his lackey's words. This would be unprecedented, a first year joining the student council, but who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? Trust me, if we have him, the reputation of our magic department will skyrocket, and everyone will know about us. With that, he smirked inwardly. And naturally, my own reputation and career will rise along with. Paying no attention to him, at that moment Professor Drevo spoke with a face full of pained regret. Perfect, Dane Sagars. If I'd known this would happen, I would have fought the other professors tooth and nail to make sure you joined the magic department. Hearing that, Dane calmly replied, I'll do my best no matter which department I'm in. Professor Drevo immediately turned and shouted to the other students. Did you all hear that? Students in the magic department better stay on your toes. Then he patted the protagonist on the shoulder and advised, if you ever have free time, come see me, all right. For Dane, having open access to meet the head of the magic department was a good thing, so he readily agreed. Yes, Professor. And just like that, when the class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. While walking, the swordswoman Layla grumbled, How are you so good at everything? How do you keep pulling off these unbelievable things? Dane shrugged and answered nonchalantly, Well, honestly, I don't really know either. The slightly smug tone in his voice annoyed Layla a bit. What, do you think you're that special or something? Seeing his best friend getting irritated, Dane quickly changed the subject by complimenting her. But you managed to get 5 orbs floating too. Hearing that, Layla just pouted and muttered, That doesn't make me feel any better at all. Then she turned her face away, refusing to look at Dane anymore. Seeing her attitude, Dane could only give an awkward smile and think, why does it feel like she's mad at? Before Dane could think too much about it, Arthur approached with his 2 close followers and greeted him. I've witnessed your skills for myself. Last time we met, I didn't behave properly. Can we talk privately for a moment? Arthur's current attitude and tone made Dane unable to hide his surprise in his thoughts. This guy completely changed his tune after seeing my skills. Dane frowned, pondering. Right after that, Arthur didn't beat around the bush and stated his request outright. he wanted to invite Dane into the student council. The student council is the body that decides policies and manages the academy's budget. Its members are all renowned figures with many exclusive privileges. For example, the student council can issue disciplinary punishments to students or approve departmental events. For Dane, he had already heard a bit about the student council through his genius older sister Arabella. I've heard about it from my sister. It's an incredibly powerful organization, and only a very few students ever get the chance to join. Dane thought to himself while Arthur continued earnestly persuading, "What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you for that council. You've already far exceeded the entry requirements. No need for any further tests. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the Dantara Society." Hearing that, Dane furrowed his brow and reminded him, "I'm already in that one." Arthur of course knew this, but he kept going. "Well, yeah, that's true, but who knows if you'll stay in it forever." Not only that, student council members get exemptions from a lot of other things too. At this point, Dane genuinely found it hard to believe. Just how much authority do these people have? Do they really get that many privileges? While Dane was still wondering internally, Arthur pressed on with wide eyes, sounding like a multi-level marketer trying to recruit. "Are you interested in joining the council?" To this question, Dane bluntly refused without hesitation. "No, I don't want to. Even if I did join, I'd only be interested if I got in through my own merit. Besides, privileges handed out without reason usually come with a very steep price." Across from him, Arthur's two lackeys turned to look at each other with eyes full of shock. As for Arthur, Dane's rejection made him a bit furious. "Do you realize what you just turned down? Getting a spot in the student council is the dream of so many other students. Just spend a little more time at the academy, and you'll understand how amazing this offer is. Come on, think it over again. This kind of offer doesn't come around often." Beside him, Layla, seeing Arthur pester Dane over and over, was boiling with anger inside. "What the hell is this? Why is this guy so persistent?" She grumbled inwardly, then quickly pulled Dane aside. "Dane, if we die we're gonna miss out on those tarts. Hurry up." Seeing that, Dane understood Layla was trying to bail him out, so he immediately played along. "Oh right, I almost forgot completely." From behind, Arthur panicked and called after them as they walked away. "Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking here." Dane just smiled back. "I've got something more important to take care of, so sorry about that." With that, he didn't forget to silently thank his best friend in his heart. "Thanks, Layla. Your timing was perfect." Watching their backs as they left, Arthur still refused to give up. He shouted after them, "Dane, I'm not giving up yet. I'll convince you, Dane Sagar." Time passed quickly. At that moment, Layla was still complaining about that Arthur guy. "He's such a nuisance. It seems like he really wants to drag you into the student council. If you accepted that offer, it would be the perfect stepping stone for him to turn you into one of his pawns." Hearing that, Dane smiled and said, "Thanks for helping me get away from him." Layla replied with an extremely annoyed face, her eyes practically bulging. "The important part is he didn't even acknowledge I exist. He didn't ask me a single question." "So that's why you're angry," Dane said while giving an awkward laugh. Then Layla sighed and continued, "It's probably because your talent is ridiculously high. Today's test just confirmed it." "So you're finally admitting it?" Dane asked with a grin. "Well, no choice anymore." Layla shrugged in response. Then Dane asked her, "By the way, do they really sell tarts there?" Layla answered, "Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If any dessert exists in the Empire, it'll be here." And just like that, the two of them headed off to buy some tarts. In another scene, Professor Drevo and Arthur were having a conversation. The professor asked, "Have you seen Dane's talent yet?" "Yes, he's truly extraordinary." Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. The professor burst out laughing. "Haha, he might even be on a higher level than Arabella." The professor's comment left Arthur stunned, and he probed, "Is he really at that level?" To answer, a faint smile appeared on Drevo's face. He tilted his head slightly and said, "Magic is a vague domain, hard to measure precisely. But when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible to judge." Beside him, Arthur was stunned silent by those words. "Oh my God, is the professor saying his talent has surpassed even the senior I admire?" he asked himself. Turning back to Professor Drevo, it seemed the professor had noticed Arthur's friction with Dane, so he advised, "About that, Arthur, just turn a blind eye when it comes to Dane. Take good care of him so he can join the magic classes properly." At the professor's words, Arthur's hand unconsciously clenched into his thigh. He thought irritably, Everyone's the same. They're all dazzled by his talent." Then, though a bit jealous, Arthur still shared his thoughts. "Actually, I already met him after class to invite him into the student council, but he turned it down." Hearing this, the head of the magic department was also shocked. What? Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is too valuable for us to let slip away. With that, both of them fell into a depressed silence. But as if thinking of something, Arthur probed the professor about the previous recommendation letter. Before he could finish, the professor smiled and replied, "Ah, that, It seems things aren't going too smoothly. But don't rush, you still have 2 years left, right? Someone like you will surely get recommended by the Magic Tower before graduation. From Arthur's perspective, outwardly he smiled brightly, but inwardly he was cursing the professor. Damn it, he said the same thing last year. Does he think I don't see through his real intention? If I take a spot in the Magic Tower now, that means losing one student he can toy with, doesn't it? He's blocking me, isn't he? I heard it was you who cut off the 2 spots in the Magic Tower that I wanted back in my 3rd year. Thinking it over, since he couldn't do anything to the professor anyway, Arthur had to continue. Fine, then I'll try to convince Dane. Hearing that, Drivo finally nodded in satisfaction. Good, Arthur, I'm counting on you. Those words made Arthur's face stiffen for a moment. Damn, my future is completely in his grip. Whether I like it or not, I have no other choice but to obey. That damn old man, he silently cursed once more. Meanwhile, back with Dane, he was now carrying a large bag over his shoulder and turned to ask his best friend. By the way, Layla, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? To this question, the swordswoman explained. If a club has too few members or can't prove its activities, it gets disbanded. This is the first time I've seen so many events like this, Dane added. Beside him, Layla glanced at the bag Dane was carrying and smiled brightly. Anyway, we won so many prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store discount vouchers, and a treasure map. Then Layla reached out, took the map, and asked, "What's this?" Dane replied. The senior host said it was something bought from an auction in Arkender. Beside him, the swordswoman's eyes lit up like headlights upon hearing that. Bought from the Arkender auction. Then this thing must be really valuable. Seeing her money-loving expression, Dane could only give a light smile and think, yeah, my dad once said. The Arkender auction house specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from all over the empire. The country's top appraisers evaluate everything and guarantee only masterpieces are put up for sale. Up ahead, Layla pointed at the seal on the scroll and exclaimed, "This seal is still completely intact." "Is this a treasure map from the academy?" Dane guessed aloud, and Layla nodded in agreement. "I've heard this academy has tons of mysterious and secret spots." With that, she tossed the map back to Dane. As he looked at it, a thought crossed his mind. Ernest is gonna be thrilled when he sees this. Switching scenes to the lecture hall. This place mainly hosts general education classes, and right now our protagonist was standing just outside the building. Gazing at the massive architecture in front of him, Dane couldn't help but marvel. So this is where they teach the history of the empire. Before coming here, the head butler already prepped me on most of the content. Feels pretty reassuring, Dane thought to himself. At the same moment, his adventure-loving friend, Ernest, called out from behind, "Hey Dane, we meet again." Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned around and replied, "Ernest, you're in this class too." To Dane's question, Ernest cheerfully explained, "It's a required course for first years. I figured I'd run into you here." "We meet again, huh? How are you feeling? Body still okay?" Dane smiled, but the reply came a bit vaguely. "Not much has changed, it's kinda complicated. I'll explain in detail later." "Oh right, Ernest, there's something I wanted to tell you." Dane grinned, probably about to mention the treasure map he'd just won. However, before Dane could get the words out, up ahead a red-haired guy leading a group approached Ernest to stir up trouble. "Hey, you're Ernest, right?" Hearing that voice, Ernest's face turned panicked, and it didn't escape Dane's sharp gaze. He wondered inwardly, what's going on? Ernest's eyes just changed, he's trembling. He looks absolutely terrified. Across from them, the reddish-brown-haired leader smiled as if they were the best of friends. "Wow, Ernest, didn't expect to run into you here. It's been a while, huh?" For some reason, Ernest's face kept sweating more and more from the tension. This made Dane think, he looks just like a soldier with psychological trauma. Then Ernest hesitantly replied, "Bron, hey." Seeing that, Bron scolded him. "If you're already enrolled, why didn't you let me know? I got here first." Beside him, Dane mused, "Are they friends? But this doesn't look like a normal relationship at all." With that, he kept watching closely as Ernest bowed his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't know." Bron stepped closer, ruffled Ernest's hair, and continued, "Damn, how did you even get in here? I thought you wouldn't make it. You always shake like a leaf whenever we talk, don't you?" "Perfect timing, I'm too lazy to go out and buy stuff, so since we ran into each other here, go grab me a sandwich," he said loudly with a grin, making Ernest's face turn deathly pale as he cried out, "What, right now?" For Bron, seeing Ernest refuse, his expression shifted slightly and he growled, "What's that? You don't want to go, Ernest," Ernest awkwardly explained. "I'm hanging out with my friend right now, so it's a bit inconvenient." From Bron's perspective, he glanced over at Dane and teased, "Your friend, huh? He looks pretty tough, though. Which department are you in? If you're hanging with Ernest, I can already guess your level." His tone dripped with contempt. This sparked a flame of anger in Dane's chest. I don't know what family he's from, but that carefree, arrogant attitude reminds me of the thugs on the battlefield. The more he thought, the darker Dane's expression became. Yet he still threw out mocking words. "This guy isn't gonna answer," Braun sneered. But right at that moment, some teacher noticed their group and shouted, "Hey you kids, what are you doing? Class is about to start, get inside now." Hearing that, Braun turned and replied, "Yeah, we're going in right now." With that, he shot Ernest a sideways glance and warned, "We'll talk after class. I've got a lot more I want to say to you. This academy about to get real interesting." And just like that, the red-haired guy led his pack of lackeys into the classroom, leaving Ernest behind still trembling in fear. Seeing the boys shaking arms, Dane walked over and asked, "Ernest, you okay? Who were those guys? It looked like you know them." Hearing that, Ernest tried to steady his breathing and explained, "They're from another family. Back home, they used to bully me. I knew they were at this academy too, but the place is so huge and there are so many departments. I thought I wouldn't run into them again. Sorry for dragging you into this." Ernest's voice was full of guilt, making Dane pause for a moment, but then he replied, "I'm fine. Let's just head into class." He looks so pale. How badly have they been tormenting him? Thinking that to put Ernest at ease a bit, Dane reassured him, "Don't worry too much. I'll stick with you." Those words surprised Ernest, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. "Come with me. No need, I can handle it myself." Back to Dane, looking at Ernest's scrawny frame, he knew that "handle it myself" probably meant becoming a punching bag for Braun's crew again. Dane asked, "You're just gonna go alone and do whatever they say? If you do that, they'll keep bullying you like before." "Come on, you've seen my magic at the fountain, right? What's there to worry about?" The protagonist's reminder made Ernest recall the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying surge of energy at the fountain. He suddenly realized just how strong Dane really was. A small spark of hope seemed to rise in his heart. Seeing that, Dane wrapped it up. "So let's go together, all right." Time flew by. Very soon the history class ended, and now the two groups ran into each other again. Across from them, Braun casually remarked, "It's so quiet here, feels nice. Hey Ernest, does this bring back any memories?" Before Ernest could answer, our protagonist spoke up first. "Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to pick a fight?" In response to Dane's words came a warning glare from Braun. He turned and stared him down, growling, "And who the hell are you to butt in? You got a death wish." Dane replied coolly, "I'll throw that question right back at you." For an arrogant bully like Braun, who was used to tormenting others, how could he tolerate someone standing up to him? Veins bulged on his face as he shouted, "What? This arrogant punk? Just because you got into the academy you think you're hot shit. You've heard of the Sauer family, right? I'm the heir to the most powerful clan in the West." Dane just picked at his ear provocatively and shrugged. "The Sauer family. Never heard of them." Across from him, Braun's face looked like a ticking time bomb. At that point, his lackeys behind him chimed in, "What did that brat just say? Braun, you gonna just stand there and take this?" Seeing his crew getting hyped for a fight, Braun didn't want to disappoint them. He ordered, "Hey, get him, beat the crap out of him." For the pack of goons, hearing their boss give the command made them grin with excitement. Too bad they had no idea about Dane's real strength, so they were still full of confidence. "Ernest, you picked the wrong friend. Now you're gonna get double the beating." The thug's threats terrified Ernest, who stepped back and turned to urge the protagonist, "Stop it. I think we should leave while we still can. No matter how strong you are, they're seriously dangerous." Especially Braun. He's been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a kid. Hearing that, Dane's eyes sharpened with interest. He said with a grin, "Now I'm actually getting excited. Ernest, I'll leave one of them for you. Knock him out with your own fists." "Me?" Ernest shouted in disbelief. Dane continued, "Trust me, you can't keep living like this forever, right?" From Ernest's perspective, he really couldn't wrap his head around what Dane was saying anymore. However, before they could talk any further, one of the thugs lunged forward and yelled, "What's with acting so calm, huh? You're dead meat, you bastard." As soon as those words rang out, he swung his fist straight at Dane's face, making the boy's head tilt to the side. Seeing that, Ernest cried out in worry, while the thug gloated triumphantly, "How's that feel, you piece of shit? You awake now?" "I'm not done yet." With that, he swung his fist again, aiming to teach Dane a brutal lesson. But there was no way the protagonist would let him get away with it so easily. Dane casually raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the punch. Then, in a cheerful tone, he said, "You clearly threw the first punch. So from now on, this is self-defense." Across from him, the thug heard Dane's vague words and cursed, "What the hell are you saying, you bastard?" As he spoke, he swung his fist forward again. But with Dane's close combat skills, the thug's punch moved like a snail in his eye. Instantly, Dane ducked down to dodge the attack. Then he clenched his fist and drove a straight punch right into the thug's gut, making the guy's eyes roll back in agony. The big guy's body staggered forward from the pain, losing his balance. Seizing the moment, Dane swiftly shifted to the side and kicked straight at the thug's heel, sending him off balance and crashing face first to the ground. But right at that instant, a brown-haired thug from the group charged in, swinging wildly. Once again, Dane dodged effortlessly. He even took advantage of the moment when the brown-haired guy hadn't recovered his stance, landing a solid punch to the jaw followed by a brutal shoulder slam. The result was the guy's body flying backward like a torn sack, nearly crashing into another one of his buddies. But Dane's assault was far from over. He had no intention of giving these thugs any chance to fight back. Right away, Dane channeled his magic, conjuring energy orbs and firing them straight at the two remaining guys, blasting them backward and knocking them out cold on the spot. It sounds long-winded, but the whole fight actually wrapped up in just a few dozen seconds. After taking down the thugs, Dane felt a bit surprised himself. Phew, why do I suddenly feel so much stronger? Is it because of the ancient magic? All around, Ernest and Bron stood frozen in place, eyes wide as they watched Dane win so effortlessly. What the hell just happened? They muttered in shock. Meanwhile, Arthur's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation, but he still didn't hold back from cursing his own lackeys. Damn it, you idiots. Up ahead, the fallen goons started waking up, coughing and groaning. Bron, this guy's not normal at all. But before they could finish, Bron roared like a rabid dog. Shut you pee, you all look so pathetic, getting taken down that easily. Hearing that, Dane turned and taunted. So, you planning to keep going? Or are you all talk? Dane's provocative words made Bron's eyes bulge with rage. He snarled, What did you just say? Behind him, one of the remaining lackeys, having witnessed Dane's power, hurriedly advised Bron, Stop it, that guy's insanely strong. Did you see how he fired those magic shots? But for Bron, how could he swallow the humiliation and let things end here? Coward, you want me to back down in front of these brats? Get out of the way, I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he began channeling his mana, opening a spatial gate beside him. From it, he drew a long sword and said in an icy tone, Out here in this remote spot, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You just made a huge mistake, forcing me to draw my sword. Seeing this, Dane just gave a faint smile and complimented, That sword looks pretty decent. Unlike Dane's calm demeanor, young Ernest was panicking hard. This is bad. Bron drew his sword. This could get really ugly. When he saw Bron pull out a weapon, Dane honestly didn't know whether to admire the guy's stupidity or his insane confidence. Is he an idiot or just ridiculously overconfident? This guy's reckless. Doesn't he care about the academy rules at all? Dane thought to himself. But Bron kept up the threats. You know what? When the sky gets dark, fog rolls into this area. Thick fog so dense no one would ever find a missing person. Beside him, one of his lackeys, who seemed to understand the academy rules, worriedly said, Bron, is this okay? What if we get expelled? In response to that well-meaning advice came only a crazed glare from Bron. He whipped around and barked, Shut your mouth. Go beat that idiot Ernest and drag him back here for me. Seeing Bron's murderous look, the lackey didn't dare argue anymore. He could only grit his teeth and accept. Fine then. With that, both thugs charged forward together. Meanwhile, Ernest, witnessing the scene, was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Damn it, what do I do? Dane, if you're fighting Bron, what about me? Hearing that, our protagonist stayed completely calm and said leisurely, Don't worry, those guys aren't scary at all. If it's one-on-one, you can win. You've done a ton of exploring, so your lower body strength has to be solid. So just close the distance and hit him with everything you've got. Ernest's eyes widened at Dane's words, unsure whether to believe him or not. But right then, Bron and his lackey closed in on both of them. You're all dead meat, Bron sneered. However, at that exact moment, Dane suddenly spun and bolted to the side, enraging Bron even more. HMPH, not letting me get close, huh? So you've got some real combat experience these days. Without responding to the taunt, before leaving, Dane confidently told Ernest, Just do exactly what I said, okay? And with that, the two of them quickly dashed away from the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to gain a bit more confidence from Dane's words. He clenched his fists and reassured himself. Yeah, Dane's right. I can't keep living like this forever. Across from him, the brown-haired thug stepped right up to Ernest. He scratched his head and spoke in a tone dripping with contempt. Clenching your fists now. Your eyes actually have some fire in them. Guess having a friend really makes a difference, huh? Looks like just standing next to him makes you feel braver. He smirked and continued. Come on, take a few hits and scram already, will ya? I'll go easy on you. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles by interlocking his fingers. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Ernest's face nonstop. He told himself, Don't panic, think. What would Dane do in this situation? Right then, an image flashed in Ernest's mind of Dane, dodging the black-haired thug's punch. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed loudly. All right, let's start with a few punches. With that, he swung his fist fast toward Ernest. But right before the punch could land on his face, Ernest instantly dropped low, using the top of his head to block. Then he surged forward unexpectedly and unleashed a full-power punch. The guy you used to know, the old me, is dead. Ernest's devastating punch slammed straight into the thug's face, making him spit out saliva from the sheer pain. Looking at the thug rolling on the ground in agony, Ernest still couldn't believe he'd actually taken him down. Sweat drenched his face as he shouted, "I did it." Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's victorious yell and teased, "Hey, Braun, looks like your buddy just went down." Hearing that, Braun panicked and cried out, "What? No way. My friend lost to a pathetic loser like that." As he spoke, he turned to check behind him, and all he saw was his comrade sprawled out like a dead dog on the ground. While he was busy staring at his fallen lackey, Dane glanced at two brooms leaning nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I just found something interesting." Then Dane calmly picked up one of the brooms. He snapped off the brush head, leaving just the handle, treating it like a spear. This made Braun feel utterly insulted as he roared, "You think you can fight me with just that thing?" Dane smiled back. "This is more than enough." Dane's casual, market-shopping tone made Braun's face turn pitch black with fury. He bellowed, "You arrogant bastard, today I'm gonna crush you. I won't kill you, so don't worry too much. I'll just leave a little scar on that pretty face of yours, so every time you look in the mirror, you'll remember how terrifying I am." With those words, he charged straight at Dane, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. Each swing sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. But to Dane, these attacks were child's play. With just a few basic steps, he dodged them all effortlessly. Seeing that, Braun couldn't help but grudgingly praise, "You're better than I thought." In response, Dane smirked mockingly, "Because your swordplay is way too predictable." Braun roared in fury, "What do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something." As he spoke, Braun silently analyzed the situation in his head. He's just stalling by channeling mana into that stick, but it can't hold out much longer. Thinking that to rattle Dane more, he started throwing threats. "You're just a rat trapped in a cage. What can you even do with that broken stick?" Across from him, Dane just smiled quietly. Next, he poured even more mana into the stick and thrust it forward hard. The lightning-fast thrust slammed straight into Braun's chest, making his eyes roll back in pain. As his whole body curled up like a shrimp while he rolled on the ground. "Just a wooden stick, and it has this much power," the thug thought in panic. Meanwhile, the explorer buddy Ernest, witnessing the scene, stared wide-eyed and muttered in awe, "That's incredible. He took down Braun in one hit. I knew Dane was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Unable to hear those words, Dane walked over to the groaning Braun, clutching his stomach, and said, "Get up. Once you've drawn your sword, you fight to the end. My dad once said, when you draw a weapon outside a fair duel, you're ready to accept any consequences." For Braun, no matter how dumb he was, he now realized Dane wasn't someone simple at all. He thought inwardly, "Damn it, this guy's on a completely different level." Then he turned and shouted, "Who the hell are you anyway?" Hearing that, Dane replied coldly, "Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, first-year student in the Free Department." Hearing the name, Braun's eyes nearly popped out. Dane Saugers was way too familiar. Count Saugers. Wait, so you're the first person admitted to the Free Department in 50 years. The genius, the youngest child of that family. Guess I introduced myself a bit late, Dane murmured. While Braun was inwardly regretting everything like crazy, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, no wonder he's so confident. But why the hell is someone like him hanging out with that idiot Ernest?" Back to Dane, he started pondering. "So what should I do with Braun? What now? You've drawn your sword and you've lost. Should I take your life?" From my perspective, this was never a fair fight. But since you've really drawn your sword, the more he spoke, the colder Dane's gaze became. Killing intent began radiating from him, making the foolish Braun's face turn deathly pale. "This bastard, he's seriously planning to kill me." Thinking that to save his own skin, Braun didn't hesitate for a second. He scrambled up and knelt before Dane, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, I'm truly so sorry. I had no idea you were from the Saugers family. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again." Before he could finish, Dane shook his head and cut him off. "Looks like you still don't get it. You're apologizing to the wrong person." As he spoke, Dane pointed toward Ernest, who was standing and watching. And it seemed only when his life was truly on the line did Braun's tiny brain finally kick into gear. He immediately turned, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly, and pleaded, "I'm really sorry, Ernest. I'm truly remorseful. I sincerely apologize for everything I've ever done to you, so please forgive me." He cried and sobbed pathetically as he spoke. Looking at his miserable state, memories flooded back into Ernest's mind nonstop. Braun, the guy I used to be so terrified of, is now groveling on the ground like a pathetic wretch. Beside him, Dane stepped forward and advised, "Hey, Ernest, wrap this up however you want. Whether you beat him until you're satisfied or just accept his apology and let it go, do whatever feels right to you." Hearing that, Ernest's lips pressed tightly together. He fell into hesitation. Meanwhile, Braun knew the next words from Ernest would decide his fate. His hand unconsciously gripped Ernest's arm tighter as he admitted, "That's right, Hit me as much as you want. I deserve. From Ernest's perspective, seeing Braun so pathetic suddenly made all the anger in his heart flicker out. Honestly, I kinda wanted to punch him once to vent. He muttered inwardly and issued his challenge. Braun, next time, fight me in a fair duel. After that, I'll forgive you. The sudden proposal left Braun so stunned he even stopped crying. But Ernest didn't dwell on it much. He turned away and added, so for now, I'm letting you off. Seeing that, Dane gave a gentle nod. You did great, Ernest. And just like that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the dazed thug Braun standing behind in a stupor. At the same time, the swordswoman Layla came looking for them. Dane, I waited forever, but you didn't show, so I had to come find you here. As she spoke, she noticed the thugs sprawled all over the ground and turned to ask, what happened? You got into a fight. Hearing that, Dane explained the story. Someone picked a fight with me first. As he spoke, Dane subtly glanced back at Braun behind them. This piqued Layla's curiosity a bit. She wondered what kind of idiot would dare challenge Dane, and out of all people, why pick on him of all targets? From behind, Braun caught sight of Layla approaching, and his face turned as pale as a sheet, because he instantly recognized who she was. That's Layla. Is that really the daughter of Duke Thermion standing right here? Ignoring their audience, Dane casually asked. He said he studies in the swordsmanship department with you. Do you know him? Layla crossed her arms and shook her head in response. Nope, I don't know him, and I'm not interested either. Then she curiously turned to look at Ernest and asked, and who's this guy? Dane replied, this is Ernest Dillon, first year in the exploration department. Beside him, the explorer boy scratched his head awkwardly and greeted her. Miss Layla, nice to meet you. Oh, come on, no need to be so formal. Just treat me like a friend. The swordswoman waved her hand dismissively before asking curiously, so what do you study in the exploration department? Ernest answered, stuff like ruins, secret locations, basically exploration. Walking between the two of them, Dane chimed in, his family's famous for their expedition. Hearing that, Layla's eyes lit up as she excitedly said, then we should show him the map we got, right? He might have some clues. Dane replied with a wink. After all, that had been his original plan when he went looking for Ernest. Meanwhile, Ernest was still clueless and asked, what map all of a sudden? Dane turned back with a grin. We joined that club event last time and won a treasure map. Hearing that, Ernest finally pieced it together and let out an admiring, oh, I heard someone snagged a treasure map, but it was you guys. As he said it, Ernest's face practically glowed, making even Layla marvel as she commented, he looks like a completely different person now. Dane replied, probably obsessed with ancient artifacts. Then the swordswoman suggested, guys, let's find somewhere quiet and sit down to check it out. After examining the map in his hands for a bit, Ernest's brows furrowed slightly. This map looks pretty complicated, huh? Since it's a treasure map, you can't just glance and understand it right away. It doesn't show the entire academy, just points to a specific area. As he spoke, Layla pointed at something on the map and asked, what's this? There are so many weird symbols written on it. Beside her, Dane focused intently, then shook his head. I can read them, but the meanings don't connect. Maybe there's some kind of pattern. After reading that far, they didn't make any new discoveries. Layla asked, so what do we do now? Ernest replied, first, we need to figure out who created this map. Things like this don't have a standard guide, but if we know the creator, we can at least guess what to expect. Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. So decoding it right away might be tough, huh? Before the protagonist could finish, the explorer boy reminded them of a detail. But one thing's for sure, this map isn't inside the academy grounds. Those architectural patterns were only used when the academy was first built. At that point, both Layla and Dane nodded vigorously and exclaimed, so it's somewhere nearby. From Ernest's perspective, seeing the two of them so excited, like they'd already found the treasure, he reluctantly reminded them, the problem is this architectural style uses a unique secret magic from Saul Hankston. That was an extremely famous name. Layla had heard it countless times, so she turned and asked, Saul Hankston, isn't he the legendary Grand Mage who founded the Academy? Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest was getting at. That kind of magic can't be used anymore, right? Because Saul Hankston never took any disciples. Ernest nodded in agreement. You know a lot, Dane. As for Layla, she finally understood why Ernest looked so down. I figured it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. Hearing that, Ernest just shrugged casually. In the end, the key is still finding out who made this map. That way, we can uncover clues to decode the symbols and read it properly. Beside him, Dane smiled and suggested, once we decode it, let's go treasure hunting together. His proposal was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other two. I'm in, sounds fun. Before coming to the academy, I was always just working with my family. This is my first time having an experience like this. Seeing the two of them as excited as kids going camping made Dane chuckle inwardly. You two look really pumped, huh? This might take quite a while, so let's investigate slowly. Ernest nodded. I'll look into it more too. Oh, here, take the map back. As he spoke, Ernest rolled up the map and handed it to the protagonist, but Dane refused. You keep it. Wouldn't it be better for decoding if you have it? Ah, no need. I've already memorized it all. Ernest said confidently, making even a super genius like Dane jump in shock. No way, how good is your memory? Not just them, even Ernest himself didn't know why he had such superhuman recall. Up to now, he explained. I don't know why, but I remember codes and texts really clearly. Dane and Layla both went, oh, so you have an amazing talent in certain areas. That'll definitely come in handy for exams, huh? Anyway, got it. If you need any help, just say the word. With that, Dane took the map back, and Ernest smiled with narrowed eyes. Thanks, this is the first time I'm searching for something without my family tagging along, so I'm really excited. Then, to celebrate, Layla suggested, let's go eat. Call it a celebration for becoming a team. Sounds good, the other two agreed. And just like that, the group headed off to grab some food. Time flew by, shifting scenes to the dormitory, more specifically Dane's private room. Now he finally had time to organize his stuff. Man, so much happened today. I should take the chance to sort my things a bit. The important stuff my family gave me, where should I put them so they're easy to see? But this summoning beast egg, where do I even put it? They said not to put living creatures in subspace. With that, Dane scanned around for a suitable spot for the large egg. But right then, the egg suddenly shook violently, making Dane panic a little. Why is this happening all of a sudden? In the past 7 years, nothing like this has ever happened. Is it because I moved to the academy? No way. No matter how mysterious this place is, the mana distribution here isn't much different from my room back home. Then it has to be that ancient mana stream I absorbed in the garden. I didn't expect it to trigger the egg's reaction so fast. All right, I'm going all in on this. Maybe it'll hatch today, no waiting another sec. Dane quickly set the egg on the table and channeled his mana into it. Next, without him even needing to push, the egg itself emitted a powerful suction force that drew in the protagonist's mana, leaving him stunned. My mana's getting drained nonstop. I've been feeding it mana for 7 whole years. How much more does it need? I can't stay here. This room's gonna collapse soon. What do I do? This feels like the perfect chance to hatch it. The more he thought, the more frantic Dane became. Finally, he took a gamble and brought the egg to his sister Claire's lab. Meanwhile, Claire saw her little brother arrive with the egg radiating intense energy and stared wide-eyed. It's reacting so violently. What the heck is going on? Dane explained, it's still shaking like crazy. I'm not even channeling mana into it anymore. Back to Claire, she suddenly remembered something and reminded him, Dane, isn't this dorm roll call time right now? Skipping it won't be good for you. For Dane, of course, he'd already prepared, so he chuckled. I've got it covered, don't worry, sis. Shifting to the student dormitory, just as Claire had mentioned, a tall guy along with 2 friends was hurrying down the hallway shouting, I'm Albert, dormitory council president. Right now, I'm conducting roll call in the Dantera lounge. Inside their rooms, the students saw someone coming to check and hurriedly rushed out for attendance. Roll call for the entire Imperial Academy dorms followed strict standards. Over here, Arneld scanned around worriedly and said, but why aren't Priscilla and Dane coming out? Do they even know it's roll call time? If you're late for the monthly roll call, you lose 1 disciplinary point, and if absent 2, 3 lates in a semester means disciplinary action and mandatory labor. More than 2 absences and you're downgraded from the dorm. As for Albert, seeing everyone whispering, he barked loudly. No moving, no talking. Floor 9, Dantera Lounge. Today's not gonna be easy to slip through. His harsh attitude made Arneld anxious. Why's the vibe so strict today? Then, to satisfy his curiosity, Arneld asked, what do you mean? Hearing that, Albert waved his hand through the air, summoning a blue screen, and said, in the newly installed mana surveillance footage, interesting stuff. There's footage of a resident named Arneld sneaking out. We tracked and confirmed she left the dorm grounds just 5 minutes ago, but right now, the system shows student Priscilla is still in her study room. With that, he immediately opened the door to Priscilla's room and sure enough, she was nowhere to be found. Seeing that, Albert laughed in furious disbelief, his voice grinding out each word. Normally we don't check presence like this, but from now on, maybe we need to change the rule. His dangerous-sounding words made Arneld's group's faces turn pale as they whispered inwardly, damn, a storm of penalties is coming. After a thorough check, Albert's anger temporarily calmed a bit. The rest are mostly fine, rooms are clean. Arneld gets -2 points for unauthorized absence. Make sure it's announced. Yes, sir, the group weakly replied. Then Albert continued. And the last one, Dane Saugers, the new student. But he's not here. Don't tell me he missed his very first roll call. To answer, Droyan stood up to cover for Dane. No way, he must be in his room. He was still unpacking earlier. Without letting him explain further, Albert waved him off. Enough, we'll check and see. With that, he quickly stepped into Dane's room and sure enough found him fussing over something. This surprised Albert a bit. Dane Saugers, you're in your room. Don't you know it's roll call time right now? Hearing that, Dane scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, sorry, I got too caught up unpacking and didn't notice. His smiling, innocent look made Albert unable to stay mad, so he nodded. Ah, yeah, it's the first day, so it's understandable. Shifting back to Claire's lab, obviously the real Dane was there now, and the one Albert met was a fake, Claire exclaimed. Isn't that the MK1 illusion projector? Over here, the protagonist grinned and explained his trick. You said most people wouldn't notice. The image projected from the device connected to this. With that, Dane opened his hand to reveal a small round device in his palm, making his sister purse her lips. After a few seconds, she sighed. I heard using this is really hard. Since it's remote controlled, the signal gets interfered with easily. Even a tiny glitch and it'll get exposed. Dane shared. I anticipated that, so I tested it a bunch. As long as they don't get too close, it'll hold up. His confident demeanor made his big sister admire him inwardly. In your heart, you're really gutsy, little bro. By the way, how's the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That means it's very likely about to hatch. But plenty of eggs react like this and still don't hatch. Still, just having a reaction like this is already huge progress. Hearing her say that, Dane asked, so what now? Should I keep channeling mana into it? The blonde summoner sister stroked her chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, there's still too much we don't know about summoning. Putting it in the mana stabilizer device would be pretty risky. But I think we shouldn't stop here either. Plus, I think this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Didn't I always set up mana barriers to keep things secret? Her words immediately got Dane's agreement as he nodded. Right, if we leave it like this, it could hatch anytime, anywhere. Then, after puffing her cheeks in thought for a bit, Claire made her decision and said, all right, let's do it. Dane, your mana is really pure, but I'll add a mana filter just to be safe. Next, once again, Dane began channeling his mana into the egg. And this time, the suction force from the egg was even stronger than back in his room, to the point that sweat poured down Dane's face. Holy crap, it's still hungry. It's sucking up tons of mana. What the heck is inside this thing? Not to mention him, even Claire, watching from the side, was worried sick as she thought. This is a beast contract egg. Anyone with money can buy one, but hatching it is a whole different story. The hatching conditions are still a mystery. We only know the nurturer's mana has to match the beast's mana frequency inside, no matter what it is. Just how talented is this kid? I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes still leaves me speechless. Just as she thought that, cracks suddenly appeared on the egg's surface. Seeing that, Dane cried out in excitement. Sis, did you see that? Claire's voice came back hurried. Okay, looks like it's hatching soon, just a little more. Great, let's see what kind of creature this is. Then under both their expectant gazes, the egg erupted with intense light, finally culminating in a small explosion that blasted the shell fragments everywhere. The shockwave sent Dane flying backward directly, while Claire had to shield her face and step back a few paces. Seeing that, Claire rushed over to check on her little brother. Hey, you okay? Dane coughed once and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. But sis, look, there's something there. As he spoke, Dane pointed forward to where the egg had been. And now a small dragon with pale purple scales stood there blankly watching them. A dragon, Claire shouted in surprise, before noticing the little dragon spewing fire in all directions around it. Oh my god, it can breathe fire too, Dane exclaimed, but before he could say more, Claire quickly pushed him forward and explained, don't just stand there gawking, get closer now. There have been cases where a contracted beast recognizes the first person it sees as its master. Dane, that's your contracted beast, so hurry up. Following his sister's words, Dane slowly approached the small dragon and murmured, up close, it's actually kinda cute. Hey there, little one. My name's Dane. As he spoke, he extended his hand forward. Next, Claire's delighted voice echoed through the room. You've connected with it already, Dane. Hearing that, the protagonist replied happily, yeah, this little guy's super adorable. With that, Dane gently reached out to cradle the small dragon. Meanwhile, Claire excitedly rushed over and asked, how did you do it so easily, let me say? Then, after carefully observing the purple dragon for a moment, Claire's eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed, it looks like a creature summoned from the other side. Hearing that, Dane quickly asked back, are you serious, sis? Claire nodded firmly. Absolutely. Only a very select few genius summoners can pull that off. Even I can only summon a fragment of a soul. I never imagined our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is huge, Dane. Seeing his sister's serious expression, our protagonist suddenly felt a bit anxious and asked, so that means it's not a regular summoned creature. Over here, Claire began explaining, I know all the common summonable creatures, even larvae, but I don't recognize any with traits like this little guy. Closest might be a dragon, but the details are clearly different. To her comment, Dane could only smile. It doesn't look all that special, so no one knows what this thing really is. In response, the blonde summoner could only say, "We'll have to figure it out from now on. The problem is there's no documentation mentioning a creature like this at all." Dane suddenly guessed, could this be a brand new creature? Why did it choose me? Does it have something to do with ancient magic? Unaware of his inner thoughts, Summoner Claire started surveying the mess in her lab and reminded him, "Right, make sure to keep the eggshell carefully. Some egg-hatch species eat their shell for nutrients." "Got it, so what do I do from here?" Dane asked, and Claire quickly gave him a series of instructions. First, approach it carefully. Try to record everything. What it likes and dislikes, how long it sleeps, whether it shows aggression, how much it grows each day, all that stuff, blah blah. The more Dane heard, the more his head spun as he muttered inwardly, "That's a lot, but it's definitely worth it. I don't really know what it's thinking, but I'm already starting to feel like I have to protect this little one." Seeing Dane's thoughtful expression, Claire seemed to sense his feelings and said, "Are you planning to keep it with you right now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not leave it in the lab?" Hearing that, Dane nodded. "Maybe, but we can't hide it forever." The protagonist's words left Claire feeling a bit conflicted, unsure what was best. But before she could think too long, Dane waved it off. "It's fine. Even if I get caught, I've got my sister. It'll feel trapped if it's stuck in the lab all the time." Up ahead, Claire could only sigh in agreement. "That makes sense. Then let's take this chance to officially register you with a title, a summoner's title." Dane asked, and the blonde girl smiled as she explained. "Exactly. You're still new, but your talent is obvious. It'll be tough handling everything, but now you've got a summoned creature. This is your shot." From Dane's perspective, after a few seconds of quiet thought, he stroked his chin and nodded. "Sounds right, let's do it then." In response, Claire asked, "All right, you've already registered for the summoning course, right? Orientation's tomorrow. The professor's Turmeric Splavo, isn't it? If you show your talent there, someone will definitely bring up special admission. Normally meeting the requirements is insanely hard, but you're different, Dane. Of course, it'll need approval, but I'm sure you'll qualify." As she spoke, she patted Dane's shoulder confidently, while the protagonist himself felt a spark of interest. "Special admission, huh? Sounds exciting. What should I name it?" Time passed quickly, and now Dane had returned to his dorm room. The moment Droyan spotted him, he asked worriedly, "Dane, where were you? You weren't in your room after roll call." Dane replied, "I had something urgent to take care of." His answer only made Droyan more curious. "How did you sneak out during roll call? Priscilla got caught right away." "Well, there's always a way," Dane shrugged, making Droyan sigh. "The Sagar's family always surprises people, huh?" Droyan's casual remark piqued Dane's curiosity as he glanced over. "My sisters were like that too." Droyan nodded. "Your sisters are legends in this dorm. Ask any resident and they'll tell you right away. But don't worry, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so no need to stress." After saying that, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. The moment he got back to his room, the protagonist flopped onto his bed exhausted and groaned. "Phew. Glad we made it back safely. What was Priscilla thinking, just sneaking out like that?" As he spoke, Dane noticed the little dragon zipping around excitedly overhead, occasionally puffing out small bursts of flame. He muttered inwardly, "It's way too hyped, but it's seriously awesome." Memories flashed in Dane's mind of how he'd returned to the dorm undetected. "Here it is. This is the secret passage my sister told me about. The entrance is sealed. This is the first way back. They've surrounded the whole dorm with a mana barrier. How do I break through it? First, I'll try sensing the mana flow. There has to be a weak point." As he spoke, Dane lightly touched the barrier and slowly felt it out. But before he could dispel the barrier, the dragon beside him started breathing fire, instantly creating a huge gap in the magical barrier. In short, that's how Dane managed to return to the dorm without the supervisor's notice. Just thinking about the little dragon's ability made Dane's whole body tingle with excitement. That fire temporarily nullifies mana. Unbelievable. This dragon is seriously an extraordinary summoned creature. Time flew by until the next day, when the protagonist had already told Ernest about his new little buddy. But the name Dane gave the dragon left Ernest utterly confused as he said, "Happy? You seriously named it Happy? Who names a dragon like that?" Dane turned back. "I thought it was friendly and easy to call. Come on, suggest a better one then." His words surprised Ernest, who eyed the dragon for a moment. "Let me think. It's cute, but maybe the name should carry a bit more weight." Seeing Ernest's serious expression, Dane burst out laughing. "You don't have to be that serious about it." After a few seconds, Ernest came up with one. "Karnas, how about Karnas?" Hearing that, Dane stopped walking mid-step. He turned and nodded. "That's good. What does it mean?" "Mysterious. Pretty fitting, right?" Ernest replied. And Dane was completely satisfied with the name. "Perfect. From now on, your name is Karnas," he said while looking at the small dragon Karnas. Time passed quickly, shifting to the Bermuder's hall. named after the scholar Bermudez, and the venue for the summoning department's classes. By now, the students had quickly gathered here. In another corner, Digron, the guy who'd fought Dane as kids, was also present, and immediately recognized the protagonist, though a bit shocked. That's Dane Sagar. He stole my summoned beast. And after we got humiliated at the banquet, my family completely lost face in public. Now we're barely clinging to our urban noble status. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? He's here for the summoning class. Why do I have to take this course now, of all time? I have to do everything I can to avoid him. Digron silently reminded himself, sweat beading on his tense face. But right then a big guy called out from behind, "Hey Digron, retaking this for the first time." Hearing that, Digron awkwardly turned and replied, "Ah yeah, senior," right after. The tall senior slung an arm around Digron's shoulder and cheerfully reassured him, "Come on, it's no big deal. Everyone retakes once. This is my second time retaking, just this course, mind you. Just treat it like an easy A and breeze past the freshmen." The big senior bragged proudly about his record, while Digron could only force a smile to avoid offending. Not long after, the professor entered the classroom, instantly silencing all the chatter. Up front, the handsome Professor Turmeric spoke. "This class will start with the basics of summoning theory. This is crucial knowledge for those just starting on the path of a summoner like you all. This theory will appear on the official summoner certification exam, so study it thoroughly." Right after his word, the listening students erupted into murmurs. "Wow, this professor seems super strict. I heard the official summoner exam is insanely hard." Across from them, the professor caught the whispers and nodded in a slightly threatening way to his students. "Of course, if you qualify, you can go for special admission. That said, it's not easy at all." To his statement, one student shouted, "Professor, what are the requirements for that special admission exam?" In response, seeming a bit pleased, Turmeric answered cheerfully, "Ah yes, I knew you'd ask that. Look here." With that, he waved his hand, creating a blue screen in midair, and explained, "First, you must summon a class 5 or higher beast using a blank summoning seal. Second, maintain the summoning for over 30 minutes. Behind him, the students hearing these sky-high requirements gaped in shock, turning to each other in disbelief. Class 5 beast, even with a summoning seal, that's impossible. Class 7 basics are already insanely hard, and maintain it for 30 minutes too. Not letting his students chatter more, Professor Turmeric firmly stated the final condition. Lastly, you must demonstrate your unique qualities to qualify for special admission. Even if you pass the first two, you'll fail without satisfying the third. Whatever it is, you have to make an impression to be considered special. Hearing this far, the students in class truly couldn't accept it. That's ridiculous. The first conditions are already impossible, and then there's a subjective one too. Has anyone ever actually passed this exam? Not to mention them, even Dane pursed his lips at the professor's conditions. In short, if the professors like you, you pass. If not, you fail. From Turmeric's perspective, the students' reactions didn't surprise him. He'd seen it countless times. Now you understand why it's called the special admission exam. Oh, and you'll also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field to even apply. Across from him, the students fell silent, unable to say another word, looking at their stunned faces. Turmeric chuckled inwardly. "That's right, I knew you'd go quiet like this. No one's gonna dare try now." Next, the professor glanced toward Dane and thought, "Dane Sagar's right. What about this interdisciplinary student? I heard about his entrance exam from Professor Delphine's, about how he formed a secondary link with her class 4 Etherach summon. But without seeing it myself, I can't believe it. Maybe she has ties with the Count Sagar's family and made it up to help him. I want to verify this myself." For example, Turmeric continued his lecture. "Your first goal is to pass the regular tests, so keep working hard. If you've already summoned, it'll be easy, but I don't think any first years can." On the other side, the students remained confused, exchanging glances without a word. Even Digron swallowed hard in anxiety, while the protagonist's face was full of doubt. He thought inwardly, the freshmen must be really lost. They've only done theory and compatibility tests so far. Up top, Professor Turmeric kept smiling, provoking his students. "Really, no first year knows how to summon. What a disappointing year." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Dane. This made the protagonist's scalp tingle as he thought, "He's looking right at me so naturally. Is he trying to test me himself?" If that's the case then, Dane decided to prove his strength a bit, so he stood up and said, "I can give it a try, Professor." His declaration immediately got an enthusiastic response from the handsome professor. "Oh ho, really? What's your major and name?" Dane replied. "First year, interdisciplinary student, Dane Sagar." "Ah, I've heard about you from the department head. They say you have exceptional talent," Turmeric praised, while Dane waved it off. "Yes, if that's what the head evaluated about." From Turmeric's perspective, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently assessed Dane from their brief exchange. Well, look at this kid. Usually people either act humble or arrogant, but he responds so smoothly. Thinking that, Tamarick went straight. There are a lot of rumors about you, but that talent, normally speaking, sounds downright absurd. That said, can you demonstrate your ability right here for everyone to see? Now he's saying it outright. Dane thought inwardly and nodded. If you want, I can do it, no problem at all. But if I prove myself, could you write me a recommendation letter for the special admission exam? Dane's sudden words left the professor in the lecture hall, and the entire class dead silent. It took several seconds before Tamarick opened his mouth. You want a recommendation for the special admission exam. You understand what that means, right? For Dane, having just heard Tamarick explain the conditions, how could he forget? He affirmed. It means I have to show exceptional talent right here. Tamarick furrowed his brow, and if you can't, Dane shook his head. I haven't even considered that. Right after those words, veins popped on Tamarick's forehead, but he forced himself to hold back, thinking inwardly, this kid's way too confident. Even Claire Saugers, his own sister, would never be this bold. Thinking that, as if wanting to teach the brat in front of him a lesson, Tamarick readily agreed with a hearty laugh. All right, come on up. If you really meet the conditions, I'd be more than happy to write you that recommendation letter. But talk is cheap. Not to mention the professor, the rest of the students in the class started shouting like the place was on fire. What the hell is he thinking? He's not even a summoning major. Anyway, he's Claire's little brother. What is up with the Saugers family? Ignoring the students' chatter, Tamarick gave his final warning. But if you fail, you'll have to accept whatever consequences come. No matter what they are, you still want to try. After a few seconds of thought, Dane nodded. Yes, I'll do it. Hearing that, Tamarick didn't bother advising anymore. He said with interest, good, come down here. What a coincidence. I happen to have a blank summoning seal right here. With that, Dane quickly walked up to the podium, thinking to himself, I wasn't planning to do this on the very first class, but whatever, might as well. Let's just take everything I can get. With that thought, Dane reached out and picked up the white card in front of him, slowly channeling his energy into it while whispering, answer my call. The moment the words left his mouth, up in the air a magic circle began to form, and from within it, a massive wolf leaped out. A dangerous aura radiated from its body, and with just one glance from it, the students trembled like lambs before a wolf. Oh my god, it's real. Isn't that a Class 5 summoned beast? Using a blank seal, how is that even possible? In another corner, young Digron immediately recognized the wolf as his own stolen summoned beast. That's my gen. Unaware of Digron's thoughts, Dane confidently turned to the professor. Professor, I've summoned Genfu. Over here, Tamarick was still frozen in shock at the scene, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed inwardly. How did this kid do it with just a blank seal? Is he forming a full contract? Or is it something else? But even so, he's only summoned it. He can't possibly maintain the summoning for 30 minutes. Thinking that, Tamarick finally calmed down a bit and said, impressive just as rumored, but the second condition won't be easy to pass. In response, not wanting to waste class time, Dane offered an alternative. You're right, I don't want to take up too much class time either. How about I show you something else? His words sparked curiosity in the professor's eyes as he asked, what, something else? Not to mention him, the students were just as curious, exchanging glances and whispering excitedly. What's he gonna do next? The Saugers family is seriously terrifying. From Digron's perspective, for some reason he felt anxious right then. Oh god, the third condition is demonstrating something unique. In the end, it all depends on the professor's judgment. If the professor's this determined, what is he planning? With that, every student in the class fixed their eyes on the protagonist, determined not to miss a single moment. The professor nodded in agreement. All right, let's see what you've got. At the same time, Dane quietly recited some incomprehensible incantation. And under everyone's astonished gazes, Genfu's body slowly swelled, its claws growing sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane's magic-using friend felt stunned. This is really the power of ancient magic, he muttered inwardly. While the students nearly went insane, the wolf roared like it had just seen a living dinosaur revived, enhancing the summoned beast. Isn't that something only fifth years can do? And he's not even a summoning department student. Over here, the massive wolf Genfu suddenly let out a deafening roar, silencing the students instantly. Dane himself just smiled, looked at Tamarick, and asked, is this enough to prove how unique I am, Professor? From Tamarick's perspective, the teacher was completely stunned. My god, he even performed a link enhancement, so everything they said was true. How can a kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly believe my eyes right now. The more he thought, the wider his mouth gaped open. Seeing that, Dane almost burst out laughing. Looks like even the professor's shocked. No wonder, even I'm impressed, he thought while gently stroking Gen. After a few seconds, Tamarick finally regained his composure, cleared his throat a few times, and said, "Ah, yes, this is truly unique. We'll talk about the recommendation letter later." "Yes, understood," Dane smiled brightly, while Digron, watching from behind, swallowed hard in anxiety. He's grown way stronger than before. What a terrifying kid. In summary, after all the commotion, class continued. I always feel the professor's gaze fixed on me, but I don't bother reacting. Dane constantly sensed the professor's eyes on him, sometimes with a hint of confusion. I heard he's super strict. My second sister would love hearing about this. This is already part of the recommendation. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered inwardly. Not long after, class finally ended. All right, that's it for today's class. With that, the students began filing out one by one. While walking, a voice suddenly called out, "Dane Saugers." Hearing his name, the protagonist turned around, spotted the familiar red hair, furrowed his brow, and asked, "Ah, you're Digron Turin, right? You're Genfu's original owner, so you're studying at the academy too." Hearing that, Digron awkwardly replied, "You still remember me?" "Yeah, I had to retake after failing." Looking at his embarrassed demeanor, Dane felt a bit curious. Isn't he here for revenge or something? Why is he being so polite all of a sudden? Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Actually, I saw you earlier and was planning to just ignore it. It's been a while, but I still think what I did back then was really wrong to you." Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Actually, I saw you earlier and was planning to just ignore it. It's been a while, but I still think what I did back then was really wrong to you." Seeing that, Dane gave a light smile and nodded. "It's from years ago, don't worry about it, I'm fine." Hearing that, Digron asked happily, "Really, so I can keep studying here? I won't cause any trouble or get in your way." At this point, Dane seemed to guess something. "Oh, you think I'd report you and get you expelled or something?" Dane thought inwardly, then stepped forward, patted Digron's shoulder, and reassured him, "No, don't worry, everything's good now." Those words made Digron overjoyed as he said excitedly, "Thanks, Dane. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word." Those words made Digron overjoyed as he said excitedly, "Thanks, Dane. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word." This made Dane realize, looks like Karnas woke up and started causing chaos. "Is it hungry already?" Thinking that, Dane turned and asked right away, "Right, you're in the summoning department, aren't you? Perfect timing. I need to grab some stuff from the shop. Can you show me the way?" In response, Digron cheerfully agreed, "Sure. It's called Hughes in Bowden. I go there a lot. 2 alumni opened it after graduating. Been running for over 30 years now. As for common items, blah blah, recent trends are blah blah." Hearing his chatty friend share so enthusiastically, Dane thought, he really seems remorseful, huh? No need to be cold toward him. At the same time, little dragon Karnas suddenly poked its head out, curiously peering around, making Dane quickly remind it, "Calm down, Karnas." Right after, the two headed to the shop together. Soft golden sunlight filtered through the tree leaves, adding a warm glow to the afternoon air. On the way, Digron turned with a curious look. "What do you need? I can help find it." "Actually, just tell me what's left for your summon level. I'll handle the rest," Dane replied. "I only need food for it." Digron nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin with a confident gleam in his eyes. "Oh, that's my specialty. I used to handle compatibility training, so this is no big deal. By the way, what kind of summoned beast is yours?" Dane hesitated a moment, then said, Yeah, it's a wyvern." Inwardly he thought, well, Karnas does kinda look like a wyvern, probably similar diet too. Hearing the answer, Digron suddenly shouted in excitement, "A wyvern class 3 beast, that high already." Seeing Digron getting hyped, Dane quickly raised a hand to hush him, lowering his voice. "Yeah, but it's still young. Keep it secret, okay?" At the same time, Karnas wriggled inside the black cloak, letting out soft little cries. Dane thought inwardly, if this gets out, I know exactly who's to blame, no one but Digron. Digron stayed excited and continued, "A wyvern, huh? Soft food's best then. Even young ones eat a ton, about a week in and they start on meat." Dane nodded slightly, inwardly impressed. Expert for sure, but how did this guy fail the class? When they reached the shop, a bustling atmosphere enveloped them. Shelves packed with glowing magical items radiating mysterious light. Digron scanned the stalls and quickly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a proud grin. "Here, this one's made from 17 ingredients. And this is a soft milk blend, take both." Dane took them, smiling gratefully. "Thanks a lot. You really saved me. I had no idea what to get otherwise." Seeing Dane being polite, Digron frowned and nodded. "That's all you need. Anything else?" Dane shook his head. "For now, this is enough." Digron eagerly suggested, "Since we're here, let's browse more, tons of useful stuff." Sounded reasonable, so Dane nodded. All right, let's take another lap. The two strolled leisurely through the shop, surrounded by countless magical items, from glowing robes and radiant potion bottles to sparkling three-pronged staff. Suddenly Dane stopped, eyes lighting up at a magnificent magic staff in front of him. He spoke with delight. "Oh, this looks pretty cool, huh?" But right then, a warning voice rang out nearby. "Wait, that's not for newbies. You haven't even mastered basic summoning and you're eyeing a weapon. Careful, you might get hit with a mana curse. Step back." Right by the staff was a neatly posted warning note. "Do not touch randomly, especially newcomers. We are not responsible for consequences." Digron nodded in reminder. "Yeah, Dane, that staff's usually for fourth years. Touch it and it'll drain your mana dry." But Dane seemed unfazed. He thought inwardly, "Come on, what's the big deal? The more they forbid it, the more I want to try." Ignoring all warnings, Dane reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper panicked and shouted, "New student, don't touch that, it's dangerous." But before he finished, Dane had already gripped the staff firmly. The orb at the top suddenly glowed with mysterious, dazzling light like a priceless gem. Dane smiled in satisfaction, thinking inwardly, "It's craving mana." Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling power surge within. The shopkeeper stared wide-eyed, stammering, "What the hell just happened?" The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought inwardly, even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. Dane stayed calm and smiled. "Not bad at all, huh?" Digron beside him couldn't hide his shock. "Dane, I knew you were good, but you're seriously on another level." The shopkeeper stepped forward, hands on hips, clearly annoyed. "You're really a first-year student. I've never seen anyone like this before." Dane gave a light smile and replied, "Oh, I'm Dane Saugers, Claire's little brother." Hearing that name, the shopkeeper jolted slightly, his tone completely shifting. "Oh, the top student in the interdisciplinary department. Even Claire in her first year couldn't handle this staff. I underestimated you. Had you said so earlier, I would have given you a much better consultation." Dane gave an awkward chuckle, thinking to himself, "Man, his attitude flipped faster than flipping rice paper." The shopkeeper pressed on. "So you're buying this staff, right?" Dane shook his head and placed the staff back on the rack. "Now, why not? You clearly know how to use it. Why pass it up? It just looks too much hassle, and it can't handle a lot of mana anyway." The shopkeeper looked stunned. "Huh, this thing is more than enough for 5th or 6th year students." Dane glanced at the staff and thought silently, "Feels like trying to pour an entire well into a teapot, not worth it." Finally, he said, "I'll just take a few bags of food, that's all." The shopkeeper muttered under his breath, "Are all the Count's kids like this? Your sister was the same. What's up with that older sister of mine anyway?" Fourth years were all hyped to get a staff, and she just flat out refused, said it didn't look cool enough. Dane raised an eyebrow, nodded, and thought to himself, "Yeah, that's totally my big sister." After thinking that, Dane spoke up, "Well, if I need anything later, I'll come back." With that said, he quickly left the store. "Digron, come on, let's grab this one." After that, Dane and Digron paid and walked out. The shopkeeper watched them go and muttered, "Why are all the geniuses so weird?" Once they left the shop, Dane found a quiet, secluded corner. He carefully took out the 2 bags of food he'd just bought and placed them in front of Karnas, who was already wriggling excitedly inside his coat. Looking at the tiny little wyvern with eyes sparkling like 2 gems, Dane laughed softly and said in a gentle voice, "Here you go, good stuff. Take it slow, don't choke yourself." Karnas ignored the warning completely, diving straight into the bag and letting out delighted muffled squeaks. Every soft bite melted in her mouth, making her coil around happily with her little tail wagging like crazy. Watching the scene, Dane shook his head and thought, "Next period is basic class." Layla said only 5 minutes left. I gotta hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from a nearby alley, shattering the peaceful moment. The clatter of impacts mixed with shards flying everywhere made Dane freeze. He frowned and muttered, "What the hell was that?" The noise was coming from that alley. Vulgar cursing echoed from the narrow lane, sharp as a blade. "You little punk, tuck your damn wings in and beat him to a pulp for me." Another voice snarled just as viciously, "Stupid clown, after just a few punches you can't even open your mouth anymore." Dane narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising. Great, more people trying to act tough. Yesterday nobody was around, today you're out of luck. A weak but defiant voice answered back, trembling yet resolute, "I'm not scared of you guys anymore." Hearing that, Dane froze, his heart pounding. Wait, that voice is. He immediately turned, sharp gaze locking onto the alley. There, Ernest was surrounded and cornered by 3 thugs. The boy looked utterly miserable, hair a total mess, glasses crooked to one side, limbs shaking like leaves, yet his eyes still burned with stubborn fire. The red-haired guy, clearly the leader, sneered with contempt. "You hear that? Says he's not scared anymore." One of the others burst out laughing and added, "Big mouth but shaking like a scared pup." Ernest clenched his teeth, fists tight, thinking bitterly. These bastards, waiting till I'm alone so they can gang up on me. One of them spoke up arrogantly. Who's going first? Ain't nobody else around here. Another grinned wickedly. Me, I still got jaw pain from last time because of it. All three advanced with menacing swagger. Even terrified, Ernest braced himself and growled, "Don't come any closer." The trio exploded into mocking laughter. Haha, look at this loser actually raising his fists. Got lucky once and now thinks he's tough. In Ernest's mind, despair surged. This is bad, what can I even do this time? But right then, firm footsteps approached from a distance. A calm voice laced with faint sarcasm cut through, drawing everyone's attention. You guys again. The blonde thug turned his head. His eyes widened the moment he recognized who had just appeared. He shouted, voice cracking with panic, Dane Saugers. Dane didn't even acknowledge their shock. He strolled forward casually, gave a faint smile, and waved at Ernest. Hey there. Ernest looked at Dane like he'd just been thrown a lifeline. His eyes lit up. His voice trembled with emotion. Dane. As soon as Dane appeared, the bullies started whispering frantically. What the hell? You said nobody would show up. One grumbled. Another snapped back. Who cares about that now? Get the weapons out. Dane glanced at them and muttered inwardly. Here comes the hassle. He scanned the area and thought, no one else around, right? In that case, I'll let you taste a little pain. Instantly, a surge of mana erupted from Dane's body, startling the thugs into fearful flinches. In the blink of an eye, countless spears materialized in the air, all aimed straight at them. Seeing that, one screamed, what the fuck is that? He can use magic too. The spiked hair guy trembled as he spoke. Isn't the Saugers family famous for spear arts? The redhead roared furiously. Idiot, you forgot already. His sister is Arabella Sauger. Beside them, Ernest gasped in shock too. Dane, with all those floating spears pointed at the bullies, spoke coldly. All right, choose. Either back off nicely and obediently, or get beaten to a pulp. Hearing that, the three thugs' faces drained of color as terror flooded them. Right after, the nearby wall cracked with countless puncture marks, as if something had stabbed through it. The ground suffered the same fate. The bullies were now face down on the dirt, wailing in miserable pain. Ernest was still shaking as he approached and spoke. Thanks, Dane. My arms and legs are still trembling like crazy. Dane smiled and replied, as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Then he continued, Ernest, from now on let's train together, okay? Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his still aching arm and asked in surprise. What? Dane answered. You said you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest nodded with an awkward laugh. Yeah, that's true. Dane went on, so I'll help you get stronger. Ernest could only smile. Haha, I'm always relying on you anyway. After that, the two walked together across the campus grounds. Dane turned and asked, Hey, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest replied, Not yet, I've been looking forever but couldn't find any exploration or archaeology clubs. Dane frowned, I thought there had to be some, right? Ernest explained. In our year there's a map research study group, but that's a mandatory class, not a club. I checked out a few map analysis clubs too, but they're all just lazy excuses. Super disappointing. Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sounds like most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, But why are you asking about clubs? You thinking of joining one? Dane answered, Everyone's so aggressive about recruiting freshmen, it made me wonder if it's actually that important. Ernest explained, They say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you're locked in for the full 2 years and can't switch. Dane gave a wry smile, stricter than I thought. Pick the wrong one and you waste 2 whole years. Right now the campus was covered in recruitment signs from every club imaginable. Dessert connoisseurs, book discussion groups, you name it. Suddenly Dane stopped walking, turned to Ernest and said, How about we just start our own club? Ernest blinked in surprise. What kind of club? Dane replied. One where we can do whatever we want. Ernest still looked puzzled. Meaning, Dane explained, I mean, we can train together, explore ruins, hang out and eat when we're free, do whatever, no rules, total freedom. What do you think of the idea? Ernest's eyes sparkled brightly, and he quickly agreed. I'm in. Going with you is definitely gonna be fun. But before he could get too excited, he asked, will a club like this even get approved? Dane answered confidently, No worries, leave it to me. Ernest nodded. If you say so, I believe it'll work, but why'd you suddenly think of this? Dane laughed because all those club invitations were getting annoying. I kept having to turn them down. None of them interested me, so might as well make our own. Ernest asked next, If I join, will I get to learn more spear techniques or swordsmanship too? Dane smiled, Of course that's a given. Who knows, you might even discover some hidden talent of your own. Ernest beamed. Awesome, we're definitely gonna learn a ton from each other. Then he suddenly remembered. But I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right? Dane nodded. We've got Layla too. I'm sure she'll join. Ernest gave an embarrassed laugh as well and continued, since we're on the topic, let's go ask her right now. Scene shift to the club registration office. The three of them walked along chatting. Ernest spoke up. Just submit the form here and we're done, right? Layla said excitedly. Sounds so easy, hurry up and fill it out. Dane glanced at her and thought, classic Layla. She ditched the dessert exploration club just to hang with us. Layla turned and said happily, the dessert club that meets every week to try new sweets, perfect fit. Dane nodded. We can do that too if you want. Ernest chimed in. I'm a big Tart fan myself. We can do whatever anyway. Dane added, if you want to network with seniors, that's fine too. But just follow Ernest's lead and we're good. Hearing that, Layla looked completely satisfied and grinned ear to ear. Form done, let's go register it. Right now, the three of them were standing in front of the office door to register the club. The three filled out the club founding application together, then brought it to a room for approval. Suddenly, Layla shouted, what? The rules changed. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained, yeah, right now the Academy has over 3,000 clubs. Most of them are inactive and super hard to manage. So starting this year, founding a club requires official approval instead of just reporting it. Dane's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, for approval, what do we have to do? Layla sighed. Oh man, talk about bad timing. The blonde girl continued, you need a formal recommendation letter from a professor. Do you want me to give you a sample? Dane nodded, just give me the sample first. In his mind, he thought, trouble from the very beginning, huh? After that, the three left the room. Layla complained, how are first years like us supposed to get a recommendation letter? Ernest nodded in agreement. Seriously, we haven't even met most of the professors yet. Layla continued, we can't just pick some random teacher and beg for a signature. Dane smiled. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison. What? Who? We're just first years. They'll probably look down on us anyway. Dane flashed a confident grin. Just trust me on this, okay? Ernest and Layla could only stare wide-eyed, speechless. Scene shift to Professor Lot T-Letter 1EF1 du Keltis's office. Dane sat explaining the plan to form the club. After a while, he thought silently. Damn, he said he'd hear us out, but why's this so tough now? Keltis spoke up. So why did you kids come here? Dane replied. Professor, the truth is we want to establish a club. Keltis looked quite surprised. Oh, that sounds interesting. What kind of club? Dane smiled. A club for sword training, exploring the academy, and having fun adventures. But now we need approval, so we're looking for a professor's recommendation letter. Keltis asked curiously. Recommendation letter? Dane nodded. Yes, we're searching for an amazing professor to ask. Hearing that, Keltis stiffened slightly and thought to himself, searching for a professor? You came all the way here to me and still say it like that. You little brat, you think you can find someone better than me. Right as the thought finished, Keltis broke into a smile and said, haha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to look far, I'll personally recommend you. Dane responded, but professor, you're always so busy, I'm afraid I'd bother you. Before he could finish, Keltis cut in, busy how much? At the very least I can handle this. So what do I need to do now? Dane smiled, really? Then please sign here, professor. He quickly pulled the registration form from inside his coat and handed it over. Keltis happily took the pen, signed it, and said, my only student wants to start a club. Of course I have to support it enthusiastically. Dane smiled and bowed his head. Thank you so much, professor. Once he had the signature, he thought silently. That went surprisingly smoothly. After finishing up, he immediately met back up with Ernest and Layla. Layla cheered. I can't believe it. We got the recommendation letter that fast. Are you close with the professor or something? Ernest jumped in. We didn't even get a word in edgewise. Holding the recommendation letter, Dane laughed. I pretended to ask about sword techniques and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded. Anyway, glad we pulled it off. Layla pounded her chest excitedly. So we actually have a club now. Dane nodded. Just need to submit the form now. Thinking about the club actually getting founded, Ernest was thrilled. I'm so pumped, this is gonna be awesome. Layla marveled. I thought this would be super hard. Dane made it look easy as pie. Dane pulled out a blank sheet of paper and said, now we need a name to register. What should we call it? Nomming it turned into a whole saga. Ernest said, the name has to represent who we are, this is important. Layla nodded. I don't want anything too childish or meaningless. Both of them scratched their heads, muttering, what name would work? Watching them, Dane gave a small smile and thought, they're actually taking this really seriously. Suddenly, he felt something wriggling against. He glanced down and muttered, Karna's waking up right now. The little dragon moved around all over him, making Dane fidget. He whispered, not now, Karna's. Ernest spoke up. Dane, got any name ideas yet? Dane replied, I'm fine with anything. Layla asked puzzled, what, you're the one who suggested this and you have no ideas? She pointed at Dane's coat. Huh, there's a lump on your shirt. About to get exposed, Dane thought inwardly, I haven't even introduced her yet. He stammered, yeah, this is. Ernest and Layla's eyes were glued to him. Layla pressed, what are you hiding? Suddenly Dane's button popped open and a black blur shot out. It was Karna's, the mischievous little dragon had broken free. Seeing the adorable tiny dragon, Ernest and Layla's eyes went wide, mouths forming perfect O. Dane gave an awkward laugh and thought, this time I'm screwed. Layla pointed accusingly, what is that? A summoned beast? Why'd it come out of your shirt? Don't tell me that egg you got from Claire's place hatched. The little dragon circled around Dane's shoulder, letting out a cute growl. He nodded. Yeah, she was born not too long ago. Her name's Karna's. Ernest said happily. Hey Karna's, long time no see. Layla snapped. Ernest, you knew about this too. Dane quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important right now, Karna's. Let's head to registration and think on the way. At the registration office, the blonde girl held the paper and frowned. Club of Magic Exploration, Summoning, Spear Arts, Swordsmanship. The three could only give awkward smiles, because the name couldn't be more straightforward. She asked again, you're sure you want this name? Dane nodded. Yes, please approve it for us. After getting approved, the three left the registration room. Layla turned and scolded. Dane, never name anything ever again. Dane raised an eyebrow. Doesn't it sound fine? Layla shouted. No, it's not fine at all. Ernest quickly mediated. Haha, don't worry too much. We can always change it later. Scene shift to Professor Tamarik's office in the summoning department. Someone entered and said, I hope I'm not bothering you by dropping by. Tamarik replied, haha, not at all, Dean. The visitor was Delfinso. She sat down and asked gently, how have things been lately? Tamarik answered, lots of talented students, but I'm worried the professors might get overwhelmed. She emphasized, especially, I heard there's one student who stands out far above the rest. Tamarik stammered, ah yes, that's true. He thought silently, word spreads that fast from class. Delfinso held her teacup and continued, I heard your class has some interesting things going on. I'm not interfering with your lessons, just curious. Tamarik replied immediately, no, of course not. You're the dean, it's perfectly normal. He set his teacup down and went on, there's one student who's really noteworthy, even exceeding expectations. Quite a surprise. Delfinso smiled. It must be Dane Saugers. I personally approved his admission. She continued, I heard you promised to write him a recommendation letter, right? Tamarik nodded. Yes, that's correct. Delfinso added, since the special admission requires 2 letters, I think I'll write the other one. Tamarik was surprised. You're writing it yourself, she laughed. The boy clearly has talent, how could I just sit back? Tamarik pondered silently. She's as cunning as a snake, she's trying to claim everything. He clenched his fist and muttered, right, she's always been like this. I underestimated her. Delfinso spoke, Professor, is something bothering you? Tamarik startled and quickly said, no, not at all. Delfinso looked him straight in the eye. That's it. When you finish the letter, let me take a look. After all, we should be transparent about this. Tamarik frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Of course. Having achieved her goal, Delfinso stood up. Then I'll take my leave. Watching her back as she left, Tamarik gritted his teeth, deep in thought. His hand clenched so hard it trembled as he muttered, you think I'll just sit here and let things go your way? She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let it happen. I have to claim that genius first. Scene shift to the campus grounds at night. Someone walked along muttering, today's just the class on the founding of the empire, right? Dane sighed, still got time, maybe grab some tart or something. Suddenly a figure approached and called, Dane Saugers. Dane turned around and saw a blonde girl he'd never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, hello, I'm a messenger from the academy. Professor Delfinso, the dean of summoning, has summoned you. She smiled in a way that made Dane suspicious, and he muttered, not Professor Tamarik. He asked further, why does the dean want to see me? The blonde girl answered, she only mentioned the recommendation letter. She wants you to come right away. Shall we go now? Dane nodded. Ah, the recommendation letter. But in his heart he muttered, a sudden summons like this, something's off. The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of academic passion burns eternally, renowned for its brutally intense competition that far exceeds anyone's expectations. Especially the fierce power struggles among the professors. A department's influence directly determines the budget, equipment, and facilities they receive. Here the 3 biggest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, always get the highest budget allocations. A professor's reputation and evaluation rise or fall accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. In the summoning department dean's office, Delfinso gazed out the window and muttered, I can't keep staying stuck in 3rd place forever. I refuse to lose to those guys over and over. She pondered deeply. If that boy joins our department, we could easily overtake the magic department. The problem is Professor Keltas from the interdisciplinary department. Still, his older sister Claire is studying here, so it's hard for him to refuse outright. I just need to spark his interest in summoning, and the opportunity will come. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Professor, I've brought Dane here." Delfinso replied immediately, "Come in." She smiled and said, "The academy must be keeping you pretty busy, huh, Dane? With your abilities, I bet you're getting invitations from everywhere." Dane replied humbly, "I still have so much to learn, so I'm approaching everything with the mindset of a true first-year student." Delfinso nodded. "That's admirably humble. The desire to keep learning is a truly valuable attitude. Is there any subject you're especially passionate about?" Dane gave a light laugh. "Haha, right now I haven't picked one specific field yet. I just want to do well in every." Delfinso nodded approvingly, wanting to excel across the board. That's the true spirit of a freshman. "Do you know why I called you here?" Dane shook his head, looking genuinely puzzled. She continued, "I heard there was something miraculous in Professor Tamarik's class. You summoned Denfu and even managed an enhanced link. With skills like that, how could a dean like me just sit idly by?" She smiled. "With your talent, you should take the special admission exam." Delfinso went on, "Professor Tamarik and I have both agreed to write recommendation letters for you." Dane gradually understood the reason and replied, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Writing a recommendation letter for a student outside the summoning department is something I've never done before. Your talent is truly that rare." Writing a recommendation letter for a student outside the summoning department is something I've never done before. Your talent is truly that rare. Dane asked curiously, "Summoning?" She nodded sincerely. "Someone qualified for the special exam doesn't really need any more lessons, but precisely because of that, I want to teach you personally." Dane pondered silently. If the dean herself is reaching out like this, the summoning department must be pretty desperate for talent. She added, "Oh right, have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested, our summoning department has some really great ones." He replied, "Thank you, Professor, but as for clubs, I've already founded one with a few friends." Delfinso was startled. "What, you've already founded one? The rules are so strict now." Dane smiled. "Yes, it wasn't easy, but luckily Professor Keltas wrote the recommendation letter for us." Hearing that, Delfinso's eyes widened, and she muttered, "That damn Keltas. He never shows up to faculty meetings, always slacking off. And yet he beat me to the punch." She clenched her fist in anger. "He dared to ruin my plan to lure the boy into my summoning club." She calmed herself and continued, "Well then, congratulations on founding your club. Whenever you're free, stop by my lab, there's a lot of interesting stuff there." In her mind she grumbled, "For now, just dangle the bait." Then she went on, "I have some rare items like unhatched spirit beast eggs." Hearing that, Dane was slightly shocked, and immediately asked, "Spirit beast eggs?" She continued, "That's right, just one unhatched egg is valued as much as an entire castle. They're that rare, so you absolutely have to come take a look." Dane jolted, slipping his hand into his coat and thinking, "Oh crap, I'm already raising one." Delfinso smiled. "Don't worry about the recommendation letters. Professor Tamarik and I will provide them for you. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me anytime." Dane replied cheerfully, "Thank you for your concern, Professor." She picked up a cookie and said, "Have some dessert while we chat. The one you brought looks absolutely delicious." As she enjoyed it, she muttered, "Tamarik's probably planning to make a move first. I need to write that letter quickly. Let's see how shocked the others look when they see it." The next day, Claire met Dane and said, "Dane, Professor Delfinso just contacted me." Dane asked, puzzled, "With you? Why?" Claire nodded, "Yeah, right after sending the recommendation, the Summoning Association contacted her today. They're dispatching examiners to the academy immediately." Dane was shocked. "They're coming that fast," he muttered. "Way too quick, they're clearly eager to recruit me." Claire's eyes widened. "Professor Delfinso really values you. What did you do to catch the eye of someone as strict as her?" Dane gave an awkward laugh. "I don't even know, maybe just because I'm a top student." Claire continued, "Anyway, you'll be called for the exam soon. Back when I took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and perform enhanced linkages." Dane shouted 3 at the same time. "This is gonna be huge trouble," he muttered. "Sister Claire passed the special exam when she was only 16. Claire went on, "Yeah, but nobody knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it in advance. With Professor Delfinso's recommendation, you're qualified, but there's internal strife within the Summoning Association too." Dane asked, "Internal strife?" Claire explained. "You probably don't know yet. Professor Delfinso has rejected the association's requests multiple times, so they don't like her. They won't let her gain an easy advantage." Dane pondered, "So the exam might be tougher because of that, right?" Claire nodded. "It's possible, but I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt because of the adults' power games, I'd feel really guilty." Dane smiled. Don't worry, sis, that won't happen. He thought silently. I have no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Association's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He spoke. Long time no see, Professor Delfinso. She replied. Are you still in good health? Elgard nodded. Yes, so just how impressive is this student you're recommending? Delfinso replied calmly. Sorry, Chairman, but his talent is so exceptional that I couldn't ignore it. Elgard continued. Then you should have accepted a seat in the association when we offered. It would have made everything quicker and cleaner. Delfinso gave a wry smile. You know how it is. I still prioritize my responsibilities at the academy. If I took a position in the association, I couldn't devote myself fully. She gritted her teeth and thought, you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence to your faction. Because of the association's greed, I nearly died several times in those reckless incidents. She turned anyway. Follow me, we can talk while we walk. Elgard nodded. Fine. He thought silently. The recommendation's already sent, so I'll cooperate, but I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elgard asked, the boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's younger brother, correct? Delfinso replied. Yes, his talent truly runs in the Saugers bloodline. Elgard continued. I heard he summoned a fifth-tier Denfu, performed an enhanced linkage, and during the interdisciplinary exam he managed multiple linkages with spirit beasts at once. Delfinso nodded. That's correct. He turned to her. Abilities like that are extraordinary. They've shaken the entire association. Even for a Saugers, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessors. Could he already be on par with Galderin? Delfinso gave a wry smile. I'm not sure he's reached Galderin's level yet, but once you see him for yourself, you'll understand. Elgard frowned. We'll evaluate him very strictly. The special admission exam has always been that way. Delfinso nodded. Yes, I understand. The Summoning Association's arrival caused a huge stir among the academy students. One exclaimed, what? The Summoning Association is here at the academy. For what? Another replied. I heard Dane Saugers got a special recommendation letter. Yet another chimed in. Oh, that first year who shocked everyone in Professor Tamarik's class. The one who pulled off Spirit Beast Enhancement too. One guy shouted angrily. Damn, is there anything summoning related that guy isn't good at? After a while, Delfinso and Elgard arrived at the summoning department entrance. She said cheerfully, all right, this is where the exam will take place. Elgard glanced at the summoning department emblem and muttered, very well, let's go inside. At the examination site, light filtered through the door cracks, illuminating the entire room. Right now Dane stood in the center of the arena and spoke. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers. It's an honor to meet you. As soon as he finished, a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing that, Elgard thought inwardly, impressive indeed. Hard to believe he's only 14 and already carries such presence. Now I see why they rushed to send the recommendation. Elgard stroked his chin lightly and said, I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoners Association. I've heard a lot about you, plenty of praise. However, this test won't be easy. Seeing that, Dane showed no fear and immediately replied, yes, I'm fully prepared. In his mind he muttered, he's pretending to be friendly, but nothing about this is pleasant. Then Elgard turned to the assistants behind him and said, no need for more talk, begin immediately. Everyone prepare. Seeing that, the two behind him responded at once, yes, sir. Delfinso from the back frowned slightly and said, I wonder what kind of challenge the chairman has prepared for us. Looking toward Delfinso, Elgard spoke. Whether he passes or fails is entirely up to me. Elgard Poten will decide completely. If you object, you can withdraw from the exam right now. Dane replied instantly, I agree. He continued, during the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. If the exam is deemed unfair, the results will be voided and your summoner qualifications may be revoked. Remember that. Dane replied calmly, yes, I understand. Elgard went on, good. Then let's see what makes you so special. Right after, he raised his hand high and declared, the examination begins. The supervisors standing around him, each now had a summoning magic circle appear in front of them. Immediately after, it drew in all the surrounding energy to reinforce the magic circle even further. Seeing the scene, Dane muttered, this is. Suddenly, eerie cries echoed from the magic circles. Right after, an enormous surge of energy enveloped the entire examination grounds. Seeing that, both Dane and Delfinso frowned slightly. Delfinso thought inwardly, they've activated the magic circles, so that means. Right after, the surrounding mana currents converged toward Elgard. Right after, he slightly widened his eyes and said, answer my call. As soon as he spoke, a massive torrent of mana burst from his magic circle. Next came the appearance of an enormous, ferocious creature with a head resembling a lion. Seeing such a colossal amount of mana pouring out, Dane muttered inwardly. As I expected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the exam would be on this scale. Right after, his eyes widened. Staring at the creature before him, he wondered and thought, this thing is way more dangerous than normal. Around it appeared lightning bolts brimming with immense mana, instilling an extreme sense of danger in anyone facing it. Seeing this monster appear, Delfinso from behind suddenly shouted, impossible. A third-tier summon, that's Antares. The Antares clenched its fists, raised its head to the sky, and let out a massive roar, causing all the surrounding mana to suddenly erupt, filling the examination site with blinding dust and smoke. Dane braced himself with his hand against the overwhelming pressure and muttered inwardly, now I get it. Why my big sister was so worried about me. Looking at the summoned beast before him, Elgard crossed his arms lightly and said, since you're a genius, this level should suit your rank, right? He frowned slightly and continued, you may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your task is to subdue Antares by any means. Looking at the ferocious summoned beast standing before Dane, Elgard added, this is the requirement for the special admission exam. Seeing the scene, Delfinso gritted her teeth in anger, thinking inwardly, that old man clearly wants to see me disappointed. He's trying to humiliate me here. Elgard said in an irritated tone, but with your exceptional talent, there's probably nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're scared, you can still back out right now. Dane replied immediately, completely unfazed. No, I'll proceed with the exam as planned. Seeing that, Elgard gave a slight smile. Very good. I'll give you a little time to prepare. Right after, Dane reached into the subspace in front of him and fumbled for something. He muttered inwardly, good, I already have the perfect thing for a situation like this. Immediately after, he pulled something out and muttered, the spear that Sister Claire gave me on my 7th birthday. Now I finally have the chance to use it. Looking toward the beast in front of him, Dane muttered, it's huge, so there should be plenty of openings. I'll attack fast and pull back. Seeing this scene, Elgard frowned slightly. He's using a spear, truly the Sagar's bloodline. Right after, his gaze shifted to a corner of the exam area, where Tamarik's group, along with a few students, had arrived to watch Dane's test. Seeing the scene, Tamarik could only gape in shock and stammer. What the hell is this? Pitting him against a third-tier creature. Isn't that way too much? Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinso glanced over and said, looks like Professor Tamarik has arrived too. He's probably going to object to this. Elgard didn't care at all and replied, it's fine, he's ready. Let's begin. Right after, his expression darkened slightly. Then he immediately extended his hand forward and declared, Antares, eliminate the enemy in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Antares immediately started grinding its teeth with a screeching sound, its eyes blazing bright red. It instantly launched itself forward with tremendous force toward Dane. Dane remained calm, waiting for the monster to get close, and muttered, all right, come at me. When it got near, the monster suddenly accelerated and charged straight at Dane. But right away, with his masterful spear technique, Dane blocked the monster's attacks. Immediately after, he dashed behind the monster. At this point, Dane's face was no longer as calm as before. He was starting to take this seriously. His miraculous movements left the surrounding crowd stunned. Countless surprised voices rang out. Oh my god, what kind of movement was that just now? Paying no attention to those comments, our Dane quickly regained his defensive stance. He couldn't help but break into a confident smile, thinking inwardly, looks like the special training is finally paying off. On the opposite side, the monster didn't seem too affected by the wound, so it continued raging and charging at Dane. As soon as it closed in, it swung its massive hand, smashing straight toward the protagonist and cratering the ground into a deep trench. It was terrifying. Luckily, Dane dodged to the side in time. Otherwise, he would have been flattened into meat paste. Seeing its prey escape, a red gleam flashed in Antares' eyes, filled with fury. Next, it charged in relentlessly, unleashing punch after punch, forcing Dane to keep leaping backward. With every punch from the giant monster, it left a massive crater in the ground shaped like a wok. Even Dane had to inwardly praise Antares' strength. Wow, no wonder it's rank 3. That size and moving at this speed. On the opposite side, Antares seemed to be getting smarter. It realized it wasn't easy to close the distance on Dane. So right then, suddenly, a blazing golden flame erupted from its body. Then it thrust its hand forward, unleashing a scorching pillar of fire. Seeing that, Professor Delfinso couldn't hold back her worry and shouted. He took it head on. Beside her, old man Elgard stroked his beard, nodding smugly and satisfied inwardly. Even with enhanced strength, facing Antares is pure madness. Looks like the exam's ending quickly. I called it. That's what he was thinking. However, Dane was about to make him eat those words. Inside the flames, Dane's spear began spinning nonstop, creating a powerful wind current that scattered the surrounding fire. Still, Dane was a bit shaken by that last attack. that was really close. Almost done for, alright, time to end this. Right after, he erupted with his own mana to boost his physical strength, then charged forward to attack. But Antares reacted incredibly quickly. Before Dane could even land his strike, it clenched its fist and smashed straight ahead, tearing up the ground beyond recognition. Too bad the attack missed Dane completely and was useless. Right then, he circled to the side, aiming for the giant's waist. Thinking inwardly, for the finishing blow, I'll use what Dad once showed me. Concentrate mana at the spear tip to create an explosion, single-point breakthrough. Taking advantage while Antares hadn't fully recovered its guard, Dane's explosive spear thrust straight into its waist, easily piercing deep into the massive body. The pain from the wound made the monster roar ferociously. Meanwhile, Dane gripped the spear tightly and drove it forward with full force. Waves of blue energy kept bursting outward. In the end, the explosive power took effect, blasting a huge hole in the monster's waist. Yet somehow, maybe this lion man had been doping. After taking a hit like that, it could still gather strength in both arms, as if ready to counterattack. Speaking of the background crowd watching, witnessing the protagonist's power, the whole group gaped in awe. Amazing. The spirit beast's attacks barely hit, and what was that mana output? Back on the battlefield, this oversized monster was truly a cheat code. Right now, at its wound site, a blazing golden flame enveloped everything. In just a few seconds, the injury had healed like nothing happened. In fact, getting wounded only made the monster even more blood-crazed. Insane roars started pouring from its mouth. Insane roars began echoing from its mouth. Seeing this, Dane felt his scalp tingle. Oh man, looks like it's really pissed now. As soon as he said that, suddenly the lion man opened its maw and spewed a scorching flame, forcing Dane to panic and leap aside. However, his spear was still stuck in Antares' waist, making his face go blank for a moment. Damn it, my spear. Keltas rushed in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, cursing nonstop. Damn it, I didn't arrive too late, did I? Why the hell is the exam being held in such a remote spot? His heart pounded with a mix of worry and frustration. The moment he pushed the door open, the scene before him made Keltas freeze, eyes wide in shock. He gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at the brilliant mana barrier in front. His voice trembled with disbelief. A barrier in the exam zone. What the hell did they summon? From inside, Ultima, wait, it was Ultima now, threw its head back and let out a ferocious roar that seemed to tear the air apart. Its eyes boiled with furious flames, shooting red glimes straight into Keltas' gaze. His face darkened, heart pounding from the shock. He clenched his fists and shouted in rage. What? Ultima, third tier. A mix of horror and excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Ultima had just flung Dane's spear away, sending it rolling across the ground and leaving long scratches. The wound from the spear was still bleeding and hadn't healed yet. The monster growled, eyes bloodshot, glaring straight at Dane as if ready to devour him. Dane stood opposite, muttering inwardly with a hint of admiration. It took a hit like that and barely flinched, tough as nails. He nodded, a confident smirk tugging at his lips. In his mind he thought, the spear won't hurt it anymore. Then he flicked his hand, eyes flashing with resolve. Sorry, Dad, but in the end, I have to use the sword after all. Instantly, Dane drew the sword from his hip, its blade gleaming under the mana light. He frowned, staring straight at Ultima with a confident smile. Round 2 begins. His movement stunned the entire stands. Elgard stroked his chin, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and said, "Ha ha," switching to a sword. Delfinso beside him nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense, this is an independent exam. A little quirk isn't surprising. Elgard nodded in agreement, but his eyes showed astonishment. Right, but what's scary is how calm he stays. That stance, it's like a veteran warrior who's been through countless battlefields. On the stands, the crowd of students whispered excitedly, hearts racing. Keltas from behind narrowed his eyes, watching with pride mixed with curiosity. He spoke confidently. Now we'll truly see his real abilities. In the arena, Ultima charged straight at Dane, eyes ferocious, fists clenched, forming a massive ring of fire radiating scorching heat. But Dane didn't flinch. He stood firm, calmly receiving the monster's relentless attacks. The skills of a true swordsman shone through clearly, superior agility and speed. After several exchanges of blows, Dane stepped back, a thought flashing in his mind. He muttered admiringly, "Not bad." After a few rounds, it shifted from raw power to speed, reacting precisely to every move I made. Ultima didn't let up, continuing its frenzied assault, but it wasn't an easy foe to subdue. Dane maintained his calm, swinging his sword to parry each strike. The moment he spotted an opening, Dane slashed hard at Ultima's arm. However, the attack caused no damage. He muttered in slight surprise, Both arms are coated in fire, hard to pierce with sword kai. Alterma sped up even more, its punches raining down like a storm. Dane's mind raced with thoughts, telling himself inwardly, I could crush it with ancient magic, but too many eyes are watching here, so I'll have to do it this way. From the stands, Delfinso was worried sick, her face pale. She turned to Elgard, voice trembling. Chairman, this is too dangerous now. If the student gets hurt, none of us will escape punishment. She raised her hand to her chest, preparing to activate forced recall. But Keltis appeared from behind just then and spoke up to stop her, his voice low but confident. Hold on, just what? Delfinso startled and turned. Professor Keltis, when did you get here? Keltis smiled, eyes shining with belief. I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has already figured out his strategy. In the arena, Dane kept swinging his sword to block Alterma's attack. Suddenly, he spotted an opening, his eyes widening with decisive light. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Mana erupted brilliantly as Dane accelerated straight toward Alterma, unleashing countless sharp slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Alterma's thighs, making it throw its head back in pained roar. A wretched cry echoed. The monster lost balance, its strikes growing inaccurate. Both hands slammed the ground, face twisted in fury as flames flared around its body. Elgard from the stands jolted in shock, voice full of astonishment. He combined swordsmanship and magic in that instant. Keltis nodded, a confident smile on his lips. Looks like we should have summoned something even stronger. Hearing that, Elgard's face darkened as he clenched his fist tightly, thinking inwardly, damn it, a third-tier summon should have been enough to make him fail. Yet he far exceeded every expectation I had. His heart raced with a mix of fury and reluctant admiration. In the arena, Alterma opened its massive jaws wide, rings of fire appearing around the edges of its mouth, signaling a terrifying final attack. Dane gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, one last desperate struggle, huh? Truly the king of tanking it right to the end. He clenched his fist, eyes flashing with determination. I didn't want to resort to this, but it's time to end things. Above Dane's head, 3 mono-wreathed spears suddenly materialized, hovering in the air. He stared straight at Alterma, a smug grin spreading across his face, fully ready to deliver the finishing blow. In the arena, the air grew so thick with tension it felt suffocating, as if the entire world was holding its breath before the clash between Alterma's third-tier monstrous power and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the imminent danger, Alterma threw its head back and unleashed a ferocious roar that shook the ground like thunder. It opened its maw and spewed a brilliant pillar of fire straight toward Dane, scorching everything in its path with unbearable heat. But right as it prepared to strike, Dane's 3 mana-shimmering spears shot forward at terrifying speed. Alterma froze in shock, eyes widening in disbelief, unable to dodge in time. The energy from the spears detonated, unleashing a massive mana explosion that rocked the entire arena. All 3 spears pierced straight through Alterma's body, leaving 3 gaping holes. The monster was hurled backward like a kite with its string cut, roaring in agony as wretched cries echoed through the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, eyes cold and sharp, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. His heartbeat was steady, but inside he overflowed with the thrill of victory. He maintained an astonishing calm, like a seasoned warrior. From the stands, Delfinso turned to Elgard, her face pale as she said worriedly, Chairman, this exam went way too far. Keltis from behind frowned and spoke in a low, challenging tone. Too far? What do you mean? Delfinso's eyes flashed with anger as she explained. No matter how talented he is, pitting a first-year against a third-tier summoned beast, do you really think that's reasonable? Elgard sensed the tension and gave an awkward laugh, trying to smooth things over. Ha ha, but the result turned out fine, right? His words only fueled Delfinso's outburst. She shouted furiously, fine. It's so fine it'll go down in Imperial history. First year using spear, sword, magic, and even forced linkage to subdue a third-tier summon beast. This is downright insane. The crowd in the stands fell silent, hearts pounding at her emotional outburst. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons back into his subspace, his demeanor as composed as if he hadn't just faced a terrifying monster. Elgard and Keltis exchanged glances, brows furrowed in awe. They thought inwardly, that finishing move was truly earth-shaking. Suddenly Dane approached Alterma, extending his hand in front of everyone's stunned eyes. This action caused an explosion of murmurs from the stands. It was a response of power. Dane had established a forced linkage with Alterma, suppressing its hostility. In terms of both tactics and outcome, it was a perfect conclusion. Delfinso, still furious, spoke up. If word of today gets out, people will say this was an unfair exam deliberately designed to fail him. Elgard cornered turned to explain, Professor Delfinso, I had clear safety measures in place. But his answer didn't calm her. She shot to her feet, voice accusatory. Then why did you just sit there while he faced it head-on? Elgard stammered, scrambling for words. That was. But before he could finish, Delfinso glared fiercely and declared firmly, as a professor, I can't turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly in frustration. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? The entire plan's gone to hell. Keltas stood behind, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. He muttered admiringly, I knew he was a genius, but to this extent. From the start, he seemed more like a veteran knight than a first-year student. Keltas and Delfinso's gazes turned toward Dane, flashing with determination. I absolutely have to take him as my disciple. Once the exam concluded, Elgard stepped forward, his voice booming. The examination is over. For Dane, who has passed this special exam, we officially grant him the title of summoner along with this badge. May you continue to shine with your talents as an imperial summoner. Please accept it. Dane took the badge, bowed in thanks, his eyes sparkling with pride. He looked at the golden badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and muttered, the golden badge only given to those who pass the special exam. It's seriously cool. Holding the badge in his hand, Dane pondered for a moment before raising it high. Channeling a massive surge of mana into it, he muttered, respond to the call. Instantly, mana poured forth from the badge, shooting straight upward to form an enormous magic circle. From within it, a tidal wave of mana surged out, and something burst forth, leaving everyone stunned. Elgard's eyes widened as he shouted, what the? On the ground, a creature with long ears and short stubby legs appeared. It was a summon beast that looked just like a little bunny. Display info, Alterma, 4th tier summon beast, enhancement type, capable of dramatically boosting the summoner's physical ability. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Dane smiled with delight. Pretty high quality, huh? And kinda cute too. He stepped closer and said gently, nice to see you again, Alterma. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone stood speechless before this unexpectedly adorable scene. Delfinso turned to Keltas, who was also frozen in place, and thought inwardly, looks like everyone's stunned. She glanced toward Dane, deep in thought. With this many witnesses, the whole academy's going to go crazy. Just as predicted, across the campus ground students buzzed with chatter. One shouted, is that the guy who passed the special exam? Another replied in awe, what the hell is the Sagar's family anyway? With this performance, he's already outshining his own sister. Right now, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus. Countless eyes turned their way. Ernest turned to Layla in bewilderment. Layla, I can't wrap my head around this. Can something like this really happen? Layla crossed her arms nonchalantly, eyes gleaming with confidence. Don't try to understand, just accept it and you'll get used to it. He's from a whole different world. Ernest changed the subject excitedly. Oh right, I finally decoded that map. Layla beamed, eyes lighting up. Really? You're amazing. Dane chimed in calmly but eagerly. Then once it's fully decoded, let's hold our club's first official meeting. Hearing that, the group got hyped. Layla bounced with joy. Awesome, I'm so bored already. Ernest clenched his fist happily. I'll decode it even faster. Dane stayed composed, smiling as he thought inwardly. Honestly, I'm really curious about it too. Then he turned to them. Professor Keltas called for me. I gotta go. See you guys later. In the training room, Keltas was waiting. He looked at Dane with grave authority. Alterma is a terrifying summon beast. There was once an imperial summoner named Renik who called forth 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just 2 took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane jolted, thinking inwardly, right, I remember hearing Professor Keltas was there during that battle. Keltas stepped closer, eyes sharp, and yet you subdued that creature without a single scratch. Dane scratched his head awkwardly. Just lucky, sir. Keltas shook his head seriously. Sometimes excessive humility is a double-edged sword. In my opinion, switching to the sword was the right call. Dane was startled, thinking inwardly, he's no ordinary teacher. Keltas turned and walked slowly. At just 14, your swordsmanship mastery and composure far exceed your age. He paused, voice lowering. That's why I want to ask you, would you like to formally learn swordsmanship from me? The offer froze the air. Dane's eyes grew resolute, heart pounding with excitement and pressure. He took a deep breath, ready to answer with the determination to change his fate. On the sheet of paper, line after line in Dane's handwriting brought good news to his family. Dear beloved parents, I hope you're both well. Summer's heat is approaching, and outside the bright sunshine pours down on the vast academy where I'm studying. Today, as always, your youngest son is busy with life here at the academy. Right now, Dane is training in swordsmanship with one of the academy professors, and he happily shared this with his family. Oh, I've completed Professor Keltas's swordsmanship class that I mentioned before. He's incredibly dedicated and delighted to teach me, and I can feel it. I've learned so much theory. It really makes me think coming to the academy was an excellent choice. The quill flew quickly as it captured Dane's heartfelt words. Now I can perform sword techniques much more proficient. Thinking of something fun, he smiled with delight. Maybe it's time I commission a sword from the fort. A moment later, Dane set the quill back in the inkwell. But the letter's content wasn't just about Dane, it included his friends too. Oh, Ernest finally decoded that map. He even discovered the original designer was Saul Hanks. There's also our adventure exploring the ancient ruins within the academy, far to the east under the now abandoned St. Amer Hall. They say something extraordinary is hidden in the saint's crypt. Dane reread the letter and felt unsatisfied, not sure if this is too detailed. Then he picked up the quill and crossed out some words. I shouldn't include too many specific. He recalled the wooden door blocking the passage and changed the info he'd just written. Anyway, that place is a restricted area, no entry allowed. Dane thought silently. More importantly, there was a huge issue with the immortals appearing. He told Ernest and Layla about the immortals' presence and both were horrified. Immortals. The two looked at Dane with teary eyes and wailed, "That's terrifying, Dane." In the letter, Dane continued, I thought about giving up, but luckily I got help. The help he mentioned was a beautiful blonde girl. When she heard his request, she was shocked. What? You want me to go into the restricted area with you? Are you insane? He clearly wrote her identity for his family. The one who helped was Priscilla, a student from the Holy Studies department. Then came a short lesson Priscilla taught the trio. Listen carefully. Immortals disappear if you destroy their core. She carefully instructed, oh, but first, you absolutely need to receive my baptism ritual. Ernest and Layla just stared blankly and followed her lead. Later the four of them explored the crypt together, fighting the immortals. Dane, smash its core, pour all your dense mana into one strike. A purple light filled the air, helping everyone hold back the skeletons. Just as expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, we handled the immortals easily. Layla skillfully wielded her sword to cut through every obstacle, and her swordsmanship has improved dramatically too. Ernest and Priscilla stood back to back, protecting each other. On the other side, Dane bravely faced the immortals alone. The battle raged fiercely. One immortal's arm was sent flying high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their goal, an ancient structure now covered in green moss. After passing through the darkness, we reached the underground crypt, and at last we found the treasure. Layla trailed behind doubtfully. Is this really from 300 years ago? Dane pointed ahead confidently. Yes, the treasure is right here, the one the Emperor desperately craved but could never open or take. When they found the treasure, both Dane and Priscilla smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't hold back wide grins either. What they found was a massive red gem. The treasure was a gem radiating brilliant red light, utterly dazzling. Dane needed both hands just to hold the gem. Everyone beamed with joy seeing it in his hands. The club's very first achievement brought immense happiness. The four of them couldn't hide their sheer satisfaction and joy after this adventure. They stood in the crypt laughing heartily, everyone so excited they probably wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Dane wrote out the whole story honestly on paper, and sure enough the entire academy went nuts over. He reluctantly added his own decision. I think I should lay low for a while. Clear sunlight streamed into the tidy, orderly room. At this point Dane paused, lost in thought for a moment. Then he still chose to explain the full origin and background of the treasure to his family. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone would be shocked to learn it's actually an ancient mana core, right? And I probably don't need to mention that the gem has given me an extra mana circ. Finally, he set the quill down, whispering to himself, yeah, I'll tell them in person when the time comes. Dane leaned back in his chair and told himself, until then, I'll just rely on my big sister. Right at that moment, voices called from outside. Dane, what are you doing? We gotta go now. We don't have time to tidy up the club room anymore. He quickly grabbed his bag and called back loudly, coming, be right there. At the end of the letter, he added one more line. Oh, and after that day, Priscilla joined the club too. Dane opened the door and stepped out. Waiting for him were the familiar figures of his three friends Ernest. He happily declared in the letter, so now the club has 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane and urged, Dane, come on, hurry up. Priscilla pretended to be upset and teased. How dare you make your seniors wait? Layla joined in playfully. Exactly, we're busy people too. Seeing that, Dane scratched his head with a bright smile and explained, sorry, I had something to clean up. Come on, let's go. He wrote helplessly in the letter, but they kept complaining the club name sounded ridiculous. Their chatter echoed through the hallway. Today I'll handle all the heavy lifting. Of course, who else in our group could do the heavy stuff? Dane walked step by step closer to the 3, then they looked at each other and grinned happily. From then on, a group of 4 was officially formed, so we decided to shorten the name to Namit. The sky was a perfect clear blue. The entire school campus glowed brightly under the dazzling sunlight. In the room, a long sheet of paper was covered in dense handwriting. In the magic department, there's a notoriously grueling exam. the 24-hour endurance test, where you must go a full day without food or sleep. The surrounding desks were empty, the space so quiet you could hear a pin drop. As long as no other person is brought in, all open reference materials are allowed. This exam is infamous for its brutality. Dinabo stood with hands clasped behind his back by the window and sighed in admiration. But Dane passed it with ridiculous ease. He analyzed calmly. He completely grasped my intentions. Not only is he great at problem solving, but his ability to analyze the surrounding environment and context is extraordinarily outstanding. Dinabo crossed his arms, complex emotions showing on his face. I almost feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've ever craved a student from another department so bad. Suddenly he turned and probed. So, how's the task I assigned going? Arthur fell silent at the question and looked at him. Then he reported hesitantly. He keeps turning down invitations to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just get one position. He could even rise to a key role and influence academy policy in the future. Hearing that, Dinabo turned back to gaze at the scenery and replied calmly, I see. Even when I sent a fifth year like you, it still failed. Dane's figure appeared in his mind. He pondered with frustrated reluctance. Damn it, he's truly an unpredictable kid. He lacks the usual vanity or arrogance of his age. Every prediction I made was completely wrong. Dinabo's stern, upright exterior hid a stubborn resolve inside, but he won't escape my grasp. Thinking of the future ahead, he broke into a pleased smile. His inner determination hardened. He would never give up. I'll definitely hold onto him tight. In the distant mountains, towering cliffs rose like walls blocking the path. In the book-filled room, Arabella's lab, a concerned voice asked, Is Arthur from the student council still tailing you? Dane answered helplessly, Yeah, it's getting a bit annoying. Arabella put her hands on her hips and grumbled irritably. That professor hasn't changed one bit. It was the same in my time. Seeing that, Dane rubbed his head doubtfully and asked, He did the same thing to you too? She admitted right away, MHM. Arabella grumbled unhappily. He even said he'd make me student council president or something. Dane commented in surprise, Student council president, sounds pretty impressive. She shot back immediately. That professor loves luring talented kids and turning them into his puppets. She revealed more hidden info to him. Those with ability but low birth and unclear career paths fall into the trap easily. Hearing that, Dane immediately recalled Arthur's close ties to Dinabo. So that's why Arthur keeps shadowing Professor Dranava. Dane smiled smugly and probed. Then refusing was the right call, wasn't it? Arabella looked at him and affirmed firmly, Of course, that professor is very dangerous, not just skilled, but a master at pulling people to his side. If you get caught, you'll become his obedient puppet, so be careful. Still worried, she carefully warned again, No matter what he offers, refuse immediately. Dane listened patiently and replied, I understand, sis, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door burst open. Arabella startled and went on guard. What is it? Someone holding a glowing green orb high called out for help. Dane, so you're here. Look, I found something really terrifying. It was Dane's three friends, Layla leading, urgently pleading. Ernest brought this back from the restricted area. Can you take a look for me? But hearing her, Arabella stared in disbelief and demanded, What? The restricted area? You guys actually went into the restricted area. The three didn't see anything wrong. In fact, they grinned proudly. Dane helplessly covered his face, not daring to look. I already told them to lay low for a while, sorry sis. Dane approached Ernest worriedly and asked, Ernest, how? The guards have definitely tightened up since the St. Amer visit. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dane. As an explorer, I have to overcome challenges like this. Hearing that, Dane looked at Ernest hesitantly. Yeah, that's your specialty, but isn't it still too dangerous? He crossed his arms and answered firmly. I get your concern, Dane, but the explorer blood in me is boiling. I can't just sit still. Seeing that, Dane felt relieved and thought inwardly. Since the St. Amer visit, Ernest has become way more proactive. He recalled the man in the black cloak at Amer and felt Ernest's reaction was only natural. It makes sense. Saul Hankston, the only one said to have reached the Nine-Chain Realm after the collapse of the demon kingdom Arachna. Any explorer's eyes would light up at a genius like that. On the other side, Layla was desperately begging Arabella, Senior, please take a look at this. She grumbled helplessly, You kids are nothing but trouble. Dane glanced over curiously. So what is Layla holding? He looked at the faintly glowing orb in Layla's hand and guessed. Did you stuff something into the monowave detector? Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his nose awkwardly and explained. Here's what happened. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk in the restricted area. When I got there, I noticed something suspicious. You know, Saul Hankston's lab is in the restricted zone, right? I kept hearing strange noises coming from inside the building. Ernest had looked around in fear, searching. It sounded like machinery running or something being built. It gave me chills. Plus, there were voices mixed in with the noises. Dane listened but still felt puzzled. So what? Even in a restricted area, guards have to go in and out, so hearing voices isn't weird. Ernest scratched his head and insisted. No, it wasn't just guards, I'm sure of it. His eyes sharpened with suspicion, and the most suspicious part is, he continued, that green orb suddenly lit up. The mana wave detector I left running as backup picked up mana fluctuations. Dane blurted out in shock. What? Impossible. After Saul Hangston's death, everything in the lab was moved to the memorial, so nothing should be emitting mana waves there. At that moment, the green orb had helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of the place. He continued cautiously, exactly, which means. After that, Ernest had panicked and fled the restricted area. Recalling the gloomy building, he declared solemnly, inside Saul Hangston's lab, there's definitely something unknown. Dane too grew serious from Ernest's attitude. Mana wave. A while later in Arabella's room, she announced gravely, Ernest, you were right, there really is something in there. Ernest asked in surprise, really, Senior Arabella? She placed a sheet of paper on the table. Yes, and it's no small thing. Here, look at the data I analyzed. Priscilla and Layla leaned in to examine the info. Dane followed and carefully picked up the paper to read. The paper was filled with text and continuous wave curves. These fluctuations are very similar to the samples I collected, Ernest. Of course, not everything matches, if we eliminate the vague one. Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella calmly. So what's the conclusion? She smiled smugly and declared, that building definitely contains something massive. Ernest and the other two widened their eyes in shock and echoed in unison. Something massive. Arabella looked down at the green orb on the table and probed. Yes, this kind of fluctuation usually comes from an object holding terrifying amounts of mana. You said it was very difficult to capture these waves, right? She looked at the three confidently and explained, I think it means something is blocking the mana leakage from escaping. Ernest gaped speechlessly. Arabella ignored his reaction and continued, whether the one hiding the mana waves is Saul Hangston himself or someone else, we don't know yet. On the other side, Dane looked at the data again seriously and pointed out, the only thing certain is that, whatever it is, it's valuable enough to conceal the mana wave. Arabella nodded in agreement with Dane's thought. She crossed her arms and recounted. In short, that's the situation. And from what I know, the guards never even step inside Saul Hangston's lab. Back in the day, I even sneaked into the restricted area when I was bored. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Dane saw the proud look on Arabella's face and thought helplessly, even you did it, sis. Yeah, I guess no one can resist Saul Hangston's allure. He really was a mage in his prime. Finally, she summed up. Anyway, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it's connected to Saul Hangston, it's bound to be a world-shaking discovery, maybe something containing his mana, or even stronger. On the table, the mana detector still emitted a faint, unending green glow. Hearing that, Ernest clenched his fists excitedly. If that's true, then it's amazing. Layla, still a bit confused, asked, but why would something like that be in an empty lab? Arabella praised approvingly. Ernest is truly exceptional. He found this purely on instinct. Seeing that, Ernest immediately straightened up and thanked her. Thank you, Senior. You helped me a lot. Arabella looked at him helplessly. Kid, what are you planning to do with something like this? Beside her, Dane harbored suspicion and guessed inwardly, but it's highly unlikely to be a real mana core. Their previous crypt exploration had shown nothing suspicious inside. Throughout the journey, he had stayed alert and sensed everything around him, so he could confirm it. If it were a real core, I would have noticed the moment we entered the restricted area. Dane furrowed his brows and pondered silently. Then, he stared at the light from the orb, letting himself sink into thought. What the hell is in there? Across from him, Ernest probed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Dane, what do we do now? I already told you to lay low for a while. These waves aren't worth investigating. Layla chimed in to persuade. Yeah, even if you don't go, Ernest will go anyway. He affirmed confidently. Exact. Dane looked at the three and pointed out the downside. We might somehow avoid surveillance, but no one knows what could be inside the lab. Are you guys really confident? Layla raised two fingers triumphantly. Of course, our club is super strong. Ernest declared confidently. Right, and Karnaz is with us. Priscilla crossed her arms firmly. I won't lose either. Seeing that, Dane complained helplessly. Even Ernest and Layla I get, but now Sister Priscilla too. Arabella threw up her hands. Looks like we really can't stop. Right after she pulled out a scroll and instructed. Fine, if you're not going to listen, at least take this with you. Dane asked, puzzled, what's this? Arabella introduced gravely. This is a teleportation scroll. You know how to use it, right? Then she pointed at the scroll and explained to the four. If you're in danger, don't hesitate, tear it right away. It'll instantly teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it's better than dying, right? Layla wasn't scared. In fact, she asked cheerfully to confirm. You're really giving us these precious scrolls. Priscilla expressed gratitude. Thank you, Sister Arabella. She carefully reminded them. Remember, You guys tend to forget that entering restricted areas gets you suspended, and 2 suspensions mean expulsion. Got it. The 3 replied meekly, yes. Dane smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, sis, nothing will happen. But Arabella wasn't convinced. Don't just say that. In the end, she could only helplessly watch the 4 head off to explore the area. Her parting words echoed in the room. All right, come back safe and tell me what you find, okay? Then the space returned to silence as if no one had ever been there. Sometime later, the 4 gathered in one spot and opened the map. Ernest explained the detailed plan to the others. Here, the infiltration route. Entry is from this point. There's a blind spot in the guard's view when moving toward this building. We'll use that gap to get in. Dane nodded approvingly. Ernest, not bad. After discussion, everyone rechecked their backpacks and essential gear. We'll start the operation in 2 days. We've distributed exploration equipment per person and double-checked the infiltration route. Ernest carefully instructed everyone on key points. From here on, we scatter anti-tracking powder while moving. When we arrive, Karnaz's role will be crucial. To melt through the thick mana barrier without leaving traces, we'll need Karnaz's flames. Dane nodded. Got it, I'll prepare. Priscilla crossed her arms and offered her opinion. We also need a plan B for emergencies. Instead of tearing the scroll blindly, we should plan actions for each scenario. Layla agreed in surprise. That makes sense, Sister Priscilla. Finally, Dane outlined the combat formation calmly. All right, let's do this. We'll arrange the team like so. I'll handle front mana detection. Layla and Ernest will cover the rear. He gestured to Priscilla. Sister Priscilla will stay in the middle. You're the easiest to ambush. She agreed without hesitation. Got it. Then he assigned Ernest. Ernest, this time use a short bow instead of a staff. You've practiced a lot, so just focus on support fire. He replied happily, sure, leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone seriously and cautioned. Everyone, remember. He repeated the danger of the restricted area once more. Top priority is not getting detected. We don't know what's hidden inside. Ernest rubbed his arms curiously. All right, I wonder what it'll be. I'm so excited. Layla prayed fearfully. Just please don't let it be demons. Seeing the 3 in good spirits, Dane confirmed. Everyone ready. Facing him were 3 fearless, excited faces. Then, Dane announced energetically, romantic club, time to stir up some trouble. On the high wall of the building, several guards stood rigidly on duty on the surface, but their complaining voices drifted around. This sucks, every day like this and I'll die. Just wait a bit, shift change in 20 minutes. What idiot would sneak into the restricted area anyway? Just wait till we catch them. After the words, the space fell back into quiet, flickering torchlight, illuminating the guard's figure. In a corner of the forest, Layla's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out, why are there so many guards here? Beside her, Ernest whispered his guess. I heard they've doubled the patrols recently, turns out it's true. Probably because of us. Hearing that, she asked anxiously, so what do we do now? Ernest replied as the 4 figures crept silently through the shadows. Then they quickly dashed in one direction, following Ernest's lead. Everyone's tired at this hour. There'll be a gap. I know where the guards are weakest. Let's take that route. On the high wall, another squad of guards approached and announced, shift change time. One of the standing guards grumbled, this sucks, I almost dozed off. Another guard asked suspiciously, why are you late? Behind the relief squad, Dane's group nimbly darted past. The complaining guard didn't notice a thing and kept whining. Everyone's already scattered. Following the last person who leaped over the wall, the whole group safely evaded the guards. But the noise from their jump made one guard turn to check. Seeing that, the guard beside him asked puzzled, something up? The guard rubbed his head doubtfully. Did you hear anything? The other replied carelessly, nah, probably just the wind. The suspicious guard confirmed hesitantly, really. Luckily, the guard didn't pay more attention. Finally, the patrol squad left. All right, good work everyone. From atop the wall came the confident voice of a guard. Guaranteed, not even a mouse could slip in. Below, Dane's 4 knelt on one knee to steady themselves. He reported calmly, good, we've successfully infiltrated. Under the moonlight, the large building stood eerily silent with no sound at all. But now on the stairs inside, a voice reminded, everyone watch your step, we're almost at the basement door. A while later, Dane's group stopped in front of a tall door. Priscilla marveled, this is it. Thanks to Ernest, we got in pretty easily. Having him lead was a smart choice. Suddenly, Dane noticed something and spoke up to stop them. Wait, there's a mana barrier here. He stared closely at the green light enveloping the door and muttered thoughtfully, the closer to the center, the stronger it gets. Saul Hankston was really cautious about intruders. After analyzing, he contradicted himself. No, that's not quite right. Dane approached and touched the magic circle to evaluate. This barrier doesn't carry Saul Hankston's mana signature. He observed the barrier layer seriously and concluded, it's completely different. Layla asked puzzled, really, how can you tell? Dane explained casually. Saul Hangston lived a very long time ago. This barrier looks relatively new. Ernest stroked his chin in disbelief and deduced, meaning, someone else got here before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside. Dane's face turned grave as he affirmed, exactly. He looked toward the door cautiously and guessed, there might be something very dangerous hidden in there. Priscilla asked worriedly, so what do we do now, turn back? Layla looked at her firmly and objected, we've come this far, how can we turn back? Maybe some academy official came in, set up defenses and left. Ernest looked at the three solemnly and shared his thought. I think differently. No, this feels more like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy discovered a new Saul Hangston relic, they wouldn't have any reason to hide it this secret. Hearing that, Layla grumbled irritably. So besides us, someone else is after this treasure, my treasure. Priscilla crossed her arms helplessly and corrected. We're here to explore, not steal treasure. Suddenly Dane declared seriously, she's right. He scanned the restricted area's architecture calmly and analyzed. They're different from us. Deliberately set up a barrier to conceal something. Whatever it is, if we run into them, it'll be trouble. Layla sighed worriedly and pointed out, if they have bad intentions, it'll be hard for us to stop. But Dane smiled positively and declared, yeah, this place might have become way more dangerous now, but I believe in the strength of the romantic club. We're strongest when we're together, right? Though inwardly Dane thought differently. That sounds convincing, but honestly I'm dying of curiosity. Ernest, unaware of his thoughts, teared up emotionally and called, Dane, while Layla crossed her arms confidently and boisterously agreed, yeah, hardly anyone can beat Dane, that's right. Priscilla saw this and gave in helplessly to the majority. If I let you go alone, something's definitely going to happen, so I'll come too. No other choice. Ernest and Layla's eyes sparkled as they looked at her. With everyone's resolve confirmed, Dane smiled and announced, no objections, right? Good, then we'll see this through to the end. Then the group turned seriously toward the barrier on the door. Though there was some hesitation and fear, they decided to press forward. They summoned the little dragon to breathe fire on the barrier. Karnaz did an excellent job breaking the mana barrier. It couldn't withstand Karnaz's flames. After a while, the door finally opened. When we opened it and stepped inside, all four had to dodge intensely dangerous traps. Ahead was an endless corridor full of mechanisms. Dane warned while moving, Ernest, get down, everyone careful, the floor's collapsing, just follow me. They quickly leaped high to avoid the traps. The stone path echoed with every noise the four made. Then they reached a vast, dimly lit room. After passing countless traps, we finally arrived. What is this place? I never imagined there'd be such a huge room underground. It's enormous. There were piles of wooden chests and sacks of grain. In another corner, there was even a dining table and bed. Ernest noticed first and called out to alert them. Everyone look, there's a ton of food here. Someone's definitely been living in this place. Dane pondered, puzzled. Weird, there are clear signs of habitation, like they've been here for quite a while. Layla turned and asked doubtfully, maybe the academy came here to research. He disagreed. That's unlikely. Dane glanced around and gestured, look closely. He pointed at the wooden chests nearby and analyzed carefully. If it were the academy investigating, they'd have supplied proper equipment. These items are mismatched from different places, even some illegal stuff. If it were the academy, they wouldn't hide it this secret. Dane looked at everyone and concluded, Sister Priscilla was right. This is clearly someone else, not the academy. Ernest fell silent and uneasy at that. Then Dane assigned tasks. Let's quickly check the room. We don't know when the owner might return. The place was dark and eerie, making everyone feel uneasy. Following his words, Layla searched the wooden chest. Priscilla examined the wall. Dane knelt to inspect the floor. Suddenly his hand sensed something suspicious on the ground. What is this? Beneath this room, I can feel a massive mana flow. Suddenly Ernest called out to draw his attention. Dane, come look over here. Dane stood and asked, did you find something? He reported, there's a staircase going down behind this wall. He hadn't expected the answer so quickly. We can go down and verify the mana source I sensed from above. The dim staircase led down to yet another underground level. Even with torches hung on both walls, they couldn't fully illuminate the space. Suddenly, a strange purple light glowed from the end of the stair. The four followed the path to a room containing a massive green crystal. The group stared in disbelief at the sight. Unbelievable. I've never seen a mana crystal this huge. It's hidden so deep underground. Dane gazed up at the mana crystal, thoughts racing. No doubt, this is Saul Hangston's aura. It's radiating overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex magic array beneath his feet to confirm. There are arrays engraved all around too. Dane examined the mana-emitting crystal in the center of the room, his mood grave as he speculated. What exactly are they planning to do with this? Who, and for what purpose? Suddenly Ernest from behind panicked and shouted, "Oh no, everyone, someone's coming this way." He looked at the group in alarm. Priscilla and Layla turned toward the sound. Ernest warned in terror, "The perimeter sensors we set up are going off." Dane immediately turned serious and raised his guard. Outside the building, a group in black cloaks sneaked closer. The apparent leader ordered, "Hurry." The other three replied respectfully, "Yes, Captain." The group quickly infiltrated the building, heading straight toward one direction with clear intent, just to extract mana from Saul Hangston's essence inside. The captain ran while declaring fanatically, "Glory will be ours." His subordinates reverently replied, "Yes." Their voices echoed in the quiet stairwell. A while later, they reached the final level and opened the door to enter. The captain led the way into the room. When he reached the mana crystal, he reported, "We've entered safely." Then he turned and ordered his subordinates, "You clean up the room. If anything unusual happens, report immediately." The subordinates obeyed respectfully, "Yes." One of them observed the staircase and sighed, "Finally, we can rest a bit." The one beside him asked, "We have to stay here for 2 more months." The bald one nodded affirmatively, "Maybe longer. At least we have enough food, so that's not a problem." After answering, he stepped up the stairs. Unexpectedly, a mechanism on the stair wall suddenly extended. Dozens of swords shot out rapidly toward both of them. The bald one stared wide-eyed in horror at the dangerous weapons closing in. In the next instant, both were sent flying back with wretched cries. They tumbled down the stairs and fell back into the room. The captain heard the commotion and rushed out in panic. What happened? No one answered, only the sound of the door slamming shut. Then a strange purple gas flowed in and filled the entire room. One subordinate inhaled it and trembled uncomfortably. "What gas is this?" The one beside him stammered in fear. "Gas." Immediately he whipped around in terror and cried, "Captain, this is." The captain hunched over and ordered sternly, "Back up." He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, warning with difficulty, "It's a trap." A while later, Dane's four had tied the black-cloaked group together and were searching their belongings. Ernest marveled in surprise, "More stuff than I thought." He picked up a notebook, skimmed it, and concluded, "A record book." Layla added beside him, "Some gold coins and all sorts of miscellaneous items." She pointed curiously, "There's more in the back pocket, too." Behind them, Dane silently observed the intruder. He furrowed his brows and pondered inwardly. Who the hell are these guys? Clearly there after Saul Hangston's mana crystal. He looked at the 4 unfamiliar faces suspiciously and guessed, could they be from the academy, or maybe? Suddenly Priscilla approached Dane holding a notebook. "Dane, look at these notes, it seems important." He took it without hesitation. "Yeah." Dane took the notebook and seriously read the information inside. The pages recorded notes from a strange experiment. During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extraction devices. When progress reaches 60%, add 1 more. If the array fails, stop immediately and reinforce. Check attached array diagram. Dane pondered and repeated, "Extracting essence." Priscilla bluntly assessed, "Sounds dangerous." He agreed, "Yeah, extremely dangerous." Ernest also brought over a long sheet of paper for him to see. "Not just that, these guys have a continental map." Dane asked in shocked disbelief, "A continental map?" Layla's eyes widened in surprise. "That thing's strictly controlled by the Empire, absolutely not allowed outside." Ernest solemnly guessed, could they be some rebel group? Dane listened to everything without replying, silently pondering. Too many suspicious points. Suddenly spotting something, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a strange liquid flowing from the captain's mouth, and inside it a flickering light. That was. Dane reached out and probed the captain's mouth. He furrowed his brows, eyes grave as he thought inwardly, "Just as I suspected." In his hand was a small purple tube. This was a suicide poison. This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother had taught him when he was young. "I remember learning about this from Mom." He glanced at the black-cloaked group, thoughts racing. This is the kind used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members, preventing leaks in emergencies. They're brainwashed to self-destruct and given poison. What kind of organization does something like this? Suddenly Priscilla found something else in the notebook. She looked at everyone and alerted, "Everyone look at this. There's a set of bylaws written here." All 3 turned in surprise to look. Right after, Priscilla read the contents seriously. "For a new world." The rules echoed one by one in the quiet room. Rule 1, security must always come first, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we always act to change the world. The notebook was densely packed with hard-to-understand regulations. Rule 3, do not seek the identities of other members. We are one, yet we are separate individuals. Rule 4. Reading to the end, Priscilla frowned and reported, "This part is the most suspicious." Dane asked, puzzled, "Suspicious?" She explained clearly, "There's a set of coordinates here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the academy." In the center of the room, the mana crystal glowed like a light source, helping the four see everything clearly. At the very bottom of the page, a special number was written. Priscilla looked at it doubtfully and asked, 3458, what place is that? Ernest stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait, if it's that position. Seeing that, Dane looked at him. Ernest, do you know the spot? He affirmed. Yes, that's the supply transport route near the back gate. Layla exclaimed in shock, so they came in from there. Dane agreed with her thought. He looked calmly at the black-cloaked group and analyzed. Highly likely. There must be someone inside the academy helping. With that said, Priscilla and Layla fell silent, speechless. Dane and Ernest stayed quiet too. Then he slowly spoke toward the massive mana crystal, breaking the heavy atmosphere. A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What exactly do they plan to do with it? Finally, the four reached consensus and decided to leave. We decided to get out quickly. Along the stair path, the purple flickering light remained, as if no one had ever come here. In the room, a pitch-black circle was sucking up all the assassins' belongings. Everything from them was gathered into subspace for later investigation. Once done, the four looked at the tied-up assassins and made a decision. They agreed to report to the Academy leadership and guard. But before leaving, Dane looked at the mana crystal again and suggested, and maybe it'd be a real waste to leave empty-handed like this. The three exclaimed in surprise and confusion. What? He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the crystal. Then Dane boldly demanded, let's take this mana crystal with us. He gazed at the faintly glowing crystal and thought inwardly, if we leave it, it'll just fall into their hands anyway. Better we take it ourselves than let unknown people use it for some scheme. On the wall, the purple light still quietly illuminated the place. Suddenly, panicked shouts rang out in the room. Captain, wake up quick. This is bad, Captain. The captain stirred groggily at the noise and grumbled. My head, what's with all the commotion? One subordinate looked at the crystal in horror and reported, the mana crystal, it's empty now. The captain glanced at him in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? The other two subordinates also looked toward the now ordinary green crystal ahead, realizing it was true, and cursed angrily. Damn it, must be those trappers who did this. The captain stared wide-eyed, unwilling to believe. Impossible. Suddenly, a squad of guards burst in from outside. The guard captain glared at them warily and shouted, freeze right there. The guard threatened furiously. Whoever dares invade this sacred academy, we won't let you escape. One assassin panicked and blurted, how did the guards get here? The guards immediately ordered, capture them, don't let any get away. The captain gritted his teeth and inwardly cursed, damn it all. Right after the guards charged, with weapons raised at the assassin. Seeing the situation, he furiously guessed, could the organization have abandoned us? Eyes looked up at the sturdy gray wall, standing out against the dazzling blue sky and bright sunlight. An uncontrollable cry rang out. This is insane. Someone slowly stepped out from the city gate, cold eyes sweeping the space. That person sighed. After decades of peace, the restricted zone is causing trouble again. The young blonde captain with an angry face shouted, did the intruder say anything? His bald subordinate rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, report, no words at all. Perhaps we need harsher measures. In his mind flashed images of the three just captured and bound, three faces with different expressions. Rage, helplessness, despair. They all maintained stubborn silence. The captain pointed decisively at the captives, then beat them until they talk. After initial interrogation, transfer them to the torture chamber. The bald one replied immediately, yes, sir. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. This incident is truly serious. Even after doubling security, 5 intruders still slipped in. He watched the soldiers moving back and forth suspiciously, unease rising inside. I'll definitely be punished, and I might even lose my position. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over. Captain, he reported, an investigation team from the magic department has arrived. The captain was extremely surprised. What, they're here already? He pressed his hand to his forehead and rubbed it, face full of irritation. Inside, he worried intensely. Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy professor to come in person. From inside the base came an astonished, questioning voice. Meaning, you heard noises in this building, noticed the mana barrier disappear, then saw intruders inside. The captain affirmed immediately, yes, sir. Dinabo felt puzzled. Strange, the mana barrier of Saul Hangston isn't easy to break. His eyes turned toward the bound group, extremely curious. If they're capable of that, why did they get captured so easily? The captain closed his eyes slightly, face showing clear dejection. I don't understand either. He handed over a book, voice confused. By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look, sir? Dinabo was surprised. A book. He reached out and took the thick green book, feeling a cold magical energy emanating from it. Dinabo carefully opened it and slowly flipped through each page. After careful examination, his face turned serious as he announced, "It's sealed with magic. Only authorized people can open it, but someone forced it open." The captain was shocked. "What? How is that possible?" Dinabo tucked the book inside his coat, face resolute. "I'll take it for further investigation. There might be other hidden spells on it." The captain gave an awkward laugh, trying to calm down. "Of course, I only skimmed it, but it seems they belong to some secret organization." Dinabo frowned, eyes sharpening. "A secret organization, you say?" The captain added. "We also discovered a massive mana bullet in the basement taller than a grown man." Dinabo asked, puzzled. "A mana stone, but the basement should be empty." The captain felt doubtful too. "We found it strange too. Why is there a gigantic mana stone in the restricted zone?" Dinabo parted his lips slightly, pondering for a moment as his mind quickly pieced together the unusual detail. Finally, he decided and ordered, "Take me there. I want to see it myself." At the academy fountain, many students were buzzing excitedly about the latest topic. "You hear anything? Trouble in the restricted zone again. The guards are running around like crazy. Why so many incidents lately? Feels really unsettling." Priscilla stood on the veranda listening and couldn't help feeling troubled. Good grief, since yesterday that place has been in chaos because of the mess. Knowing her current mood was quite bad, Dane smiled and changed the subject. "Priscilla, did you find anything yet?" Sure enough, she shifted focus immediately. "Yeah, they say the magic department's team captured them. Even Professor Drenavo came in person." Ernest said gravely. "If the professor himself showed up, this must be really serious." Layla awkwardly scratched her neck. "We really caused a huge mess, huh?" "It's already in the Daily Academy paper. Wanna see?" Hearing that, Ernest couldn't stay calm. "What? So fast? Word really travels here." The newspaper clearly stated, "Restricted zone breached. 5 unidentified individuals under interrogation by the magic department." Guard captain, I take full responsibility. While everyone focused on the paper, Dane quietly stood behind thinking, if Professor Drenavo appeared in person, he must have realized how grave the situation is. He thought for a moment, then spoke, "But if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine." Priscilla sighed dejectedly. "Yeah, they're famous for being ruthless. They'll use every kind of spell to interrogate." Layla timidly trembled and asked, "But will they find us?" Contrary to her, Ernest optimistically reassured, "Come on, calm down. We erased every trace." She also comforted the girl. "Actually, the academy should thank us. If not for us, those intruders would have gotten away." Dane gave up and said, "What kind of logic is that?" Seeing them chatting so cheerfully, Dane nodded with a chuckle. "Don't worry, they fell into the trap without knowing we were there. For now, just lay low." Then he turned to his friend. "Ernest, did you bring their stuff?" The other startled slightly, then answered, "Ah yeah, here are the analysis results. Take a look." The whole group shared the same thought. Maybe by following their trail, they all hoped for something. We'll find another treasure, like Saul Hangston's essence or something. A few days later, the academy fell into chaos once again. A large group of cavalry stood imposingly on the campus grounds, this time due to the arrival of the Royal Investigation Team. The Royal Investigation Team. They marched in with heavy steps. Royal banners fluttered proudly in the air. Others stood by watching. The royal family rarely sets foot in the academy, yet here they come with dozens of people, flags flying. Unprecedented. Under the blazing sun, no one dared speak. Somewhere else, in the basement, a burly night-dressed man exclaimed, "Strange." He frowned and continued, "St. Amer Hall had intruders without leaving traces. Now we discover strangers hiding in Saul Hangston's lab. This person was the 4th Royal Knight Commander, Del." Someone nodded in agreement. "This is really odd. We've tracked the traces but still no clear results." He glanced at the person and asked gravely, "What about the barrier?" Under the pressure of the high-ranking figure, the girl holding paper stepped forward hesitantly. "Yes, we're still investigating, but so far no clear signs." Hearing that, Delphian paced irritably. "Troublesome, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs." Then he looked up. Cautiously he asked, "What do you think of this, Your Highness?" Third Prince Edward Dantora. He hadn't expected the question and grew extremely flustered, avoiding eye contact and stammering, "I haven't thought of anything yet." Seeing that, Delphian sighed, even more annoyed. "I understand, Your Highness." Dinavo only now noticed this person's presence and panicked. "Wait, the third prince himself came. Why did he have to come in person?" Edward closed his eyes to sense. In a silent space, he gradually noticed something mysterious. Is this the trace of a melted barrier? Very hard to detect, but the surface feels off. At this moment, the third prince no longer looked flustered. He crossed his arms seriously, like it was dissolved and then reassembled. His lips pursed as he inwardly praised, "Whoever broke it, truly impressive." Saul Hangston's barrier, designed to last centuries, had never been broken by anyone before. Hearing that, Delphian nodded as he walked ahead. "Exactly, a perfect steel fortress never breached before." and now it's been broken. Edward calmly stated something utterly terrifying. That means even the royal barrier can be infiltrated. Suddenly his eyes widened. A piercing pain shot through his body, straight to his guts. Sweat poured down the prince's pale face. Unable to bear it any longer, Edward clutched his stomach tightly. Seeing his strange condition, Delphin asked worriedly, "Your Highness." He hurried closer, frowning. "Are you in pain somewhere?" Edward bowed his head and replied calmly, "It's nothing, just the usual ache." The rugged-faced man softened his tone and advised, "Please, Your Highness, if you feel any discomfort, say so. We'll return immediately. The investigation matters, but your health matters more." The prince's demeanor shifted completely. "No, I came here of my own will." He raised his arm and waved it. "Don't worry, my hand is still fine." Meanwhile, Donavo stood to the side observing and thought inwardly, the prince and the knight commander appearing together. This time we need to be extremely cautious. The other two were also watching him closely. "Looks like we'll have to tread very carefully now." Delphin advised, "Perhaps you should step outside and rest for a bit. If it gets worse, please tell us right away." He replied gently, "Yes, I will." Before leaving, he couldn't help glancing back. What a pitiful person, branded as the useless prince, and now even his hand won't obey him. Delphin frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. At this moment, the prince's figure stood alone in silence. But once he left, the prince's expression twisted in discomfort. Damn it, something always gets in my way. Looking around, he thought inwardly, but now's not the time to hesitate. I need more clues, I have to find them myself. Edward began walking. They told me to stay put, but... He closed his eyes and thought, sorry, Delphin. On the other side, he asked his subordinate. No traces at all, the person replied. Around 5 a.m., sir. Dinabo answered, yes, right before sunrise, that's when it happened. Delphin pressed, what about mana detection spells? Nothing detected, sir. Hearing that, he grew tense. This is a complete mess. Right then someone rushed over from afar. Captain, bad news. His Highness has disappeared. Delphin panicked. What? Impossible, he was just here. The person explained, flustered. It happened when the guards were momentarily distracted. He stared wide-eyed in horror. You idiots. Immediately Delphin shouted to those around. Halt all other activities, stop the investigation and find His Highness now. The others responded gravely, yes, sir. In his heart he worried nonstop. His body is already frail, and now this, why? Meanwhile, Edward ran nonstop through the forest. His steps were swift. I have to make progress on this investigation, no matter what. Edward looked ahead with determination. This time father will have to notice me. I may lack talent, but I'll prove myself through effort. He told himself inwardly. I can't stay the useless prince forever. Scene shift to another place, Bonia Forest. Layla stood with arms crossed and reminded, Ernest, that stance isn't stable. Try again. He asked, puzzled. Like this, she praised. Better. Dane nearby watched with a faint smile. Looks like he's getting used to training here. Layla's helping him a lot too. At this moment, his hand reached out to circulate mana. Circles began forming around Dane. This way I can focus better on controlling my mana. He looked at his hand and smiled happily. Now I've completed 2 mana circuits, even succeeded in layering a 4-tier structure. Suddenly Dane's eyes turned blue as he stared straight at them. Ancient magic is truly astonishing, but every time I focus on the 4-tier spell, I see it more clearly. First he looked toward Ernest, the flow of mana moving through a human body. Next Dane looked at Layla. Incredible. I wonder what I'll see next time. In midair, a small swirling vortex seemed to form. Both of them suddenly looked up in surprise. Ernest exclaimed, Wind, Layla asked puzzled. Dane, what spell is that? Dane smiled and answered, Wind Bomb, a compressed air bullet. Ernest's eyes widened in awe. Amazing, I've never seen a mana explosion that big. Layla marveled. Must be because it's a 4-tier spell, terrifying power. He looked at the winds blowing past. Dane reached out to control it. Then let's toss it gently. At this point, the wind rose gently, no longer as fast as before. It wove lightly between the trees. Suddenly from far away, someone collided with it and let out a pained cry. Dane's 3 friends were startled and wondered, is someone there? Branches there snapped and flew into the air. A while later, the dust cleared. Tree trunks rolled across the ground. All 3 stared in shock toward the spot and quickly ran over. Layla asked Dane worriedly, Dane, you heard that too, right? Someone's there. He replied quickly, yeah, I heard it clearly. Inwardly, Dane worried. Damn it, I thought it was just us here. So the 3 urged each other. Let's go check. Be careful in case they're hurt. Time shift to a few minutes earlier. Edward had reached the forest where they were training. So there's such a large forest inside the academy ground. He looked around in admiration. The students here must be so happy, studying and laughing with friends. I'm jealous. Edward's mood turned a bit sad. If I hadn't been born a prince, could I have attended the academy like— He smiled lightly with hope for the future ahead. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Right after Edward snapped himself out of it. No, daydreaming again. Focus on finding traces of the intruder. From far away, he heard strange sounds and approached curiously. What was that noise? Then Edward stopped in a clearing to observe. Someone in the forest. In midair, something seemed to be rushing toward him at the same time. That place was exactly where Dane's group was training. Edward watched curiously. Students training. They look about my age and really skilled too. Over on this side, Layla turned to ask Dane. Dane, can you check my sword form again? This transition feels awkward. He walked over and suggested, adjust your footwork after the spin. Step back half a pace with your rear foot. She adjusted and said, got it, let me try again. Meanwhile, Edward watched them train from afar. Here we go. He stared intently at where they stood and jolted. She just said Dane, wait, Dane Sagar. Edward immediately recalled Dane's identity. The freshman who's causing a stir across the academy. It's him. This was famous news everyone knew. Dane Sagars, the name even the royal family recognized. Admitted to the research department, excelling in 4 different fields. At this his mood sank. And me, I can't even handle something small, still watching his every move from over here. Edward felt a surge of envy. And him, they call him a genius among geniuses, yet he still trains so diligently. In his heart he began to yearn. If I could attend the academy too, maybe I'd make friends, learn new things, and laugh with them like that. Right then suddenly, something like a gust of wind rushed straight toward him. Edward panicked and couldn't dodge in time. Something's flying this way. It slammed straight into Edward, where he was hiding. A loud crash rang out. Trees there shook and snapped into pieces. At the same time, it affected Edward hiding behind those trees. He was sent flying into the air with a stunned expression. Then came the pained cry that Dane's group had heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest was anxiously asking if he was okay, while Dane looked flustered and apologized, saying, sorry, I thought no one was here. Suddenly the guy shouted, wait a second, that uniform. It looks just like the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. Layla King shouted in surprise, so you're a member of the Royal Investigation Team, sir. He quickly stopped her. No, Layla, that person is probably— Dane sharply realized, that's right, that's the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team, and that red hair, the hairstyle of the royal family. Ernest guessed, could it be, sir? You're really from the royal family. The words had barely left his mouth when he fell silent, and the girl next to him started sobbing quietly. At that moment, the person finally reacted and began to stand up. Then he shouted angrily, you idiots, you all. Dane quickly knelt down. I am Dane Sagars, eldest son of Count Sagars, respectfully greeting your highness the prince. Right after that he immediately confessed, I am terribly sorry, your highness. I have committed a grave offense. He was just as panicked. I am Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, first year in the exploration department. She trembled, Layla Termian, eldest daughter of Duke Termian, first year in the swordsmanship department. Please forgive our rudeness, your highness. The prince laughed. It's fine, I wasn't hurt at all, just a little surprised, that's all. He even admitted, more importantly, it's really nice to meet you guys like this, Dane Sagars. I've heard a lot about your reputation. On top of that, the prince also mentioned, the Dillon family is famous in the field of exploration. You guys will surely become great explorers too. And the Termian daughter, you're the winner of the Dainter Cup, right? I watched that final match. Layla awkwardly replied, yes, it's truly an honor, your highness. He waved it off. All right, enough introductions. You may rise. They respectfully answered, yes, your highness. Ernest expressed, I'm truly relieved to know you're not injured, but why did your highness come to such a remote place? This spot is so out of the way that even academy students rarely come here, which makes it perfect for training. Now it was the crown prince's turn to look embarrassed. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost. He proactively brought it up, you know about those strange incidents happening in the Saul Hangston dormitory building. Right, we're investigating that case but still haven't found any leads. It's really frustrating, they asked curiously, so you came here to investigate. They revealed, we've also noticed a few odd things, but it's hard to say for sure. Dane thought to himself, they discovered something, an ordinary person probably wouldn't notice, but it seems they're not that confident either. He guessed, so that strange phenomenon was actually discovered by your highness himself. The prince hesitated. You could say that. Ernest whispered to her, we're so screwed, everything's connected to us. If this gets found out, we'll all be done for. Meanwhile, he just stood there, silently observing. Dane secretly evaluated. Unlike the first 2 princes, this youngest prince, the 3rd prince, is around our age. I've heard he's just an ordinary person with no special talents. Deep down he wondered, that's strange. We spread concealment powder very carefully around here, yet he still found it. and on top of that he noticed anomalies others couldn't. There's no way he's just an ordinary guy. Dane speculated, could it be that he's hiding some special ability? The prince repeated, actually I just got lost and wandered here. This academy is pretty complicated. They subtly urged, then you should head back soon. The investigation team must be looking for you everywhere. They seem lost too since it's their first time at the academy. He looked confused, the grounds are huge after all. But then he made an excuse, since I'm already here I'd like to hear a bit from you guys. What's life at the academy like? Ernest and Layla were surprised by that friendliness, our story. He thought to himself, even though he's a prince he's still just a teenager. He's been locked up in the palace for so long that it's natural for him to be curious about normal life. He asked, so what were you guys doing just now? Training. They immediately answered, yes, since it's quiet here we often use this place to train. Even so Dane still felt suspicious, but there's something really off about this prince. He gives me this suffocating feeling like there's mana tightening around me. He wondered to himself, can mana flow in this way? Maybe I should observe a little more carefully. At the same time, somewhere else in the academy was noisy. What about over there? Not here, damn it. Move to the next building. The students gossiped. That's the Royal Investigation Team. Is something going on? It looks like they're searching for something. They whispered to each other. Did they catch the culprit already? No way. If they had the magic core would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere is really tense. They anxiously shouted, Your Highness. The captain was terrified. Damn it, not here either. Where the hell did he go? He thought to himself, we don't even know who's involved in this, or what kind of power is behind it. If the prince with his hand still not healed gets into trouble while alone, if I get fired that's one thing, but if something happens to him. Right then a subordinate ran up to report. Captain, there's a witness. Someone in a cloak with gold trim was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain found hope, really. Bring that person here immediately. He immediately ordered. Entire team moved toward the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring His Highness's safety. The subordinates replied in unison, yes, sir. He wondered to himself, the forest, why would he think of a place like that? Doubt rose in his heart. Don't tell me he's discovered something. During that time, the prince confided in them. It's really enviable. If I hadn't been born into the royal family, maybe I could have lived like a normal person without being bound by a prince's responsibilities. Maybe the gods really hate. Dane hesitated. Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to ask one thing. He wondered. What is it? Dane Saugers, go ahead. With permission, he spoke up. Is your hand in a lot of pain right now? Just an ordinary question, but it made the prince panic. He thought in shock. No, how do you know? She looked at Dane full of question marks. His Highness's hand, why would it? The prince quickly tried to cover it up. You must be mistaken. He doubted really, but from what I see. She frowned. Dane, what nonsense are you saying? Across from them, the prince stared at Dane, worried he would keep pressing. That intensity left Dane in a dilemma. After thinking it over, he decided to drop it. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I plan to forget everything I saw and heard today anyway. He silently asked himself, this guy, did he really notice the condition of my hand? Layla grumbled, Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This Dane guy sometimes says the weirdest things, please forgive him, Your Highness. But the prince spoke up, confirming, no, he's right. He and she froze, thinking, what really? A silence enveloped them. After a moment, he honestly admitted, my right hand is no different from a crippled one. Dane Saugers, how did you notice that? Dane stayed silent, not knowing how to answer at first, then revealed. To be precise, I didn't see the condition of the hand itself, but I saw the mana flow toward your hand being blocked. The prince was stunned. What, you can see mana flow with your eye? He explained, it's an ability I gained after an ancient artifact, luckily fused with my body. At the same time, he thought to himself, actually, it's because of ancient mana, but I can't say that. He was surprised, an amazing ability, so you can find the real cause. Dane answered right away, no, I can't see the deep cause, but at least right now I can tell why you're in pain. The main reason is that the mana that should flow down to the hand is blocked at the wrist, and surging back up, you feel like a hand that mana can't reach. And as a result, it's gradually dying. Dane stepped closer, Your Highness. At the same time he probed, may I ask what happened? Hearing Dane's question, Edward's mood darkened a little. After a while he spoke in a low voice, starting from when I was about 1 year old. As he told the story, he recalled the past from when Edward was still in the cradle. He was born without any issues. But at some point, it became like this. I could only hold eating utensils. When I turned 7 at first, when I finally held a spoon, my hand trembled nonstop. And I could only hold a pen. And right after I was over 10 years old, to write, Edward had to put in far more effort than others. But there were the most important things. No matter how hard he tried, he could never manage. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, riding a horse, all the things a prince should learn. and magic was even more impossible. Just touching them made his hand shake uncontrollably. This was the greatest worry and torment in Edward's life. At this point, his eyes shone with loss and disappointment. Edward turned his face away, not daring to look straight at Dane, and the others, his voice cold and self-mocking. I've lived like this, until now, a shameful prince who didn't dare let others know. After hearing the whole story, Dane felt some sympathy, silently thinking, so he's had this problem. Since he was very young, that's why he's not as famous as the other princes. In contrast, Layla and Ernest, after hearing it, were in chaos, panicking, holding their heads in fear. Layla stammered, asking Edward, "But your highness, is it okay that we heard that story?" Ernest also trembled, adding, "You told such a big secret." Edward looked calm, shook his head casually, but firmly said, "It's fine, I think you'll keep the secret." However, he continued briefly, "Moreover, today my mood is really good, even though all the royal physicians and mages did everything they could, they never found the cause. But in the end, I finally found it." Right after Edward finished, Dane suddenly asked him an abrupt question, "Do you trust me?" Edward gave a slight nod, smiled half seriously, half jokingly, said, "Of course. How could someone from the Sagar's family lie to me? If so, they'd be the greatest con artist daring to deceive a prince." Hearing that, Dane grimaced helplessly, thinking, what kind of joke is that? At this point, Edward held out his hand, his voice weary mixed with self-mockery. "As you can see, strength is gradually leaving my hand. I know sooner or later this hand will be worse than useless." But then he quickly rallied his determination, eagerly asked Dane, "So can you cure it?" Dane's face showed no expression, and he didn't answer right away. Ernest and Layla looked tense, silent, not daring to breathe hard, glancing from Edward to Dane. Dane pursed his thin lips. A second later, he calmly said, "Sorry, your highness, I'm not a physician." Hearing that, Edward's eyes widened, stunned for a moment. Then he closed his eyes, helplessly letting out a discouraged sentence, "Surely this isn't easy." Suddenly Dane spoke again, seriously suggesting, "But if your highness wants, I can try." Making Edward instantly open his eyes wide, free. Dane still smiled brightly, looking at him. Deep in the mountains, a loud, excited shout rang out. "Really? Then let's do it right now." Edward scratched his head, grinning happily, promising, "If you cure my hand, I'll do anything." Dane asked, bewildered, "Really?" Then he lowered his eyes a bit, seriously stated his plan, "If that's your wish, I'll try to change the mana flow. However, if it fails, you could die." Hearing that, Edward jolted in shock, scared out of his wits, incredulously blurted, "What?" Dane continued, "If this attempt goes wrong and harms your highness, I will surely be executed for attempted regicide." According to his words, Edward vaguely imagined the scene of Dane, along with Layla and Ernest, being bound by royal soldiers and taken away. Even knowing the brutal consequences, Dane firmly continued, "But I still have many years to live, and many things I want to do. So if I succeed in curing your hand." At this point, he suddenly paused, frowned with an indescribable expression. Looking straight at the dazed Edward, he directly asked, "How will you repay me?" Ernest couldn't believe he asked Edward such a blunt question. Without any restraint, his face changed color. Layla was equally shocked, reflexively covering her gaping mouth. Only then did Edward speak, asking Dane, "Are you trying to make a deal with me right now?" Dane honestly said, "I don't accept vague risks. However, if a big attractive reward is offered, then it's different." He didn't hide his ambition at all, but admitted it straightforwardly. Edward was stunned by his directness for 5 seconds. The quiet, deep forest echoed with voices. After a few seconds, he half seriously, half jokingly said, "Making a deal with me? You're the first to suggest that." Dane flatly replied, "I only see princes granting favors to gain patronage." Edward said in a low, firm tone, evaluating him. "Others do." Dane's saga. He slightly curled his lips in a light smile, praised, "Good." Then looking straight into Dane's cold face, he generously negotiated, "Dane Sagars, if you cure my hand, I will grant whatever request you make." At this point, he calmly burst into laughter. Dane didn't expect him to agree so easily, and asked again in surprise, "Really, your highness?" Edward held out his hand, casually saying it as lightly as ever, "Yeah, my hand's going to lose function soon anyway. Worst case failure just makes it happen a little sooner." Then he stepped closer to Dane, patted his arm, and gave his word, "So go ahead and try. Even if it fails, I'll at least leave a will stating you're innocent." Dane stiffened, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Layla let out a few awkward, dry laughs. Ernest closed his eyes slightly and let out a heavy sigh. Edward's other hand was still resting on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane said shortly, "I'll give it a try." Edward sincerely thanked him. "Good, thank you." With that, he placed his hand over his own left chest, making a gesture. Though he'd boldly proposed it to him, Dane couldn't help but worry inwardly. This could be the biggest event of my life. If it succeeds, it's a huge victory. If it fails, it's a disaster. Then he quickly regained his composure, determinedly told himself, "Then I have to succeed no matter what." Thinking that, Dane told Edward first, "Your highness, please sit down And relax, he complied, simply saying, all right. Edward sat on the stone ledge, thinking to himself, I've trained controlling mana flow since I was a kid, so I'm very confident. All three, Dane, Ernest, and Lila, stared at him tensely. Edward tilted his head, closed his eyes, relaxed, and thought, moreover, I still have ancient mana inside me. Dane stepped forward, knelt down, and took his hand. He felt along the joints of the hand. Slightly closing his eyes, he said softly, all right, I'm starting now. Edward quickly slipped into a dazed trance. Dane began channeling mana into him. A faint green light enveloped Edward's hand. Dane closed his eyes, concentrating with all his might. The light grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, deep in another part of the forest, people were whispering to each other, how's it going over there? There's a sheer cliff, and we can't move forward. A soldier rushed over, urgently reporting to Delphin, Captain, there are many forks ahead. He groaned, seriously, damn it, I don't have enough men to split up. Suddenly Delphin sensed something and warily turned around. Looking at the bushes and the paths, he thought in confusion, no way, what is this feeling? He suddenly raised his hand high, then ordered the soldiers, everyone high. All the soldiers drew their swords in unison. They gripped their swords tightly. Delphin commanded, move silent. One soldier lightly dashed forward, followed by a line of other soldiers. They moved as quietly as possible, not daring to make any loud noise. When they reached the spot, they stopped. Delphin gripped his sword firmly and strode forward aggressively. Meanwhile, Dane was still tightly holding Edward's hand, casting the magic, while Layla and Ernest beside him only dared to watch, not making any noise that could interfere. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted Dane, and Edward slightly opened their eyes. Layla and Ernest turned to look tensely as well. Delphin led the troops, his face furious, coldly, questioning the three. Dane, Layla, and Ernest, you bastards, how dare you do this to His Highness? Suddenly, a man charged toward Dane's group. You scum, what are you doing to him? He glared fiercely at them, raising his sword high. Layla screamed in fear, the knights are surrounding us. Dane panicked, inwardly thinking, damn, they're closing and I need to explain. Thinking that, he raised his hand to cast magic. Meanwhile, the man had rushed in with his sharp sword. How dare you touch His Highness? Dane quickly charged forward, he's too fast. Seeing the blade coming down, he thought, if this keeps up, I'll be defeated. Just then, the red-haired prince suddenly appeared, blocking between them. Stopped Delphin. Delphin's eyes widened, exclaiming, Your Highness. Edward fixed his gaze firmly on him. After a moment, Delphin stood facing him, asking worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we've been? Edward calmly replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. He nodded a few times, then asked, How did Your Highness get so deep into this area? And who are they? He answered, I was wandering during the investigation and got lost here. As for them, I'll explain on the way back. With that, Edward looked down at his right arm. The feeling in my hand is different now. There must be some progress. Then he looked at Dane with grateful eyes. I'm heading back, thank you, Dane Saugers. Dane smiled back. I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor. Not long after, on the path back through the mountains. So he's the son of Count Saugers. Yes, he's my benefactor. Delphin was puzzled. Your benefactor? Edward glanced at him meaningfully, saying, he's become something incredibly valuable to me. But then he asked, so tell me, what gift should I give them? Delphin confused, gift? What do you mean, Your Highness? Inwardly thinking, they may be from noble families, but you only met them today. Edward suddenly stroked his chin, thoughtfully, ordinary gifts probably won't satisfy. I want to give them something truly precious. Right after saying that, he seemed to remember something and instinctively let out a small sound. Edward smiled at Delphin. So what about that one? He leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. After hearing, Delphin's eyes widened, exclaiming, Your Highness, but still. Edward gave a mischievous smile. Would it fit? While he worriedly asked, Isn't it a bit much? I thought you'd just be happy making friends. He smiled brightly, continuing, compared to what Dane did for me, this isn't excessive at all. Send a messenger to the palace. Bring everything immediately. Delphin helplessly accepted the order. Understood. With everything settled, Edward happily hummed as he walked ahead. Delphin watched from behind, suddenly thoughtful, thinking about it. This isn't a bad thing. The image of Dane's group immediately came to mind. That's the son of Count Saugers and Duke Termian. This could strengthen the ties between the royal family and the great house. He silently added, it would also be great support for His Highness. Under the blazing sun shining on the tiled roofs of the royal palace, a week later, we were invited to the royal palace, to the reception room in the annex. Edward sat in the center and spoke. My hand is much better, no side effects, thank you, Dane. Dane bowed, slightly relieved, Your Highness. With that, he gestured to the side, please sit. Once everyone was seated, Edward spoke again. I've prepared a little something to show my gratitude. Just take it. This is everything I think is worthy of. Dane's group saw it and their eyes widened in unison. shouting, "Your Highness, this is." Inside the small box on the table lay an exquisite emblem, yes, the royal bestowal item. Edward smiled, explaining it's simple to use. If you run into trouble, present this, and everything will be resolved. Ernest, still stunned, looked up and asked, "We can really accept this, of course?" Dane casually said to him, "Thank you so much, Your Highness." Edward added, "Enough formalities for today. Just enjoy yourself." The three on his left said in unison, "Yes." A while later, a beautiful spread of food was laid out before them. Layla happily savored each bite of cake. Meeting the prince that day was such an unexpected stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Ernest was enjoying the sandwich in his hand, but the identity of those intruders is still a mystery. Dane slowly chewed his food, no one among us suspects anyone, and the strange incident gradually faded into silence. Edward sat in the main seat happily, enjoying the delicious food. The sky outside the window was still as blue as when they first arrived. Then after some time, midterms arrived below the academy. A joyful voice rang out, "Finally, the exams are over." Dane looked at Layla, asking, "How are you?" She waved her hand, saying the major subjects weren't too hard, the general ones should be fine too. Priscilla clutched her paper, frustratedly yelling, "As for me, I wish the whole world would just burn. How can the test be this hard, even after memorizing the entire scripture?" Dane, seeing her, could only smile, wryly thinking, so the theology department isn't easy either. Ernest spoke up anyway. "It's done," Dane quickly added. "We're free, everyone hang in there. We have a few days off. What are you all planning to do?" Ernest grinned, saying, "I'm thinking of joining the bodybuilding club, the one focused on physical training." "What, you, Ernest?" Priscilla stroked her chin, eyeing him. "Yeah, looks like you realized your weakness after those combat simulations. You know what you need to do," Ernest confidently replied. "Yep, just wait for the results," the blonde girl added. "Don't get hurt, okay?" Next, Layla smiled lightly, saying, "I think I'll go home for a bit. My mom has wanted to see me for a while." After saying that, she looked at Dane. "What about you, Dane?" He hesitated a bit, then answered, "Probably spend time in the library, studying after exams." Dane lowered his eyes a little. "Actually, there's nothing else to do. I'll wait." The image of him as a child facing the Duke suddenly appeared. Layla's words reminded. Back then, little Dane was staring intently at the gift in his hands. "When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift, the Termian Forge emblem." He thought to himself, "I'm planning to make a new sword, so maybe I'll stop by that forge." Meanwhile, Layla and Priscilla beside him exclaimed, "It's been a while since you mentioned that. You're really diligent, huh?" Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly spoke up. "No, Layla, I'll go with you to my house." "Yeah, sure, but why so suddenly?" He rubbed the back of his neck, explaining, "I just thought I'd like to see what your family's forge looks like." Layla suddenly turned her head, muttering, "You're the only person in the world who could call it just checking it out." But at that moment, Ernest suddenly asked, "Can I come to the Termian Forge? That would definitely be an amazing experience." Amid the rows of tiled roofs, a cheerful voice rang out, "You want to come too? Sure, the more the merrier." A while later, on the road leading to Layla's house, the Termian ducal family, "I'm so nervous. Just don't touch anything, okay? Got it, I'll just look." Layla suddenly turned her head, speaking with a regretful tone. "It would be more fun if Priscilla Senpai could come too, but the top student of the month doesn't get a break." Dane looked at her and replied, "Yeah, can't be helped. I heard she was summoned to the temple." But Ernest suddenly got curious. "Layla, how long does it take from here to the Termian territory?" Layla quickly answered, "Less than an hour by carriage." Ernest exclaimed, "That close? Wow, I live way out west. It takes almost a month on horseback to get." The three stopped in the middle of the road to chat. "So it must have been really tough for you when you first enrolled, huh?" Ernest suddenly turned to Dane. "What about you, Dane?" he replied. "I only took one day to get here. My family has a teleportation gate." Layla shouted in surprise, "A teleportation gate?" She spun around, hands on hips, in disbelief. "You really used that to get here in one day?" Dane didn't hesitate. "Yeah, didn't I mention it? This is the first time I'm hearing it." Layla suddenly remembered those two prominent golden heads. "Yeah, that makes sense. Your sisters probably use that gate too, right? They help you a lot with academy stuff. I'm so jealous." She took a few steps forward, while complaining, "I wonder how my brothers are doing these days." Dane and Ernest stood behind, watching her thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, she's never really talked about her siblings before." One of them suddenly asked Layla, "What are your brothers like?" "The weather today is really nice for coming home," Layla chatted as she walked. "My eldest brother is really great. Before he left for the East, he played with me every day." She mentioned each one with different expressions. "And my second brother just loved teasing me, though he made me so mad sometimes." Dane smiled, listening, thinking, she must be really loved by her brother. Ernest, listening, chimed in, "Your second brother lives in the mansion too." Layla grimaced and waved her hand. "No, he's the overly free-spirited type. Even as his little sister, I don't really understand why one day he just up and left home. No one knows where he is. He said he was going out to train or something, but I don't really believe it. That answer was really hard to believe for someone living normally. He ran away from home. Layla's brows furrowed tightly, her tone dropping a bit. Ever since he became a knight, he's lived away from home. I really don't understand why he did that. Ernest interjected with a sigh of admiration. So he's a young knight, your family's full of extraordinary people. She didn't deny it much. My eldest is diligent, and my second is unpredictable. Dane glanced at the pink-haired girl with a thoughtful look. Sibling disputes are common in noble families. He clearly noticed this doesn't seem to happen in their family, but obviously the Termian family doesn't come off as the rigid type. Maybe there's a deeper story behind it. Before long, after walking and chatting, they arrived at their destination. Three knights suddenly approached. The one in the middle spoke. Young Monsieur here. Layla recognized him, sir, a smart. He smiled warmly and bowed respectfully. It's been a while. You're doing well. I heard you were coming back and came right away. The grand doors of the Termian family swung open in welcome. Come in, everyone. The little daughter of the house immediately ran up. The father greeted cheerfully. You've grown taller since last time. How's life at the academy? She happily boasted to her parent. It's great, Dad. I studied really hard. You'll be surprised when you see my grades. The Duke laughed sincerely. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Then he turned his gaze to the others. Come and see who this is. Dane. Dane stepped forward smiling and bowed. Duke, it's been too long. Great to see you again. The Duke sized him up. You look much sturdier than before. Ernest shyly introduced himself. Honored to meet you, Duke. I'm Ernest Dillon. It seems he remembered what his daughter wrote in letters. So, you're the friend Layla always mentions in her letters. Our family has a few artifacts discovered by the Dillon house. Layla, your friend, how impressive. Praising Layla's friend is basically praising her. Of course, he's my friend. The Duke turned, urging them inside. Don't stand out here, come in. We've prepared a small banquet to welcome you all. Hearing that, the three said in unison, really, thank you so much. In Layla's sparkling, excited eyes, he turned to lead the way. Follow me. Dane smiled interestedly, teasing the girl. Last time, I really liked your family's tart. Can I have some again this time? Layla grinned, as if she'd anticipated I knew it. So I told them to prepare strawberry tarts. You'll love them for sure. Inside, the banquet wasn't exactly small. After eating their fill, wow, that was amazing, Dane said, utterly satisfied. It's been ages since I ate something this good. Ernest scratched his head, understanding now. I get why Layla was so excited. Layla was still stuffing cake in her mouth. Too bad Senpai couldn't come. They promised each other next time we'll all meet up together. Suddenly noise erupted as a group of people entered. He couldn't hold back his curiosity, leaning in to whisper. Layla, who are they? She replied, they're knights from my family. Dad invited them to the banquet. I heard others are coming too, since they knew you'd be here. Dane's tone became vaguely uneasy. Really? Why do I have this bad feeling? As if reading his thoughts, they approached to greet Quanta's daggerweld. Greetings, young Master Dane Sagar. Dane politely greeted back. Pleased to meet you. Layla has told me about you all. You're the Duke's knights, right? The leading older man smiled amiably. Yes, that's right. We've heard a lot about you, young master. It's an honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat a bit. He had no reason to refuse. Ah, of course. Layla set her plate down, telling him a rumor. They say the Termian Knight Order is one of the strongest in the Empire. But aside from the royal knights, now countless squires are competing to join. The other side approached in good spirits. I've also heard the Sagar's Knight Order is very famous. Dane didn't hide it. Yes, our order mainly trains in spear techniques, largely thanks to my father. A genuine light of admiration shone in his eyes. Because the Sagar's family's history is truly admirable, from when he taught spear techniques on the battlefield, gradually developing into a real knight order now. It's the Empire's only spear knight legion. The Termian knights looked very admiring, saying, we've always been curious about your training methods, young master. You must be skilled with the spear too. He smiled modestly. Haha, just average. Suddenly Layla jumped in, boasting like crazy. Dane's good at everything. Even if all of you attacked together, you couldn't beat him. The leader looked shocked. Really, young miss? The others found it hard to believe. All of us attacking? No way. Dane felt something off. Layla, don't say things like that. Then they lined up straight and declared, so young Master Dane. They bowed in unison, issuing a formal challenge. We officially request a friendly spar, please. Instruct us a little. Dane's face hesitated, not answering right away. Wait, fight right here. Why is my bad feeling always right? Layla's face stayed calm. No big deal, it'll be fine. Show them what you can do, Dane. He turned to look at the expectant faces of the knights. Now forced into it, he reluctantly agreed. If that's what you want, I'll accept. They immediately headed to the training grounds. The Termian knights lived up to the rumors, almost the best team. Dane alone had to fight 5 at once, yet his spear control remained incredibly fluid. Moreover, his movement speed was highly agile back and forth. His stance stayed solid without losing any strength. His focused face exuded an extraordinary aura. The only spectators were the Duke and his two friends. Yet the Duke's face was full of astonishment watching the match. Dane's footsteps stomped firmly on the ground. From the start, he hadn't taken a single hit. The spear in his hand knocked the swords from the knight's hand. One by one, losing their weapons, they became the defeated. The last sword was sent flying into the air. Victory was completely decided, with stunned faces all around. Dane calmly planted his spear on the ground. His face showed complete triumph, with the outcome fully settled. It seemed a dazzling halo shone from his face. After a moment of daze, the Duke hurriedly declared victory. To young Master Dane, what an impressive match. Layla, upon the reward the Duke gave, exclaimed, "So Dad gave you a gift?" He nodded. "Yeah, some books in ancient languages." She nodded knowingly. "I told him you're interested in ancient tongues, maybe he remembered." Hearing that, he shyly thanked the girl's kindness. "Really, thanks. The Academy Library has a lot of restrictions. These will be useful." She just smiled back. Better for someone who truly values them to read than let dust cover them. Dane frowned, looking around for the others. Where's Ernest? Layla knew he'd been invited somewhere. He went with the butler to the artifact vault. He looked really excited. Hearing that Dane got curious too. "Really, I'm curious too." Suddenly her face worried, urging him, "Aren't you tired? Rest a bit. It's vacation." He stammered, "I'll rest after visiting the forge tomorrow." Hearing that, she relaxed, feeling the atmosphere here again. "It's so nice." Exams over, coming home, seeing family. Dad was openly thrilled seeing your spear skills. People might think you're his real son. Dane looked apologetic since he'd brought up her second brother, but the Duke's expression completely changed. "When mentioning your second brother, what's that about?" Mentioning it suddenly made Layla go quiet. After a long while, she finally explained, "That's what bothers me. My eldest occasionally sends letters, but my second has gone completely silent. Dad won't say why." This made her previously bright face droop again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, there was a noise from the trees. Layla, with sharp eyes, noticed something. "Wait, what's that? Something's moving over there." Dane followed her gaze, observing. Suddenly he agreed with her sharpness. "Yeah, I sense it too." At that moment, a surge of magic roiled in the air nonstop. Dane warily looked ahead. "Come out, before I have to come over there myself." His hand gradually moved magic toward the bushes. Then from inside a voice replied, all right, I'm coming out. Don't get mad." Hearing that voice, they froze. Layla hesitated, saying that voice. From inside the bushes came rustling footsteps and leaves. A man slowly stepped out, saying, "Tense situation, huh?" Leaves flew in the air. The voice continued, "I was just watching my little sister with some stranger." Then a man emerged from the bushes, standing opposite them. He smiled, greeting, "Long time no see, my little sister. This is Delward Termian, second son of Duke Termian." Dane, seeing him, frowned, saying, "Don't tell me this is." He jolted, looking at the person carrying a sack on his shoulder. "Your brother, right?" A moment later, Layla immediately started pounding on Delward nonstop. In anger, "Oh my God, I've been so worried about you. How could you do this? Not once, not a single time did you contact me." He clutched his head, saying, "Sorry, Layla, that hurts a lot." She didn't stop at all, angrily shouting, "You've gone too far. I've waited for news from you all these years. Even my second brother wrote letters. What about you, huh?" Delward lifted his head with a wry smile. "Ouch. You're really hitting hard. Looks like you've been training diligently, huh?" Layla, not distracted, kept hitting. "Yeah, I've gotten stronger today. Let's see if you can take it." Dane, beside her, worriedly said, "Enough, Layla." Right then, his hand reached out toward her. Delward suddenly pulled Layla into a tight hug, stopping her action. He smiled gently and softly said, "I'm sorry, Layla. I've never forgotten our family." Delward's words were full of sincerity. "I had my own reason." He added, "Sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Delward continued, gently coaxing, "I'll tell you everything, so calm down, okay?" Only then did she tear up, asking, "Really? So it wasn't because you didn't want to see the family?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course not, Layla. I've never forgotten our family, not even for a second." Those words moved Dane too. After that, Delward gently let go of Layla. Then she stood straight, asking, "So tell me, where have you been? And what have you been doing all this time?" He crossed his arms, reminding, "First, could you give us some private space?" Unexpectedly, Delward quickly ran over and hooked his arm around Dane's. "No, Dane will listen with me. He knows how to keep secrets, don't worry." She looked straight at Delward, affirming, "Just say it, he's fine." Layla, "No, it's okay." Delward looked at Dane, then couldn't help evaluating. He knew who he was. "Your Dane Sagar's right. I've heard a lot about you. They say there's an outstanding new student at the academy." Delward assessed his appearance, that striking silver hair. "So you're her friend, huh?" At this point, he thought again, "Our families are quite close anyway." So Delward patted his head, saying, Alright, I get it, you seem trustworthy, Dane, this is family business, so don't tell anyone outside. He immediately affirmed, yes, I swear on my family's honor. Delward looked at Dane, frowning, good, let's move somewhere else. They went to a more secluded spot. Delward sat on a chair, saying, actually all this time I've been in the Drenic Empire. Hearing that, he jolted, exclaiming, the Drenic Empire? Yeah. Layla worried, why did you go to such a dangerous place? He frowned, answering, I went to find a way to cure Mom. Delward continued, she's been bedridden for too long. Since I was little I've searched everywhere following leads about that illness. So he wandered all over, and finally, those clues led him to the Drenic Empire. Even hearing that, Layla was still angry. But you're sneaking into enemy territory, Dane. Inwardly worried too, yeah, that's seriously dangerous. She angrily continued, you could have told everyone and searched together, why go alone? Delward smiled, answering back, then, I had no other choice. I got a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put the family in danger, at least. I came back safely, see, I'm fine. Hearing that, Layla lost it again, wanting to lunge and punch him. What are you saying? Dane quickly stopped her. Layla listened to him a bit more. Only then did she calm down, saying, fine, so why did you only come back now? Delward's face, saddened, looking down, as if something weighed on his heart. He continued, actually, I found what I needed to cure her, but those ingredients aren't in the Empire, so I came back here. She was confused, if not there then in the Altian Empire. He answered, yes, for now I only have a few leads, but I'll follow them step by step. Delward lowered his voice, I've also discovered something in the Drenic Empire. His face grew grave, what Mom has isn't an illness, it's a curse. The two were stunned. Curse. He needed to explain further. Yes, gradual loss of strength, trembling limbs, dizziness, vomiting blood. Then purple marks appearing on her back, all of it matches perfectly with the symptoms of a curse. Those words hit Layla like lightning. She whispered, oh my God. Layla murmured, repeating, Mom's illness is a curse. He silently nodded, confirming it. Then Delward said, at first, I didn't believe it. Curses don't just appear naturally, meaning someone deliberately cursed Mom. She felt puzzled who would do that. Delward answered, I'm not sure who holds a grudge against us. Truthfully, our family has quite a few enemies. At this point, he held her shoulders. Layla, we can find the culprit later. The important thing now is to break the curse. By now she was teary-eyed, asking, is there a way? He answered, yes. Delward smiled faintly. I've found both the ingredients and the ritual. Most of the materials aren't too hard to find. He continued, they're just expensive, but obtainable. The only problem is one thing. The most important ingredient here is the tear of Roxana. Hearing that, she asked what the tear of Roxana is. Delward answered, a legendary material, said to purify almost any curse. It exists in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires. The two were shocked at the location, the Haverox Mountains. He confirmed, yes, rumors say it's in ruins guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing this, Dane couldn't help thinking something over in his mind. He recalled that place, ancient ruins. This story smells suspicious. Delward affirmed, Layla, I'll go find it. I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. She worried, what, you're going alone? What about the Termian Knights? He answered, now I'm as strong as someone with 5 cores, well, exactly 4. Delward added, more importantly, if the Knights marched there, it could spark another war between the empires, so the safest is for me to go alone. She said, even so, I can't let you go alone. He smiled, I'm not rushing in blindly. I'll prepare properly. Dane suddenly spoke up, if it's ancient ruins, there's one person who knows more about that stuff than anyone. The two turned, shocked, asking who. He smiled mysteriously, looks like this time I'll need help from our club. In the dark night at some mansion, someone suddenly exclaimed, an ancient entity, and ruins too. If we're lucky, this could be a huge discovery. Dane propped a hand on his hip, probing, you think so too, right? Ernest excitedly replied, yeah, I want to go right now. Delward opposite frowned, you two aren't scared at all, huh? He furrowed his brows, lecturing, I get you're excited, but this is really dangerous, not child's play. Dane immediately countered, going alone to Mount Haverox isn't dangerous. You have to go with a group, can't stay solo forever. Layla beside Delward agreed, yeah, the Dillon family are all explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it'll be disastrous. Hearing them say that, he hesitated a bit. You're not wrong, but Dane, seeing Delward's expression, thought inwardly, his mind must be a mess right now. The image of him standing silently by his mother's sickbed suddenly appeared. I can't imagine how much he suffered wandering years in enemy territory just to cure Mom. Sometimes his back, sometimes his serious face made Dane admire him, yet he gathered info and returned safely. He's definitely no ordinary warrior. Outside the nearby door, the Black Knight still quietly enveloped everything. Delward reluctantly said, all right, going together is fine, but absolute secrecy before, during, and after the trip. As soon as he finished, the 3 faces lit up with bright smiles. Yes, of course. A while later, a small box was suddenly placed on the table. Layla curiously asked, "What's this?" Delward smiled lightly. "A gift, open it." Layla narrowed her eyes, suspiciously trying to bribe me with a gift. How I won't forgive you that easily. Ernest, watching, awkwardly laughed. Layla's really mad Hudane turned, advising his friend, "Don't say more, she was scarier earlier." On the other side, Layla slowly reached for the small gift box. As she opened it, a melodious sound rang out. "If it's something silly, I swear." The lively, cheerful music danced lightly in Layla's ears, cutting off her unfinished sentence. She looked surprised at the two figures inside the music box. "This is..." The two figures looked similar, one big, one small. Layla hesitated. "Mom and me." The small figure had a face eerily like Layla's, smiling in the gentle music. Delward beside confirmed, "Yeah, from when our family was happiest, I had a craftsman in the Drenic Empire make." The mother and child figures stood on a golden base in the music box, holding hands, dancing. "He made it when remembering when mom was still healthy. How is it?" Following the music, the two figures moved slowly, seeming more alive. Little Layla back, then smiled joyfully nonstop. Layla, now overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up. She softly exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Delward pursed his lips slightly, looking at Layla with tender, loving eyes, silent, saying nothing more. Dane and Ernest, standing aside, smiled in the music, happy for her. Layla suddenly turned to him, saying, "Looking at it makes me feel like mom's healthy again." She squinted, smiling, tears finally falling. "Thank you, brother." The music continued with the image of mother and child holding hands. Delward hugged his sister, closing his eyes, smiling gently. "I'm the one who should thank." Layla in his arms quietly shed tears, listening. Delward continued, "Thank you, Layla." Dane and Ernest, watching from afar, were touched too. Ernest couldn't hold back his tears. In that scene, the small music box kept playing its clear sound. At the same time, at the banquet venue, Duke Termian looked around, puzzled. "Wait, thinking about it, where did our main guests go?" He tilted his head suspiciously. "Where did they all disappear to?" Back to Dane's group, they were now gathered in the mansion courtyard. Layla said regretfully, "You can't stay, you should meet Dad too." Delward firmly refused. "Sorry, Layla. I don't know what'll happen next time. I'll greet Dad, hope you understand." He suddenly took Layla's arm, adding, "I left a communication code in the crystal, call anytime. I'll be in the Empire a bit longer. If you need anything, I'll come back right away." Layla bowed her head a bit shyly. "Okay, but be careful." Delward firmly replied, "Of course, I'll be back soon." He suddenly spoke up, as if remembering something, making Layla look up. "Ah, this too." Delward held out a small, carefully wrapped pouch. "Take this, it helps ease mom's symptoms." He looked at Layla gently and carefully instructed, "Remember to give it to mom regularly, and don't tell Dad what I told you." Layla stared wide-eyed at Delward for a few seconds before snapping out of it, "Okay, I'll take good care of mom." Hearing that, he suddenly went quiet, staring intently at Layla without looking away. But Delward still smiled, entrusting, "Take care of my little sister for me, okay? When I get back, we'll head to the mountain together." Dane enthusiastically replied, "Of course, be careful out there." Right after that, he immediately turned to gain momentum. Delward leaped high enough to clear the mansion. "While I'm off, take care, Layla." With those words, he stretched out, soaring over the mansion, while his signature family-colored hair fluttering in the wind. In just a few short seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the starry sky and the familiar fence as before. Layla still looked worried, clutching her chest. "He's really gone." Ernest immediately comforted him. "He'll be fine, Layla. He looks ridiculously strong." Right at that moment, Dane suddenly jolted. As if sensing something, he quickly glanced in another direction. Dane suddenly asked Ernest, "Could you comfort Layla for a bit?" Ernest puzzled. Where are you going?" Dane quickly made an excuse. "I forgot something in the room, I'll be right back." Watching his hurried back, Ernest smiled. "Okay, go ahead, I'll stay with Layla." The courtyard where they'd just been standing was empty in moments. The bright moon high above still shone round and full, illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, on that stone-paved road, hurried footsteps echoed nonstop. Delward tensely sprinted with long strides. "These guys are persistent. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here." As he darted past dark windows, he thought, "Good thing they don't know I'm from Duke Termian. They must have been lurking around while I was in the mansion. Best that I escaped through the secret path." Delward ran straight out of the narrow alley right before leaving the Drenic Empire. The more he thought, the tighter his frown grew, revealing I'm from the Altian Empire was a huge mistake. Delward kept sprinting forward at full speed, his cloak billowing behind. "How much longer can I hold out?" He gritted his teeth, helplessly determined in his heart. "I have to break mom's curse, no matter what." Suddenly, at that moment, Delward braked hard on the road, his feet skidding a long way, scraping the ground. He stopped with his whole body rigid, his already tense face now darkened completely. Looking at the wall blocking his path, Delward couldn't help cursing damn it. Right then the group in black cloaks hunting him caught up. One of them suddenly spoke, "You've left too long a trail." Two more in black cloaks appeared one after another from the turns. Even on the nearest rooftop, two more stood waiting. Delward was now cornered, completely surrounded from all sides. He clenched his teeth, muttering, "Is this really the end?" Delward stood right in the middle of the assassins' encirclement. He inwardly marveled as he observed them all around 10 of them. The assassins slowly drew their blades. Delward assessed just one look, and he knew they were all seasoned killers. He placed his hand on his sword hilt, calculating if he's lucky, he might take down two of them. Delward angrily gritted his teeth. He drew his sword, staring at the assassins, thinking, "Sorry, Layla, looks like I won't be able to keep my promise after all." One assassin frowned, staring intently at him. He shouted loudly, "Kill him." The assassins surrounding him immediately charged forward, attacking Delward. In the blink of an eye, they appeared right in front of him. The assassins gripped their swords, tightly launching relentless attacks on Delward. He was forced back toward the wall by their onslaught. Delward inwardly regretted. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he should have apologized to Dad before leaving. He froze, eyes widening at the scene unfolding before him. A faint green light flashed, then it continuously darted through the assassin's body. They tried to block the beams of light with their blades, but even more appeared. One shouted, "Captain, those are mana bullets." The lead assassin angrily demanded, who the hell is helping him? He always operates alone. Who managed to get past the traps and come all the way. A familiar figure appeared behind them. Dane spoke, "Assassins shouldn't be so careless." Two assassins immediately spun around to look at him. They glared at Dane and roared, "Who the hell are you?" He smiled, "You don't need to know." A short while later, Dane and Delward had wiped out the assassins. He checked each body, saying, "I didn't expect you to show up out of nowhere like that." Dane smiled back, "I had a bad feeling. So I followed you." Then he thought, "All right, let's finish them off quick. If rumors spread, it'll be a hassle." Delward wondered, "Even so, it's hard to believe you're only 14. How did you dodge all the traps and get this close?" He replied, "I learned from Mom. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate." He laughed, "So that's how thanks to you I kept my life." He continued, "These are the ones who have been hounding me nonstop. Turns out this is how I shook them off." A moment later, Delward slung his bag over his shoulder, saying, "Layla is really lucky to have a friend like you." Dane smiled. "It was nothing," he added. "They've been tailing me since the border." He scratched his head, sighing, "I don't know why they keep picking up my trail." Dane pondered, in cases like this. He channeled mana to his eyes, thinking, usually there's something placed on the target. Before him were the mana veins on Delward's body. He lowered his gaze to his feet. Dane looked at his right foot and spotted a strange circular mana flow. He realized, there it is. Dane spoke, "I think I know why. Check the sole of your shoe." Delward took off his shoe, asking, "What do you mean?" He said, "There's a mana signal device attached here." He froze instantly. Delward stared at the flashing light on the shoe's sole, muttering, "It's real." Dane explained, "Assassins often use these. It's so small you wouldn't notice, but the tracking ability is insanely strong. It was probably planted before you crossed the border." Delward asked, "How did you spot it?" "I had no idea at all." Dane said, "Remove it first." He immediately agreed, "Ah, yeah." Dane said, "They won't be able to track you anymore. You can relax now." Delward replied, "That's great. I need to be more careful." Dane suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. He watched Delward fumbling to remove the tracker, then asked, "But why are you going alone like this?" He wondered, wouldn't it be better to meet the Duke first? You could tell your eldest brother everything and ask for help. Delward let his arms drop. He pursed his lips, staying silent. Delward thought of his father, then explained, "Dad probably just thinks I'm useless. He wanted me to become the family head, but I ran off right after graduation. He said he probably wouldn't believe a word I say anyway." Delward continued, "And my big brother has even less ambition than me. He went on his way out in the distant east, busy fighting monsters. How could I ask him for help?" He lifted his head, gazing at the night sky. "So for now, going alone is easier. I'll gather all the ingredients to cure Mom and prove myself to the family." He said, "Now isn't the time yet." Dane replied, "I understand," inwardly thinking, "If that's what you want to do, I respect." After that, Delward put his shoe back on. He smiled, "All done. I've removed everything. This debt I'll definitely repay." Dane smiled back, "Sure, I won't say no to that." Then he handed him a piece of paper, saying, "Here's my communication code. Call if you need anything." Dane said, "You have to stay alive to repay me." He laughed loudly. "Exact." He took the paper from his hand. Dane said, "Thanks, I'll keep it safe." Delward hesitated. "And please take care of my little sister." He replied, "Got it, don't worry." Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back. Then as he walked away, He muttered to himself, tonight's events can't be told to Layla. He smiled, thinking if she heard, she'd definitely chase after me. The faint moonlight trickled down onto the main road. Dane smiled, murmuring, I should head back. The nearby street lamp cast a soft, warm yellow glow. The next day at the academy, Dane asked Layla how's mom doing. She replied, she's doing a lot better today. She even ate something. He said, that's great. Layla recounted dad was really happy too. On the surface, he acts indifferent, but he's actually super curious about Big Brother. Dane asked, surprised you told dad everything? Layla smiled, not exactly. I just said he stopped by and left some medicine. She tilted her head curiously, but besides that today, we have something more important. Remember? Dane asked. Important thing. Layla said, come on to the Termian Forge. Before long, they arrived at the planned spot. Layla introduced, this is the Termian Forge. Dane was stunned. This is a forge. It looks as big as a small town. She clasped her hands behind her neck, casually replying, yep, it's so vast. The area around the forge looks like a little village, though only a few master smiths actually craft gear here. Layla emphasized, since it's run by a small group of master blacksmiths, security is extremely tight. No token, no entry at all. He couldn't help asking, what about you, Layla? She honestly admitted, even as a Termian family member, I can't just walk in freely unless I'm with dad. Hearing that, Dane got a bit nervous. So does that mean, don't tell me, I have to go in alone? Layla nodded, yep, even I've never been inside. Dane's about to get a badass weapon, all by himself. Ernest looked at him, full of envy. I'm so jealous. Dane. He swallowed hard, stepping forward. No choice, I'll go in quick, so wait for me. Dane walked alone into the forge area. Along the way, two people stood chatting. Though the place was huge, there really weren't many people around. He couldn't help inwardly exclaiming, the scale is seriously massive. Dane scanned everything around, from the forges to the crafting workshops. His gaze drifted toward the display area full of weapons, wondering what kind of weapon he'd end up getting. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a loud booming noise. Dane looked up in confusion. What the heck? That sound like the earth itself is trembling. His eyes narrowed as he spotted something. No way. Right in front of him, a giant figure was approaching, carrying a massive hammer. He could confirm in his heart those were footsteps. That was the blacksmith Volbak. He looked down at Dane. So it's you, the kid who received the forge token? Dane felt a surge of panic inside a person. This huge really exists. After a few seconds of freezing, he awkwardly greeted, yes, I'm Dane. I received the forge token from the Termian family head. When I was young, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Volbak confirmed in a stern voice, I've heard a lot about you. Thermion doesn't hand out tokens to just anyone. Dane nervously clenched his fingers. I understand. I hope to receive your guidance. He also wondered inwardly, does he talk so casually, even with the Duke? He frowned, reminding him, let me be clear, your status means nothing here. There's only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths. Even royalty is the same, only Thermion is the exception. Volbek paused, then continued, even Thermion family members need real skill. Those words made Dane unconsciously swallow hard. Even so, he felt deep admiration. A master who fears neither royal authority, truly extraordinary. He urged, follow me, I'll show you inside. Dane quietly followed behind Volbek. The two walked along a long, wide corridor. Torches mounted on the stone walls cast a soft golden light. He marveled, the deeper they went, the larger and more expansive it felt than outside. He explained, it was built to fit my size. I'm a half-dwarf, half-human mix. That combination gave me this huge body. Just think of it as a special constitution. Volbek warned, so don't say anything rude about my appearance. Dane replied without hesitation, of course not. He also thought, seems like he's had a rough past with comments like that. After walking a bit, Volbak stopped. All right, kid, with the token you must have a reason for coming. What do you want? Dane hesitated. Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I need to think carefully. He nodded wisely. Good, but from what I can sense, what you want is already very clear. Dane asked curiously, what do you think I want? Volbak pushed open a door, answering, I can smell metal. Just from the scent, I can tell how a weapon was forged and what shape it takes. He guessed you carry the scent of a fine spear and a good dagger, so what you want isn't a spear or dagger. Dane couldn't help being amazed, detecting weapons just by smell. That's incredible and spot on too. Volbak glanced at him, urging, come in, this is my private workshop. Once inside, he placed several swords on the table. Dane stepped closer to examine them. Volbek offered a suggestion, since you already have a good spear and dagger, how about a sword? While asking, he also checked considerately, is the table too high? Dane shook his head, no, it's fine. Dane thought carefully, a sword, huh? He expressed, yeah, that's one of the weapons I'm best at. It's the foundation of combat, and also the most powerful type. Volbek teased, "If your father heard that he'd probably scold." Dane laughed, "Yeah, but as you can see I'm still growing. If I make a sword, now won't it be hard to use when I'm bigger later?" He shrugged, "That's no problem. I can easily craft a sword. You'll still wield perfectly. Even when fully grown, that's what makes a true blacksmith." Dane suddenly recalled a sword. It's a common weapon, but in my previous life, it was the one I handled best if he forges it right then. After some hesitation, Dane decided, "All right, I'll go with a sword." Volbeck praised, "Wise choice actually. When I first saw you, a perfect sword design for you already popped into my head with your build. I can envision the ideal design right away." Dane was shocked. "Really? That would make things faster then?" He nodded firmly, "Yes, I'll let you choose the materials you like." Dane's eyes widened with excitement. "So then," Volbeck declared grandly, "best if I show you directly, follow me." He led him to the material storage. Looking at the colorful minerals in front of him, Dane couldn't help exclaiming in awe, "Amazing, all these are used for crafting." Volbeck said proudly, "With pride you could say every type of mineral in the world is here." Dane excitedly asked, "Can I look around?" He didn't refuse. "Sure, go ahead, pick freely." With permission, Dane didn't hesitate to step closer and examine this. "One looks extremely rare." Looking at it, Volbeck was a bit speechless. "You have a good eye, kid." The colorful minerals kept shimmering with light. Dane stroked his chin, thoughtfully. "Impressive. Not just rare minerals, but many I've never seen before, so many interesting ones." He reached toward a blue stone. Volbeck spoke, "That's Terragan." He introduced, "It's light, durable, and can reflect impacts, better for armor than weapons, though right now, there's not enough to make a full set." Dane nodded understanding, then shifted to a red stone. "I see, what about this one?" Volbeck quickly stopped him. "Ezendanio, don't touch, it's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it." Dane jerked his hand back, swallowing hard. "That's dangerous. I can't use that." Suddenly, Dane was drawn to something. His eyes locked onto a black mineral that when it feels strange. Dane quickly approached the pedestal, holding the stone, asking, "What's it called?" Volbeck stood behind him, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He didn't answer right away. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, "That's arcanium." Dane jolted hearing. He stammered, "Arcanium? Don't tell me it's from the ancient magic kingdom Arcana." Volbeck stroked his beard, confirming, "Yes, excavated from the ruins of the royal castle in that ancient kingdom. It's extremely rare now, almost nothing remains of the old palace foundation." He added, "But beyond knowing it's a metal, no one has figured out its properties or composition." Dane asked why. Volbeck explained, "Because it can't be melted or analyzed with current technology. No one can smelt or test this ore, so it's treated as nothing more than a rare collectible." Hearing that, Dane fell silent, seeing no reaction. Volbeck reminded, "It's practically unusable. You should look at something else." Dane startled, "What about the one next to it?" He replied, "That's Artma, only found in the deep veins of the Haverox Mountains." Volbeck kept talking, but Dane seemed to hear nothing else. He pursed his lips slightly. "What is this feeling?" Dane's gaze was pulled back to the black stone, as if it was calling to him. The sensation grew clearer, like a silent whisper. "Choose me." He stood frozen, completely captivated. Suddenly, the stone trembled faintly, as if moving. Dane was stunned. "No way is it reacting to me." Before he could think further, the stone burst with a beam of light. Dane's eyes widened in shock. The light from the stone spread powerfully, even startling Volbeck. The glow quickly enveloped Dane's body. He panicked, shouting, "Hey, kid." At the Termian Forge master blacksmith Bolvark, with his impressive beard, couldn't hide his shock. "What the hell is going on? The arcanium, a metal that's never been forgeable before, is actually reacting in his hands." Dane Saugers, the young man with his distinctive white red hair, thought to himself. He only looked at it, and it already reacted. Doesn't that mean it really can be forged after all? Bolvark was so stunned he broke out in a sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana perception had triggered a phenomenon with no precedent. From the stone, Bolvark could clearly smell the metal in this state. Forging it might actually be possible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was the metal no one had ever been able to use before. While Bolvark stood there dazed, wondering who this kid really was, Dane looked incredibly excited, as if he'd already foreseen the outcome. After a while, the arcanium gradually cooled and returned to its solid state. Bolvark looked at Dane and declared firmly, "You said you wanted to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I'll forge it myself." Dane cheered in joy, showing absolute trust in Bolvark's skill. But that was the only time the arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried afterward, the metal refused to melt, leaving every attempt deadlocked. While everyone was still scrambling, Karna's, Dane's small dragon-like companion, looked worried too. Dane suddenly remembered what melted the arcanium in that instant was Karna's brilliant flame. The terrifying heat from that fire was the key to solving the problem. Back to the present, Dane was chatting with his two friends, Ernest, the bespectacled scholarly boy, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, we've decided to seal Karnaz's flame inside an artifact. That artifact is a lantern containing Karnaz's powerful flame. With this heat, Source Bulwark can continue the forging process. Layla happily said, awesome, you're getting help from Karnaz again. A sword made from arcanium, it'll definitely be incredibly powerful and beautiful, so romantic. Dane nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword about to be born. With everything arranged, the group decided to head back to the academy, but first lunch. Of course, the whole group cheerfully headed into town. A week later at the academy, students were buzzing in front of the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, one reserved for the most outstanding talents, and even sponsored by the royal family. It was the announcement for recruiting members to the Academy's periodic monster suppression team. This operation would be under the command of the 4th Night Squad. With huge rewards and fierce competition, it drew everyone's attention. Dane's group was there too. The whole academy was fired up about this monster suppression. Dane smirked. He knew it wasn't just about the rewards. This was a royal-sponsored event, a chance for everyone to shine. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, the 4th Night Squad. She narrowed her eyes, trying to connect the dots. Isn't that the squad led by the man who was with the 3rd prince last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde from the theology department, confirmed. You mean Sir Delphian went right? Layla turned teasingly. Yep, Priscilla wasn't there. Everyone went crazy over those royal gifts. Another student asked curiously, has the suppression location been announced? Yet someone nearby replied, I heard from a theology friend it's ruins near the cap. Hearing ruins, Ernest's eyes lit up instantly. Dane noticed your eyes changed the moment you heard ruins. Ernest explained, it's an abandoned ruin. For some reason, monsters have taken it over. Priscilla sighed. Monsters are such a pain. Theology gets automatically assigned, so I'll have to go too, probably to heal the injured, right? Layla turned to Dane curiously. What about you, Dane? Are you going? Dane stayed silent for a moment, his eyes thoughtful and calculating. Dane thought Priscilla has to go and Ernest will definitely join, just for the ruins. He turned to Layla. Layla, isn't this a perfect chance for you to gain real combat experience against monsters? He continued firmly, nothing builds strength like actual fighting. Let's all sign up together. I'm going to. Layla agreed immediately. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's eyes behind his glasses grew resolute too. Layla excitedly, so our whole club is joining, right? This is gonna be fun. Dane reminded Ernest, don't let your guard down. Ernest, they're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy either. Ernest looked a bit nervous but agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills about ruins were the best. Ernest would definitely get his chance to shine. Then let's start special training. Today, the group was pumped, arranging to meet after classes, determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to the academy's grand majestic hall, where students stood in neat rows, signaling a major event about to begin. A few days later, the monster suppression team selection officially started, one of the academy's biggest annual events. Students gave their all to impress, hopping to catch the eye of the Royal Knight Squad and noble. For the professors and important figures like Sir Delphian and the 3rd prince on the stands, this was a chance to witness the students' growth firsthand. Sir Delphian Wunt, the respected commander, turned to report to the 3rd prince, Your Highness, all preparations are complete. The 3rd prince, a dignified royal with red hair, smirked. Good, let's begin. A horn sounded, officially kicking off the grueling selection. The academy flag was raised, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. We now begin the monster suppression team selection. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excited cheers from the students. The selection took place in a large arena inside the academy. It started with sword duel. Students clashed, metal ringing nonstop. Meanwhile, in another area, mages showcased their talents with colorful, powerful spells. Spear and other weapon duels were equally fierce. Physical tests happened. 2 combat students showing raw strength in unarmed match. The summoning department held their trials with summoned beasts fighting. The selection's atmosphere was tense and brutal on every front. The bracket updated constantly, showing each student's progress through elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument raged. Department heads wouldn't back down. Dane Saugers belongs in swordsmanship nonsense. With such outstanding magic talent, he clearly belongs in magic all nonsense. He must go to summoning, no question. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Give him a spear, and he'll skewer everything. Watching the chaos, the 3rd prince shook his head. Thinking this argument would never end, he clasped his hands and spoke. Everyone calm down. Sir Delphian stayed silent, observing sternly. Hearing the 3rd prince, the professors instantly fell silent. Tension thick in the air. The third prince said, seeing everyone argue so fiercely, "It's clear he's truly exceptional, isn't he, Sir One?" Sir One bowed. "Yes, Your Highness, some students joined 2 departments, but in history, no one has ever topped 4 departments with the highest score." The third prince smirked inwardly. "Not bad at all, Dane." He tapped the table lightly, seeming to have decided. He stood and said, "Even if I personally chose 1 department, this fight wouldn't end, so I've thought of a solution." A professor asked nervously, "What is it, Your Highness?" The third prince looked straight at them, voice full of authority. "There's only one way to properly utilize his special talents. Let him join my personal unit directly." The final decision was made, ending all the squabbling and opening a completely new future for Dane. Suddenly, the monsters charged straight into Dane's traps. Massive chain explosions erupted, wiping out huge numbers of. Wave after wave of monsters rushed forward, only to be blasted back by the preset traps, preventing them from pushing any deeper. At the campsite, a soldier panicked, shouting an alarm that monsters were launching a night raid. Everyone was ordered to arm up and assemble immediately. Chaos broke out. One terrified student yelled. He had no real combat experience, while the knights scrambled to prepare. The knight squad quickly assembled. A commander bellowed everyone into battle formation. This was real combat now. A guard soldier rushed off to find the deputy commander with urgent news. He panted, reporting to the deputy commander. A massive number of monsters were approaching from Ruwa Mountain, estimated at around 200. Hearing 200, the deputy commander was stunned, speechless. The soldier added, "Luckily, the explosive traps were slowing them down, and it seemed some students were holding the front line." The deputy commander, shocked, asked about explosive traps. He had never ordered any installed. He suddenly realized, sweat pouring down, thinking, could it be Dane Saugers who set them up? Meanwhile, outside, Dane's traps kept working, sweeping away each charging wave of monsters. Goblins and black wolves littered the mountainside, unable to breach the trap line. Up high, Dane's group watched. One friend cheered happily. The traps were working perfectly. The purple-haired girl looked down, saying, "Looks like the army below finally noticed their gathering forces and advanced." Layla, the pink-haired girl, snorted, "See, if they'd listened to Dane from the start, things would have been better." Dane stayed serious, reminding everyone not to drop their guard. He explained, "The monsters just now were probably a fast-moving vanguard. The real strong ones would come later." Layla got excited. "So that was just warm-up. She's ready to show the monsters her true power." Dane stood thoughtfully, observing from above, his face full of contemplation. He stayed silent for a long while, seemingly analyzing something. After thinking it over, Dane felt something was seriously wrong with this attack. He noticed goblins and black wolves, 2 species that never cooperate, were fighting together. They attacked in organized waves, instead of the usual chaotic instinct-driven rush. Dane concluded this wasn't normal. He had a feeling something was directing them from behind, and his gut told him that something was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a massive dark shadow emerged, signaling the second wave. Layla and Ernest got into fighting stance, faces tense. Ernest shouted to Dane, "They're coming." Far larger, more ferocious army appeared, including huge orcs roaring. As they charged, Dane ordered everyone hold formation. The massive horde of monsters surged straight toward Dane's group. The blonde girl, along with Ernest and Layla, stood ready, declaring, "Round 2 begins." Dane, with full confidence and resolve, commanded the team wipe them all out. Immediately, Dane began chanting, preparing his trump card. A colossal pillar of magical light shot skyward, signaling a powerful summon was about to appear. Dane ordered it heed the call. Far away, the Night Army and other students felt an immense surge of mana drawing their attention. The deputy commander asked, stunned, "What is that?" A soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, but the guard from earlier recognized the difference. He stammered, "That's a Tier 4 summon, Etherak." The deputy commander and others were speechless in shock. Right after Etherak, a massive wolf wrapped in purple energy appeared, roaring with overwhelming power. Etherak charged into the monster horde, tearing them apart effortlessly with its sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was ripped to shreds under Etherak's claws. Even the huge orcs were no match for it. Etherak rampaged alone, clearing a wide swath of the monster army with ease. Seeing that, the purple-haired girl exclaimed in awe, "The monsters can't move." Ernest realized it was Dane's summon and said, "It's insanely strong." The purple-haired girl reminded Ernest, "Stay alert." Ernest confidently replied, "Don't worry, I won't let a single one through." With that, Ernest drew his bow, firing a magic-infused arrow at the monster. His arrow easily pierced through a massive orc. Layla fought with everything she had, slashing monsters to pieces with her sword. But the monsters kept coming in endless waves, overwhelming even Ernest. He couldn't help being shocked at their never-ending numbers. Suddenly, the attacking monsters all turned and fled at once. Ernest shouted to Layla they're running away. Layla, with sharp eyes, wouldn't let them escape. She immediately gave chase. She quickly caught up to the fleeing horde. Layla's pink hair flew in the wind as she charged forward. She yelled they won't get away and swung her sword attack. She dove into the midst, slashing down one after another with masterful strike. Her cuts were sharp and powerful. No monster could withstand them. Layla's sword flashed in the night, creating a deadly dance. She fought passionately, monster blood splattering everywhere. Watching from above, Dane smiled satisfied, thinking that's Layla, all her training paid off. Suddenly, Karna's Dane's little dragon flew over, letting out an unusual cry, seeming to sense something. Dane turned, asking Karna's what's wrong, his expression turning serious. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karna's if there were stronger ones deeper. Inside, he felt his blood boiling. Dane decided to leave Etherak here to hold the line. He trusted with the others around the rear would be fine. Dane exhaled, preparing for a bold decision. He thought this is the first time since his previous life he's charging straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow, both heading deeper into the mountains to find the true mastermind behind it all. Not long after, Karnas's fireballs began streaking across the battlefield, turning the orcs into piles of charred roast. Before the devastating firepower of this kid, no orc could put up a fight. They could only scream in despair, while Karnas himself kept spewing flames without pause. On another side, our protagonist swung his sword in battle and praised aloud, "Well done, Karnas. You've gotten a lot stronger." Saying that, Dane looked around, focusing ahead, and launched a move that immediately struck two orcs, who screamed miserably. Next came a continuous flurry of sword strikes. Seeing the endurance of these large monsters, Dane had to compliment them. Impressive, they still have energy. If this were my previous life, I'd have exhausted my mana and collapsed ages ago. But with a body containing ancient magic, that's no longer an issue. After speaking, he gently landed, looked at the red dragon ahead and asked, "Are you their leader?" The red dragon didn't answer, but its eyes flared red, looking blood-crazed. Seeing that, Dane declared, "You brat, I'll take you down in no time." Cut to the student's position. By now, the monsters had all been defeated by them. A young soldier ran up to report to the commander. "Deputy Commander, we've wiped out all the beasts." The commander, a bit surprised, asked, "Really?" The soldier nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir. Thanks to the trainee named Dane who defeated the pack leader. While the beasts were in disarray, coordination between the cavalry and the trainees was effective. Fortunately, casualties were only minor." Hearing this, Royal seemed to be deep in thought. He surveyed the monsters the students had slain, then analyzed. "Isn't this a bit absurd? There were as many as 200 beast spirits, 200 of them. At that scale, even deploying the entire cavalry might not have sufficed. Yet they were stopped by only 4 trainees. Moreover, most were killed by a single person. Is this a genius? Is the word genius enough to explain this?" He bit his lip in thought. And to clarify matters, he soon went directly to the protagonist. Royals greeted him. "Dane Saugers, you saved all of us. I apologize for ignoring your warning. Without you, we would have been ambushed by the beasts with no time to react. There would have been serious injuries, even death. But now only a few have minor wounds." Saying this, he placed a hand on his chest, annoyed with himself, then raised his voice. "On behalf of everyone, I offer you and your comrades our thanks." Opposite him, Dane looked slightly surprised by the gesture, while the other 3 beamed. All around, people began competing to thank them. "Yes, thanks to you we're alive. You saved the whole raid team. Truly a miracle." The soldiers all raised their swords high, and the trainees clapped without stopping. Seeing himself being treated like a hero, Ernest couldn't stop smiling. "Thank you, everyone. Although we didn't do this for praise." Layla nodded and interjected, "You've all worked hard." Turning toward Dane's vantage point, he calmly replied to Royals, "This isn't my achievement alone. If you hadn't sent reinforcements quickly, it would have been hard to suppress them. The deputy commander must have noticed too. This isn't normal at all." Noticing something odd, Royals hurriedly asked, "What are you seeing, Dane?" Dane slowly explained what he'd realized. "That's right. The demonic beasts move in a very orderly way, as if receiving orders. Even when powerful summoned beasts appear, they don't flee on instinct. More than that, many different kinds of demonic beasts gather in one place without fighting among themselves. Silently organizing an ambush like that is impossible." Hearing this, the deputy commander also realized the danger. From what Dane said, it's true. This operation might be even more dangerous than we thought. He admired Dane inwardly. To have underestimated such a perceptive child was truly embarrassing. After thinking, he continued, "Someone will report this to the main headquarters of the suppression team. I will have a detailed report made about this incident. Now I understand why His Highness the Prince assigned you to a subordinate unit. I'll instruct the messenger to report thoroughly on your deeds." Dane smiled brightly and thanked him. Then Royals turned to the group and asked, "By the way, it seems you are a club. What's the name of your club?" Ernest, standing a little back, answered with a smile, "Romance. We are the Romance Club." Royals nodded and added, "Romance. That's a lovely name. I look forward to your romantic performances in the future." Next, he began to assign tasks. "Start clearing the battlefield now. Guards, search the entrance in case any demonic beasts escaped. The rest of you gather the carcasses and burn them." The group answered in unison, "Understood." Scene shifts to the prince's position. At this time, discussion of the plan echoed in the meeting room. "Position the martial arts division over here. The spear division will take the front line, then the martial artists will engage. Because Point A has a concentration of demonic beasts, we must encircle and eliminate them in one strike." A commander spoke up, "Your Highness, how about unleashing a magical surprise attack at Point B?" The prince heard this and shook his head. "It's a good idea, but it's best to have the reconnaissance unit observe the situation accurately first. That area has difficult terrain. We probably don't fully understand it yet." Witnessing his sharp words, those in the meeting couldn't help but be surprised. What is going on? Not long ago people said he was cursed. How has he changed so much now? Isn't he supposed to be the most lackluster prince? What on earth happened? Has he been hiding himself all this time? Standing to one side observing, one couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. "Excellent, Your Highness. Not long ago those hands trembled when holding a spoon, and now you are authoritatively giving orders to command. I don't know how His Highness recovered, but he has completely regained his confidence." Unaware of his thoughts, the prince's voice rang out. "Night One, you said there's an area with problems, correct? Tell me about it." Once snapped out of his thoughts, stepped to the command table and explained, "Yes, Your Highness. In this area, one of our scout squads went missing, and just now, another squad has vanished without a trace." Once information made everyone widen their eyes. 2 squads missing. One could only helplessly nod. "Yes, because this area is close to the center of the ruins, I suspect a strong source of mana is at work. If we don't approach the ruins, I'm afraid we can't resolve this problem completely." An urgent report came in stating an extremely powerful mana source had appeared, creating an energy flow completely different from normal mana currents. This mana source seemed to have generated some kind of barrier. The last report from the scout team said they couldn't penetrate it at all. The situation was extremely critical. In the operations meeting room, senior officers, buzzed with the information an impenetrable mana barrier at this level was unprecedented. They wondered what could possibly be inside. A general reported to the third prince that in the scout team's final communication, they heard soldiers screaming. This sparked speculation that an incredibly powerful entity was hiding there. The third prince's eyes sharpened, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Clearly, the situation was far more serious than they'd imagined. On the tactical map, the general explained if the information was true, it would explain why monsters were gathering in such large numbers near the ruins, since by instinct they were always drawn to mana. The general affirmed to the third prince the stronger the mana source, the more powerfully it attracted monsters. After consideration, the third prince made his decision. He believed there was no choice but to slowly clear the outer perimeter, then advance, since breaking straight into the center right now was too dangerous. The other officers in the meeting room all looked tense and worried about this high-risk plan. Right then, a messenger from the student escort unit rushed in with urgent news. The third prince's expression immediately changed to one full of excitement. He knew this messenger brought news about Dane. 2 days after the messenger arrived, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince happily welcomed Dane. Saugers, asking how he was after getting injured. Dane replied, he was completely fine thanks entirely to the prince's help. Taking the opportunity, the third prince revealed he was researching the royal secret art, something even his older brothers couldn't complete. Dane looked surprised, saying this was the first he'd heard of it. While ordinary families had their own secret arts, royal ones were surely something truly special, and he was curious. The third prince admitted his chance of success was very low. However, Dane believed in him and encouraged that if it was the third prince, he would definitely succeed. Encouraged by Dane's words, the third prince smiled more confidently. He invited Dane to have tea and relax before getting to the main topic. A hot cup of tea was placed on the table, steam rising, creating a brief moment of calm. After relaxing, the third prince returned to the main issue, confirming the messenger's report that over 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained a large group of monsters attacking simultaneously was extremely rare, so the suppression plan definitely needed changing, because an unusual danger was surely lurking. With a serious face, the third prince turned to Dane saying he wanted to hear Dane's thoughts first. Dane was slightly surprised, but quickly composed himself, inwardly thinking in his previous life military tactical planning was as routine as eating meals for him. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely with sharp, confident eyes. Dane responded ready to present his strategy. Dane began analyzing on the map. He pointed out the conventional strategy of clearing monsters from the outside. Then encircling the center would no longer work. He emphasized the situation had changed, because now someone was controlling the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, completely convinced by Dane's sharp reasoning. He nodded and immediately asked, "So what method do you propose?" Dane continued explaining they couldn't rely on immediate royal reinforcements. Sticking to the old strategy would only lead to prolonged attrition warfare. Moreover, they couldn't keep the academy students tied up in this conquest too long. That would only make things worse. Dane paused thoughtfully, his eyes shining with resolve as he prepared his final conclusion. After analyzing all factors on the map, Dane reached a bold and singular conclusion. He decisively placed a piece at the center of the map, breaking straight through to the core is the optimal plan. The third prince was stunned by Dane's audacity. "You mean we should confront the monsters head-on?" Dane affirmed firmly with a confident smile, "Yes, Your Highness." He explained further, thanks to the great sacrifices of the previous scout teams, they now had information on a safe direct route to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed the Emperor's personal unit should move there themselves. He pointed out if they continued as before, they'd only waste time and effort fighting outer monsters, while the situation escalated. The third prince pondered, admitting the path Dane outlined might cause the fewest casualties. Still, he hesitated. Could this plan be executed with only his personal unit? Dane asserted it must be done with only the personal unit. He emphasized the scout-confirmed path was very narrow. If more than 10 people moved, they'd likely be detected, and since the monsters were being controlled, they could block the path, making later access far harder. The third prince fell silent, understanding the issue in the end. The personal unit had to move as an independent strike team. Dane nodded, confirming exactly. The other force's mission would come afterward. After they drew out the enemy at the center, they'd handle the now uncontrolled monster. The third prince's eyes shone with utmost amazement at such a detailed and perfect plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan any officer or commander could agree to. He couldn't believe Dane grasped the situation and proposed a strategy in an instant, asking if Dane had studied military science. Dane humbly replied he just read a few books in his father's study, but deep down he knew it was all from his previous life's knowledge and experience. Without hesitation, the third prince stood up, stamping his foot decisively. Excellent. He decided to end the meeting and gather his personal unit members, then asked if Dane had anyone to nominate capable for this mission. However, Dane interrupted, saying there was one thing they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what, Dane affirmed they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without scouting, they couldn't understand the real situation. The third prince agreed scouting was necessary, but expressed concern. After 2 scout teams went missing, he wasn't sure any soldiers would volunteer for such a dangerous task. Hearing that, Dane just smirked confidently, seeming to already have a solution. Dane patted the third prince's shoulder, confidently. In that case, don't worry, there's just the right specialist in this field. The third prince was stunned, stammering, "A specialist?" He immediately assumed Dane meant himself. "The specialist is you." But the person Dane nominated was Ernest Dillon, eldest son of a famous explorer family. Suddenly called Ernest, startled, awkwardly, responding to the third prince. However, once in his field of expertise, Ernest, transformed, he confidently pointed at the map, explaining the terrain was too open, hard to hide, better to take a deep. The third prince was extremely pleased with Ernest's plan, praising him as a truly reliable teammate. Ernest happily thanked his highness. Seeing the third prince satisfied, Dane inwardly thought it was time to explain his plan B he'd prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time if they fired the signal flare, would he be ready to attack immediately. He affirmed he wouldn't delay a second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, entrusting the mission to them and instructing both to return safe. After Ernest's scouting plan and Dane's plan B were officially approved, both quickly prepared to set out. The other girls came to see them off. One girl told them to come back safe. "Don't get hurt," another joked. If only their souls remained, she'd use holy power to purify them, making everyone shudder. And so Dane and Ernest began their dangerous scouting journey toward the mountain range, where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes shone with intense focus. He knew this trip would be anything but simple. As they neared the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds panicking and fleeing a bad omen. A massive flock of birds scattered chaotically across the sky, as if fleeing something utterly terrifying. On the way, Ernest wondered curiously what was inside the ruins. Dane reminded him the important thing now was to learn as much detail as possible about what was at the center. Ernest asked what next. Dane added, if possible, map the entire surrounding terrain, and if the scouts' bodies were still there, at least collect their belongings. Ernest couldn't help being amazed and admiring. He never expected Dane to think so thoroughly and far ahead. The majestic yet perilous mountain scenery unfolded before them. The two continued along a narrow path through dense forest. A faint mystical light filtered through the leaves, signaling they were nearing a special place. Finally, they arrived. Ernest stopped, pointing ahead. Wait, Dane, this must be it, the path into the ruins. Dane suddenly halted. He sensed a familiar energy. Yes, I know what you mean. This familiar feeling enveloped his entire body. Dane instantly recognized. It was similar to the mist guard. Dane and Ernest began advancing deeper into the ancient ruins. The dim space filled with terrifying growls from monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane reminded Ernest to stay extremely cautious and stick close to him. Ernest let out a deep breath to steady himself, but his eyes behind the glasses still couldn't hide the worry under the surrounding pressure. In the hazy mist, massive sleeping monsters lay about, resembling ferocious beasts waiting for prey. The monsters' raspy breathing echoed through the corridors, adding to the suffocating atmosphere. Dane noticed far more monsters than expected. Both had to move silently, holding their breath to avoid making any sound that could wake these creatures. Ernest suddenly stopped, pointing in one direction. He noticed a flow of mana mist drifting from that way and suggested they follow the trail. The thick, murky mist swirled at their feet, obscuring the uneven paths of the ruin. The deeper they went, the denser the mist became, severely limiting their vision. Dane concluded there was a mana core concentrated at the ruin's center. With that ancient energy source controlling the monsters was entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, perhaps channeling it into mana stones for easy manipulation. A vivid green mana stone appeared in Dane's mind like an answer. But the biggest question was who possessed such immense mana capable of creating a vast mist covering the entire area like this. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Figures in armor lay scattered across the ground. Dane froze, his green eyes widening in shock at the tragic sight. Ernest started to rush forward, but Dane quickly held him back. Ernest, stop! His voice rang out firmly. Ahead lay the corpses, their unfortunate comrades, who fell right here in the ruins. One soldier's hand still tightly gripped his sword, showing they fought to their last breath. The bodies were no longer intact, bearing witness to the brutality of the monsters lurking. Dane silently identified them as scouts from the Academy's suppression team, not a single survivor. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. All killed, so savagely, no body left whole. He couldn't believe this tragedy had happened. Suppressing his grief, Dane decided to collect the bodies and personal belongings. He asked Ernest to check the surroundings for safety. Ernest nodded, trying to hold back his emotions to continue the mission, as Dane instructed. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier, solemnly praying rest in peace. His eyes lowered, a deep sorrow flashed through, but quickly replaced by determination. He wouldn't let these sacrifices be in vain. Through the mist, a colossal mana barrier suddenly appeared, glowing with a deep blue hexagonal structure. This was the final magical boundary, separating them from the ruin's core area. Ernest stood stunned by its scale, eyes wide in amazement. The more he examined the barrier, the heavier the surrounding atmosphere felt. Ernest felt the mounting mana pressure weighing down his body, a sticky, oppressive sensation only present with enormous mana sources. He told himself he had to report this to Dane immediately. By now, Dane had finished gathering the scouts' remains. Ernest called him over to examine what he'd found ahead. Both discussed their current position. Ernest believed they were very close to the ruin's center, but it seemed some force was deliberately interfering with their senses. Ernest's face paled, breathing heavily. He admitted his body felt increasingly heavy now. He understood why previous scout teams couldn't survive under this terrifying pressure. Dane was extremely surprised, since he felt no discomfort at all. He realized this mana pressure had weakened the scouts, making them easy prey for monsters without resistance. Ernest inwardly admired Dane's strength, since the pressure didn't affect him at all. Ernest pointed ahead, where the massive mana barrier stood. The energy wall, with its deep blue hexagonal grids, blocked the path, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Judging by its wide arch structure, both guessed the barrier completely enclosed the ruin's central area. Ernest excitedly thought they just needed to get past here to reach the goal. but Dane expressed concern about dismantling it. If done wrong, all the monsters in the area would awake. That would be a true disaster. The monsters inside would surely be far more ferocious, and whoever was secretly controlling them would detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest, gravely reminding him even one small mistake could ruin the entire plan, dooming them to the same grim fate as the scouts behind them. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Confused then, what do we do now? Dane looked at his own hand, thinking with the ancient mana he possessed things might take a completely different turn. Ernest panicked, shouting, "Dane, what are you doing?" as he saw Dane reaching toward the barrier. Dane reassured his friend, "Don't worry. If my guess is right then," he continued, reaching forward. Dane was certain this barrier wouldn't react to him, since both shared a certain mana similarity. Dane's hand began sinking into the energy wall, meeting no resistance whatsoever. Dane's body gradually passed through the mana barrier under Ernest's utter astonishment. A green light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest exclaimed excitedly when he saw Dane cross safely, with no reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded, confirming just as he thought. Because he possessed ancient mana, the barrier built from similar energy didn't identify him as an intruder. Dane clearly sensed this was raw, unrefined mana carrying an ancient aura of immense power. Though happy for Dane, Ernest felt a bit down since he couldn't pass through himself. He worriedly asked if Dane could go alone. Seeing Ernest starting to worry about himself, Dane gave a warm, confident smile. He firmly declared he'd never leave his friend behind because he'd come up with a bold plan for both to proceed. While Ernest was still confused about Dane's intention, Dane reached out decisively. "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane grasped Ernest's hand, enveloping him in his mana. Then both stepped through the energy barrier. Ernest exclaimed in disbelief when this unthinkable method actually worked. The brilliant green mana from Dane's hand spread powerfully, forming a protective membrane around Ernest, allowing him to fully synchronize with the magical wall. Successfully crossing the barrier, Dane calculated they could use this method to bring reinforcements inside later. He didn't forget to ask if Ernest had carefully memorized the route, receiving his confident nod. Now inside the central area, Dane began outlining the next step of the plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from within so the suppression forces could advance smoothly, breaking the deadlock. Dane explained the barrier was maintained by special devices placed around it. Destroying them would open the path for the army to enter unimpeded. Ernest fully agreed with the plan, inwardly thinking, whoever erected the barrier never imagined someone could pass through with just a light touch like Dane. A meaningful smile appeared on Dane's lips. It seemed all the enemy's pieces were now within his calculation. Suddenly, Ernest let out a soft exclamation, seeing brilliant light pouring from the end of the corridor. The final destination was likely right ahead. Stepping out of the narrow passage, both were stunned, realizing they'd reached the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast, oppressive space opened before them. Dane's eyes turned ice cold. It was time to unmask the one behind all these schemes and force him to reveal himself. Both cautiously moved across steep rock ledges. Below lay a pitch-black abyss with cold underground mana flow. Their footsteps echoed softly in the vast space amid the thick mana-filled cavern air. Looking down, Ernest felt a chill. Hundreds of massive horned monsters lay sleeping across the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless high-level creatures formed a colossal army right at the ruin's center, creating a horrifying sight. Dane and Ernest hid behind a boulder, stunned by the scale of this lair. Unbelievable. "This place is packed with high-level monsters," Ernest whispered in horror. Dane narrowed his eyes, observing, holding his breath to avoid even the slightest noise. He sensed an unusual presence below. A misty mana haze enveloped the sleeping monsters, creating an eerily silent atmosphere right before the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps rang out. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly emerged from the darkness amid the giant monster. Dane and Ernest quickly shrank behind the large boulder, only daring to peek and observe the stranger's every move from afar. Dane signaled Ernest for absolute silence, his gaze locked on the mysterious figure standing imposingly among his monster army. The cloaked figure stood motionless, his authority so overwhelming even the sleeping monsters dared not stir. He was the one manipulating this entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube, emitting a mystical green light, the source of the mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was just beginning.
A figure in a mysterious cloak stood defiantly before the horde of monsters, ordering them to annihilate the entire expedition in a single strike the moment they entered the ruins. A lion-like hybrid monster roared ferociously, its cry announcing the start of a bloody massacre. Sharp limbs and claws from the horde sliced through the air, showcasing the destructive power of the Legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved with coordinated precision, ready for an all-out assault. The face hidden beneath the controller's hood was sinister and cold. He seemed to have the upper hand secure. From a secluded vantage high above, Dane Sogers, the silver-haired genius of the Sogers family, and his friend Ernest watched in stunned silence as the ferocious creatures obeyed the sorcerer like docile sheep. Ernest quickly warned Dane to pay attention to the enemy's hands, where the secret of this terrifying control power was hidden. The cloaked figure gripped his staff, radiating a mystical green mana that enveloped the surrounding space. It was an ancient mana stone with an extremely dense energy, directly manipulating the wills of hundreds of monsters. With his genius insight, Dane Sogers realized the sorcerer was using the stone indirectly, not absorbing the ancient energy into his body like Dane did. Quickly formulating a tactic, Dane instructed Ernest to plant explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars as planned. The ruins spread out in massive scale, a series of ancient structures now serving as lairs for the occupying monsters. The thunderous footfalls of orcs and goblins echoed through the corridors, indicating the enemy's overwhelming numbers. After the traps were all set, their ultimate goal was to seize the mana stone to disable the sorcerer's control. Dane explained that without the stone, the monsters would descend into chaos, making them far easier for the expedition to deal with. However, the exact number of monsters remained a major unknown. Ernest squinted to observe the besieged town below, his face tightening with tension as he took in the full scale of the situation. The two realized a horrifying truth. At least 500 monsters were densely concentrated throughout the ruins' alleys and corridors. Legions of mixed-species monsters continued to flood in, their actual numbers likely far exceeding initial estimates. While not an unbeatable number, a frontal clash would inflict extremely heavy casualties on the expedition. Dane Sogers ordered Ernest to record the entire terrain with magic. He was determined to learn more about the identity of the one commanding this army. Ernest smiled in agreement. He had absolute faith in Dane's abilities but reminded his friend to act with great caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes full of resolve, ready to step into the most dangerous hunt he had ever undertaken. The two moved like ghosts, quietly slipping past the monster guards along the way. Dane Sogers glided like a shadow through the ruined halls, silently closing in on the inner sanctum to prepare for his plan to strike the serpent's head. Hidden behind a corner, he watched the enemy's every move. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began deploying the monster legions to strictly guard the entrance. The cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to the lion hybrids, to stand guard over the ruins' entrance with extreme vigilance. He sensed the expedition's attack could begin at any moment and refused to allow any mistake. The monsters growled in obedience, their presence creating a heavy atmosphere of pressure right at the gateway. With the staff clenched in his hand, the mysterious figure stood proudly commanding his loyal throngs, ready to confront anyone who dared trespass on his territory. From a hidden vantage high above, Dane Sogers, the young silver-haired prodigy with sharp eyes, watched silently, intrigued by the man's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never managed. Dane wondered quietly whether this was a special technique tied to the third circle. He analyzed every possibility to find his opponent's weakness. Or was the man simply using ancient mana to amplify some innate talent? Every hypothesis stirred Dane's curiosity further. When the cloaked figure began retreating deeper into the inner hall, Dane knew his moment to act had come. Determination flashed in Dane's eyes. Whatever the man's secret was, he would uncover it as soon as he seized the item the man held. He needed to know why someone like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who truly hid beneath that mysterious cloak. The scene cut deeper into the inner hall, an ancient corridor lit by wavering torches, where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The cloaked figure entered a private chamber, a silent space adorned with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He casually planted the staff with the gleaming ancient mana stone to one side, setting aside the tiring task of directing his legions. Removing the heavy hood, the cloaked man revealed a weary face with a short beard. He kept grumbling about the vermin monsters he had to manage, finding them disgusting and warmly disliked despite their long proximity. cursing that he was the only compatible for this troublesome power. He muttered in frustration, wondering how long he'd be stuck in this remote, dark place before he could return home. Just outside the corridor, Dane Sogers was perfectly concealed, listening to every line of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane analyzed silently. If the man called himself the compatible one, that meant this monster control power wasn't innate but granted by his organization. A cold glance from Dane slid through the crack of the door as he calculated the smallest movements to ensure the assassination would go smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed no other presence in the room, and all the monsters had been withdrawn per the man's earlier orders. This was a godsend opportunity. The steady sound of wine pouring into a glass broke the chamber's silence. The mysterious man was trying to savor a rare moment of rest. The cloaked figure tried to console himself by telling himself this was fate and a noble mission assigned by his organization, and that he must accept it willingly. But deep down his true fear was that irrational fellow. He raged at the one who had foiled his plans and was terrified of the man's insane power, wondering how one person could single-handedly slaughter such a massive number of monsters. The image of Dane Sogers with his radiant silver hair brutally slaughtering the monsters in an instant played vividly in the wizard's mind. Although he had never confronted or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, rumors of a monster in human guise were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like grass being cut, a horrific sight beyond any calculation of the secret organization. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of the name Dane Sogers. Little did he know that the grim reaper he feared most was standing right behind him. In his heart, the cloaked figure remained haunted by the power of the famed silver-haired Sogers family. He shuddered at the thought of that irrational genius, a man whose power far exceeded everything he understood about magic. To soothe the fear closing in, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the silent room. He muttered that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired man to the organization, for he was an extremely serious threat. The wizard slammed his glass on the table beside the staff mounted with the glowing ancient mana stone, the weapon that let him command the monster legion. From a nearby hidden corner, Dane Sogers, the calm prodigy of the Sogers family with his signature silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this man had commanded the monster legions outside. Dane's sharp gaze never left the target as he carefully calculated every scenario to make the assassination go perfectly. The mana stone on the staff radiated a strange pull, seeming to resonate with the abundant ancient mana inside Dane's body. Dane realized that by seizing the staff, the wizard would completely lose control of the monsters, and he could use it to break through and form another ring of mana. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure carelessly continued pouring his wine, unaware that death was steadily closing the distance. "All right, let's begin," Dane murmured, slipping from his hiding place as he prepared to deploy his infiltration technique. This time he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to absolutely conceal his identity in case the plan went awry. The moment Dane's hand brushed the floor, a brilliant, intricate magic circle appeared, sparkling in the dark room. A hazy smoke began to spread from the circle, seeping through the cracks and quietly enveloping the space. Dane explained that the smoke was colorless and odorless, capable of inducing powerful hallucinations that made anyone who inhaled it confront their deepest fears. To ensure he wouldn't be affected, Dane took a small antidote pill from his coat pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the magical smoke's effects, keeping his mind fully clear throughout the assassination. "Now, it's time to make you spill all your secrets," Dane said coldly as he advanced toward the target once the illusion smoke had done its work. The cloaked figure, about to drain his glass, suddenly felt a chill of murderous intent run down his spine. He froze mid-motion, wine sloshing from the glass as he sensed an intruder in his room with no sound to warn him. The wizard broke into a cold sweat when he turned and saw Dane Sogers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could collect himself to resist, a keen blade pressed to the cloaked figure's throat, rendering him completely motionless with fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice warned. He said the blade was laced with a potent poison that would end the man's life instantly if he so much as twitched. The wizard trembled, sweat streaming down his pale face, as he realized he was utterly at the mercy of this terrifying teenager. All his former arrogance dissolved, replaced by overwhelming fear that began to suffocate his thoughts. How unexpected, the cloaked figure whispered in horror, unable to believe a guest could have penetrated so deeply without his knowledge. He stared at his opponent, desperate for an explanation for this impossible intrusion that threatened his life. The cloaked man stared into the void in terror, stammering to ask the identity of the miraculous intruder. He couldn't believe someone had bypassed layer upon layer of guarding monsters to reach him so easily. In response to that utter fear, Dane Sogers offered a cold, arrogant smile. His terrifying composure made the wizard keenly feel the breath of death filling the entire room. With the poison-coated blade pressed to his throat without a gap, Dane Sogers issued a commanding declaration. "Shall I say that death has come to take you?" The chapter closes on the monster controller's utter horror as he faces a true monster disguised as a man.
Asir felt deeply unsettled by the appearance of someone calling himself Reaper. What was a high-ranking Reaper from the organization doing, sneaking into this heavily guarded location? The young man emphasized that Asir should know better than anyone how impossible it was to infiltrate this place, so he'd better not try to ignore the situation. Asir broke into a cold sweat, his face draining of all color. He couldn't fathom how the person standing before him had managed to bypass the barriers and the dense swarms of monsters. Dane pressed his blade against Asir's throat, coldly reminding him not to underestimate the circumstances. "This isn't a game, your life is currently in my hands." Asir gripped the edge of the table, his heart filled with suspicion. He wondered who this youth was and what methods he had used to sneak in here alone. Dane tilted his head, watching him, his voice dropping into a threatening tone. He ordered Asir to speak the truth if he still wanted to keep his pathetic life. Asir could only remain silent, sweat dripping down his face. The overwhelming presence of his captor left him choked, unable to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, Dane secretly felt smug that his voice acting and Reaper aura had successfully fooled the old man. The first phase of his interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if they could start the fun now. The light from his magic wand glimmered faintly, signaling that secrets were about to be dragged into the light. Under the flickering candlelight, Dane stood imposing, pressing Asir for his true purpose. The atmosphere in the room became more suffocating and tense than ever. He interrogated him about the reason for gathering this massive army of monsters. "Are you plotting to overthrow the Empire with the strength of orcs and goblins?" Faced with a barrage of sharp questions, Asir remained tight-lipped. He kept his head bowed, trying to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted, demanding an immediate answer. He suspected Asir was either running a deranged experiment or following orders from someone else. Hearing the word orders, Asir paused for a beat, trembling. This small reaction didn't escape the keen eyes of the genius from the Sogers family. The blade pressed closer, emitting a bizarre, dangerous violet smoke. The immense pressure made him feel the Reaper's breath right behind his back. Dane's eyes flashed with icy coldness as he realized his opponent's reaction. In the blink of an eye, he had grasped the deep-seated fear in the man's heart. In Dane's mind, images of mysterious hooded figures surfaced. He wondered if the organization behind Asir was connected to those people. He asked point-blank if Asir was a member of some secret organization. The direct question caused Asir to freeze, his face turning ashen gray. Asir was stunned, his eyes rolling back in disbelief that his secrets had been exposed. Panic began to consume his mind as he looked at the Reaper. Asir stared at the other person's uniform and insignia, filled with confusion. He couldn't understand how an outsider could know about their existence. He screamed, insisting he wouldn't say anything, that he would take it to his grave. But Dane remained calm, as if he had anticipated this reaction all along. Dane wore a cunning smirk behind his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew exactly how to make even the most stubborn people open their mouths voluntarily. His hand slammed down on the table, a sharp noise shattering the silence. It was time to switch to a more brutal method of interrogation. Dane leaned in close to Asir's ear, whispering about a proper greeting. Seeing the youth smile, the man could only shiver, a chill running straight down his spine. He looked at Dane with wide, terrified eyes. Dane warned him coldly that he wouldn't repeat himself, forcing Asir to choose between spilling the beans or facing a bitter end. Dane's glowing red eyes peered straight into Asir's mind. A gaze filled with bloodlust made the man feel as though his soul were being throttled by a terrifying entity. Dane, in his half-human, half-demon form, issued a cold threat. He asked if Asir wanted to spill everything right here or experience what it was like inside the dungeon. Asir collapsed to the ground, trembling as he asked where this youth had crawled out from. He couldn't believe someone had infiltrated this place without anyone knowing. Dane felt smug that his illusion was working effectively. If a seer was in the same boat as the others, everything would become much easier. With the blade pressed close, Dane ordered him to reveal his true objective. The room was deathly quiet, save for a seer's ragged, panicked breathing. Dane stepped forward, each footfall striking the floor like a hammer against a seer's heart. The panicked old man retreated, stuttering and begging the youth to stay away. The sound of heels clicking on the floor was heavy with pressure. Dane raised an eyebrow, asking if he really intended to stay silent until his death, now that the blade was at his neck. A close-up of Dane's eerie eyes made the viewers shiver. The invisible pressure radiating from the youth made the air in the room feel thick enough to solidify. Asir screamed in desperation, claiming he'd rather die than have anything to confess. His willpower was completely shattered before the terrifying threat of the Reaper. Dane's cold gaze seemed to want to pierce through every lie. He was waiting for a crack in his opponent's psyche to finish the conversation. The short blade once again proved to be an effective tool for pressure. Dane knew exactly what he needed to do to make this old man volunteer his secrets. Dane suddenly recited the organization's regulations regarding the priority of security over life. The youth smirked, praising Asir for being different from the other idiots. Asir froze, his face pale as he asked how the youth knew those classified details. The core secrets of the organization were clearly held by a stranger. Dane secretly smirked because the man's reaction was exactly as he had predicted. The notes he had collected beforehand were indeed the key to manipulating this man. Under the flickering candlelight, Dane continued to play the role of a powerful superior. He reiterated the code of conduct, making Asir fully believe in his fake identity. Asir naively asked if this was a trial from the organization. He thought the incident at the academy was just a trap to test him. Dane seized the opportunity, asserting that only now could they speak properly. He laughed inwardly because the prey had completely fallen for the illusion trap he had set. Asir suddenly changed his attitude, feeling incredibly honored to receive the challenge. His previous fear now transformed into a laughably blind devotion. The youth retrieved his short sword, preparing for the next step of his plan. The other's blind trust was the strongest weapon he had at this moment. Dane silently assessed that Asir was indeed a fanatic and decided to play along to the end. He pretended to praise Asir for safely passing through the dense horde of monsters. Asir knelt on the ground, swearing to dedicate his entire loyalty to the organization. He was ready to do anything if he received orders from his superiors. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed complete submission. He had no idea he was kneeling to the greatest enemy he had ever hoped to destroy. Dane looked down with an emotionless expression, thinking that this had turned out well for him. A fanatic would be an endless source of information if one knew how to exploit them. Dane smirked, knowing the prey had fallen into the trap. The psychological game was over. The victory had been in the hands of the Sagar's family genius from the very start. The youth switched to a cold tone, scolding him for losing hundreds of important monsters. This was the finishing blow that made Asir scramble to make amends with classified information. Asir knelt at the feet of the one he thought was his superior, repeatedly apologizing for the appearance of an unidentified enemy that had ruined all their plans. Dane, in the guise of the Cold Reaper, declared that he would deal with the responsibility later. He ordered Asir to focus on completing the immediate task to atone for his sins. Hearing this, Asir felt like he had won the lottery, hurriedly pledging not to let his superior down ever again. This old man is truly easy to fool. Dane secretly smirked because his clumsy acting was having an unexpectedly effective result. He winked in satisfaction, knowing the prey had fallen completely for the trap. The youth continued to lead the conversation, asking Asir to reconfirm the true objective of this mission to test his loyalty. Asir looked slightly stunned by the unexpected question. He couldn't understand why his superior would ask something so obvious, but he still didn't dare to delay his response. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding him of the test. The pressure from the youth made Asir break into a cold sweat, hurriedly clasping his hands to confess everything clean. He confessed that the primary mission was to incite the monsters to cause utter chaos for the entire empire. A vicious and brutal conspiracy. Additionally, they wanted to test the limits of the magic staff he was holding and report back all the data collected. The staff emitted a strange green light. Dane realized this was what allowed an ordinary person like Asir to control an entire army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he knew about this weapon. Asir honestly admitted that he was only the one chosen to use it and didn't know the specific details. The youth was secretly surprised to learn that this power wasn't intrinsic but bestowed. This proved that the organization behind them possessed an extremely high level of technology. Asir trembled as he added that this was an extremely dangerous item. He felt like he was straining himself to contain the power waiting to explode. A close-up of the ancient staff of the legendary Arcana Kingdom. A long-lost treasure had now appeared in the hands of these calculated rebels. He believed that increasing the chaos would help change the world according to the organization's will, a deranged ideal of those who wanted to topple the order. Dane silently assessed that this was a very mediocre and predictable plan. He maintained his cold expression so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. Through his testimony, the youth confirmed that they were definitely in league with the assassins he had encountered in the forbidden area earlier. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the academy was intimately involved with this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided he would turn this place upside down. He wondered what the reaction of the organization's higher-ups would be when they found out everything had been exposed. He pretended to reveal that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the academy, one who had been silently watching Asir for a long time. Asir froze. He was shocked, guessing that person was the branch chief of the academy, a highly valuable piece of information that Dane had just accidentally pried out. The youth nodded in confirmation, adding that the person was very pleased and had high expectations for him. Asir was thrilled, moved to the point of nearly shedding tears. Dane secretly mocked his opponent's stupidity. Even if he wasn't sure who the spy was yet, the name Branch Chief had narrowed down the targets for him. To finish the scene, the youth told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from his mysterious superior. He believed it blindly, his face clearly showing his eagerness for the reward. Asir obediently followed, his face grimacing because he was both nervous and excited. He was holding his breath, waiting for an honorable gift from his superior without knowing the disaster about to befall him. Asir squeezed his eyes shut, his face twisted in a mix of nerves and excitement. He was holding his breath waiting for an honorable gift from his superior, unaware of the calamity about to strike. Dane smirked meaningfully as he held a small white rectangular object in his hand. With half his face still in the terrifying shape of a reaper, he prepared to grant this sinner an ending he could never have expected. Dane Saugers appeared amidst the desolate ruins after finishing his work. Ernest cheered happily the moment he saw him, glad to see his friend was still in one piece, not a single scratch on him. Dane walked leisurely over, not forgetting to apologize for being a little late. The youth explained that squeezing information out of the traitor had taken much longer than he had initially imagined. Ernest laughed, saying he had always been standing there waiting for Dane to return. Seeing the ecstatic look on the glasses-wearing guy's face was enough to show how much he trusted his friend's abilities. Just then, Ernest noticed something sparkling in Dane Saugers' hand. It was a magic stone emitting a mysterious green glow that looked quite powerful. Dane wore a meaningful smile, asserting that he had tapped into every single secret from Asir. His gaze was sharp, showing that everything was still under his control. It turned out the final gift the youth had given the traitor was not simple at all. Sir Delphian held the small box in his hand, his face revealing clear seriousness as he listened to the explanation. Inside that box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent paralyzing toxin. Just a small dose was enough to make any stubborn person lie still and immobile. Looking at the box, Sir Delphian was secretly amazed by Dane Saugers' thorough preparation. This youth was not only good at fighting, but also incredibly profound in using schemes to confront his enemies. Dane coldly asserted that even if that man woke up, he wouldn't be able to escape. With the effect of this poison, he would just be like a fish on a cutting board waiting to be processed. Ernest breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he didn't have to worry about that man anymore. Immediately, Dane Saugers requested that they both destroy the barrier to report the news to the main forces. However, Ernest still had some concerns, breaking into a cold sweat. He feared that once the barrier vanished, the monsters would lose all control and fall into a state of absolute frenzy. Dane Saugers smirked, saying that was the exact opportunity he had been waiting for. When they lost the will to control them, the monsters would tear each other apart until they were wiped out completely. Hearing this sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight plan, Ernest finally understood. He excitedly nodded in agreement, preparing to join Dane in destroying the seal of the hateful magic barrier. Both quickly set to work. Ernest confidently stated he was ready. The final preparations were complete, now they just had to wait and watch the interesting spectacle unfold. A moment later, the night sky suddenly lit up with brilliant magical fireworks. Explosions echoed everywhere as if signaling the glorious victory of their side was near. Multicolored light rays danced continuously in the sky, illuminating the entire region of ruins. The sight looked quite artistic, signaling that the dangerous mission had finally been completed smoothly. Exactly 6 hours since Dane Saugers and Ernest had entered deep into the ruins, everything had been settled. The time hadn't passed long, but the results were truly beyond expectations. The magical fireworks weren't just for show, but were a victory signal for the entire army. The group of knights standing below looked up, everyone revealing immense joy. Observing from afar, the third Prince Edward wore a look of immense satisfaction. He was extremely pleased to see the plan go smoothly, just as he had expected from the very beginning. Immediately, Edward ordered a full-scale attack to sweep away the final remnants. Sir Delphin drew his sword, leading the 4th Night Division as they marched straight into the heart of the ancient ruins. The army marched forward, their momentum so immense that even the monsters had to be terrified. The plan to destroy the enemy in one go was progressing smoothly. The ancient ruins now became a battlefield for the largest sweep ever. The old stone structures shook with each heroic step of the army. The battle turned extremely fierce as the soldiers faced off directly against the aggressive orcs. The sound of weapons clashing echoed sharply amidst the debris, and smoke and dust obscured the vision of the combatants. A soldier yelled loudly, ordering the entire squad to hold their formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how crazy the monsters were, they couldn't pierce the defensive line. The command voice drowned out the roar, ordering the entire team to focus all their strength. The battle was extremely intense, and everyone was exerting themselves to finish off the persistent monsters. The battle at the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to constantly channel their inner power, shouting to each other to pour all their mana into their weapons to resist the terrible pressure from the aggressive blue orcs. In the midst of the encirclement, the red-haired girl slashed her sword, destroying the enemy, but still couldn't help but click her tongue in complaint. This batch of monsters looked tougher and bull-headed than the previous waves, costing her a fair amount of effort. Just as she had predicted, the further they got into the center of the ruins, the more abnormally enhanced the monster's strength became. The red-haired girl's sword swings began to feel heavier as she faced the increasing pressure. While the warrior faction was struggling to hold the enemy back, Priscilla Nerial arrived in time to support them. The blonde mage quickly deployed magic circles, reassuring her teammates to hold on a bit longer so she could heal them. Priscilla squeezed her eyes shut, focusing intensely on chanting as ancient characters ran through the air. The gentle green energy from her magic began to spread, healing the wounds of the exhausted knights. The situation was extremely urgent. A commander immediately ordered the entire squad to focus magical firepower toward the southwest. Brilliant purple lights exploded, aimed straight at the giant lion monster that was gnashing its teeth and clawing. The Night Division received the order, immediately arranging their formation to protect and open a path forward. Even though the orcs were as numerous as ants, they were clearly being pushed back by the army's coordinated efforts. The power from the coordinated strikes made the scene more chaotic than ever. The monsters tore each other apart or were shattered under the overwhelming power of the expeditionary army, creating a blood-soaked scene. Sir Delphin once stood amidst the battlefield, his sharp eyes observing every smallest movement. The commander's face showed clear determination. He wouldn't let any monster have the chance to escape this encirclement. The courageous commander roared, ordering his soldiers to exterminate all the remaining monsters, not leaving even one. Sir Delphin's momentum seemed to add fuel to the entire army fighting intensely. The knights swooped in like cyclones, hacking and slashing at the blue orcs without mercy. Blinding sword strokes tore through the space, turning the ruins into a literal meat grinder for the monsters that had lost their control. Sharp explosions echoed everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The destructive power was so great that the ground shook, and dust clouded the vision of those participating in the battle. A massive explosion erupted, marking the complete collapse of the final defensive line on the monster's side. Everything shook violently, indicating that the sweep was reaching its most perfect conclusion. Ernest excitedly ran over with his bow to report to Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived in time. Looking at the ecstatic expression on the glasses-wearing guy's face, you could tell he had finally been able to breathe a sigh of relief. Dane Saugers smiled faintly, his face completely calm as if everything had been within his calculations. He was very satisfied because the plan to destroy the barrier had gone extremely smoothly and resulted in a great victory. The cleanup of the scene began in a rush. Dane and Ernest returned together to report the situation. Both intended to go and see the third prince immediately to end this arduous mission. Dust from the explosions still lingered around the ancient buildings in the ruins. The scene after the battle looked quite devastated, but the most important thing was that the threat had been officially removed completely. The houses on the cliffs were now peaceful again after the storm of magical fire. The entire ruin area seemed to be slowly recovering after the crazed monsters were wiped out completely by the royal army. At the central area, the third Prince Edward Danter began his solemn honorary speech. He declared that in this campaign, one person had performed a great service, far surpassing all others. The entire knight force stood solemnly, listening to Edward praise the mysterious hero who had stood on the front lines. According to him, it was this person who had stopped the monster's surprise attack, opening the path to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but be curious when the prince mentioned the person who had courageously infiltrated the center of the ruins. Thanks to the valuable information about the enemy's weaknesses that this person brought back, their casualties had been significantly reduced. Edward stood high above, pointing toward the person standing next to him and asserting that this young man had directly subdued the enemy in the most intense battle. All eyes were now turned toward the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers rang out throughout the ruins as the knights simultaneously raised their swords and spears to celebrate. The festive atmosphere of the honorary ceremony made the air more lively and heroic than ever. The soldiers chanted "Long Live" in unison, the excitement spreading across the cliffs. After the life and death moments, they could finally sigh in relief and celebrate their blazing victory. The third Prince Edward beamed, declaring that he would give a great reward to the hero of the campaign. He looked toward Dane Saugers, preparing to deliver a shock that would make everyone stumble back in disbelief. The third prince called Dane Saugers' name loudly. He affirmed that the heroic actions of this young man would become a bright example for the entire empire to follow. Edward Danter stepped forward, placing his hand on Dane's shoulder as an official recognition before the eyes of the public. A rare act of intimacy between a royal prince and a student. Edward continued to drop the bomb that left everyone frozen when he offered to have Dane by his side as a friend. The word friend, uttered from the prince's mouth, truly carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Sir Delphin once broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears when he heard that shocking declaration. Even the veteran commander seemed shocked by the prince's breaking of class barriers. The crowd of students below began to whisper and gossip extremely excitedly. Friend, the prince just called Dane a friend. Everyone was confused about what was happening to this lucky young man. Dane laughed, saying that Edward's declaration was like an earth-shattering explosion. The prince admitted this could put him in a difficult position, but Dane was still happy because of that trust. After the moments of excitement, Dane's gaze suddenly became pensive. The young man suddenly remembered and wondered what the fate of the traitor Asir would be. Edward Danter's expression immediately hardened when that person was mentioned. The prince radiated a cold and serious aura, much more so than before. Edward revealed that he would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place likened to a living hell. The screams echoing every day made that place a source of terror that even he had never set foot in. Hearing this, Dane understood immediately that the other guy didn't have a chance of surviving to return. But at least, he had already tapped into all the valuable information from him beforehand. Edward felt that the ending was completely deserved and wanted to give further rewards for Dane's hard work. However, their young man still kept a humble attitude, saying that this was already too much. Dane fell silent for a long moment as if considering something very important. His gaze was deep, showing that the young man was preparing to make a special request. Actually, he had an important matter he wanted to petition the prince for help with. Seeing Dane was serious, Edward was also very generous, telling him to speak out anything he desired. Both stood in a separate corner on the platform to discuss major issues. The space suddenly became unusually quiet, leaving only the secret dialogue between the prince and the new hero. Dane mentioned frankly the real enemies targeting the empire and the prince himself. This stern warning made Edward also have to ponder the potential dangers. The youth's face was extremely serious, showing that the scale of this conspiracy was far greater than imagined. The political game was now officially starting to heat up. The campaign at the ruins closed, leaving an unusually peaceful scene beside the majestic waterfall. But behind that peace were undercurrents waiting to explode. A few days later, the scene shifted to the office of the magic department dean at the academy. The atmosphere there was wrapped in silence and filled with secret schemes. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering the name Dane Saugers with an extremely annoyed expression. The presence of this young man seemed to be upsetting all his plans. The dean didn't stop wondering about the content of the conversation between Dane and the third prince that day. The terrifying silence over the past few days made him feel uneasy and frantic. Just then, a hooded figure silently entered the room without making the slightest sound. This mysterious appearance signaled a meeting that wasn't healthy at all. Drenavo startled, turning around when he felt the warmth of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed clear shock at being infiltrated in his own lair in the middle of the night. The intruder asked sarcastically what the professor was so engrossed in thinking about that he looked so serious. The atmosphere in the room immediately became extremely tense. A bearded man wore a cunning smile under his cloak, telling Drenavo there was no need to be surprised at all. The chapter ends with the appearance of the Dark Faction, promising extremely lit developments coming up. Arthur walked down the hall, wondering if the professor was still inside. He intended to report his scheduled details for tomorrow before heading home for the night. Just as he reached for the door, Arthur froze upon hearing a voice inside asking if there were any irregularities. He stopped in his tracks, realizing the professor was receiving guests at this late hour. Arthur peeked through the gap in the door, sweat beginning to trickle down his face from the tension. Inside, a gloomy atmosphere permeated the enclosed room. Professor Denabo was standing with a figure draped in a black cloak, who remarked that the dead could not speak. The old professor sneered, confident that even if the other guy confessed everything, he wouldn't know a thing about him. The cloaked figure smiled with satisfaction, asserting that Denabo's position would remain secure. Denabo's eyes gleamed with a sinister light in the dim glow. The cloaked figure promised to dispatch personnel soon to assist with the next phase of their plan. Arthur hid behind the door, stunned and unable to believe what he was hearing. The conversation shifted to mention the investigation team and the recent conquest. Arthur narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It was clear they were concealing a massive secret. He began to feel a chill at the truth regarding the teacher he had always respected. The talk turned to the upcoming arrival of a high-ranking official tasked with reorganizing the academy. Denabo clicked his tongue, dismissing it as a mere formality and claiming they had already prepared countermeasures. The cloaked figure carefully asked one more time if there were any loose ends. The professor smiled complacently, assuring the man that neither of their positions would be shaken. Then the man mentioned someone the organization was keeping a special eye on. Arthur jumped as he heard the name Dane Saugers slip from the old professor's lips. The cloaked figure emphasized that while Dane had achieved a great feat, he had in reality ruined the organization's plan. He demanded that Denabo quickly recruit or dispose of the young man. Denabo crossed his arms and nodded, promising to focus his full effort on this new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, handling him was just a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked figure did not forget to remind the professor about the letter of recommendation. Denabo replied generously, treating it as a small gift in exchange for the man's assistance. He promised to send the official letter of recommendation to the Magic Tower as scheduled very soon. The mysterious figure bowed, preparing to vanish into the night. A wicked smile appeared on the face hidden beneath the hood. Arthur was choked with indignation, never expecting the professor would use his future to trade with traitors. The office door slammed shut, putting an end to the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran for his life, his breath coming in ragged gasps of fear. He understood that he had just overheard a secret that could turn the entire academy upside down. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the night. He knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur dashed through the silent buildings, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifted to the park near the dorms late that night. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Arthur recounted everything to Dane Saugers. He emphasized that the next target on their list was none other than Dane himself. Dane listened, summarizing the situation with a chilling calmness. He deduced that Denabo must be incredibly desperate to have left such a sloppy opening. Arthur asked anxiously if Dane would be safe if the professor discovered this meeting. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being cast aside like a pawn by the teacher he had once revered. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo had used a fake letter of recommendation as bait to make him an unpaid servant. Even in his despair, Arthur realized the terrifying scale of the plot and sought Dane out for help. Arthur admitted that among everyone he knew, Dane was the most powerful and reliable. Dane listened in silence, his gaze showing understanding for the other man's pain of betrayal. He knew that discovering his own mentor was a member of a treasonous organization was an overwhelming shock. Dane reflected this was no longer a simple matter of trust, but something directly threatening Arthur's future. Arthur bowed his head in silence, his lonely figure casting a long shadow under the academy's dim lights. He looked up at Dane pleadingly, asking what he should do to escape this dead end. Dane's eyes turned sharp as he realized a golden opportunity had just arrived at his doorstep. Successfully recruiting someone close to Denabo like Arthur would make his plan go much smoother. Dane declared that Denabo's power was nothing compared to the Third Prince's, and exposing this conspiracy would yield far greater rewards. Arthur froze as he realized Dane was suggesting he embark on a plan fraught with danger. Dane stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture promising absolute protection. He smirked confidently, declaring that he already had an absolutely perfect plan. Instead of continuing to serve the cunning old professor, Dane suggested Arthur place his full trust in him. Dane's steely words struck right at the heart of the assistant's wavering resolve. Without further hesitation, Arthur affirmed he would do whatever Dane asked to reclaim justice for himself. The night passed in silence, signaling that the pieces were beginning to move across the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, a veneer of peace still masked the daily routine. In the laboratory, Denabo berated Arthur for his tardiness. Arthur could only bow his head in apology, blaming it on a lab accident. From a distance, Dane watched quietly, satisfied to see everything unfolding as predicted. He smiled victoriously seeing Arthur play the role of a submissive servant perfectly in front of the professor. Originally, Dane had intended to track Denabo himself and have Ernest gather evidence, but Arthur's appearance had changed everything. Arthur stood next to Denabo, playing the part of a mole operating right under the enemy's nose. No one could track the professor's movements better than his own close assistant. Dane believed that with help from the inside, cornering Denabo was just a matter of time. He stood tall in the middle of the schoolyard, his cold gaze fixed on the laboratory building. He softly called Denabo's name with a knowing smile, as if he already held victory in his grasp. Seeing the professor's arrogance, Dane whispered to himself that the man was digging his own grave without even realizing it. Professor Drenavo launched into a tirade of disappointment over Arthur's results, while Arthur only bowed his head to apologize. The man gestured sarcastically, saying Arthur should have ranked first in this conquest, adding that at this rate, the recommendation letter was as good as gone. Arthur continued to accept the blame with a resigned look, while Drenavo began to find the guy truly irritating. Slamming the table, the old man roared, asking if Arthur really knew what he had done wrong. The old teacher's anger still hadn't subsided, as he scolded Arthur for how pathetic he had become compared to his past intelligence. He affirmed that only if Arthur handled this properly could he hope for a bright future. Sighing, Drenavo changed his tone and said he would give him one final chance. Arthur broke into a cold sweat, his face clearly showing anxiety at this cryptic offer. A chance to make amends. The old professor began to lead Arthur into his trap. Immediately afterward, Arthur hurried off to carry out his assigned task. In his head, Drenavo's instructions kept ringing. Go north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the far left table, and wait to receive the item. Arthur rushed across the schoolyard at top speed, ignoring the curious stares of those around him. Drenavo had emphasized that this was a task of the utmost importance, which was why he entrusted it only to his most trusted person. Arthur gritted his teeth as he ran, sweat streaming down his face. The professor had added that surely he wouldn't fail at such a simple task. Arthur affirmed that he would handle it. Arthur thought as he ran, this was exactly the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A fleeting smile appeared. This was a golden opportunity to bring down this corrupt professor. According to the plan, in a week Arthur would have to head toward the Academy's supply route, where a secret door would be left open. Back to the present, Arthur met someone in private and handed over the small object he was clutching. Drenavo's words still echoed in his ears, that if the situation hadn't been so delicate, he would have gone himself. The person receiving the item was none other than Dane Saugers, who observed silently. Dane's gaze was thoughtful as he calculated his next moves. The object was handed over neatly. Arthur recounted the entire conversation with Drenavo to Dane, and asked for his opinion. Dane asked if the professor had ever asked Arthur to do anything similar before, but Arthur insisted this was the first time. Dane pondered, a new plan gradually forming in his mind. He realized that the professor was planning to pin all the blame on Arthur if something were to go wrong. Arthur agreed, both of them understanding that they couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dane affirmed that they couldn't allow anything related to that secret society to escape their reach. A diversionary tactic was immediately proposed by Dane, making Arthur sigh with relief. The goal was to force Drenavo to show his face and cut off all his escape routes. Dane crossed his arms, contemplating the most effective method. Arthur waited in silence. He turned to Arthur and asked if he was brave enough to execute this risky plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would be the one to set the stage. Arthur smiled confidently, swearing he would use every means necessary to complete the mission. Dane was satisfied and told him to prepare, nodding that they would be in touch soon to finalize the details. The determination in Dane's eyes showed he was ready for the hunt. Arthur also showed equal toughness. Everything seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. We should probably inform the prince about this too, Dane said, surveying the academy grounds. A week later, on the academy's supply route, Arthur, dressed more discreetly, moved silently through the dark of night. Drenavo's instructions came back to him. Head north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the far left table, and wait to receive the goods. Arthur scanned the area, searching for the designated spot. He reminded himself of the directions. The inn had to be right around here. There it was. His gaze landed on an old, decrepit wooden house that matched the description perfectly. Arthur walked briskly toward the inn, determined to cause as much chaos as possible to stop this transaction. He gripped the transmission scroll in his hand, a tool Professor Drenavo had given him to use in case things went south. His steps were steady as he approached his target. He told himself that in the end, that crafty old fox of a professor would be forced to show his face. The inn emerged clearly in the hazy twilight. Inside, the noise and bustle were a stark contrast to the frightening stillness outside. Arthur sat alone in a secluded corner, trying to act as normal as possible while he waited. His eyes betrayed his tension, even though he was trying his best to suppress it. A flashback surfaced. Dane Saugers had handed him a box of poison needles, saying it would be very useful for the mission. He gripped the secret weapon tightly, Dane's words of encouragement still ringing in his ears. Dane hadn't forgotten to remind him that he wasn't alone, as Prince Edward would always be watching and supporting from the shadows. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a change in the atmosphere of the inn. The wooden door creaked dryly as someone stepped inside. A strange man with dark purple hair and a dangerous air appeared at the entrance. Arthur held his breath, immediately recognizing that this guy was no ordinary guest. The stranger smirked, letting his eyes sweep across the smoky room. He walked leisurely past the tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur was sitting. Finally, he stopped right in front of Arthur, creating an invisible pressure that engulfed the space. Arthur looked up, silently confirming that this was the person he needed to meet. The stranger's footsteps ceased, and silence fell between them. Arthur's hand twitched, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes at Arthur for a long moment, then muttered that he had never seen this face before. However, he let out a scoff and shrugged it off, saying that didn't matter much at the moment. In an old, dilapidated inn, the place where conspiracies begin to take root, a brown bag was thudded onto the wooden floor. Arthur flinched slightly, his face revealing clear anxiety. In the corner of the table, Dane Saugers in disguise sat across from Arthur to conduct an underground transaction. Arthur insisted that this was the very item he needed. He instructed Dane to wait a while after he left before heading out, and to move the item immediately. Dane looked at the bag of items and appeared completely astonished. In his mind, a completely different plan was forming. Arthur stood up to leave and Dane called out, asking if he was intending to just head off now. Dane's hand silently clenched around a paralytic poison vial he had prepared in advance. He intended to strike right at this moment. Taking advantage of the moment Arthur turned his back, Dane decided to act. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He glanced at the people around him, realizing he needed to attract the attention of the crowd. A powerful blow to the back of Arthur's neck caught him completely off guard. Dane's eyes turned cold and sharp, completely contrasting with the gentle appearance he had held moments ago. The sound of impact rang out dryly in the middle of the inn. The attack left his opponent stunned. A nearby maidservant looked at the scene in panic, staring intently at what had just happened. Arthur collapsed onto the floor, completely motionless. Dane felt triumphant that the paralytic poison had been extremely effective. Everything was going according to plan. He feigned a hurried rush over, calling out to him as if deeply concerned. His plan was to create as much of a commotion as possible to ruin this transaction. Dane shook Arthur, shouting for him to wake up and asking if he could hear him. Arthur began to foam at the mouth, completely losing consciousness. The play began to turn dramatic. Whispers and gossip broke out from the surrounding tables. All eyes were fixed on the pair. Hurried footsteps approached. The innkeeper had been drawn in. The innkeeper ran over to ask what was going on. Dane pretended to be naive, saying the other man had suddenly fainted. He looked at Arthur's body lying there with a face full of suspicion and tension. Dane continued to play the role of a panicked academy student, trying to act innocent. But the innkeeper's gaze suddenly changed, staring at Dane with a threatening look. He had realized something. From behind his back, he silently drew a dagger. He did not intend to let Dane leave this place. He lunged and shouted that he shouldn't think he could use those cheap tricks to fool him. It turned out that this entire inn was full of professionals. Dane dodged, still trying to shout that he was an academy student and demanding he stop. He glanced around and saw the others starting to make their move. Both the male server and the maid simultaneously drew their weapons. They were all assassins in disguise. Sharp blades were drawn from their sheaths, ready to silence witnesses. Dane feigned shock upon realizing the entire inn was a den of criminals. He was trapped in the middle of their encirclement. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance, as things were becoming more complicated than anticipated. He gritted his teeth in anger seeing a fly like Dane dare to ruin an important transaction. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he had done, and he wouldn't be allowed to die an easy death. The assassins surrounded him with sinister smiles, confident the prey had walked into the trap. Dane feigned fear, thinking to himself that this situation was truly not good, and he had no escape route left. But immediately, his attitude changed. Dane realized this was the perfect scenario for him to drag another figure into the mix. He had prepared to stage the scene as a student being attacked by a secret organization colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane pulled out a magic scroll, preparing to activate the final trap to drag Denabo down into the abyss. Amidst the encirclement of assassins, Dane Saugers remained calm, holding the ready-to-use magic scroll. He challenged them to see who was the one about to be in trouble. Dane began to activate the scroll, and a powerful surge of mana flared up right inside the inn. He declared that it was time for that person to appear. A brilliant blue light radiated from the scroll, enveloping the space. The displacement magic had been successfully activated. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, unable to understand how a student could possess and use a teleportation signal scroll at a time like this. He panicked, wondering if Dane was calling in backup. The mana from the scroll poured out uncontrollably, leaving everyone present terrified by its power. One of them screamed in disbelief, questioning if Dane was actually a mage. Dane curled his lips into a sinister smile. Everything was playing out perfectly according to the script he had painstakingly arranged. A massive magic circle appeared, glowing brightly, ready to pull the target to the scene. The blinding light prevented the assassins from looking directly at it. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was not simply summoning a person. He gasped as he felt the pressure of the teleportation spell. The assassins panicked, realizing this was forced displacement magic. They couldn't believe a student could pull this off. Amidst the brilliant light, a silhouette began to take shape. The plan to expose the mastermind had reached its decisive stage. Professor Denabo appeared right in the middle of the inn in utter confusion. He still didn't understand what was happening to him. Dane stared intently at the professor, secretly pleased that his biggest prey had fallen into the trap. The scenario he had been waiting for had finally begun. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he was standing in the middle of a dilapidated inn full of armed people. He was dumbfounded to find himself suddenly teleported there. The magical light gradually faded, revealing the chaotic scene before everyone's eyes. A silence fell over the room for a moment. The innkeeper realized the person who had just appeared was Denabo and gasped in astonishment. The connection between them was now exposed in front of Dane. Dane immediately went on the verbal offensive, loudly questioning Denabo why he hadn't come himself, but instead sent someone like Arthur to do it. He added a suggestive question about whether this commotion was also part of his plan. He curled his lips into a cold smile, secretly mocking Denabo for appearing so quickly just as he had intended. All accusations were now directed toward the professor. Denabo froze, unable to digest what the student was saying. He demanded to know what kind of absurd nonsense Dane was spouting. Arthur still lay sprawled on the ground, motionless after being poisoned by the paralytic toxin. He became the living evidence of the assault that Dane had staged. The hands of the assassins still gripped their weapons. They were in a bind as events had gone too far. The blades now looked truly ironic in front of the professor. Dane held up the bag, which was glowing brightly in his hand. This was the merchandise Denabo was craving, now acting as evidence to convict him. Denabo's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth in fury, realizing he had completely fallen into the sophisticated trap of a student. His career and reputation were hanging by a thread. The entire inn became the stage for a shocking exposure. Denabo screamed for an explanation of what was going on when he saw Arthur lying there and the henchmen surrounding Dane. He realized he was in an impossible position. Dane stood tall, holding the glowing bag, his eyes fixed firmly on Denabo. He was ready for the final step to completely topple this traitorous professor. Denabo scolded Arthur for being an ungrateful brat, complaining that he had out of pity taken him in only to be repaid like this. Arthur shouted back, telling him not to be ridiculous, as he had only ever seen him as a tool to be discarded. He declared flatly that he was sick and tired of the scene of having to act as a slave for someone like him. Arthur suddenly activated flames on his hands, causing Denabo to gasp in horror, unable to believe his eyes. He gripped the spatial bag tightly, and magical flames began to flare up violently, threatening to burn everything to ashes. Arthur warned the professor not to play any games, or he would incinerate this precious item immediately. The henchmen in the inn also started to panic, telling the professor to stop him because they couldn't let the item be destroyed. Denabo gritted his teeth in bitterness, seeing the important item being used as a hostage. But as for Arthur, he thought that this situation was enough to begin the next phase of the plan. He looked at the old man in front of him, then muttered, "The bait has been taken, now it's your turn, Dane." Immediately, a brilliant blue light began to cover the entire window frame of the building. A massive magic circle was suddenly activated, enveloping the entire inn from the outside. The blue mana stream swirled violently, sealing off every corner so no one could escape. The light intensified, penetrating even the smallest cracks in the inn walls. The entire structure was submerged in a sea of brilliant mana as seen from afar. The view from above showed that the magic trap had been successfully set, fully encapsulating the inn area. Inside, the light began to filter in through the glass windows, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the inn was stunned, feeling the massive magical pressure weighing down on them. The bald innkeeper also widened his eyes, feeling the ground beneath his feet suddenly shake violently. Denabo tried to channel mana, but was met only with helplessness as his hands trembled incessantly. The professor broke into a cold sweat, vaguely realizing what this terrifying thing sealing the place was. Arthur smirked, confirming to him that it was a high-level mana disturbance field. This magic turned the entire building into a perfect no-magic zone, eliminating every escape route. Arthur added a fatal line saying that now no one could escape, not even the professor. Denabo paled, able only to gasp in utter horror when he saw himself trapped. He trembled looking at his useless hands, unable to believe someone would dare to act against him. He wondered where Arthur got the guts to do this. There must be an extremely powerful force behind him. Images of a mysterious army surrounding the place, waiting in readiness, appeared in Denabo's mind. He realized that if he were caught here, all his efforts to remain hidden all this time would vanish like smoke. The tower of power that he had painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse completely tonight. In a panic, Denabo screamed, ordering his subordinates to catch Arthur immediately. The henchmen obeyed, drawing weapons and lunging forward, hopping to use Arthur as their ticket to escape. Arthur clicked his tongue, knowing that alone, it was difficult to hold off this mob of assassins for long. He gripped the evidence bag tightly, secretly urging Dane to hurry up and end this. Right at that moment, a massive explosion rang out, the windows shattered by the swords of the special forces. The army from the outside rushed in like a cyclone, surrounding those intending to attack Arthur. Dane Saugers appeared at the head of the ranks, his cold gaze fixed straight on the professor. Amidst the smoke and dust, armored figures claimed every strategic position. Their swords were raised, emitting an aura that completely overwhelmed all the sinners in the room. The knights with their characteristic blue cloaks simultaneously drew their swords, ready to suppress the entire scene. The innkeeper stuttered incoherently when he realized the identity of these powerful guests. Arthur smiled brightly, pointing straight at Denabo and loudly declaring, "It's the Royal Knights, Professor." A loud explosion rang out as the door was blown apart, dust billowing through the entrance. Heavy footsteps of the night squad began to move rapidly inside the inn. The lines of knights solemnly advanced, leaving no gaps for the criminals to escape. The knight commander leading them ordered everyone to stand still, followed by the appearance of Dane and Prince Edward. He declared that from this moment on, all of them were arrested in the name of the crown. The henchmen and assassins in the inn were stunned, sweat pouring down as they were hit by the surprise attack. Dane smiled in triumph, secretly thinking that the timing of this coordination was truly perfect for a siege. He stared deep into the professor's eyes, asserting that the end for Denabo had officially arrived. Professor Denabo collapsed completely, falling to the floor miserably under the pressure of the night squad. He gritted his teeth in fury, realizing he had completely fallen into a meticulously calculated trap. Denabo could not understand how his identity had been exposed so quickly. His hands trembled on the floor, all the power and fame he had held all this time suddenly vanishing. He bowed his head to the ground, bitter about the all-too-swift collapse of the tower of status he had painstakingly built. Looking down from above, the night squad had surrounded the entire scene, forcing everyone to drop their weapons and surrender. Those who intended to resist were immediately pinned to the ground, able only to moan in hopelessness. Each member of the secret organization was controlled one by one, with no one able to escape the net. Ropes began to bind the hands of the criminals in preparation for their escort to the capital. A long line of members from the secret society was led away under the strict escort of the Royal Knights. Dane looked around the scene, feeling satisfied that this harvest was even greater than he had anticipated. He and Prince Edward discussed the results. They had rounded up over 10 members of the secret society here. Edward smiled, praising Dane's strategy, affirming he had done an excellent job on this mission. The item they intended to trade was actually a spatial bag filled with the organization's dark secrets. Inside the bag fell out a series of proofs, handwritten orders intended to erase all traces of rebellion. Dane proposed giving Arthur a royal recommendation letter to the Magic Tower as a worthy reward. Prince Edward agreed, for with this letter, Arthur's status and safety would be guaranteed after rendering his service. Each criminal was escorted away from the area, the atmosphere gradually returning to the innate stillness of the night. Denabo walked bowed and dejected in chains, leaving behind all the glory he had lost. Dane stood there, his deep gaze observing the fruits of his mental chess game against the secret organization. Once again, this earth-shattering event promised to shake the very foundations of the entire academy in the coming days. The awards ceremony began solemnly right on the academy grounds, and the first name called out was none other than Dane Saugers. Following him were Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who had stood by his side during the recent mission. The third Prince, Edward, presided over the ceremony in person, declaring that this group of students had achieved great feats and were shining examples for the entire school. Ernest and Priscilla both looked visibly relieved, as the mission had finally concluded smoothly after Professor Denabo's arrest. Prince Edward handed the certificates of achievement to the group's representative, and thanks to Dane's efforts, the entire club shared in this honor. The crowd of students below began to murmur, with rumors spreading that Dane had single-handedly taken down over 200, perhaps even 500 monsters. The female students were still in shock upon learning that such a respected professor as Denabo was actually a spy. Just thinking about it gave them chills. Although he had received countless benefits from this campaign, the rumors about Dane continued to spread far and wide, and there was no way to stop them. However, the biggest takeaway for Dane was discovering the existence of the very organization conspiring to topple this world. He told himself he had to prepare thoroughly to deal with them before his peaceful life was destroyed. While Ernest was still waving to the excited crowd, Dane had quietly slipped away. Edward smiled with satisfaction as he watched the young heroes retreating back, standing beside his loyal captain of the knights. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind focused on the object he had previously sent to Bulbeck, wondering if the blacksmith had figured anything out yet. The sound of a steel hammer rang out from the Termian forge, and Dane walked in just as Bulbeck was examining the magic staff. Its exterior looked ordinary, but Bulbeck insisted that this staff had been forged in blood, and Dane was startled to hear it. The old blacksmith explained that it didn't react to ordinary fire at all, as the only thing that could make it change was human blood. Dane's expression turned tense as he realized just how evil this item truly was. It was Aldius, an ancient metal that could only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulbeck pointed to the core of the staff, stating that it was the source of the lingering scent of blood beneath its ordinary shell. He emphasized that it was an incredibly dangerous object that few people even knew existed. Dane truly hadn't expected Denabo to possess a weapon this terrifying. It wasn't just bloodthirsty, it could drive its user insane if they weren't careful. Dane crossed his arms in thought, wondering that if it craved blood so much, why it was forged as a magic staff rather than a sword or spear. Bulbeck stroked his beard, preparing to offer his own assessment of the matter. It seemed that only the Aldius material could withstand the massive power radiating from that gem. Dane stared at the staff, silently deducing the true purpose of whoever had created it. He gripped the shaft, sensing the immense pressure hidden beneath the blackened metal. Dane stood silently for a long while with the deadly weapon in his hands. He felt that this thing was incredibly unstable and shouldn't be left to exist freely. The gem at the top of the staff continued to emit a mysterious, bewitching green light. Bulbeck nodded, confirming that it was an extremely rare item, not something just anyone could lay their hands on. Dane unexpectedly held the staff out toward the blacksmith and decided to gift it to him on the spot. Bulbeck's eyes went wide with surprise, unable to believe this kid was generous enough to give away such a treasure. Dane smiled, saying he never used a staff anyway, so it was better off with someone like Bulbeck who understood its value. Seeing Dane's sincere gaze, Bulbeck's suspicion vanished completely. The old man reached out to take the staff, promising not to refuse such an invaluable gift. Bulbeck thanked him profusely for finally having such rare material to satisfy his passion for smithing. But Dane cleverly asked for the gem at the top back, as that was the piece he actually needed. Bulbeck agreed immediately, as he only cared for the metal and had no interest in magical stones. He excitedly said that once he removed the gem, he would look into a new sword for Dane, and Dane nodded vigorously. Bulbeck turned away to prepare his tools, his mouth still murmuring about that ancient, powerful monocore. Dane narrowed his eyes calculatingly. He wouldn't let a treasure like this slip through his fingers. After successfully separating the monocore from the staff, the two moved to the storage area for Dane's new sword. It was Bulbeck's warehouse, filled with various shimmering, multicolored minerals. Bulbeck announced that the sword was nearly complete, requiring only a little more sharpening and adjusting, and urged Dane to lift it and see. Dane cautiously reached out to grab the hilt, feeling its weight and perfect grip. A magnificent blade glowing with translucent blue light appeared, and he couldn't hide his amazement at the blacksmith's masterful handiwork. The blade reflected Dane's excited eyes. It was truly a masterpiece, with every detail exuding incredible sophistication. Seeing the boy's satisfied expression, Bulbeck laughed triumphantly and asked if he truly liked the gift. Dane gazed at the sword for a moment longer, unable to tear his eyes away from its beauty. The sword emitted a faint halo of light, looking elegant yet immensely powerful. He noticed that the sword's reaction was identical to when he had touched arcanium ore in the past. Dane tried a basic swing. The speed and flexibility that the arcanium provided far exceeded his expectations. Skeptically, he asked if it would break easily, and Bulbeck snorted, scolding him for underestimating such legendary material. The blacksmith asserted firmly that ordinary metal stood no chance against it, and the sword would never chip no matter how roughly he used it. Though very satisfied, Dane still had a small question. Was there a way to make the sword shine less? With it glowing this brightly, how was he supposed to act covertly or carry out assassinations at night? It was way too conspicuous. Bulbeck laughed loudly, calling the boy odd for always complaining instead of being satisfied. To complete the final step, he asked Dane to try infusing his abnormal amount of mana into the sword. Dane nodded, planting his feet firmly, and prepared to follow the instructions. He closed his eyes, focusing on channeling the flow of mana from deep within his body. With his hand gripped tightly around the hilt, Dane began to release his energy. Immediately, magical circles and brilliant streams of air began to swirl violently around his feet. A massive pillar of energy erupted from the sword, illuminating the entire forge. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. The room shook violently under the weight of the mana pouring out madly, while Bolbec stood by and watched intently. The sword vibrated intensely, as if cheering from being fed a full meal of mana. Dane began to feel that something wasn't right. This sensation, it was completely different from before. The sword was like a bottomless pit, obsessively draining his mana without a moment's rest. Bolbec laughed victoriously, knowing the sword would accept and align perfectly with Dane's mana. Even though he saw it was a perfect match, Dane was sweating as he asked the old man how long he had to keep this up. The blacksmith looked at him with an excited gaze, showing no intention of telling him to stop. He roared, demanding the boy keep pouring mana in until he had no strength left. Dane could only groan at this absurd request. A blue stream of mana began to roll powerfully around the blade. Dane gritted his teeth as the sword drank up nearly half of his mana. He tried to keep his grip steady, feeling the magical pressure growing heavier by the second. His eyes narrowed, focusing intensely on every movement of the energy flow. The sword shone brilliantly, reacting violently to its new source of power. Bolbec, standing nearby, remarked that only this weapon could be strong enough to hold Dane's special type of mana. Dane was slightly surprised by the blacksmith's affirmation. He added that because it was made of arcanium, once it finished absorbing the mana, it would become truly terrifying. Hearing this, he began to ponder its true destructive power. With this momentum, Dane was certain the sword could cut through anything in the world. He glanced around the shop, looking for something hard enough to test it on. His gaze landed on the Aldius staff, and he decided to use it as the guinea pig. Dane pointed directly at the target, signaling he was about to strike. Bolbec yelled out, thinking the brat was about to destroy his precious item. But he just laughed, saying that chopping it up for analysis was a good idea anyway. The blacksmith grumbled in defeat, deciding to just let him do as he pleased. The wooden staff was set up for the decisive swing. A sword strike was unleashed, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. Mana-fueled light swept across the room, blindingly bright. The blade, carrying arcs of blue electricity, sliced cleanly through the target without the slightest resistance. Even Dane was stunned to see his own sword strike be so effective. The sturdy staff was severed in two in an instant. The two pieces of wood fell to the floor with perfectly flat cuts, not a single scratch elsewhere. He thought to himself that even in his previous life, he had never seen such an overpowered weapon. The sword continued to crackle with electric sparks after the impact. Bolbec picked up a piece of the wood to inspect, the clean cut so perfect he was left speechless. The blacksmith yelled out in amazement because he had never seen Aldius cut so cleanly before. Normally, when using mana to cut, the edges would be jagged because of the uneven energy flow. But this cut proved that Dane's mana had achieved total control over the blade. Bolbec congratulated him, affirming that from now on the two were truly one. From this moment forward, this is the one and only arcanium sword in the world, forged exclusively for you. A confident smile bloomed on the genius young master's face. He gripped the hilt tightly, clearly feeling a powerful connection to his new weapon. Dane nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the result of his and Bolbec's hard work. It was the only sword capable of bearing the load and reacting to his ancient mana flow. Finally, every preparation was complete. He smiled faintly, his heart filled with excitement at having gained such a formidable friend to accompany him. In the shimmering mana light, Dane raised the precious sword high as a declaration of the triumphs to come. The razor-sharp blade reflected the light, ready for any journey fraught with peril. As he walked out the workshop door, he reached back to ask the old man to sharpen the edge one last time to make it perfect. The blacksmith grumbled that the kid was incredibly fussy, but happily led him back inside. The sound of the forging hammer, kang-kang, echoed through the corner of the street, marking the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we returned to Arabella's laboratory. She was ecstatic, praising the data Dane had brought back as a massive boost for her research. Dane remained humble as usual, saying he was the one who should thank her. On the table lay the ancient mana core from the Arcana Kingdom. He stared at the glowing orb, telling himself, "All right, now it's my turn." Dane took a deep breath and began to channel his power, preparing to absorb the entirety of this source of strength. Immediately, rays of green mana began to dance around his body. As soon as his hand touched it, the energy from the mana core erupted violently as if to explode. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to stay calm in the face of the frantic rush of power. The laboratory space began to shake violently, causing the surrounding furniture to creak. Waves of mana spread powerfully, enveloping the entire spacious room. Dane stood amidst the flow of light, his back still proudly bracing for it all. The magical power began to soak into his palms and spread throughout the veins in his body. After a long moment of straining, everything finally began to settle and stabilize. Arabella stood outside observing, her mouth agape in astonishment. Dane's face showed clear relaxation as he felt the miraculous changes within him. He felt every beat of the new mana source surging right against his chest. A brilliant mana circle had officially and perfectly formed. Dane smiled faintly, his whole body feeling strangely refreshed after this breakthrough. His eyes snapped open, sparkling with a powerful deep blue magical light. And that was it. He had officially broken through to the third circle level. A few more weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and the atmosphere at the academy began to liven up considerably. Everyone was buzzing with gossip because the final exams were just around the corner. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial were excitedly planning a trip. Priscilla even intended to go on a trek to the north for some fun. Just as they were having fun, the communication device in Dane's pocket suddenly buzzed uncontrollably. He paused slightly, wondering who on earth would be calling him at this hour. Pulling out the device to check, Dane still couldn't guess who was looking for him. As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end rang out with a hearty greeting. "Hey Dane, long time no see, I'm almost back at the capital." Just by hearing the voice, Dane knew immediately it was an acquaintance, and the other person was even asking if they could stop by the academy to meet him for a bit. It turned out to be Dayward Thermion. The unexpected appearance of this adventure brother definitely meant something important was up. Layla scolded Dayward incessantly right in front of the building for having disappeared for so long, without sending her any word. She began to take action, punching and shouting, asking what Dayward thought Dane was that he only reported back to him once he arrived. Dayward could only grit his teeth and take the beating, not daring to utter a single word of protest to his younger sister. Watching from afar, Ernest shook his head in frustration, as this torture had been going on for 10 full minutes. The boy laughed and insisted that this time it was entirely Dayward's fault for his lack of communication. Dane looked at Dayward with understanding. He guessed the man must still feel guilty toward his sister, which was why he was shy about sending word beforehand. Layla still hadn't cooled down, threatening to hit him even harder if he dared to drag his battered body back again. Seeing the situation getting too tense, Dane stepped forward to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since he had returned safely after all. Turning to Dayward, Dane kindly asked if he was truly all right after his latest expedition. Dayward immediately grinned, raising his hand to greet Dane enthusiastically as if nothing had happened. Layla crossed her arms and scoffed, remarking that he had returned earlier than expected, while Dane announced that all preparations were ready. With a confident expression, Dayward asserted that he had gathered enough of the necessary things for the plan. But immediately after, he changed to a serious tone, mentioning the one most important item that was still missing. The group turned their curious eyes toward Dayward to hear what could be so important. The rare materials lay scattered on the table. Now they were only missing the Roxana's tear for it to be considered complete. Ernest admitted he wasn't well versed in alchemy, but one look told him this pile of materials was extremely hard to find. Dayward tipped his head back proudly, bragging that he had had to spend quite a lot of effort just to collect all this. Layla suddenly remembered and asked for clarification. Was Roxana's tear located somewhere in the Havarask mountain range? It was a sparkling crystal, but beyond the rumor that it lay in an ancient ruin, there were no other clues. Dayward planned to hand this pile of precious materials to a known alchemist, which made Ernest wonder why Dane didn't craft it himself. Ernest was slightly worried about entrusting the group's hard-won achievements to a stranger. Dayward explained that the curse was inherently very complex. One small slip would cause an immediate backlash, so they had to find a true expert. Seeing Dayward guarantee that the person was very trustworthy, Layla nodded in agreement and asked further about the expedition plan. Looking toward the snow-capped mountain range, she worried that the ruins, hidden so thoroughly, would cause the group to spend too much time searching. Dayward admitted that there was very little information about that border region, which was why he had come up with the idea of asking Dane for a favor. Dane started sensing a bad omen when he was targeted by this adventurer brother. As expected, Dayward could only offer a meaningful wry smile at his younger brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began to consider using his relationship with the third Prince Edward to search for information. The scene of the magnificent royal palace appeared, and Edward curiously asked what special request Dane had for him. Dane stated the issue frankly. He wanted to request detailed information about the Havarask mountain range and the ruins hidden there. Seeing Edward smile brightly in support, Dane also felt much more relieved. The prince agreed to help immediately, saying that in his night squad there were quite a few people who used to be mountain rangers familiar with the terrain. Dane bowed in thanks, but Edward waved his hand to say he shouldn't worry about it, as this was just a small favor between friends. Sipping his tea, Edward wondered why Dane had chosen that remote mountain range as his expedition target. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Dane, wondering if this was a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explained that the group was looking for an important item, and his information network couldn't reach that region yet. Edward pondered for a moment, then agreed to support him, but he didn't forget to remind him that it was an extremely dangerous place. Because it was a sensitive border region, he told Dane to act very tactfully to avoid causing unnecessary political conflict. Dane pledged not to let that happen, while Edward chuckled, enjoying the adventurous nature of this trip. The prince was even enthusiastic enough to want to go along if he weren't so busy with royal duties at the capital. Dane smiled back warmly at the enthusiasm and sincerity of the young prince. The meeting ended, and Edward promised to contact Dane soon once there was news from the Royal Ranger Squad. Once all the information was set, it was time for the group to buckle down and prepare thoroughly for the trip. Dayward began to pass on his expedition experience, telling everyone to prepare as much dry food as possible because it was hard to light a fire on the mountain, and they had to avoid letting the rangers discover their trail. The guy even personally checked their climbing gear, explaining that the soil terrain there was very soft, so anchors easily popped out and required specialized types. The pile of large and small bags was packed neatly, and Dayward reminded them to choose dry food with little odor that was filling to ensure stamina while climbing high mountains. Ernest looked at his adventurer brother with admiration, believing that with this knowledge, Dayward could completely go and teach at the expedition department. Just as they were busy, the magical communication device suddenly glowed. It was a message from the third Prince Edward sent to Dane. Through the device, Edward announced that they had found the location of the entrance to the ruins, but warned that even the ranger knights couldn't penetrate deeper because they encountered a dead end as soon as they went in. Dane listened carefully, then voiced his thanks to the prince for the valuable information he had just provided. However, Edward hadn't finished, reminding the group to be especially wary of a creature called Dranius that was lurking around the ruin area. Just hearing the monster's name, the expressions of Dayward and Layla immediately turned visibly serious. It was a giant lizard species with extreme camouflage capabilities, making it a terrifying predator that even seasoned rangers struggled to deal with. Dayward patted Dane on the shoulder, asking him to send his thanks to the prince, while Dane asserted that the group's safety was paramount, so thorough preparation was never redundant. Every preparation was finally finished, and Dayward wore an excited smile as he urged everyone to set off quickly. Confident smiles appeared on the members' lips. Everyone was ready in mind and spirit for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nodded decisively, his eyes showing a high level of determination for this expedition. The adventure officially began with the ultimate goal of finding the Roxana's tear, even though Layla didn't forget to remind Ernest not to get too excited and become complacent. The group moved urgently, deciding to use displacement magic to reach the city closest to the mountain range to save time. Time passed, and after 3 long days of riding horses from the displacement point, finally, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate territory appeared before their eyes. The group urged their horses into the territory, the sound of hooves clattering dryly on the deserted road. Layla looked around with curiosity as she set foot in this borderland for the first time. Dayward suddenly halted. He realized something was very wrong as he witnessed the desolate scene of the territory, and the surrounding air had become strangely, incomprehensibly weird. Looking from above, the town appeared terrifyingly gloomy and quiet, making everyone unable to help but shiver with unease. The streets were devoid of people, the gray houses covered by a hazy mist just like a ghost town. Dane furrowed his brow with concern, wondering what on earth had happened to this land to make it become so desolate. The group was riding leisurely through a lush green valley, surrounded by majestic mountains. Dane signaled a stop, telling the group they needed to go get some hay for the horses, and decided he and one other person would head into town to scout. Arthur nodded in agreement immediately, while Priscilla smiled knowingly from behind. Before anyone could react, Priscilla dismounted with lightning speed. Dane, slightly confused, asked why, to which Priscilla replied that she was coming along because she felt something very strange about this place. Seeing the serious look on Priscilla's face, Dane began to worry and asked what exactly she had sensed. She insisted that her intuition was telling her this was definitely not a good sign. Dane scratched his cheek and clicked his tongue. Thinking it was better to be safe, he agreed to let her come along. He turned and told the other two to stay behind and watch the horses, leaving the trip into town to him and Priscilla. Arthur eagerly said he would take the opportunity to let the horses rest and stuff some hay into his storage space. Priscilla urged Dane to hurry, her expression showing a hint of impatience. Their destination was a dreary gray stone citadel, with 2 guards waiting at the entrance. Up close, they looked menacing, their eyes full of hostility rather than the look of normal guards. Dane observed them quietly, realizing their attire looked like that of clergy, yet they were carrying weapons. One of the guards held up a hand to block their path with an incredibly arrogant attitude. He barked at them, asking who they were, where they came from, and what business they had daring to approach this territory. Dane remained calm, explaining that they were just travelers stopping to buy food and hay. The guard narrowed his eyes, interrogating them further on whether they were just passing through or planning to stay for good. He stared at Dane as if trying to pry into his very soul. The one standing next to him was no different, glancing at them with a look of suspicion and wariness. Priscilla took one look at their attitude and immediately knew they were extremely hostile toward outsiders. Finally, the guard let them pass, but added a warning to get their things and leave immediately. Dane politely bowed in thanks and led Priscilla inside, but the guard called out after them, his voice full of threats, warning them not to be foolish enough to stick their noses into the Marquis's business. Passing through the city gates, Dane realized that although the town seemed busy, wary eyes were watching their every move. Priscilla lined in close, whispering into Dane's ear that these people seemed to be members of the Trillion Church. Seeing Dane's confusion, she explained that it was a notorious cult being strictly hunted down by the Imperial Church. Priscilla looked toward a flag hanging in the distance, printed with their signature magic circle symbol. Priscilla's hand clenched into a fist, her face full of resentment whenever she mentioned these people. Seeing her obvious distress, Dane pressed her to tell him what kind of atrocities they had committed. Priscilla's voice trembled with rage as she recounted how they had heartlessly sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent children, all for the insane goal of summoning a demon god in pursuit of a false salvation. Dane was stunned into silence. He couldn't believe there were people in this world cruel enough to treat human lives like trash. He exclaimed in horror that child sacrifice was truly beyond anyone's imagination. Priscilla looked at the surrounding scene with a sad gaze, finally understanding where the gloomy atmosphere pervading this territory came from. The residents here all looked gaunt and vacant, like soulless husks due to the pain of losing their children. Priscilla couldn't take it anymore. She began channeling magic power into her palm to create a magic circle. Her eyes burned with determination. She wanted to report this incident to the great cathedral immediately. Dane was startled, realizing Priscilla was being too impulsive. Acting now would surely get them caught. He quickly stepped forward and firmly grabbed Priscilla to hold her back before it was too late. Dane advised her to stay calm, nodding that they were in enemy territory, and acting rashly would be extremely dangerous. He scanned the villagers moving listlessly about, understanding that caution was their only option right now. Priscilla remained inconsolable about the fate of the poor children. "But what about the children?" she whispered softly. Dane looked deep into her eyes, his voice lowering with a reminder. "Priscilla, look closely around you." Throughout the town, the people moved listlessly like shadows, the air thick with fear and gloom. Priscilla realized the harsh reality of this place, her face revealing her profound shock. Her gaze hardened, her fury still smoldering beneath her calm exterior. Dane reiterated that their primary goal was to find a cure for Layla's mother. They couldn't risk everyone's lives for a single rash act. He nodded slightly, signaling her to compose herself. Priscilla finally softened her tone, agreeing that they should buy the hay first to avoid suspicion. The two began walking down the gray cobblestone street. The stillness was eerie, with only the steady sound of their footsteps ringing out. Dane told her he understood how she felt, especially as a true priestess of the cathedral. They passed by ancient, gloomy houses, lacking any sign of normal daily life. "But we cannot act without thinking," Dane continued, his voice heavy with warning. The surrounding residents seemed to be trying to avoid every gaze from the two strangers. Dane never stopped observing, his sharp eyes silently recording every detail of the area. He suggested that while they were out buying supplies, they could also quietly scout the enemy's strength. Priscilla paused for a beat, seemingly considering Dane's proposal. She narrowed her eyes at the black-robed figures lurking all over the street. Dane suddenly broke into a cold, dangerous smile. "Fine then, let's see just how evil these guys really are." Priscilla regained her spirit, brushed her hair back, and smiled in response. Agreed. The sky above was gray, with dark clouds gathering like an omen of an approaching storm. Seen from above, the market looked strangely deserted, with people moving stealthily like ghosts. Everyone here was in a rush, with no one daring to meet another's eyes or strike up a conversation with a stranger. Dane asked for directions to buy hay. A middle-aged man with a haggard face pointed in the opposite direction. "Hey, head over there." Priscilla gave a slight nod of thanks to the poor man before walking on with Dane. Dane glanced around, silently counting at least 100 soldiers blending into the crowd. Before them stood a large building with majestic arched architecture, where Dane knew security was incredibly tight. Suddenly, a loud noise from around the street corner caught their attention. A man fell to the ground, pleading fearfully, Please spare me. My family really doesn't have any more children." Feet clad in black cloaks approached, a voice ringing out threateningly. "No children, you say?" A man with dark purple hair stepped out, his expression incredibly arrogant. It was the purple-haired priest of the Trillion Church. He shouted that if there were no sacrifices, he had to hand over equivalent assets, then ordered the man to be arrested for the crime of disrespecting the gods. The guard roughly dragged the man away despite his pleas. Witnessing this eyesore from a distance, Dane and Priscilla couldn't hide their resentment. Dane's expression was colder than ever, his eyes flashing with killing intent aimed directly at the cultists corrupting this land. Outside a building, stones began flying through the air like rain. The crowd cheered frantically, continuously throwing stones at the target ahead without mercy. A man was struck until his face was bloody, only able to moan in extreme pain. He was tied tightly to a stone pillar in the center of the square, bearing the brunt of the villagers' wrath for the crime of stealing the child of the gods. The men in the crowd screamed, their faces twisted with rage. The fanaticism was evident on every face as they rushed forward, as if to tear the sinner to shreds. Dane Saugers and Priscilla Neriel observed from afar, unable to hide their shock at this horrific scene. Dane clicked his tongue, unable to believe that people in the same territory could treat each other so cruelly. Priscilla stared, finding it strange that such a terrible thing could happen publicly without anyone on the outside knowing. She wondered how no one had managed to escape to report the news. Priscilla clenched her hands, her mood growing heavy. She told Dane that the scariest part of the Trillion Church wasn't just summoning demons or sacrificing people. It was the control. They manipulated the villagers like puppets in their hands. They began infiltrating quietly, starting from the lowest levels of society. First, using money and food as bait to spread their doctrine to the destitute. Next, those with wealth, and finally, the upper class and the nobles ruling this region. While discussing it on the way, Priscilla explained how they infiltrated step by step, using sweet words and material goods. Dane realized that with the current situation, catching the leader wouldn't be simple at all. He reasoned that even if they took down the leader, the peace would only be temporary. Because the ordinary people here had the cult's ideology deeply ingrained in them. Dane looked into the distance. He knew they had been completely brainwashed. He had seen this scene far too many times in his past life. In times of war and chaos, such groundless religions always sprang up everywhere. He scanned the town, fearing that if left alone, this rot would soon spread elsewhere. Dane asked Priscilla for more information, especially about the rumor that they frequently sacrificed living children. Priscilla confirmed that it was rumored they performed the ritual once a week. Dane placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought about the severity of the problem. His gaze became sharper and more focused than ever. Suddenly a couple appeared and caught Dane's eye. He unexpectedly grabbed Priscilla's hand, urging her to go buy the hay first. Priscilla was startled, not understanding what was happening, but Dane signaled her to act natural and walk normally. Glancing behind them, Dane discovered there were more people silently following them. The sound of footsteps trailing them rang out steadily on the street. Sharp, probing gazes from behind were glued to them. Dane realized that information here was tightly locked down. Once a tourist entered, it was difficult to leave. He guessed that the group tailing them had likely been ordered to silence them. Instead of blocking the road and causing suspicion, they chose to let their prey go deeper inside before dealing with them. Priscilla looked at Dane, silently agreeing with his deductions. Dane's eyes were full of determination, ready to face whatever was coming. Walking a bit further, Priscilla discovered a stable nearby. A wooden house with a gray tiled roof appeared right in front of the two. Dane approached the stable and glanced inside. He took the initiative to greet the person carrying hay and asked to buy some for their horses. The middle-aged man stared, muttering suspiciously about the newcomers. Dane Saugers casually explained they were just travelers passing through who needed some hay for their horses. He narrowed his eyes and looked the two over carefully, his aged face covered in scars showing clear suspicion. After a moment of silence, he spoke up to ask exactly how much hay they needed to buy. Dane and Priscilla carried 2 large bundles of hay on their shoulders, quietly walking through the deserted streets of the town. Behind a street corner, 2 spies were still silently following, their sharp gazes never leaving their targets. Their shadows were cast on the rooftops, persistently tracking their every step from above. As they walked, Dane calculated that their next step must be to prioritize finding a way to rescue the children first. Priscilla looked over, slightly startled. She wasn't sure if this plan was too risky for just the 2 of them. Dane nodded in confirmation, as confronting the fanatical cult head-on right now was impossible. Watching the followers mindlessly praying, he understood that force couldn't be used against people who had been completely brainwashed. Priscilla quickly agreed. She also wanted to prioritize rescuing the poorest, most innocent little souls. Dane narrowed his eyes and calculated. The most important goal now was to pinpoint the location where the children were being held. But first, they needed to find a safe hiding spot to protect the children after a successful rescue. A confident smile flashed on Dane's lips. It seemed he had already mapped out a plan that covered all bases. He mentioned a territory only 2 days' journey away, home to the castle of the prestigious Count Gangpar. It was a well-fortified land, certainly untainted by the rot of these heretics. The plan was to contact the royalty to report the situation and request the mobilization of troops from Gangpar Castle to suppress the chaos. The town's sky began to weigh heavy with thick clouds, preparing for a major upheaval about to take place. Dane asserted that his team was fully capable of handling this rescue mission cleanly. Since the group was also on their way there, they could ask their friends accompanying them to take care of the children first. After ensuring the children were in a safe place, the whole group would officially join forces for an all-out attack. Priscilla nodded in understanding. She suddenly noticed the presence of knights and priests belonging to the royal church very close by. Dane was slightly surprised, wondering if a secret resistance force was hiding here. He decided he had to find them to coordinate, turning this into a surprise attack. Priscilla smiled radiantly, the previous anxiety giving way to a fighting spirit. She glanced behind them, signaling to Dane about the tail that was still persistently following. Looking down the dark alley ahead, Priscilla asked if they should deal with the followers right now. The two spies kept their distance, completely unaware that they had fallen into their target sights. Dane curled his lips in a dangerous smile. He decided to lure them deep into a deserted alley to finish them off once and for all. Layla asked if they should step in to help, while Dane, now disguised with blue hair and wearing glasses, asserted that he would go save the children. He needed to pinpoint the exact location to plan. Layla anxiously asked again to be sure about this risky intent. Dane calmly replied that he had a rough idea of the location, and now it was time to map out their moves. Dane took out a magic positioning device, explaining that if they all charged in, it would only expose their objective. He wanted to give everyone another equally important task. He instructed Dayward and Layla that to reach the Havarask mountain range, they had to pass through Count Gangpar's castle. He wanted them to escort the children there safely. Dane revealed a shocking detail. He had already contacted and reached an agreement with the royalty to clear the path for this plan. Layla and Dayward were stunned by his terrifying work speed. Dane felt a bit guilty because this might delay things for Layla's mother a little. Layla smiled gently, asserting that she would never abandon the children either. She told Dane not to feel guilty, as this was the right thing to do. Dane gripped the magic device tightly, whispering thanks to Layla for her understanding. The preparations were effectively wrapped up at lightning speed. Dayward also nodded in agreement, believing that in this situation, no one could just stand idly by. Everyone was fired up to resolve this as quickly as possible. Layla's eyes lit up with determination. She was ready to stand alongside Dane in the risky mission ahead. Once unified, Dayward urged Dane to set the rally point coordinates. They needed to move there immediately before the enemy could react. Dane nodded, promising to contact everyone again soon. The group prepared to split up to carry out different prongs of the attack. Dayward couldn't help but marvel at Dane's ability to assess the situation and act decisively. He silently praised his younger brother's drive and talent. But looking back at the town, Layla couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This place was now filled with heretics and ruins after endless conflicts. Dayward narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, pondering the fact that the aftermath of the war was even more lingering and heavy than they had imagined. They saw miserable people sitting listlessly by the side of the road. Dayward remarked that outside the capital, things were even worse and more chaotic than this. Not wanting to waste any more time, Dayward draped his arms around his two younger companions, reminding the whole group to urgently rescue the children so that everything would go smoothly. All three replied in unison, their eyes revealing clear determination. Brotherly love and mutual trust were their greatest strengths at this moment. The whole group walked quickly across the green grass toward the horses waiting at the edge of the forest. As they climbed into their saddles, each carried their own thoughts about the upcoming mission, but the common goal was already crystal clear. Layla silently thought about Dane's greatness. He always appeared at the right time and solved every difficulty like a miracle. She recalled how Dane had saved her last time. For her, his presence brought an absolute sense of peace. Dayward looked at Dane's back, silently marveling at the potential of this young lad. He believed that one day he would lead the Sagar's family to the pinnacle of the empire. A confident smile spread on Dayward's lips. He knew he was betting on the right person, and his Termian family would not be left behind either. Under the sun, the group spurred their horses and rode off, leaving the devastated town behind them. A new journey full of hardships had officially begun. A panoramic view of the town from above appeared bleak under the shadows of withered trees. signaling a gloomy atmosphere hanging over everything. Changing the scene to another area, Priscilla asked Dane if he had found any new clues yet. He had just stepped out of a dark alley. Dane, now back to his true form with silver hair, calmly replied that they talked much more easily than he expected. The bloodstains on the alley wall suggested the interrogation process seemed quite fierce. Dane stepped over the corpses lying in the alley, his demeanor still as calm as if nothing had happened. Priscilla couldn't help but be amazed at his interrogation skills. He joked that perhaps in a past life, he had tortured too many enemies, which is why he was so proficient now. Priscilla heard this and could only be speechless at his somewhat heavy sense of humor. Priscilla was impatient to know the important information Dane had just extracted from the church's lackeys. Dane's gaze became cold as he started on the main business. The information he had obtained would certainly change the entire landscape. Dane said the children were currently being held in a large warehouse. Not just a few, but the number was up to about 100 people. They were people who dared to oppose the Trillion Church. Even parents trying to protect their children were dragged there and imprisoned. Even worse, the entire family of Marquis Oliva was also locked up there. This explained why such a large force had been silent for so long. Priscilla understood the problem immediately. She exclaimed that no wonder the Marquis couldn't act, as his biggest weakness was held by the enemy. However, the most difficult problem was how to infiltrate that warehouse to save people, when the soldiers guarding it were extremely numerous and elite. Priscilla worried that if a war broke out, enemy reinforcements would pour in en masse, and evacuating hundreds of people safely in that chaos would be nearly impossible. She pondered, not knowing how to have the best of both worlds. The deadlock was clearly visible on the young girl's face. She turned to ask Dane, hoping that his genius brain already had a viable solution for this desperate situation. Just then, from inside Dane's cloak, a small white creature, appearing to be a baby dragon or spirit beast, poked its head out and let out a playful cry. Priscilla startled, widening her eyes at the strange creature that had just appeared. It seemed this was the trump card Dane had been keeping hidden for the upcoming plan. Dane flashed a calculating smile as he began to outline the plan. Inside his cloak, the small dragon also began to stir, ready for what was about to happen. The tiny creature poked its head out, crying out with excitement as if it understood its master's expectations. Priscilla asked about the next step of the plan, whether Dane intended to use Karnas as a distraction. Dane nodded in confirmation, promising to summon someone truly powerful to disrupt the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the square below, hundreds of people were gathering, crowded to hear the fanatical preaching about a new world about to be opened. A cult priest with long green hair was passionately brainwashing the crowd. He aggressively declared not to doubt anything, just to follow the church and the new world would belong to them. He screamed crazily, affirming that sacred blood was the fastest path to meeting the demon god, and that the salvation of the world was in the hands of those present here. The miserable crowd, seemingly completely mesmerized, began to chant demon god and beg for salvation to be bestowed upon them. Cries of "Save us!" rang out across the square, creating a gloomy and desperate atmosphere. The priest licked his lips greedily, realizing the territory of Marquis Oliva was almost completely within his grasp after a long time of careful planning. He triumphantly plotted the complete destruction of the Marquis Oliva family and the church priests who were still struggling to resist. Standing from high above, the priest loudly declared that this territory would soon fall into their hands and become the new base for the Trillion Church. The declaration was made amidst flags printed with the cult symbol, affirming that the domination of darkness was gradually covering this place. Everyone raised their fists to the sky in unison, chanting that the moment had arrived. Fanaticism had reached its peak among the populace. The square was filled with hysterical cheers, everyone believing they were about to have their lives changed thanks to the protection of the heretical church. The priest looked up at the sky, sending a petition to the leader to witness this glorious moment until the very end. His face showed extreme excitement, as if he were drunk on the intoxication of victory, seeing everything go according to his expectations. With eyes wide with madness, he shouted with determination that he would definitely succeed and no one could stop him. He reached out as if wanting to embrace the whole world, while laughter broke out in a bizarre and terrifying way. However, a massive pressure suddenly descended from the air, causing the entire square to shake violently. Powerful tremors tore through the air, dust and dirt began to fly everywhere, signaling a catastrophe drawing near. The surrounding buildings were shaken to the point of collapsing, causing the cheering crowd to suddenly become panicked. The pressure from above grew greater by the second, leaving the church guards stunned as they looked up at the blackened sky. The crowd looked on with wide, confused eyes. They didn't understand what was happening when the important ceremony was suddenly interrupted by a mystical force. The green-haired priest also started breaking into a cold sweat. He was terrified and shouted to ask what the hell was lunging straight down at them. From the dark clouds, the monster Karnas with glowing red eyes took form, lunging down at the square like a giant, deadly fireball. The light from the summoned creature's eerie eyes left the priest utterly terrified when he realized this was a magical attack beyond any expectations. A giant werewolf demon with glowing red eyes let out a roar, beginning a rampage right in the middle of the cult's territory. Its powerful swipe tore through the air, creating terrifying shockwaves. An entire street corner shook violently, and dust billowed beneath the monster's feet. The crazed wolf swept through, turning solid structures into ruins in the blink of an eye. Not stopping at physical strength, it also spewed torrents of fire, incinerating everything around it. Flames rose high, swallowing buildings and turning the sky deep red. Down on the street, people began to flee in a panic, screams echoing everywhere at the appearance of this insane summoned creature. A rain of fire poured down and everyone scrambled to escape, understanding that at this rate no one would survive. The cultists stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to comprehend what was happening or where that monster had emerged from. The blue-haired cultist gritted his teeth in resentment, looking at the chaotic scene unable to believe his eyes. He realized this didn't look like the style of the resistance army, but who on earth was responsible for this? Giant rocks were hurled into the sky, falling like hail and destroying every nook and cranny. The situation spiraled out of control. Guards screamed for reinforcements to put out the fire, but it was hopeless against such an overpowered monster. The cultist troops fell, and chaos engulfed the entire central area of the territory. While all attention was fixed on the monster, Priscilla Nerial quietly moved through the deserted areas. She ran as fast as she could, taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was busy dealing with Dane's phantom beast. Priscilla whispered to herself that Dane Saugers's plan was working extremely effectively. This area was devoid of enemies. She stopped at a corner of a wall, trying to reorient her path forward. Unexpectedly, a sharp, cold blade slashed past, right against her neck, making Priscilla's heart skip a beat. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise, realizing she had been discovered. A silver-haired knight in shining iron armor appeared, coldly asking who she was and why she was hiding there. He threatened to take her head if she were a heretic trying to escape. Priscilla hurriedly raised both hands, sweat dripping down her face. She quickly declared her identity as Priscilla Nerial, a theology student from the Royal Academy who had come to save everyone. She explained that the chaos out there was created by her teammates as a distraction, coordinating with the resistance. Priscilla gave her word on the honor of someone following the path of theology. The knight lowered his sword slightly, repeating the name Priscilla Nerial with suspicion. His gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing every expression on the young girl's face. He demanded proof, threatening that he wouldn't hesitate to swing his sword otherwise. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though her heart was still trembling a little before the opponent's pressure. She gritted her teeth, thinking of a way to prove her identity in this desperate situation. Priscilla was about to channel her holy power when a dignified voice rang out, ordering them to stop. A group of priests appeared from behind. The leader declared that he knew this child well. Both Priscilla and the silver-haired knight were startled and turned to look at the newcomers. The man stepped closer, confirming for certain that Priscilla had once been his student. His footsteps were slow but heavy, making the atmosphere less tense. It was Bishop Atem. He smiled kindly and greeted Priscilla after not seeing her for a long time. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe she would meet the bishop again in this place. She hurriedly ran to greet him, feeling relieved as if she had just escaped the jaws of death. The silver-haired knight also sheathed his sword and stepped aside when he saw the bishop's acquaintance. Bishop Atem placed a hand on her shoulder, mentioning that he had taught her since her first year, and 4 years had flown by just like that. He smiled benevolently, praising her for how much she had grown. Priscilla beamed, saying it was all thanks to Bishop Atem's teaching back then. Bishop Atem looked at her through his glasses, his face looking quite contemplative at the former student's compliment. Looking at the smoke and fire outside, he asked why she was here instead of at the academy, and what was up with that giant demon beast. Adam continued to question her about Priscilla's companion, asking her to explain the situation clearly. Priscilla fell silent for a moment to organize her words to be as persuasive as possible in front of her old teacher. She began her act, saying she happened to be passing by with a friend from the academy, and seeing the suffering she couldn't just stand by. The bishop asked in surprise, "Did you know we were hiding here?" Priscilla nodded, saying she felt a faint holy power and wanted to join forces with the resistance to save the people. She bowed her head, earnestly begging the bishop to lend his power to wipe out these evil cultists. The brave proposal left both the silver-haired knight and those around stunned. Bishop Atem sighed in shame. He didn't expect a young student like her to have such deep thoughts and chivalry. He affirmed he would definitely support her. He couldn't let Priscilla face the danger alone. However, the bishop was still worried because if this were revealed, the cult's military forces would swarm like ants. Responding to that anxiety was a confident smile from Priscilla, showing she had planned everything in advance. She advised the bishop to return to the church with everyone and report everything as usual. Everything was according to plan. Meanwhile, the monster out there was still rampaging, continuously destroying the ancient buildings. The giant wolf roared, every step causing the ground to shake and creating massive explosions. On a high rooftop, Dane Sagar stood watching, telling the small dragon Karnas to rest because if it continued, the whole village would be reduced to ashes. He wondered if Priscilla had successfully infiltrated, then decided he had to finish his part quickly. Dane's gaze sharpened, preparing for the final step of the hunt. Below, the blue-haired cultist was screaming frantically, ordering his minions to find the one summoning the monster. A minion reported in fear that the smoke and fire were too thick. They couldn't find any trace of the opponent. The blue-haired leader grabbed the minion's collar and scolded him relentlessly. He knew if they didn't stop this beast, the entire territory would be wiped out. Loud crashing sounds continued, smoke and dust obscuring the vision of the panicking cultists. The cultist gritted his teeth in helplessness before the werewolf's unimaginable destruction. Just as he was most desperate, an arm unexpectedly reached out to grab his shoulder from behind. He muttered in fear, worried about how he would face his leader after this disastrous failure. A cold voice rang out right next to him. If so, don't worry too much about it. Dane Sagars appeared right in the middle of the enemy's lair, bluntly declaring that he would never have the chance to meet his leader again. A cocky smirk appeared on his face as he watched the cultists tremble. Dane stood there authoritatively with the little dragon Karnas on his shoulder, the demeanor of someone who completely mastered the battlefield. 2 guards were taken out in a heartbeat, unable to even make a sound before Dane. He looked at the remnants of the army with eyes as cold as ice. The blue-haired leader froze, unable to believe his 2 closest guards had fallen so quickly. He gaped in shock at the opponent's terrifyingly fast processing speed. Only then did he realize that Dane not only knew how to summon phantom beasts, but was also extremely fierce in close combat. He nonchalantly brushed the dust off his sleeves, ignoring the guy screaming and asking who was behind all this. With a smirk, Dane told him he should worry about his own life first. He started to break into a cold sweat, sensing death closing in. The little dragon Karnas suddenly lunged down from above. It launched a lightning-fast attack that left the cult leader unable to react. His eyes showed clear despair seeing the little monster lunging straight at him. A neat finishing blow sent the leader crashing to the floor immediately. Dane looked down at the chaos. He decided to capture him alive to bring back for interrogation. Once they had caught this big fish, handing him over to the Imperial Church would be much more valuable than just killing him. The blue-haired guy now lay still as a log, completely unable to resist. Scene shift to the evacuation area, where Priscilla was busily coordinating the panicking crowd. Priests were hurriedly casting healing magic for the villagers trapped in the debris. The lucky survivors had tears in their eyes. They had thought their death was certain. Priscilla let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the villagers temporarily safe made her feel much lighter. She kindly asked after an elderly nobleman who was insisting on saving his wife and children first. Dane strolled over, asking how the rescue situation was going on this side. Priscilla turned around with a start, her face showing clear surprise to see him appear. Seeing Dane return early, she was even more shocked to hear him say he had already caught the mastermind. The cult leader from before was now tied up like a bundle and tossed into a corner against the wall. Bishop Atom stepped forward to greet him. The old man seemed very impressed to finally meet the genius of the Sagars family. Dane also politely greeted him back, saying he had done everything according to the plan Priscilla had discussed. Adam laughed, saying it was the church that had to be deeply indebted to him. He thanked the two for appearing just in time, helping them have more powerful allies to turn the tide. Priscilla pointed at the prisoner, telling the bishop that this was the ringleader of the Trillion Church's missionary group. Looking at the guy's foaming face, Dane suggested handing him over to the church for them to deal with neatly. Bishop Atom still couldn't believe Dane had captured him as easily as shopping at the market. He immediately ordered his subordinates to guard him tightly, never to let him escape. The knight received the order, then waved his hand to call more people to escort the prisoner away. Adam nodded in appreciation, silently praising Dane's decisiveness and efficiency. Mentioning letting him taste the church's interrogation techniques, Bishop Atam's smile made Dane shiver on behalf of the god. When the rescue was mostly done, Atam turned to ask Dane for his opinion on starting to evacuate the people out of the danger zone. He planned to have the Holy Knights protect those who couldn't move themselves due to being tortured. Dane nodded in agreement. He knew the cult remnants wouldn't let this slide for long. Looking at the ravaged town under the sunset, everyone understood that the enemy would soon bring their army to look for their leader. Dane urged the whole party to quickly clear the battlefield to retreat before it was too late. Just as he was about to leave, the little dragon Karnas suddenly flew chaotically in the sky, letting out full warning cries. Looking at its panicked behavior, there was definitely a massive force surrounding this area. Upon hearing the noise, Dane and Priscilla looked up in shock. The enemy arrived faster than he thought. Dane's gaze sharpened, ready for a fight for survival. In the distance, an entire cultist army appeared, equipped to the teeth. The axe-wielding soldiers started searching, sniffing out the targets gathering near the warehouse. The ringleader screamed, ordering to capture the sacrificial lambs that were planning to slip away. Meanwhile, Dane and the knights were still stuck with the blue-haired prisoner amidst the encirclement. The trio of Dane, Priscilla, and Bishop Atom stood solemnly, calculating the quickest countermeasures. The civilians started to panic. Screams of "the cultists are here" echoing throughout the street. An old nobleman trembled, clasping his hands and praying for the gods to protect his old life. Looking at the cultists rushing over aggressively, Dane just smiled coldly. He found it ridiculous that they didn't know who they were about to run into. He told Priscilla to quickly lead everyone to retreat. He alone would stay behind to handle everything. Before Bishop Atom could understand, Priscilla urged him to mobilize the holy knights to support the people. Seeing Dane's confidence, the bishop knew he had no choice but to place his trust in this young boy. He immediately ordered the knights to protect the people at all costs. The knights hurriedly cleared the way, with the top priority being to ensure an escape route for the people. The group began to evacuate in fear. Children and women were helped to go first under the protection of the army. Priscilla urged Adam to hurry. The situation was extremely urgent. The bishop looked back at Dane, his eyes showing clear gratitude mixed with anxiety. Now only Dane was left before the sea of people. He sighed. Truly, he only wanted to end this peacefully. Blue mana flared and crackled around him, beginning a display of true power. He reached out his hand, preparing to unleash his trump card. With fiery eyes, Dane ordered the summoned entity to appear immediately. Beams of energy struck the ground, creating terrifying mana explosions around the enemy. The cultists stopped in shock, feeling a massive aura taking shape. A giant magic wolf appeared with a roar that tore through the night, ready to crush anyone who dared to cross the line. The entire city was shaking violently due to the magical power from the battle. The giant wolf Edorak roared, wiping out the remnants of the enemy. The cultist army fled in a panic. The rescue mission had been a resounding success. The last followers of the Trillion Church were wiped out cleanly under Edorak's claws. The group of priests and residents safely escaped the Marquis territory without facing any major obstacles. Dane Saugers's party stood on the cliff watching the evacuation. Seeing Dane, Layla and Ernest waved and shouted loudly from a distance. Finally, the whole group had reunited. The priest smiled with relief, seeing that everything had gone smoothly. Ernest marveled because standing from afar, he could still clearly see the summoned wolf tearing through the enemy line, not forgetting to praise the whole group for their hard work. But the fun was short-lived. They needed to move immediately. The path was cleared, and children were prioritized to be put on horseback to head toward Count Gampar's castle. Dane carried a massive backpack, watching his back as he walked. He remained vigilant because he didn't know when the cultists might suddenly appear. Towering mountains gradually emerged in the mist. Ahead, a group of knights in dark blue armor waited to receive the group. A man with purple hair stepped out, introducing himself as being from Count Gampar's castle. That was Ron Gampar, the Count's second son and commander of the Second Knight Legion. Dane politely introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Saugers and thanked them for their support. Ron silently nodded, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. The Gampar Knights bowed an apology for allowing a tragedy to happen in the nearby territory without intervening in time. Dane reassured them that it was due to the enemy's cunning, and there was no need to blame themselves. Ron listened, his face still showing a serious expression. Meanwhile, Count Gampar was also sitting deep in contemplation. The First Knight Legion of his older brother Ron had been sent to the Marquis territory to investigate the incident further. Dane smiled with satisfaction. He realized that this family truly had a conscience. Under the escort of the knights, the group continued toward the castle. With the burden eased, Layla and Ernest chatted enthusiastically with everyone. Ron looked at Dane with an appreciative gaze. He admitted that the rumors about an outstanding genius at the academy were not wrong at all. Initially, when hearing from the royalty that there were children going to save people, Ron and his subordinates objected because they couldn't believe it. But witnessing hundreds of people saved, he was completely convinced. The villagers' smiles were the clearest proof of Dane's group's capability. Ron smiled, proposing to escort the group to the castle to rest and prepare a welcome feast. Snow began to fall heavily on the Havarask mountain range in the border region. Count Gampar's castle appeared majestically, acting as a steel shield blocking monsters and enemies. Dane's group and the people entered the fortified fortress. Just stepping into the hall, Count Gampar appeared with a muscular appearance and a hearty smile. He urged everyone inside to get warm and suggested preparing a meal immediately, because surely everyone was starving. Observing the Count's demeanor, Dane sensed he was an upright and reliable person. The full grain storage was mobilized immediately to serve the evacuees. Layla and Ernest had a hearty meal. Dane told everyone to eat to their heart's content because they would soon have to head out to complete their mission. Priscilla stood up, worried about the patients, so she wanted to go help Bishop Atam treat the wounded. Dane nodded in agreement. Seeing Dane also stand up, the orange-haired knight asked where he was planning to go. Dane smiled and said he needed to go report the situation to the third Prince Edward, telling everyone to stay here and rest. Ernest and Layla waved goodbye, saying they would meet him later. Dane used a magic communication device to report successfully. At the other end, Prince Edward was very satisfied because everything in the Marquis territory had been settled smoothly. The prince praised Dane for going everywhere and resolving troubles perfectly. Edward clicked his tongue in regret, saying it would be much more interesting if Dane had joined the academy instead of heading east. Dane looked into the distance, replying that he couldn't disobey the emperor's orders. The prince sighed he also wanted to be by Dane's party, but reality didn't allow it. Edward revealed further that the emperor was very happy and intended to take this opportunity to conduct an inspection of the entire South. Dane contemplated this political move. He realized the emperor was truly considering reconciliation with the Sagar's family after a long time of using conflict to keep them in check. The emperor had made the final decision, and everything started from what Dane had achieved. Edward sincerely praised Dane for all his hard work. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face. For Dane, these were simply things he needed to do. He ended the call as darkness gradually covered the snowy mountains. Dane turned off the communication device, ready for the next challenges on this journey. The next morning, the group began their journey across the treacherous Havarask snowy mountain range. The wind hissed with chilling cold. Layla gasped, complaining about the steep slopes and thick snow that made even the strongest people exhausted. The white-haired female knight felt a strange energy covering the entire mountain, causing both body and mind to feel unusually tired. The orange-haired knight explained the rumors of the demon world, leaving a curse here after the ancient invasion. Ernest panicked when he heard about the curse, regretting that they should have found a map to avoid this path. Dane calmly explained that choosing this route was best, because at least there were no monsters or traps lurking. Hearing Dane speak in a nonchalant voice, Layla snapped, shouting that only he still felt fine while everyone else was dying of exhaustion. Dane was startled, hurriedly apologizing to his annoyed friend. The orange-haired knight had to stop to lean against a tree to recover his strength. Everyone had reached their limit. The knight's gaze suddenly sharpened when he noticed something unusual in the white snow. He unexpectedly waved his hand to signal, a decisive action that made the whole group freeze. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became thick with tension. Dane also felt a dangerous presence. The orange-haired knight ordered everyone to stop immediately. Something was stalking them in the darkness of the snowy mountains.